Killing Hope, William Blum, 1986. Part 2. U.S. military and CIA interventions since World War II. 28. Peru 1960 to 1965. Fort Bragg moves to the jungle. It was a CIA dream come true. A commando raid by anti-Castro Cubans upon the Cuban embassy in Lima had uncovered documentary proof that Cuba had paid out hundreds of thousands of dollars in Peru for propaganda to foster favorable attitudes toward the Cuban Revolution and to promote communist activities within the country. This was no standard broad-brush, Cold War accusation, for the documents disclosed all manner of details and names. The culprits who had been on the receiving end of the tainted money, men in unions and universities and in politics, men who had secretly visited Cuba, all expenses paid. To top it all off, these were men the CIA looked upon as enemies. The only problem, and it wasn't really a problem, was that some of the documents were counterfeit. The raid had certainly taken place, on November 8, 1960 to be exact, and documents had indeed been seized, at gunpoint. But the most incriminating of the documents, presented a month later with the authentic ones, had been produced by the experts of the CIA's Technical Services Division. It was a propaganda windfall. The story received wide media coverage in Latin America and the United States, accompanied by indignant anti-communist articles and editorials. The Wall Street Journal was moved to run an extremely long, slightly hysterical piece, obviously based on Washington handouts, strikingly unquestioned, which warned that mountainous stacks of intelligence data from the 20 nations stretching from Mexico to Argentina tell of a widening communist push into the hemisphere. To be sure, the Cubans insisted that the documents were not genuine, but that was only to be expected. The affair was to cast a shadow over Castro's foreign relations for some time to come. The most propitious outcome, from the CIA's standpoint, was that within days after the disclosure the Peruvian government broke diplomatic relations with Cuba. This was a major priority of the agency in Lima, as in most other CIA stations in Latin America, and led further to the Cuban news agency, Prensa Latina, being barred from operating in Peru. The news agency's dispatches, the Peruvian authorities now decided, were controlled from Moscow. A week later, there was further welcome fallout from the incident. The government enacted legislation making it easier to arrest members of the Communist Party, although this was repealed a year later. During its deliberations, the Peruvian legislature accepted a sworn statement from one Francisco Ramos Montajo, a recent defector from the Cuban embassy who had been present during the raid, who confirmed that all the documents were genuine. Ramos, who was now living in Miami and working for the CIA, added fresh revelations that there had been detailed plans for the assassination of Peruvian officials and for the overthrow of the government, and that arms had been smuggled into Peru from Bolivia and Ecuador, presumably for these purposes. Of such stuff is the battle for the hearts and minds of Latin Americans made. The political history of Peru has been of the classic South American mold, an oligarchy overthrown by a military coup replaced by another oligarchy, periodically punctuated by an uprising, sporadic violence from the forgotten below to remind those above that they ate still alive, albeit barely. Veteran Latin American newsman John Drassi described the state of those below in the Peru of the early 1960s, quote, "In Lima, the capital, whose colonial mansions enveloped by ornate wooden balconies help make it one of the most beautiful cities in the world. Half of the 1.3 million inhabitants live in rat-infested slums. One, called Del Montón, is built around, over, and in the city dump. There, when I visited it, naked children, some too young to know how to walk, competed with pigs for a few bits of food scraps accidentally discarded by the garbage men. The peasants chew cocaine producing coca leaves to still hunger pains, and average 500 calories a day. Where there is grass, the Peruvian Andes Indian eats it, and also the sheep he kills when it gets so hungry that it begins tearing another sheep's wool off for its food. The peons who work the land of the white savage wants all, 4 cents, a day, and labor from sunup to sundown." Unquote. During this period, a movement led by Hugo Bloch organized peasants into unions, staged strikes and seized land. The movement engaged in little which could be termed guerrilla warfare, using its meager arms to defend the squatters, and was easily and brutally put down by the police and army, apparently without significant American assistance other than the routine arming and training of such forces. By 1965, however, several guerrilla groups had evolved in the eastern slopes of the Andes, cognizant of the bare truth that organizing peasants was, by itself, painfully inadequate, some would say suicidal. Inspired by the Cuban Revolution, impressed with the social gains which had followed, and, in some cases, trained by the Cubans, these sons of the middle class met in May to plan a common strategy. Guerrilla warfare began in earnest the following month. By the end of the year, however, a joint Peruvian-American counterinsurgency operation had broken the back of 3 rebel groups, 2 of them in less than 2 months. Those guerrillas who remained alive and active were reduced to futile and impotent skirmishes over the next year or so. The role of the CIA in this definitive military mop-up has been concisely depicted by the former high official of the agency, Victor Marchetti, quote, Green Berets participated in what was the CIA's single large-scale Latin American intervention of the post-Bay of Pigs era. This occurred in the mid-1960s, when the agency secretly came to the aid of the Peruvian government, then plagued by guerrilla troubles in its remote eastern regions. Unable to cope adequately with the insurgent movement, Lima had turned to the U.S. government for aid, which was immediately and covertly forthcoming. The agency financed the construction of what one experienced observer described as a miniature Fort Bragg in the troubled Peruvian jungle region, complete with mess halls, classrooms, barracks, administrative buildings, parachute jump towers, amphibious landing facilities, and all the other accoutrements of paramilitary operations. Helicopters were furnished under cover of official military aid programs, and the CIA flew in arms and other combat equipment. Training was provided by the agency's Special Operations Division personnel and by Green Beret instructors on loan from the Army." Unquote. In February 1966, Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara summed up this effort in a Senate hearing. In Peru, the government has already made good progress against guerrilla concentrations, and U.S.-trained and supported Peruvian Army and Air Force units have played prominent roles in this counter-guerrilla campaign. Typically, and ironically, such training would have included instilling in the Peruvian officers the motivation for doing battle with the insurgents in the first place. As U.S. military affairs scholar Michael Clare has pointed out, quote, "Many Latin American military officers would rather command elite units like jet fighter squadrons, naval flotillas, or armored brigades than slug it out with the guerrillas in long, unspectacular jungle campaigns." U.S. training programs are designed, therefore, to emphasize the importance of counter-guerrilla operations, and to suggest, thereby, that the United States will reward those officers who make a good showing at this kind of warfare. Unquote. The extent to which American military personnel engaged directly in combat is not known. They did, however, set up their headquarters in the center of an area of heavy fighting, in the village of Mazanari, and in September 1965 the New York Times reported that when the Peruvian army opened a major drive against the guerrillas, at least one United States Army counterinsurgency expert was said to have helped plan and direct the attack. In the urban areas a concurrent roundup of guerrilla supporters was carried out, based materially on CIA intelligence. The list of subversives regularly compiled by agency stations throughout the world for just such occasions. The CIA is usually in a much better position to collect this information than the host government, due to its superior experience in the field, funds available for hiring informants, technical equipment for eavesdropping, and greater motivation. While this was taking place, the war in Vietnam and the militant protest against it had already captured the front pages of American newspapers, and the isolated New York Times dispatch referred to above easily passed into oblivion. Yet, the American objective in Peru, to crush a movement aimed at genuine land reform and the social and political changes inevitably stemming from such, was identical to its objective in Vietnam. And the methods employed were similar: burning down peasants' huts and villages to punish support for the guerrillas, defoliating the countryside to eliminate guerrilla sanctuaries, saturation bombing with napalm and high explosives, even throwing prisoners out of helicopters. The essential difference, one which spelled disaster for the Peruvian insurgents, was that their ranks were not augmented in any appreciable number by the Indian peasants, a group with little revolutionary consciousness and even less daring. 4 centuries of dehumanization had robbed them of virtually all hope and the sense of a right to revolt, and when this sense stirred even faintly, such as under Hugo Blanco, it was met head-on by the brick wall of official violence. As common in the Third World as it is ludicrous, the bulk of the armed forces employed to keep the peasants pacified were soldiers of peasant stock themselves. It is a measure of the ultimate cynicism of the Peruvian and American military authorities that soldiers were stationed outside their home areas to lessen their resistance when the order was given to shoot. But it all worked. It worked so well that more than a decade was to pass before desperate men took to arms again in Peru. 29. Dominican Republic 1960 to 1966. Saving democracy from communism by getting rid of democracy. On the night of May 30, 1961, Generalissimo Rafael Trujillo, mass murderer, torturer par excellence, absolute dictator, was shot to death on a highway in the outskirts of the capital city, Ciudad Trujillo. The assassination set off a chain of events over the next 5 years which featured sustained and remarkably gross intervention into the internal affairs of the Dominican Republic by the United States, the likes of which had not been seen in Latin America since the heyday of American gunboat diplomacy. The United States had been an accomplice in the assassination itself of the man it had helped to climb to power and to endure for some 30 years. It marked one of the rare occasions that the U.S. government acted to overthrow overthrow a right-wing despot, albeit anti-communism was still the motivating force. Whatever repugnance individual Washington policymakers may have felt toward Trujillo's incredible violations of human rights over the years, his fervent adherence to American policies, his repression of the left, and, as a consequence, the vigorous support he enjoyed in Congress, where Trujillo's money was no stranger, Vertical Bar and in other influential American circles, were enough to keep successive United States administrations looking the other way. When, in January 1959, Fulgencio Batista fell before the forces of Fidel Castro in nearby Cuba, a reconsideration of this policy was thrust upon Washington's agenda. This historic event seemed to suggest that support of right-wing governments might no longer be the best way of checking the rise of revolutionary movements in Latin America, but rather might be fostering them. Indeed, in June a force of Dominican exiles launched an invasion of their homeland from Cuba. Although the invasion was a complete failure, it could only serve to heighten Washington's concern about who was swimming around in the American lake. Batista is to Castro as Trujillo is to underscore was the implicit assumption, and Washington wanted to ensure that it could help fill in the blank, is the way one analysis formulated the problem. As a result, the United States began to cast about for a way to get rid of Trujillo and at the same time to ensure a responsible successor. Ironically, it was to Trujillo's Dominican Republic that Batista had fled. The decision to topple Trujillo was reinforced in early 1960 when the United States sought to organize hemispheric opposition to the Castro regime. This policy ran head-on into the familiar accusation that the United States opposed only leftist governments, never those of the right, no matter how tyrannical. The close association with Trujillo, widely regarded as Washington's protege, was proving increasingly to be an embarrassment. The circumstances were such that President Eisenhower was led to observe that it's certain that American public opinion won't condemn Castro until we have moved against Trujillo. The president's apparent belief in the independence of the American mind may have been overly generous, for Washington was supporting right-wing dictatorships in Guatemala, Nicaragua, Haiti and elsewhere before and after Trujillo's assassination, yet the American public fell readily into line in condemning Castro. As early as 1958, the then CIA chief of station in the Dominican Republic, Lear Reed, along with several Dominicans, had plotted an assassination of Trujillo, one which never got off the ground. What the agency's motivation was, and whether it was acting on its own or at the behest of higher echelons in Washington, is not known. However, in February 1960 the National Security Council's special group in Washington gave consideration to a program of covert aid to anti-Trujillo Dominicans. 2 months later, Eisenhower approved a contingency plan which provided, in part, that if the situation deteriorated still further, the United States would immediately take political action to remove Trujillo from the Dominican Republic as soon as a suitable successor regime can be induced to take over, with the assurance of U.S. political, economic, and, if necessary, military support. Seemingly unaware of the currents swirling about him, Trujillo continued to live up to his gangster reputation. In June, his henchmen blew up a car carrying Venezuelan President Romuald Betancourt, an outspoken critic of the Dominican dictator. As a result, Washington came under renewed pressure from several of the more democratic Caribbean countries for action against Trujillo. Betancourt, who had survived the blast, told U.S. Secretary of State Christian Herter, "If you don't eliminate him, we will invade." For a full year, the dissidents and various American officials played cloak and dagger games. There were meetings in New York and Washington, in Ciudad Trujillo and Venezuela. Americans living in the Dominican Republic were enlisted for the cause by the CIA. Schemes to overthrow Trujillo were drawn up at different times by the State Department, the CIA, and the dissidents, some approved by the special group. A training camp was set up in Venezuela for Dominican exiles flown there from the United States and Puerto Rico by the CIA. The dissidents made numerous requests for weapons, from sniper rifles to remote-controlled detonating devices, for the understood purpose of assassinating Trujillo and other key members of his regime. Several of the requests were approved by the State Department or the CIA. Support for the dissidents was regularly reiterated at high levels of the U.S. government. Yet, after all was said and done, none of the ambitious plans was even attempted. The actual assassination was essentially a spur-of-the-moment improvised affair. Only 3 pistols and 3 carbines were ever passed to the anti-Trujillistas, and it is not certain that any of these guns were used in the assassination. In the final analysis, the most significant aid received by the dissidents from the United States was the assurance that the Colossus to the north would not intervene militarily to prevent the assassination and would support them afterwards if they set up a suitable government. In Latin America this is virtually a sine qua non for such undertakings, notably in the Dominican Republic where American Marines have landed on 4 separate occasions in this century. the last intervention having created a centralized Dominican National Guard which the U.S. placed under the control of a young officer it had trained named Rafael Trujillo. The gap between the word and the deed of the American government concerning the assassination appears to have been the consequence of a growing uncertainty in Washington about what would actually take place in the wake of Trujillo's demise. Would a pro-Castro regime emerge from the chaos? A secondary consideration, perhaps, was a reluctance to engage in political assassination, both as a matter of policy and as a desire to avoid, as one State Department official put it, further tarnishing in the eyes of the world of the U.S. moral posture. This was particularly the expressed feeling of President John Kennedy and others in his administration who had assumed office in January 1961, although they were later to undertake several assassination attempts against Castro. The dismal failure of the Bay of Pigs invasion in April further dampened the enthusiasm of Washington officials for Caribbean adventures, except against Cuban revenge, and induced them to request a postponement of the assassination. The plotters, however, were well past the point of no return. The Dominicans who pulled the triggers and their fellow conspirators were in no way revolutionaries. They came from the ranks of the conservative, privileged sectors of Dominican society and were bound together primarily by an intense loathing of Trujillo, a personal vendetta. Each of them, or someone close to them, had suffered a deep humiliation at the hands of the diabolical dictator, if not torture or murder. Their plan as to what would follow the elimination of Trujillo was only half-baked, and even this fell apart completely. As matters turned out, the day after the assassination, Rafael "Ramphis" Trujillo Jr. rushed home from his playboy's life in Paris to take over the reins of government. Little had been resolved, either in the Dominican Republic or in Washington. The Kennedy administration was confronted with the same ideological questions which had caused them so much indecision before the assassination, as they had the Eisenhower administration. To wit, what is the best way of preventing the establishment of left-wing governments intent upon radical social change? The traditional iron fist of right-wing dictatorship, or a more democratic society capable of meeting many of the legitimate demands of the populace? How much democracy would too much open the door for even greater, and unacceptable, demands and provide the left with a legal platform from which to sway, dupe, Washington would call it, the public. And if it is a dictatorship that is to be supported, how are liberal American leaders to explain this to the world and to their own citizens? John F. Kennedy and his men from Harvard tended to treat such policy questions in a manner more contemplative than American political figures are usually inclined to do. On occasion, it might be said, they even agonized over such questions. But in the end, their Latin American policy was scarcely distinguishable from that of conservative Republican administrations. A leader who imposed order with at least a facade of democracy, who kept the left submerged without being notoriously brutal about it. In short, the anti-communist liberal still appeared to be the safest ally for the United States. There are three possibilities, Kennedy said, in descending order of preference: a decent democratic regime, a continuation of the Trujillo regime, or a Castro regime. We ought to aim at the first, but we really can't renounce the second until we are sure we can avoid the third. Rafael Trujillo Jr. was clearly not ideal. Besides bearing the inescapable stigma of his name and family, he proceeded to carry out a bloodbath of revenge over the next 6 months. But, unlike his father in his last years, Ramphis could be prodded by Washington into making a few token reforms, and both parties might have been content to continue in this fashion indefinitely had not many people of the Dominican Republic felt terribly cheated by the turn of events. Their elation over the assassination had soured in the face of business as usual. Resentment spilled over into the streets. By October, the protests were occurring daily and were being put down by tanks. Students were shot dead by government troops. The United States began to make moves, for the situation in the streets and high places of the government was anarchic enough. Washington feared to provide an opening for the proverbial, and seemingly magical, communist takeover, although, in fact, the left in the Dominican Republic was manifestly insignificant from years of repression. American diplomats met in the capital city with the Trujillo clan and Dominican military leaders and bluntly told them that U.S. military power would, if necessary, be used to compel the formation of a provisional government headed by Joaquin Balaguer until elections could be held. Balaguer had been closely tied to the Trujillo family for decades, was serving as president under Trujillo at the time of the assassination, and had remained in the same capacity under Ramphis, but he was not regarded as a threat to continue the tyranny. As Kennedy put it, Balaguer is our only tool. The anti-communist liberals aren't strong enough. We must use our influence to take Balaguer along the road to democracy. Just how committed John F. Kennedy was to democracy in the Dominican Republic we shall presently see. To make certain that the Dominicans got the message, 1A. U.S. Naval task force of 8 ships with 1,800 Marines aboard appeared off the Dominican coast on 19 November, just outside the 3-mile limit but in plain sight of Ciudad Trujillo. Spanish-language broadcasts from the offshore ships warned that the Marines were prepared to come ashore, while overhead, American jet fighters streaked along the coastline. Brigadier General Pedro Rodriguez Echevarria, a key military figure, was persuaded by the United States to put aside any plans for a coup he may have been harboring and to support the American action. Rodriguez proceeded, whether of his own initiative is not clear, to order the bombing of the air base outside the capital where Triugelistas had been massing troops. Over the next 2 days, Ramphis returned to the pleasure temples of Europe while other prominent Triugelistas left for the good life in Florida. However, when Balaguer proved to be a major obstacle to beginning the process of democratization and indicated that he did not regard his regime as temporary, the United States added its own special pressure to that of Balaguer's domestic opposition to force him to resign after only 2 months in office. Washington then turned around and issued another stern warning to General Rodriguez, threatened Dominican leaders with a large loss of aid if they supported a coup, and mounted another naval show of force to help other military officers block the general's attempt to seize power. While a 7-man Council of State then administered the affairs of government, the U.S. continued to treat the Dominican Republic as its private experiment in the prevention of communism. The American ambassador, John Bartlow Martin, pressed the council to curb left-wing activity. By his own admission, Martin urged the use of methods once used by the police in Chicago: harassment of suspects by repeated arrests, midnight raids on their homes, beatings, etc. When street disturbances erupted, U.S. Attorney General Robert Kennedy arranged for riot control equipment to be sent to Santo Domingo, the original name of the capital, now restored. The equipment came complete with 2 Spanish-speaking Los Angeles detectives to impart to their Dominican counterparts the fine art of quelling such uprisings that they had acquired in the Mexican barrios of East Los Angeles. In a few weeks, Ambassador Martin could report that the council had rewound the streets, thanks almost entirely to those 2 detectives. This riot control unit remained as a permanent part of the Santo Domingo police force. Known as the Cascos Blancos, White Helmets, they came to be much hated by the populace. Shortly afterwards, the U.S. military undertook a long-range program to transform the country's armed forces into what was hoped would be an efficient anti-guerrilla organization, though guerrillas were as rare on the Caribbean island as members of the Trujillo family. Finally, in December 1962, elections were held, under terms dictated in large part by Ambassador Martin to the 2 major candidates. His purpose was to introduce into the Dominican Republic some of the features that Americans regard as necessary to a viable and democratic electoral system, but Martin's fiat was inescapably a highly condescending intrusion into the affairs of a supposedly sovereign nation. His instructions extended down to the level of what the loser should say in his concession speech. Further, under an emergency law, the United States and the Council arranged for the deportation of some 125 Triugelistas and Castro communists to the United States, from where they were not allowed to leave until after the election in order to help maintain stability so elections could be held. The winner, and first more or less democratically elected president of the Dominican Republic since 1924, was Juan Bosch, a writer who had spent many years in exile while Trujillo reigned. Here at last was Kennedy's liberal anti-communist, non-military and legally elected by a comfortable majority as well. Bosch's government was to be the long-sought-after showcase of democracy that would put the lie to Fidel Castro. He was given the grand treatment in Washington shortly before he took office in February 1963. Bosch was true to his beliefs. He called for land reform, including transferring some private land to the public sector as required, low-rent housing, modest nationalization of business, an ambitious project of public works, serving mass needs more than vested interests, a reduction in the import of luxury items. At the same time, he favored incentives to private enterprise and was open to foreign investment provided it was not excessively exploitative of the country. All in all, standard elements in the program of any liberal third world leader serious about social change. He was likewise serious about the thing called civil liberties. Communists, or those labeled as such, or anyone else, were not to be persecuted unless they actually violated the law. A number of American officials and congressmen expressed their discomfort with Bosch's plans, as well as his stance of independence from the United States. Land reform and nationalization are always touchy issues in Washington, the stuff that creeping socialism is made of. In several quarters of the U.S. press, Bosch was red-baited and compared with Castro, and the Dominican Republic with Cuba. Castro, for his part, branded Bosch a Yankee puppet. Some of the press criticism was clearly orchestrated, in the manner of many CIA campaigns. In both the United States and the Dominican Republic, the accusations most frequently cast at Bosch were the ones typically used against Latin American leaders who do not vigorously suppress the left, cf. Arbenz and Goulart. Bosch was allowing communists to infiltrate into the country and into the government, and he was not countering communist subversion, the latter referring to no more than instances of people standing up for their long-denied rights. Wrote a reporter for the Miami News, communist penetration of the Dominican Republic is progressing with incredible speed and efficiency. He did not, however, name a single communist in the Bosch government. As it happens, the reporter, Hal Hendricks, was a valuable press asset and a secret operative of the CIA in the 1960s. The CIA made a further contribution to the anti-Bosch atmosphere. Ambassador Martin has reported that the agency gave rumors about communists in the Dominican Republic a credibility far higher than one would have in reporting a Castro communist plot, however wildly implausible. It is obviously safer to evaluate it as could be true than as nonsense. John F. Kennedy also soured on Bosch, particularly for his refusal to crack down on radicals. Said the president to Ambassador Martin one day, quote, "I'm wondering if the day might not come when he'd, Bosch, like to get rid of some of the left. Tell him we respect his judgment, we're all for him, but the time may come when he'll want to deport 30 or 50 people, when it'd be better to deport them than to let them go. I suppose he'd have to catch them in something." Unquote. When the United States failed to commit any new economic assistance to the Dominican Republic and generally gave the indication that Juan Bosch was a doomed venture, right-wing Dominican military officers could only be encouraged in their craving to be rid of the president and his policies. Sam Halper, former Caribbean bureau chief of Time magazine, later reported that the military coup ousting Bosch went into action as soon as they got a wink from the U.S. Pentagon. In July, a group of officers formally presented Bosch with a statement of principe cum ultimatum. Their loyalty to his regime was conditioned upon his adoption of a policy of rigorous anti-communism. Bosch reacted by going on television and delivering a lecture about the apolitical role required of the military in a democratic society, surely an occult subject to these products of 31 years of true usualism. The beleaguered president could see that a premature demise lay ahead for his government. His speech on television had sounded very much like a farewell. The failure of Washington to intervene on his behalf could only enlarge the writing on the wall. Indeed, Bosch and some of his aides strongly suspected that the U.S. military and the CIA were already conspiring with the Dominican officers. Several American military officers had disregarded diplomatic niceties by expressing their reservations about Bosch's politics loud enough to reach his ears. A week before the inevitable coup, the CIA/FLD created Union Federation in the Dominican Republic, CONITRO, which had been set up to counter and erode Bosch's support in the labor movement, placed an ad in a leading newspaper urging the people to put their faith in the army to defend them against communism. The end came in September, a scant 7 months after Bosch had taken office. He had not had the time to accomplish much that was worthwhile in this hopelessly corrupt society before the military boots marched, as they have always marched in Latin America. The United States, which can discourage a military coup in Latin America with a frown, did nothing to stand in the way of the Dominican officers. There would be no display of American military might this time, although Bosch asked for it, unless a communist takeover were threatened, said the State Department. Democracy, said Newsweek magazine, was being saved from communism by getting rid of democracy. There were the customary expressions of regret in Washington about the death of democracy, and there was the de rigueur withholding of recognition of the new regime. But 2 months later, when opposition to the yet again repressive dictatorship began to manifest itself noticeably, the junta yelled communist and was quickly embraced by the United States with recognition and the other perquisites which attach to being a member in good standing of the free world. 19 months later, a revolution broke out in the Dominican Republic which promised to put the exiled Bosch back in power at the hands of a military-civilian force that would be loyal to his program. But for the 5th time in the century, the American Marines landed and put an abrupt end to such hopes. In the early morning of Saturday, April 24, 1965, a group of young army officers of middle rank, acting in concert with civilian Bosch partisans, declared themselves in revolt against the government. The Constitutionalists, as they called themselves, were soon joined by other officers and their units. Spurred by ecstatic radio proclamations, thousands of Dominicans poured into the streets shouting Viva Bosch and grabbed up the arms handed out by the rebel military forces. The television station was taken over and for 2 days a potpourri of politicians, soldiers, women, children, adventurers, hoodlums and anyone who wished to shouted against the status quo. The participants in the uprising were a mixed bag, not all of them sympathetic to Bosch or to social reform. Some were on the right, with their own varied motivations. But the impetus definitely lay with the Constitutionalists, and the uprising was thus viewed with alarm by the rest of the military and the U.S. Embassy as a movement to restore Bosch to power with all that that implied. Philip Jalin of the Wall Street Journal, and formerly with the CIA, who had access to the official embassy cables and the key actors in the drama, has written, quote, "What the record reveals, in fact, is that from the very outset of the upheaval, there was a concerted U.S. government effort, if not actually a formal decision, to checkmate the rebel movement by whatever means and at whatever cost." By Sunday, April 25, The Santo Domingo embassy had clearly cast its lot with the loyalist military cabal and against the rebellion's original aim, the return of Juan Bosch. Restoration of the Bosch regime would be against U.S. interests, the embassy counseled. Blocking Bosch could mean further bloodshed. The embassy conceded. Nonetheless, Washington was advised. The embassy military attaches had given loyalist leaders a go-ahead to do everything possible to prevent what was described as the danger of a communist takeover. Unquote. The attachés as well as the U.S. consul made emergency visits to several still uncommitted Dominican military commanders to persuade them, apparently with notable success, to support the government. A bloody civil war had broken out in the streets of Santo Domingo. During the first few days, the momentum of battle swung to one side, then the other. By the night of 28th of April, however, the military and police inside Santo Domingo had collapsed, and the constitutionalists were preparing to attack the military's last bastion, San Isidro, their main base about 10 miles away. The generals at San Isidro were dejected, several were weeping, and one was hysterically urging retreat, read the cable sent by the American ambassador, W. Tapley Bennett, to Washington in the early evening of the 28th. Bennett, as we shall see, was given to hyperbole of the worst sort, but the Dominican military certainly were isolated and demoralized. Bennett added, whether in the same cable or another one is not clear, that if U.S. troops did not immediately land, American lives would be lost and Castro-type elements would be victorious. Within hours, the first 500 U.S. Marines were brought in by helicopter from ships stationed a few miles off the coast. 2 days later, American forces ashore numbered over 4,000. At the peak, some 23,000 troops, Marine and Army, were to take up positions in the beleaguered country, with thousands more standing by on a 35-ship task force offshore. The American action was in clear violation of several international agreements, including the Charter of the Organization of American States, OAS, which prohibited intervention directly or indirectly, for any reason whatever, in the internal or external affairs of any other state. During the entire course of the U.S. military occupation, American pronouncements would have had the world believe that its forces were in the Dominican Republic in a neutral capacity, to protect the lives of Americans and other foreigners, establish a ceasefire, ensure free elections, etc. As we have seen, however, the United States had committed itself to one side from the start of hostilities. This continued to be the case. The morning after the landing of the first Marines, Ambassador Bennett was instructed by the State Department that U.S. military officers should be used to help San Isidro develop operational plans to take the rebel stronghold downtown. Within a few days, American troops were deployed in an armed corridor through the center of Santo Domingo so as to divide the Constitutionalists' zone and cut off their main body from access to the rest of the country, bottling them up in a small downtown area with their backs to the sea. Other American forces were stationed throughout the countryside. The rebel offensive against San Isidro had been prevented. It was the end of their revolution. The American forces came to the aid of the Dominican military in a number of ways, supplying them with equipment, food and even their salaries, but it was the direct military involvement that was most telling. On one striking occasion, the sea of American troops parted to allow the Dominican military to pass through and brutally attack and mop up the northern section of the rebel zone while the main rebel force in the south remained helplessly blocked behind the American line. This smashing victory, the New York Times reported, was visibly aided by United States troops. Other American journalists also reported that U.S. troops took part in the fighting, although Washington officials angrily denied it. The rebels were reduced to little more than sniping attacks on American soldiers, for which they paid a heavy price. U.S. forces blasted apart a building in downtown Santo Domingo from which sniper fire was coming, advancing into a constitutionalist zone. Again after sniper fire, they killed some 67 rebels and bystanders. American paratroops were seen firing at rebels who were retreating, and the Constitutionalists' Minister of Justice and Police was reported to have been killed by United States machine gun fire as he attempted to capture the empty presidential palace in Midtown with a squad of his troops. When the Johnson administration was not denying such actions outright, it was claiming that they were either contrary to orders, individual indiscretions, or isolated incidents. A covert team of Green Berets arrived at one point to help ensure the safety of American civilians. But when they discovered that some of the Americans were assisting rebel forces, their main objective shifted from protecting their fellow countrymen to spying on them. The Green Berets also found the time to lay the groundwork for the assassination of one of the leading constitutionalist leaders, Colonel Francisco Calmano. The plot was cancelled at the last moment due to the excessive risk involved. Another group of American visitors was that of some leaders of the National Student Association, ostensibly come to the Dominican Republic to talk with their counterparts about educational matters, but actually there at the behest of the CIA to gather information on local students. This was still 2 years before the expose of the long-lasting relationship between the CIA and the prominent student organization. Throughout this period, the communication guns of the U.S. government were aimed at the people of the United States. the Dominican Republic and the world to convince them that communists were a dominant element amongst the constitutionalists, that they represented a threat to take over the movement, or that they had already taken it over, with frightening consequences for all concerned. At various times the Johnson administration released lists of communists and Castroites in the ranks of the rebels. These lists totaled 53 or 58 or 77 names and became a cause célèbre as well as an object of media ridicule. Besides the laughably small numbers involved, in a rebellion of tens of thousands with numerous leaders, several of those on the lists, it turned out, were in prison while others were out of the country. The American embassy in Santo Domingo assured reporters that if they went to rebel headquarters, they would see the named communists in the flesh. The newspeople went and looked but could find no identifiable communists. However, one identifies a communist. Subsequently, administration officials explained that the reason that newspeople had seen such little evidence of communist activity was that the American landings had scared the Reds into hiding. Eventually, American officials admitted their doubt that they could prove that communists had gained control of the constitutionalists, although President Johnson had pressed the CIA and FBI into an intensive search for evidence. A CIA cable to Washington on 25 April reported that the Communist Party, Partido Socialista Dominicano, had been unaware of the coup attempt. Former CIA officer Philip Agee, stationed in Uruguay at the time, wrote later that the new password at his station became 58 trained communists. The proper reply was 10,000 Marines. The embassy, and Ambassador Bennett in particular, poured forth a rising stream of hysterical rumors, atrocity stories, and alarmist reports about the rebels, reminiscent of the Bolshevik horror stories which had filled the pages of the American press following the Russian Revolution. Embassies being ransacked, Castroite-style mass executions, rebels parading in the streets with the heads of their victims on poles. President Johnson made reference to the atrocities in public statements, but none of the stories were ever proven, for none were true. No one ever located any of the many headless Dominicans, and American officials, in a monument to chutzpah, later denounced the press for reporting such unverified rumors. Meanwhile, the CIA, the Defense Intelligence Agency and the U.S. Information Agency were conducting their own intensive propaganda campaign in the Dominican Republic to give credence to the American position and discredit Dominican groups opposed to it. Experts on psychological warfare arrived to ply their trade. Radio stations and newspapers were covertly set up, rebel radio stations jammed, leaflets airdropped in the countryside. The UG also secretly subsidized the publication of pro-administration material aimed for distribution in the United States. From all the wild charges and the frequent contradictory statements made by American officials, the expression credibility gap entered the American popular language and soon came to haunt the Johnson presidency. Historian Richard Barnett has noted another interesting side to the American propaganda effort, quote, to justify the intervention, which had aroused violent opposition from traditional friends of the United States because of its crudeness and the swath of lies in which it was wrapped. Washington began a direct assault on the concept of non-intervention, the rhetorical foundation stone of Latin American policy enshrined in numerous treaties, declarations, and Pan-American Day speeches. Undersecretary Thomas Mann told newspaper correspondents that the OAS and UN charters were drawn up in 19th-century terms. Averell Harriman remarked in Montevideo that the principle of non-intervention was becoming obsolete. By a vote of 315 to 52, the House of Representatives passed a resolution justifying the unilateral use of force on foreign territory by any nation which considers itself threatened by international communism, directly or indirectly. The president declared in a speech, "The first reality is that old concepts and old labels are largely obsolete. In today's world, with enemies of freedom talking about wars of national liberation, the old distinction between civil war and international war has already lost much of its meaning. The moment of decision must become the moment of action." End of quote. This is the essence of the Johnson Doctrine, wrote Barnett, a virtually unlimited claim of legitimacy for armed intervention in civil strife. The last American troops did not leave the Dominican Republic until September 1966. The interim period witnessed a succession of ceasefires, broken truces, and protracted negotiations under provisional governments. In June 1966, elections were held in which Joaquin Balaguer defeated Juan Bosch by a surprisingly large margin. Yet, it was not all that surprising. For 5 long years the people of the Dominican Republic had lived under a cloud of chaos and violence. The experience had instilled in them a deep longing for a return to normalcy, to order, without foreign intervention, without soldiers patrolling their streets, without curfews, tear gas and bloodshed. With the U.S. Army still very much in evidence and the American distaste for Bosch well known, with the ubiquitous American propaganda hammering home fear of the Red Menace and associating the constitutionalists, and thus Bosch, with communism, With the Dominican military still largely Trujillista in personnel and ideology, a victory for Bosch would be seen by many voters as a danger that all the horrors would rain down upon their heads once more. Bosch, who had returned several months prior to the election, was himself so fearful for his personal safety that he never left his home during the campaign. Joaquin Balaguer remained in office for the next 12 years, ruling his people in the grand Latin American style. The rich became richer and the poor had babies, hungry babies. Democracy remained an alien concept. The police and military regularly kidnapped, tortured and murdered opponents of the government and terrorized union organizers. But the man was not, personally, the monster that Trujillo was. There was relative calm and peace. No communist threat hovered over the land. The pot was sweetened for foreign investors, and American corporations moved in with big bucks. There was stability and order. And the men who ran the United States looked and were satisfied. Perhaps some of them had come to the realization that the anti-communist liberal government was an impossible ideal, for any movement seeking genuine democracy and social reform would invariably attract individuals whom the United States would invariably categorize as communist. The United States would then feel driven to discredit, subvert and eventually overturn the movement. A catch-22. 30. Cuba 1959 to 1980s. The unforgivable revolution. The existence of a revolutionary socialist government with growing ties to the Soviet Union only 90 miles away, insisted the United States government, was a situation which no self-respecting superpower should tolerate, and in 1961 it undertook an invasion of Cuba. But less than 50 miles from the Soviet Union sat Pakistan, a close ally of the United States, a member since 1955 of the Southeast Asia Treaty Organization, SEATO. The U.S. created anti-communist alliance. On the very border of the Soviet Union was Iran, an even closer ally of the United States, with its relentless electronic listening posts, aerial surveillance, and infiltration into Russian territory by American agents. And alongside Iran, also bordering the Soviet Union, was Turkey, a member of the Russians' mortal enemy, NATO, since 1951. In 1962 during the Cuban Missile Crisis, Washington, seemingly in a state of near panic, informed the world that the Russians were installing offensive missiles in Cuba. The U.S. promptly instituted a quarantine of the island. A powerful show of naval and marine forces in the Caribbean would stop and search all vessels heading towards Cuba. Any found to contain military cargo would be forced to turn back. The United States, however, had missiles and bomber bases already in place in Turkey, and other missiles in Western Europe pointed toward the Soviet Union. Russian leader Nikita Khrushchev later wrote, quote, "The Americans had surrounded our country with military bases and threatened us with nuclear weapons, and now they would learn just what it feels like to have enemy missiles pointing at you. We'd be doing nothing more than giving them a little of their own medicine." After all, the United States had no moral or legal quarrel with us. We hadn't given the Cubans anything more than the Americans were giving to their allies. We had the same rights and opportunities as the Americans. Our conduct in the international arena was governed by the same rules and limits as the Americans. Unquote. Lest anyone misunderstand, as Khrushchev apparently did, the rules under which Washington was operating, Time magazine was quick to explain. On the part of the communists, the magazine declared, this equating, referring to Khrushchev's offer to mutually remove missiles and bombers from Cuba and Turkey, had obvious tactical motives. On the part of neutralists and pacifists, who welcomed Khrushchev's offer, it betrayed intellectual and moral confusion. The confusion lay, it seems, in not seeing clearly who were the good guys and who were the bad guys. For the purpose of the U.S. bases in Turkey was not to blackmail Russia but to strengthen the defense system of NATO, which had been created as a safeguard against Russian aggression. As a member of NATO, Turkey welcomed the bases as a contribution to her own defense. Cuba, which had been invaded only the year before, could have, it seems, no such concern. Time continued its sermon. Quote, beyond these differences between the two cases, there is an enormous moral difference between U.S. and Russian objectives. To equate U.S. and Russian bases is in effect to equate U.S. and Russian purposes. The U.S. bases, such as those in Turkey, have helped keep the peace since World War II. While the Russian bases in Cuba threatened to upset the peace, the Russian bases were intended to further conquest and domination, while U.S. bases were erected to preserve freedom. The difference should have been obvious to all. Unquote. Equally obvious was the right of the United States to maintain a military base on Cuban soil. Guantanamo Naval Base by name, a vestige of colonialism staring down the throats of the Cuban people, which the U.S., to this day, refuses to vacate despite the vehement protest of the Castro government. In the American lexicon, in addition to good and bad bases and missiles, there are 8 good and bad revolutions. The American and French revolutions were good. The Cuban Revolution is bad. It must be bad because so many people have left Cuba as a result of it. But at least 100,000 people left the British colonies in America during and after the American Revolution. These stories could not abide by the political and social changes, both actual and feared, particularly that change which attends all revolutions worthy of the name. Those looked down upon as inferiors no longer know their place. Or as the U.S. Secretary of State put it after the Russian Revolution, the Bolsheviks sought to make the ignorant and incapable mass of humanity dominant in the earth. The Tories fled to Nova Scotia and Britain carrying tales of the godless, dissolute, barbaric American revolutionaries. Those who remained and refused to take an oath of allegiance to the new state governments were denied virtually all civil liberties. Many were jailed, murdered, or forced into exile. After the American Civil War, thousands more fled to South America and other points, again disturbed by the social upheaval. How much more is such an exodus to be expected following the Cuban Revolution? A true social revolution, giving rise to changes much more profound than anything in the American experience. How many more would have left the United States if 90 miles away lay the world's wealthiest nation welcoming their residents and promising all manner of benefits and rewards? After the Cuban Revolution in January 1959, we learned that there are also good and bad hijackings. On several occasions Cuban planes and boats were hijacked to the United States, but they were not returned to Cuba, nor were the hijackers punished. Instead, some of the planes and boats were seized by U.S. authorities for non-payment of debts claimed by American firms against the Cuban government. But then there were the bad hijackings, planes forced to fly from the United States to Cuba. When there began to be more of these than flights in the opposite direction, Washington was obliged to reconsider its policy. It appears that there are as well good and bad terrorists. When the Israelis bombed PLO headquarters in Tunis in 1985, Ronald Reagan expressed his approval. The president asserted that nations have the right to retaliate against terrorist attacks as long as you pick out the people responsible. But if Cuba had dropped bombs on any of the headquarters of the anti-Castro exiles in Miami or New Jersey, Ronald Reagan would likely have gone to war, though for 25 years the Castro government had been on the receiving end of an extraordinary series of terrorist attacks carried out in Cuba, in the United States, and in other countries by the exiles and their CIA mentors. We shall not discuss the consequences of Cuba bombing CIA headquarters. Bombing and strafing attacks of Cuba by planes based in the United States began in October 1959, if not before. In early 1960, there were several firebomb air raids on Cuban cane fields and sugar mills, in which American pilots also took part, at least 3 of whom died in crashes, while 2 others were captured. The State Department acknowledged that one plane which crashed, killing 2 Americans, had taken off from Florida, but insisted that it was against the wishes of the U.S. government. In March, a French freighter unloading munitions from Belgium exploded in Havana, taking 75 lives and injuring 200, some of whom subsequently died. The United States denied Cuba's accusation of sabotage but admitted that it had sought to prevent the shipment. And so it went, reaching a high point in April of the following year in the infamous CIA-organized invasion of Cuba at the Bay of Pigs. Over 100 exiles died in the attack. Close to 1,200 others were taken prisoner by the Cubans. It was later revealed that 4 American pilots flying for the CIA had lost their lives as well. The Bay of Pigs assault had relied heavily on the Cuban people rising up to join the invaders, but this was not to be the case. As it was, the leadership and ranks of the exile forces were riddled with former supporters and henchmen of Fulgencio Batista, the dictator overthrown by Castro, and would not have been welcomed back by the Cuban people under any circumstances. Despite the fact that the Kennedy administration was acutely embarrassed by the unmitigated defeat, indeed, because of it, a campaign of smaller-scale attacks upon Cuba was initiated almost immediately. Throughout the 1960s, the Caribbean island was subjected to countless sea and air commando raids by exiles, at times accompanied by their CIA supervisors, inflicting damage upon oil refineries, chemical plants and railroad bridges, cane fields, sugar mills and sugar warehouses, infiltrating spies, saboteurs and assassins, anything to damage the Cuban economy, promote disaffection, or make the revolution look bad, taking the lives of Cuban militia members and others in the process. Pirate attacks on Cuban fishing boats and merchant ships, bombardments of Soviet vessels docked in Cuba, an assault upon a Soviet army camp with 12 Russian soldiers reported wounded, a hotel and a theater shelled from offshore because Russians and East Europeans were supposed to be present there. These actions were not always carried out on the direct order of the CIA or with its foreknowledge, but the agency could hardly plead rogue elephant. It had created an operations headquarters in Miami that was truly a state within the city, over, above, and outside the laws of the United States, not to mention international law, with a staff of several hundred Americans directing many more Cuban agents in just such types of actions, with a budget in excess of $50 million a year, and an arrangement with the local press to keep operations in Florida secret except when the CIA wanted something publicized. Title 18 of the U.S. Code declares it to be a crime to launch a military or naval expedition or enterprise from the United States against a country with which the United States is not, officially, at war. Although U.S. authorities now and then aborted an exile plot or impounded a boat, sometimes because the Coast Guard or other officials had not been properly clued in. No Cubans were prosecuted under this act. This was no more than to be expected, inasmuch as Attorney General Robert Kennedy had determined after the Bay of Pigs that the invasion did not constitute a military expedition. The commando raids were combined with a total U.S. trade and credit embargo, which continues to this day, and which genuinely hurt the Cuban economy and chipped away at the society's standard of living. So unyielding has the embargo been that when Cuba was hard hit by a hurricane in October 1963, and Casa Cuba, a New York social club, raised a large quantity of clothing for relief, the United States refused to grant it an export license on the grounds that such shipment was contrary to the national interest. Moreover, pressure was brought to bear upon other countries to conform to the embargo, and goods destined for Cuba were sabotaged, machinery damaged, chemicals added to lubricating fluids to cause rapid wear on diesel engines. A manufacturer in West Germany paid to produce ball bearings off-center, another to do the same with balance wheel gears. "You're talking about big money," said a CIA officer involved in the sabotage efforts, "when you ask a manufacturer to go along with you on that kind of project because he has to reset his whole mold. And he is probably going to worry about the effect on future business. You might have to pay him several $100,000 or more." One manufacturer who defied the embargo was the British Leyland Company, which sold a large number of buses to Cuba in 1964. Repeated expressions of criticism and protest by Washington officials and congressmen failed to stem deliveries of some of the buses. Then, in October, an East German cargo ship carrying another 42 buses to Cuba collided in thick fog with a Japanese vessel in the Thames. The Japanese ship was able to continue on, but the cargo ship was beached on its side. "The buses would have to be written off," said the Leyland Company. In the leading British newspapers it was just an accident story. In the New York Times it was not even reported. A decade was to pass before the American columnist Jack Henderson disclosed that his CIA and National Security Agency sources had confirmed that the collision had been arranged by the CIA with the cooperation of British intelligence. Subsequently, another CIA officer stated that he was skeptical about the collision story, although admitting that it is true that we were sabotaging the Leyland buses going to Cuba from England, and that was pretty sensitive business. What undoubtedly was an even more sensitive venture was the use of chemical and biological weapons against Cuba by the United States. It is a remarkable record. In August 1962, a British freighter under Soviet lease, having damaged its propeller on a reef, crept into the harbor at San Juan, Puerto Rico for repairs. It was bound for a Soviet port with 80,000 bags of Cuban sugar. The ship was put into dry dock and 14,135 sacks of sugar were unloaded to a warehouse to facilitate the repairs. While in the warehouse, the sugar was contaminated by CIA agents with a substance that was allegedly harmless but unpalatable. When President Kennedy learned of the operation he was furious because it had taken place in U.S. territory and if discovered could provide the Soviet Union with a propaganda field day and could set a terrible precedent for chemical sabotage in the Cold War. He directed that the sugar not be returned to the Russians, although what explanation was given to them is not publicly known. Similar undertakings were apparently not cancelled. The CIA official who helped direct worldwide sabotage efforts, referred to above, later revealed that there was lots of sugar being sent out from Cuba, and we were putting a lot of contaminants in it. The same year, a Canadian agricultural technician working as an advisor to the Cuban government was paid $5,000 by an American military intelligence agent to infect Cuban turkeys with a virus which would produce the fatal Newcastle disease. Subsequently, 8,000 turkeys died. The technician later claimed that although he had been to the farm where the turkeys had died, he had not actually administered the virus. HUD had instead pocketed the money, and that the turkeys had died from neglect and other causes unrelated to the virus. This may have been a self-serving statement. The Washington Post reported that according to U.S. intelligence reports, the Cubans, and some Americans, believe the turkeys died as the result of espionage. Authors Warren Hinkle and William Turner, citing a participant in the project, have reported in their book on Cuba that, quote, during 1969 and 1970, the CIA deployed futuristic weather modification technology to ravage Cuba's sugar crop and undermine the economy. Planes from the China Lake Naval Weapons Center in the California desert, where high-tech was developed, overflew the island, seeding rain clouds with crystals that precipitated torrential rains over non-agricultural areas and left the cane fields arid. The downpours caused killer flash floods in some areas. Unquote. In 1971, also according to participants, the CIA turned over to Cuban exiles a virus which causes African swine fever. 6 weeks later, An outbreak of the disease in Cuba forced the slaughter of 500,000 pigs to prevent a nationwide animal epidemic. The outbreak, the first ever in the Western Hemisphere, was called the most alarming event of the year by the United Nations Food and Agricultural Organization. 10 years later, the target may well have been human beings, as an epidemic of dengue fever swept the Cuban island. Transmitted by blood-eating insects, usually mosquitoes, the disease produces severe flu symptoms and incapacitating bone pain. Between May and October 1981, over 300,000 cases were reported in Cuba with 158 fatalities, 101 of which were children under 15. In 1956 and 1958, declassified documents have revealed, the U.S. Army loosed swarms of specially bred mosquitoes in Georgia and Florida to see whether disease-carrying insects could be weapons in a biological war. The mosquitoes bred for the tests were of the Aedes aegypti type, the precise carrier of dengue fever as well as other diseases. In 1967 it was reported by Science magazine that at the U.S. Government Center in Fort Detrick, Maryland, dengue fever was amongst those diseases that are at least the objects of considerable research and that appear to be among those regarded as potential BW, biological warfare, agents. Then, in 1984, a Cuban exile on trial in New York testified that in the latter part of 1980 a ship traveled from Florida to Cuba with, quote, a mission to carry some germs to introduce them in Cuba to be used against the Soviets and against the Cuban economy, to begin what was called chemical war, which later on produced results that were not what we had expected, because we thought that it was going to be used against the Soviet forces, and it was used against our own people, and with that we did not agree, unquote. It's not clear from the testimony whether the Cuban man thought that the germs would somehow be able to confine their actions to only Russians, or whether he had been misled by the people behind the operation. The full extent of American chemical and biological warfare against Cuba will never be known. Over the years, the Castro government has in fact blamed the United States for a number of other plagues which afflicted various animals and crops. And in 1977, newly released CIA documents disclosed that the agency maintained a clandestine anti-crop warfare research program targeted during the 1960s at a number of countries throughout the world. It came to pass that the United States felt the need to put some of its chemical and biological warfare, CBW, expertise into the hands of other nations. As of 1969, some 550 students, from 36 countries, had completed courses at the U.S. Army's Chemical School at Fort McClellan, Alabama. The CBW instruction was provided to the students under the guise of defense against such weapons, just as in Vietnam. As we have seen, torture was taught. As will be described in the chapter on Uruguay, the manufacture and use of bombs was taught under the cover of combating terrorist bombings. The ingenuity which went into the chemical and biological warfare against Cuba was apparent in some of the dozens of plans to assassinate or humiliate Fidel Castro, devised by the CIA or Cuban exiles, with the cooperation of American mafiosi. The plans ranged from poisoning Castro's cigars and food to a chemical designed to make his hair and beard fall off and LSD to be administered just before a public speech. There were also of course the more traditional approaches of gun and bomb, one being an attempt to drop bombs on a baseball stadium while Castro was speaking. The B-26 bomber was driven away by anti-aircraft fire before it could reach the stadium. It is a combination of such Cuban security measures, informers, incompetence, and luck which has served to keep the bearded one alive to the present day. Attempts were also made on the lives of Castro's brother Raul and Che Guevara. The latter was the target of a bazooka fired at the United Nations building in New York in December 1964. Various Cuban exile groups have engaged in violence on a regular basis in the United States with relative impunity for decades. One of them, going by the name of Omega 7 and headquartered in Union City, New Jersey, was characterized by the FBI in 1980 as the most dangerous terrorist organization in the United States. Attacks against Cuba itself began to lessen around the end of the 1960s, due probably to a lack of satisfying results combined with aging warriors, and exile groups turned to targets in the United States and elsewhere in the world. During the next decade, while the CIA continued to pour money into the exile community, more than 100 serious incidents took place in the United States for which Omega 7 and other groups claimed responsibility. Within the community, the distinction between a terrorist and a non-terrorist group is not especially precise. There is much overlapping identity and frequent creation of new names. There occurred repeated bombings of the Soviet UN mission, its Washington embassy, its automobiles, a Soviet ship docked in New Jersey, the offices of the Soviet airline Aeroflot, with a number of Russians injured from these attacks, several bombings of the Cuban UN mission and its interests section in Washington, many attacks upon Cuban diplomats, including at least one murder, a bomb discovered at New York's Academy of Music in 1976 shortly before a celebration of the Cuban Revolution was to begin, a bombing 2 years later of the Lincoln Center after the Cuban ballet had performed, The single most violent act of this period was the blowing up of a Cubana Airlines plane shortly after it took off from Barbados on October 6, 1976, which took the lives of 73 people including the entire Cuban championship fencing team. CIA documents later revealed that on 22nd of June, a CIA officer abroad had cabled a report to agency headquarters that he had learned from a source that a Cuban exile group planned to bomb a Cubana airliner flying between Panama and Havana. The group's leader was a baby doctor named Orlando Bosch. After the plane crashed in the sea in October, it was Bosch's network of exiles that claimed responsibility. The cable showed that the CIA had the means to penetrate the Bosch organization, but there's no indication in any of the documents that the agency undertook any special monitoring of Bosch and his group because of their plans, or that the CIA warned Havana. In 1983, while Orlando Bosch sat in a Venezuelan prison charged with masterminding the plane bombing, the City Commission of Miami proclaimed a Dr. Orlando Bosch Day. In 1968, Bosch had been convicted of a bazooka attack on a Polish ship in Miami. Cuban exiles themselves have often come in for harsh treatment. Those who have visited Cuba for any reason whatever, or publicly suggested, however timidly, a rapprochement with the homeland, they too have been the victims of bombings and shootings in Florida and New Jersey. American groups advocating a resumption of diplomatic relations or an end to the embargo have been similarly attacked, as have travel agencies handling trips to Cuba and a pharmaceutical company in New Jersey which shipped medicines to the island. Dissent in Miami has been effectively silenced, while the police, city officials, and the media look the other way, when not actually demonstrating support for the exiles' campaign of intimidation. In Miami and elsewhere, the CIA, ostensibly to uncover Castro agents, has employed exiles to spy on their countrymen, to keep files on them, as well as on Americans who associate with them. Although there has always been the extreme lunatic fringe in the Cuban exile community, as opposed to the normal lunatic fringe, insisting that Washington has sold out their cause, over the years there has been only the occasional arrest and conviction of an exile for a terrorist attack in the United States, so occasional that the exiles can only assume that Washington's heart is not wholly in it. The exile groups and their key members are well known to the authorities, for the anti-Castroites have not excessively shied away from publicity. At least as late as the early 1980s, they were training openly in southern Florida and southern California. Pictures of them flaunting their weapons appeared in the press. The CIA, with its countless contacts informers amongst the exiles, could fill in many of the missing pieces for the FBI and the police, if it wished to. In 1980, in a detailed report on Cuban exile terrorism, the Village Voice of New York reported, quote, "Two stories were squeezed out of New York police officials. You know, it's funny," said one cautiously. "There have been one or two things, but let's put it this way. You get just so far on a case and suddenly the dust is blown away. Case closed. You ask the CIA to help, and they say they aren't really interested. You get the message." Another investigator said he was working on a narcotics case involving Cuban exiles a couple of years ago, and telephone records he obtained showed a frequently dialed number in Miami. He said he traced the number to a company called Zodiac, which turned out to be a CIA front. He dropped his investigation. Unquote. In 1961, amid much fanfare, the Kennedy administration unveiled its showpiece program, the Alliance for Progress. Conceived as a direct response to Castro's Cuba, it was meant to prove that genuine social change could take place in Latin America without resort to revolution or socialism. "If the only alternatives for the people of Latin America are the status quo and communism," said John F. Kennedy, "then they will inevitably choose communism." The multi-billion-dollar alliance program established for itself an ambitious set of goals which it hoped to achieve by the end of the decade. These had to do with economic growth, more equitable distribution of national income, reduced unemployment, agrarian reform, education, housing, health, etc. In 1970, the 20th Century Fund of New York, whose list of officers read like a who's who in the government, industry revolving door world, undertook a study to evaluate how close the alliance had come to realizing its objectives. One of the study's conclusions was that Cuba, which was not one of the recipient countries, had quote come closer to some of the alliance objectives than most alliance members. In education and public health, no country in Latin America has carried out such ambitious and nationally comprehensive programs. Cuba's centrally planned economy has done more to integrate the rural and urban sectors, through a national income distribution policy, than the market economies of the other Latin American countries. Unquote. Cuba's agrarian reform program as well was recognized as having been more wide-sweeping than that of any other Latin American country, although the study took a wait-and-see attitude towards its results. These and other economic and social gains were achieved despite the U.S. embargo and the inordinate amount of resources and labor Cuba was obliged to devote to defense and security because of the hovering giant to the north. Moreover, Though not amongst the stated objectives of the alliance, there was another area of universal importance in which Cuba stood apart from many of its Latin neighbors. There were no legions of desaparecidos, no death squads, no systematic, routine torture. Cuba had become what Washington had always feared from the Third World, a good example. Parallel to the military and economic belligerence, the United States has long maintained the relentless propaganda offensive against Cuba. A number of examples of this occurring in other countries can be found in other chapters of this book. In addition to its vast overseas journalistic empire, the CIA has maintained anti-Castro news article factories in the United States for decades. The agency has reportedly subsidized at times such publications in Miami as Avarice, El Mundo, El Prensa Libre, Bohemia and El Diario de las Americas, as well as APE, a radio news agency that produced programs sent free of charge to more than 100 small stations in Latin America. 2 CIA fronts in New York, Foreign Publications Incorporated, and Editors Press Service, also served as part of the propaganda network. Was it inevitable that the United States would attempt to topple the Cuban government? Could relations between the two neighboring countries have taken a different path? Based on the American record of invariable hostility towards even moderately leftist governments, the answer would appear to be that there's no reason to believe that Cuba's revolutionary government could have been an exception. Washington officials, however, were not immediately ill-disposed towards the Cuban Revolution. There were those who even expressed their tentative approval or optimism. This was evidently based on the belief that what had taken place in Cuba was little more than another Latin American change in government, the kind which had occurred with monotonous regularity for over a century, where the names and faces change but subservience to the United States remains fixed. Then Castro revealed himself to be cut from a wholly different cloth. It was not to be business as usual in the Caribbean. He soon became outspoken in his criticism of the United States. He referred acrimoniously to the 60 years of American control of Cuba, how, at the end of those 60 years, the masses of Cubans found themselves impoverished, how the United States used the sugar quota as a threat. He spoke of the unacceptable presence of the Guantanamo base, and he made it clear enough to Washington that Cuba would pursue a policy of independence and neutralism in the Cold War. It was for just such reasons that Castro and Che Guevara had forsaken the prosperous bourgeois careers awaiting them in law and medicine to lead the revolution in the first place. Serious compromise was nor on their agenda, nor on Washington's, which was not prepared to live with such men and such a government. A National Security Council meeting of March 10, 1959 included on its agenda the feasibility of bringing another government to power in Cuba. This was before Castro had nationalized any U.S. property. The following month, after meeting with Castro in Washington, Vice President Richard Nixon wrote a memo in which he stated that he was convinced that Castro was either incredibly naive about communism or under communist discipline and that the Cuban leader would have to be treated and dealt with accordingly. Nixon later wrote that his opinion at this time was a minority one within the Eisenhower administration. But before the year was over, CIA Director Allen Dulles had decided that an invasion of Cuba was necessary. In March of 1960, it was approved by President Eisenhower. Then came the embargo, leaving Castro no alternative but to turn more and more to the Soviet Union, thus confirming in the minds of Washington officials that Castro was indeed a communist. Some speculated that he had been a covert Red all along. In this context, it's interesting to note that the Cuban Communist Party had long supported Batista, had served in his cabinet, and had been unsupportive of Castro and his followers until their accession to power appeared imminent. To add to the irony, during 1957-58 the CIA was channeling funds to Castro's movement, this while the U.S. continued to support Batista with weapons to counter the rebels, in all likelihood. Another example of the agency hedging its bets. If Castro had toned down his early rhetoric and observed the usual diplomatic niceties, but still pursued the policies of self-determination and socialism which he felt were best for Cuba, or inescapable if certain changes were to be realized, he could only have postponed the day of reckoning, and that not for long. Jacobo Arbenz of Guatemala, Mossad of Iran, Chetty Jagan of British Guiana, and other Third World leaders have gone out of their way to avoid stepping on Washington's very sensitive toes unnecessarily, and were much less radical in their programs and in their stance toward the United States than Castro. Nonetheless, all of them fell under the CIA axe. In 1996 it was revealed that in August, 1961, 4 months after the Bay of Pigs, Che Guevara had met with Richard Goodwin, President Kennedy's assistant special counsel, at an international gathering in Uruguay. Guevara had a message for Kennedy. Cuba was prepared to forswear any political alliance with the Soviet bloc, pay for confiscated American properties and trade, and consider curbing Cuba's support for leftist insurgencies in other countries. In return, the U.S. would cease all hostile actions against Cuba. Back in Washington, Goodwin's advice to the president was to quietly intensify economic pressure on Cuba. In November, Kennedy authorized Operation Mongoose. 31. Indonesia 1965, liquidating President Sukarno, and 500,000 others. Armed with wide-bladed knives called parangs, Muslim bands crept at night into the homes of communists, killing entire families. Travelers tell of small rivers and streams that have been literally clogged with bodies. River transportation has at places been seriously impeded. Time magazine, December 1965. Nearly 100 communists, or suspected communists, were herded into the town's botanical garden and mowed down with a machine gun. The headshot had belonged to the school principal. A PKI Communist Party member was stuck on a pole and paraded among his former pupils. Convened in special assembly. New York Times, May 1966. Estimates of the total number of Indonesians murdered over a period of several years following an aborted coup range from 500,000 to 1 million. In the early morning hours of October 1, 1965, a small force of junior military officers abducted and killed 6 generals and seized several key points in the capital city of Jakarta. They then went on the air to announce that their action was being taken to forestall a putsch by a general's council scheduled for Army Day, the 5th of October. The putsch, they said, had been sponsored by the CIA and was aimed at capturing power from President Sukarno. By the end of the day, however, the rebel officers in Jakarta had been crushed by the army under the direction of General Suharto, although some supportive army groups in other cities held out for a day or two longer. Suharto, a man who had served both the Dutch colonialists and the Japanese invaders, and his colleagues charged that the large and influential PKI was behind the junior officers' coup attempt, and that behind the party stood Communist China. The triumphant armed forces moved in to grab the reins of government, curb Sukarno's authority. Before long he was reduced to little more than a figurehead, and carry out a bloodbath to eliminate once and for all the PKI with whom Sukarno had obliged them to share national power for many years. Here at last was the situation which could legitimate these long-desired actions. Anti-communist organizations and individuals, particularly Muslims, were encouraged to join in the slaying of anyone suspected of being a PKI sympathizer. Indonesians of Chinese descent as well fell victim to crazed zealots. The Indonesian people were stirred up in part by the display of photographs on television and in the press of the badly decomposed bodies of the slain generals. The men, the public was told, had been castrated and their eyes gouged out by communist women. The army later made the mistake of allowing official medical autopsies to be included as evidence in some of the trials, and the extremely detailed reports of the injuries suffered mentioned only bullet wounds and some bruises, no eye gougings or castration. What ensued was called by the New York Times one of the most savage mass slaughters of modern political history. Violence, wrote Life magazine, tinged not only with fanaticism but with bloodlust and something like witchcraft. 25 years later, American diplomats disclosed that they had systematically compiled comprehensive lists of communist operatives, from top echelons down to village cadres, and turned over as many as 5,000 names to the Indonesian army, which hunted those persons down and killed them. The Americans would then check off the names of those who had been killed or captured. Robert Martins, a former member of the U.S. Embassy's political section in Jakarta, stated in 1990, "It really was a big help to the army. They probably killed a lot of people, and I probably have a lot of blood on my hands, but that's not all bad. There's a time when you have to strike hard at a decisive moment." I know we had a lot more information about the PKI than the Indonesians themselves, said Marshall Green, U.S. ambassador to Indonesia at the time of the coup. Martins told me on a number of occasions that the government did not have very good information on the communist setup, and he gave me the impression that this information was superior to anything they had. No one cared, as long as they were communists, that they were being butchered, said Howard Federspiel, who in 1965 was the Indonesia expert at the State Department's Bureau of Intelligence and Research. No one was getting very worked up about it. Although the former deputy CIA station chief in Indonesia, Joseph Lazarski, and former diplomat Edward Masters, who was Martin's boss, confirmed that CIA officers contributed in drawing up the death lists, the CIA in Langley categorically denied any involvement. The massacre put a horrific end to the well-organized PKI national organization. But it did not put to rest the basic questions underlying the events of 1965, to wit, was there in actual fact a general's council aiming to take over the government within a matter of days? A semi-official account of the whole affair published in Indonesia in 1968 denied the existence of the council. However, a study written and published by the CIA the same year confirmed that there was indeed a general's council, but that its purpose was only to devise a way to protect itself from a purported plan of Sukarno to crush the army. What was the nature and extent, if any, of PKI involvement in the alleged coup attempt? Did some members of the party know of the junior officers' plans in advance and simply lend moral support, or did they take a more active role? The semi-official account stated that the PKI's aim was not to seize political power for itself but to prevent the army from eliminating the party after Sukarno's death. Sukarno had suffered a kidney attack in August, although he quickly recovered. His part in the affair also remains largely a mystery. The CIA study comes to a similar conclusion. It now seems clear that the Indonesian coup was not a move to overthrow Sukarno and or the established government of Indonesia. Essentially, it was a purge of the army leadership. What was the role, if any, of the CIA? Was the coup attempt instigated by an agent provocateur who spread the story of the Generals Council and its imminent putsch? The killing, or even the abduction, of the 6 generals probably could not have been foreseen. 3 of them were actually slain resisting abduction. Was PKI participation induced to provide the excuse for its destruction? There are, in fact, indications of an agent provocateur in the unfolding drama. One Kamaruzaman bin Ahmed Mibda, known as Jam. According to the later testimony of some of the arrested officers, it was Jam who pushed the idea of the hostile Generals Council and for the need to counteract it. At the trials and in the CIA study, the attempt is made to establish that, in so doing, Jam was acting on behalf of PKI. Reiterated presentation of this premise may explain why the CIA took the unique step of publishing such a book, i.e., to assign responsibility for the coup attempt to the PKI so as to justify the horror which followed. But Jam could just as easily have been acting for the CIA and or the generals in the same manner. He apparently was a trusted aide of Aidit and could have induced the PKI leader into the plot instead of the other way around. Jam had a politically checkered and mysterious background, and his testimony at one of the trials, in which he appeared as a defendant, was aimed at establishing Aidit as the sole director of the coup attempt. The CIA, in its intimate involvement in Indonesian political affairs since at least the mid-1950s, see Indonesia, 1957-58 chapter, had undoubtedly infiltrated the PKI at various levels, and the military even more so, and was thus in a good position to disseminate disinformation and plant the ideas for certain actions, whether through Jam or others. The desire of the U.S. government to be rid of Sukarno, a leader of the non-aligned and anti-imperialist movements of the Third World, and a protector of the PKI did not diminish with the failure of the agency-backed military uprising in 1958. Amongst the various reports of the early 1960s indicating a continuing interest in this end, a CIA memorandum of June 1962 is strikingly to the point. The author of the memo, whose name is deleted, was reporting on the impressions he had received from conversations with Western diplomats concerning a recent meeting between President Kennedy and British Prime Minister Macmillan. The two leaders agreed, said the memo, to attempt to isolate Sukarno in Asia and Africa. Further, they agreed to liquidate President Sukarno, depending upon the situation and available opportunities. It is not clear to me, the CIA officer, whether murder or overthrow is intended by the word liquidate. Whatever was intended, Sukarno was now, for all practical purposes, eliminated as an international thorn in the flesh. Of even greater significance, the PKI, which had been the largest communist party in the world outside the Soviet bloc and China, had been decimated, its tattered remnants driven underground. It could not have worked out better for the United States and the new military junta if it had been planned. If the generals had been planning their own coup as alleged, the evidence is compelling that the United States was intimately involved before, during and after the events of 30th of September/1st of October. One aspect of this evidence is the closeness of the relationship between the American and Indonesian military establishments which the United States had been cultivating for many years. President Kennedy, his former aide Arthur Schlesinger has written, was anxious to strengthen the anti-communist forces, especially the army, in order to make sure that, if anything happened to Sukarno, the powerful Indonesian Communist Party would not inherit the country. Roger Hilsman, whose career spanned the CIA and the State Department, has noted that by 1963, quote, 1/3 of the Indonesian general staff had had some sort of training from Americans and almost half of the officer corps. As a result of both the Civic Action Project and the training program, the American and Indonesian military had come to know each other rather well. Bonds of personal respect and even affection existed, unquote. This observation is reinforced by reports of the House Committee on Foreign Affairs, quote, at the time of the attempted communist coup and military counter-coup, of October 1965, more than 1,200 Indonesian officers including senior military figures, had been trained in the United States. As a result of this experience, numerous friendships and contacts existed between the Indonesian and American military establishments, particularly between members of the two armies. In the post-coup period, when the political situation was still unsettled, the United States, using these existing channels of communication, was able to provide the anti-communist forces with moral and token material support. When the average MAP, military assistance program, trainee returns home, he may well have some American acquaintances and a fair appreciation of the United States. This impact may provide some valuable future opportunity for communication as occurred in Indonesia during and immediately after the attempted communist-backed Coup of October 1965, unquote. The CIA, wrote the New York Times, was said to have been so successful at infiltrating the top of the Indonesian government and army that the United States was reluctant to disrupt CIA covering operations by withdrawing aid and information programs in 1964 and 1965. What was presented officially in Washington as toleration of President Sukarno's insults and provocations was in much larger measure a desire to keep the CIA fronts in business as long as possible. Finally, we have the testimony of Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara before a Senate committee in 1966, quote, Senator Sparkman, at a time when Indonesia was kicking up pretty badly, when we were getting a lot of criticism for continuing military aid. At that time we could not say what that military aid was for. Is it secret anymore? McNamara, I think in retrospect, that the aid was well justified. Sparkman, you think it paid dividends? McNamara, I do, sir, unquote. There are other statements which may be pertinent to the question of American involvement. Former U.S. Ambassador Marshall Green, speaking in Australia in 1973 where he was then ambassador, is reported as saying, in 1965 I remember, Indonesia was poised at the razor's edge. I remember people arguing from here that Indonesia wouldn't go communist. But when Sukarno announced in his August 17 speech that Indonesia would have a communist government within a year, then I was almost certain. What we did we had to do, and you'd better be glad we did because if we hadn't Asia would be a different place today. James Reston, writing in the New York Times in 1966, quote, Washington is being careful not to claim any credit for this change. From Sukarno to Suharto, this does not mean that Washington had nothing to do with it. There was a great deal more contact between the anti-communist forces in Chat country and at least one very high official in Washington before and during the Indonesian massacre than is generally realized. General Suharto's forces, at times severely short of food and munitions, have been getting aid from here through various third countries, and it is doubtful if the Suharto coup would ever have been attempted without the American show of strength in Vietnam or been sustained without the clandestine aid it has received indirectly from here, unquote. Neville Maxwell, Senior Research Officer, Institute of Commonwealth Studies, Oxford University, quote, a few years ago I was researching in Pakistan into the diplomatic background of the 1965 Indo-Pakistan conflict, and in foreign ministry papers to which I had been given access came across a letter to the then foreign minister, Mr. Bhutto, from one of his ambassadors in Europe, I believe Mr. J. A. Rahim, in Paris, reporting a conversation with a Dutch intelligence officer with NATO. According to my note of that letter, the officer had remarked to the Pakistani diplomat that Indonesia was ready to fall into the Western lap like a rotten apple. Western intelligence agencies, he said, would organize a premature communist coup, which would be foredoomed to fail, providing a legitimate and welcome opportunity to the army to crush the communists and make Sukarno a prisoner of the army's goodwill. The ambassador's report was dated December 1964, unquote. It should be remembered that Indonesia had been a colony of the Netherlands, and the Dutch still had some special links to the country. The record of the new order imposed by General Suharto upon the people of Indonesia for almost 3 decades has been remarkable. The government administers the nation on the level of Chicago gangsters of the 1930s running a protection racket. Political prisoners overflow the jails. Torture is routine. Death squads roam at will, killing not only subversives but suspected criminals by the thousands. An army officer, in the province of Aceh, fires a single shot in the air, at which point all young males must run to a central square before the soldier fires a second shot. Then, anyone arriving late, or not leaving his home, is shot on the spot. And 200,000 more. In 1975 Indonesia invaded the former Portuguese colony of East Timor, which lies at the eastern end of the Indonesian archipelago and which had proclaimed its independence after Portugal relinquished control. It was the beginning of a massacre that continues into the 1990s. By 1989, Amnesty International estimated that Indonesian troops, with the aim of forcibly annexing East Timor, had killed 200,000 people out of a population of between 600,000 and 700,000. The level of atrocity has often been on a par with that carried out against the PKI in Indonesia itself. The invasion of December 7, 1975, of which, said the New York Times, by any definition, Indonesia is guilty of naked aggression, was launched the day after U.S. President Gerald Ford and Secretary of State Henry Kissinger left Indonesia following a meeting with President Suharto. Columnist Jack Henderson later reported, quote, by December 3, 1975, an intelligence dispatch to Washington reported that ranking Indonesian civilian government leaders have decided that the only solution in the Portuguese Timor situation is for Indonesia to launch an open offensive against Fretilan, the leading East Timorese resistance movement. But it was essential to neutralize the United States, for the Indonesian army relied heavily on U.S. arms which, under our laws, could not be used for aggression. As it happened, President Gerald Ford was on his way to Indonesia for a state visit. An intelligence report forewarned that Suharto would bring up the Timor issue and would try and elicit a sympathetic attitude. That Suharto succeeded is confirmed by Ford himself. The United States had suffered a devastating setback in Vietnam, leaving Indonesia as the most important American ally in the area. The U.S. national interest, Ford concluded, had to be on the side of Indonesia. Ford gave his tacit approval on December 6, 1975. 5 days after the invasion, the United Nations voted to condemn the attack as an errant act of international aggression. The United States abstained. Thereafter, the U.S. delegate maneuvered behind the scenes to resist UN moves aimed at forcing Indonesia to give up its conquest. Unquote. Throughout the late 1970s and the 1980s, U.S. State Department officials, in statements to the press and in testimony before Congress, consistently supported Indonesia's claim to East Timor, unlike the United Nations and the European community, and downplayed the slaughter to a remarkable extent. Meanwhile, the omnipresent American military advisors, the training, the weapons, the helicopter gunships, and all the other instruments indispensable to efficient, modern, counterinsurgency warfare, were kept flowing into the hands of the Indonesian military. This may not be all, for Frettilin reported on a number of occasions that American advisors were directing and even participating in the combat. 32. Ghana 1966. Kwame Nkrumah steps out of line. In October of the year 1965, Kwame Nkrumah, the president of Ghana, published his famous to-be book, Neocolonialism: The Last Stage of Imperialism, dedicated to the freedom fighters of Africa, living and dead. In the book, Nkrumah accused the CIA of being behind numerous setbacks and crises in the Third World and Eastern Europe. He later wrote that the American government sent me a note of protest, and promptly refused Ghana $35 million of aid. 4 months later he was overthrown in a CIA-backed military coup. To be sure, the coup makers, members of the Ghanaian army and police, had their own motivations. They were fearful of having their powers stripped from them by a suspicious Nkrumah who was building up his own private army, and they were intent upon furthering their individual professional careers and status. Within days, even hours, of the successful coup in February 1966, majors had become colonels and colonels had become generals. There was more than a touch of the Keystone Cops to the whole episode. Kwame Nkrumah was a man who, as a student in the United States during the Great Depression, had roamed Harlem, slept in the subway and lined up at Father Divine's soup kitchens. Later he wished to be hailed as Africa's brightest star, a leader in the call for an anti-imperialist, Pan-African organization and an international movement of nations non-aligned in the Cold War. But from all accounts, Nkrumah engaged in idiosyncratic, on-him rule and thought that socialism could be promoted by edict from above. And though he spoke out boldly against neocolonialism, he was unable, ultimately, to keep Ghana from falling under the sway of the multinationals. When he attempted to lessen his country's dependence on the West by strengthening economic and military ties to the Soviet Union, China, and East Germany, he effectively sealed his fate. The United States wanted him out. Great Britain, the former colonial power in Ghana when it was known as the Gold Coast, wanted him out. France and West Germany wanted him out. Those Ghanaians who carried out the coup suffered from no doubts that a move against Nkrumah would be supported by the Western powers. At the time of the coup, the Soviet press charged that the CIA had been involved, and in 1972 the Daily Telegraph, the conservative London newspaper, reported that by 1965 the Accra, capital of Ghana, CIA station had 20 active operators, distributing largesse among President Nkrumah's secret adversaries. By February 1966, the report continued, the CIA had its plans ready to end Nkrumah's regime. The patient and assiduous work of the Accra CIA station was fully rewarded. It wasn't until 1978, however, that the story broke in the United States. Former CIA officer John Stockwell, who had spent most of his career in Africa, published a book in which he revealed the agency's complicity. Shortly afterwards, the New York Times, quoting first-hand intelligence sources, corroborated that the CIA had advised and supported the dissident Ghanaian army officers. Stockwell disclosed that the CIA station in Accra was given a generous budget, and maintained intimate contact with the plotters as a coup was hatched. So close was the station's involvement that it was able to coordinate the recovery of some classified Soviet military equipment by the United States as the coup took place. The CIA station had also proposed to headquarters in Washington that a small squad of paramilitary experts, members of the agency's Special Operations Group, be on hand at the moment of the coup, with their faces blacked, storm the Chinese embassy, kill everyone inside, steal their secret records, and blow up the building to cover the fact. This proposal was squashed, Stockwell wrote, but inside CIA headquarters the Accra station was given full, if unofficial credit for the eventual coup, in which 8 Soviet advisors were killed. The Soviet Union categorically denied that any of its advisors had been killed. Other intelligence sources who were in Ghana at the time of the coup have taken issue with Stockwell's view that the CIA deserved full credit for Nkrumah's downfall, but they considered the agency's role to have been pivotal, and at least some officials in Washington apparently agreed. For the CIA station chief in Accra, Howard T. Bain, was quickly promoted to a senior position in the agency. When he was successful, one of the New York Times sources said of Bain, "Everyone in the African division knew it. If it had failed, he would have been transferred and no CIA involvement revealed." Bain, nevertheless, was enraged by the CIA's high-level decision not to permit the raid on the Chinese embassy, at the time the Peking government's only embassy in Africa. They didn't have the guts to do it, he subsequently told an associate. After the coup, the CIA made a payment of at least $100,000 to the Nugan regime for the confiscated Soviet material, one item of which was a cigarette lighter that also functioned as a camera. The Ghanaian leaders soon expelled large numbers of Russians as well as Chinese and East Germans. Virtually all state-owned industries were allowed to pass into private hands. In short order, the channels of aid, previously clogged, opened wide, and credit, food and development projects flowed in from the United States, the European powers, and the International Monetary Fund. Washington, for example, 3 weeks after the coup, approved substantial emergency food assistance in response to an urgent request from Ghana. A food request from Nkrumah 4 months earlier had been turned down. 1 month after his ouster, the international price of cocoa, Ghana's economic lifeblood, had risen 14%. The CIA's reluctance to approve the action at the Chinese embassy may have stemmed from the fact that the National Security Council had specifically refused to authorize the agency's involvement in the coup at all. This was, as we have seen, not the first instance of the CIA taking American foreign policy into its own hands. On such occasions, the modus operandi calls for putting as little into writing as feasible, or keeping records out of official CIA files, thus making them immune to freedom of information disclosures or congressional investigations. Technically the records do not exist, legally they can be destroyed at any time. This was the case with the Ghanaian coup and may explain why more details of the CIA role have never been revealed. The American right-wing view of what happened. According to John Barron, the Reader's Digest's resident KGB expert, Nkrumah was overthrown by only native insurgents, the only foreigners in the picture being 11 KGB officers who were found in Nkrumah's headquarters and summarily executed. The Soviet Union didn't say a word about this, he wrote, because they didn't want the world to know that KGB officers were actually sitting in the Ghanaian president's office running the country. Barron offers no evidence at all to support his claim of the KGB running the country, nor does he explain why the new government didn't publicize this very interesting fact. He goes on to write of the copious secret files of the Nkrumah regime which were discovered and then studied and analyzed. The files revealed, he says, that the KGB had converted Ghana into one vast base of subversion, which the Soviet Union fully intended to use to capture the continent of Africa. For reasons best known to himself perhaps, Barron fails to offer the reader a single quotation from any of the copious secret files to support his allegations. 33. Uruguay 1964–1970, torture, as American as apple pie. The precise pain, in the precise place, in the precise amount, for the desired one effect. The words of an instructor in the art of torture. The words of Dan Mitrione, the head of the Office of Public Safety, OPS, mission in Montevideo. Officially, OPS was a division of the Agency for International Development, but the director of OPS in Washington, Byron Engel, was an old CIA hand. His organization maintained a close working relationship with the CIA, and agency officers often operated abroad under OPS cover, although Mitrione was not one of them. OPS had been operating formally in Uruguay since 1965, supplying the police with the equipment, the arms, and the training it was created to do. 4 years later, when Mitrione arrived, the Uruguayans had a special need for OPS services. The country was in the midst of a long-running economic decline, its once heralded prosperity and democracy sinking fast toward the level of its South American neighbors. Labor strikes, student demonstrations, and militant street violence had become normal events during the past year, and, most worrisome to the Uruguayan authorities, there were the revolutionaries who called themselves Tupamaros. Perhaps the cleverest, most resourceful and most sophisticated urban guerrillas the world has ever seen, the Tupamaros had a deft touch for capturing the public's imagination with outrageous actions, and winning sympathizers with their Robin Hood philosophy. Their members and secret partisans held key positions in the government, banks, universities, and the professions, as well as in the military and police. Unlike other Latin American guerrilla groups, the New York Times stated in 1970, the Tupamaros normally avoid bloodshed when possible. They try instead to create embarrassment for the government and general disorder. A favorite tactic was to raid the files of a private corporation to expose corruption and deceit in high places, or kidnap a prominent figure and try him before a people's court. It was heady stuff to choose a public villain whose acts went uncensored by the legislature, the courts and the press, subject him to an informed and uncompromising interrogation, and then publicize the results of the intriguing dialogue. Once they ransacked an exclusive high-class nightclub and scrawled on the walls perhaps their most memorable slogan, "O bailan todos o no bailan nadie," either everyone dances or no one dances. Dan Mitrione did not introduce the practice of torturing political prisoners to Uruguay. It had been perpetrated by the police at times from at least the early 1960s. However, in a surprising interview given to a leading Brazilian newspaper in 1970, the former Uruguayan chief of police intelligence, Alejandro Otero, declared that U.S. advisors, and in particular Mitrione, had instituted torture as a more routine measure. To the means of inflicting pain, they had added scientific refinement, and to that a psychology to create despair, such as playing a tape in the next room of women and children screaming and telling the prisoner that it was his family being tortured. The violent methods which were beginning to be employed, said Otero, caused an escalation in Tupamaro activity. Before then their attitude showed that they would use violence only as a last resort. The newspaper interview greatly upset American officials in South America and Washington. Byron Engel later tried to explain it all away by asserting, "The 3 Brazilian reporters in Montevideo all denied filing that story. We found out later that it was slipped into the paper by someone in the composing room at the Jornal do Brasil." Otero had been a willing agent of the CIA, a student at their International Police Services School in Washington, a recipient of their cash over the years, but he was not a torturer. What finally drove him to speak out was perhaps the torture of a woman who, while a Tupamaro sympathizer, was also a friend of his. When she told him that Mitrione had watched and assisted in her torture, Otero complained to him about this particular incident as well as his general methods of extracting information. The only outcome of the encounter was Otero's demotion. William Cantrell was a CIA operations officer stationed in Montevideo, ostensibly as a member of the OPS team. In the mid-1960s he was instrumental in setting up a Department of Information and Intelligence, DII, and providing it with funds and equipment. Some of the equipment, innovated by the CIA's Technical Services Division, was for the purpose of torture, for this was one of the functions carried out by the DII. One of the pieces of equipment that was found useful, former New York Times correspondent A.J. Lanuth learned, was a wire so very thin that it could be fitted into the mouth between the teeth and by pressing against the gum increase the electrical charge. And it was through the diplomatic pouch that Mitrione got some of the equipment he needed for interrogations, including these fine wires. Things got so bad in Mitrione's time that the Uruguayan Senate was compelled to undertake an investigation. After a 5-month study, the commission concluded unanimously that torture in Uruguay had become a normal, frequent and habitual occurrence, inflicted upon Tupamaros as well as others. Among the types of torture the commission's report made reference to were electric shocks to the genitals, electric needles under the fingernails, burning with cigarettes, the slow compression of the testicles, daily use of psychological torture. Pregnant women were subjected to various brutalities and inhuman treatment. Certain women were imprisoned with their very young infants and subjected to the same treatment. Eventually the DII came to serve as a cover for the Escuadrón de la Muerte, death squad, composed, as elsewhere in Latin America, primarily of police officers, who bombed and strafed the homes of suspected Tupamaro sympathizers and engaged in assassination and kidnapping. The death squad received some of its special explosive material from the Technical Services Division and, in all likelihood, some of the skills employed by its members were acquired from instruction in the United States. Between 1969 and 1973, at least 16 Uruguayan police officers went through an 8-week course at CIA/OPS schools in Washington and Los Fresnos, Texas in the design, manufacture and employment of bombs and incendiary devices. The official OPS explanation for these courses was that policemen needed such training in order to deal with bombs placed by terrorists. There was, however, no instruction in destroying bombs, only in making them. Moreover, on at least one reported occasion, the students were not policemen, but members of a private right-wing organization in Chile. See chapter on Chile. Another part of the curriculum which might also have proven to be of value to the death squad was the class on assassination weapons. A discussion of various weapons which may be used by the assassin is how OPS put it. Equipment and training of this kind was in addition to that normally provided by OPS, riot helmets, transparent shields, tear gas, gas masks, communication gear, vehicles, police batons, and other devices for restraining crowds. The supply of these tools of the trade was increased in 1968 when public disturbances reached the spark point, and by 1970 American training in riot control techniques had been given to about 1,000 Uruguayan policemen. Dan Mitrione had built a soundproofed room in the cellar of his house in Montevideo. In this room he assembled selected Uruguayan police officers to observe a demonstration of torture techniques. Another observer was Manuel Javier Cosculluela, a Cuban who was with the CIA and worked with Mitrione. Javier later wrote that the course began with a description of the human anatomy and nervous system. Soon things turned unpleasant. As subjects for the first testing they took beggars, known in Uruguay as bichacums, from the outskirts of Montevideo, as well as a woman apparently from the frontier area with Brazil. There was no interrogation, only a demonstration of the effects of different voltages on the different parts of the human body, as well as demonstrating the use of a drug which induces vomiting, I don't know why or what for, and another chemical substance. The four of them died. In his book Javier does not say specifically what Mitrione's direct part in all this was, but he later publicly stated that the OPS chief personally tortured 4 beggars to death with electric shocks. On another occasion, Javier sat with Mitrione in the latter's house, and over a few drinks the American explained to the Cuban his philosophy of interrogation. Mitrione considered it to be an art. First there should be a softening up period, with the usual beatings and insults. The object is to humiliate the prisoner, to make him realize his helplessness, to cut him off from reality. No questions, only blows and insults. Then, only blows and silence. Only after this, said Mitrione, is the interrogation. Here no pain should be produced other than that caused by the instrument which is being used. The precise pain, in the precise place, in the precise amount, for the desired effect, was his motto. During the session you have to keep the subject from losing all hope of life, because this can lead to stubborn resistance. You must always leave him some hope, a distant light. When you get what you want, and I always get it, Mitrione continued, it may be good to prolong the session a little to apply another softening up. Not to extract information now, but only as a political measure, to create a healthy fear of meddling in subversive activities. The American pointed out that upon receiving a subject the first thing is to determine his physical state, his degree of resistance, by means of a medical examination. A premature death means a failure by the technician. It's important to know in advance if we can permit ourselves the luxury of the subject's death. Not long after this conversation, Manuel Javier disappeared from Montevideo and turned up in Havana. He had been a Cuban agent, a double agent, all along. About half a year later, July 31, 1970 to be exact, Dan Mitrione was kidnapped by the Tupamaros. They did not torture him. They demanded the release of some 150 prisoners in exchange for him. With the determined backing of the Nixon administration, the Uruguayan government refused. On 10th of August, Mitrione's dead body was found on the back seat of a stolen car. He had turned 50 on his 5th day as a prisoner. Back in Mitrione's hometown of Richmond, Indiana, Secretary of State William Rogers and President Nixon's son-in-law David Eisenhower attended the funeral for Mitrione. The city's former police chief Frank Sinatra and Jerry Lewis came to town to stage a benefit show for Mitrione's family. And White House spokesman Ron Ziegler solemnly stated that Mr. Mitrione's devoted service to the cause of peaceful progress in an orderly world will remain as an example for free men everywhere. A perfect man, his widow said. A great humanitarian, said his daughter Linda. The military's entry into the escalating conflict signaled the beginning of the end for the Tupamaros. By the end of 1972, the curtain was descending on their guerrilla theater. 6 months later, the military was in charge, Congress was dissolved, and everything not prohibited was compulsory. For the next 11 years, Uruguay competed strongly for the honor of being South America's most repressive dictatorship. It had, at one point, the largest number of political prisoners per capita in the world. And, as every human rights organization and former prisoner could testify, each one of them was tortured. Torture, said an activist priest, was routine and automatic. No one was dancing in Uruguay. In 1981, at the 14th Conference of American Armies, the Uruguayan Army offered a paper in which it defined subversion as actions, violent or not, with ultimate purposes of a political nature, in all fields of human activity within the internal sphere of a state and whose aims are perceived as not convenient for the overall political system. The dissident Uruguayan writer, Eduardo Galeano, summed up his country's era of dictatorship thusly: people were in prison so that prices could be free. The film State of Siege appeared in 1972. It centered around Mitrione and the Tupamaros and depicted a Uruguayan police officer receiving training at a secret bomb school in the United States, though the film strove more to provide a composite picture of the role played by the U.S. in repression throughout Latin America. A scheduled premiere showing of the film at the federally funded John F. Kennedy Arts Center in Washington was canceled. There was already growing public and congressional criticism of this dark side of American foreign policy without adding to it. During the mid-1970s, However, Congress enacted several pieces of legislation which abolished the entire public safety program. In its time, OPS had provided training for more than 1 million policemen in the Third World. 10,000 of them had received advanced training in the United States. An estimated $150 million worth of equipment had been shipped to police forces abroad. Now, the export of repression was to cease. That was on paper. The reality appears to be somewhat different. To a large extent, the Drug Enforcement Administration, DEA, simply picked up where OPS had left off. The drug agency was ideally suited for the task, for its agents were already deployed all over Latin America and elsewhere overseas in routine liaison with foreign police forces. The DEA acknowledged in 1975 that 53 former employees of the CIA were now on its staff and that there was a close working relationship between the two agencies. The following year, the General Accounting Office reported that DEA agents were engaging in many of the same activities the OPS had been carrying out. In addition, some training of foreign policemen was transferred to FBI schools in Washington and Quantico, Virginia. The Defense Department continued to supply police-type equipment to military units engaged in internal security operations, and American arms manufacturers were doing a booming business furnishing arms and training to Third World governments. In some countries, contact between these companies and foreign law enforcement officials was facilitated by the U.S. Embassy or military mission. The largest of the arms manufacturers, Smith & Wesson, ran its own academy in Springfield, Massachusetts, which provided American and foreign public and industrial security forces with expert training in riot control. Said Argentine Minister José López Rega at the signing of a U.S.-Argentina anti-drug treaty in 1974, "We hope to wipe out the drug traffic in Argentina. We have caught guerrillas after attacks who were high on drugs. The guerrillas are the main drug users in Argentina. Therefore, this anti-drug campaign will automatically be an anti-guerrilla campaign as well." And in 1981, a former Uruguayan intelligence officer declared that U.S. manuals were being used to teach techniques of torture to his country's military. He said that most of the officers who trained him had attended classes run by the United States and Panama. Among other niceties, the manuals listed 35 nerve points where electrodes could be applied. Philip Agee, after he left Ecuador, was stationed in Uruguay from March 1964 to August 1966. His account of CIA activities in Montevideo is further testimony to the amount of international mischief money can buy. Amongst the multifarious dirty tricks pulled off with impunity by Agee and his agency cohorts, the following constitute an interesting sample. A Latin American students' conference with a leftist leaning, held in Montevideo, was undermined by promoting the falsehood that it was nothing more than a creature of the Soviet Union. Originated, financed and directed by Moscow. Editorials on this theme authored by the CIA appeared in leading newspapers to which the agency had daily access. This was followed by publication of a forged letter of a student leader thanking the Soviet cultural attaché for his assistance. A banner headline in one paper proclaimed, "Documents for the break with Russia," which was indeed the primary purpose of the operation. An inordinate amount of time, energy and creativity was devoted, with moderate success, to schemes aimed at encouraging the expulsion of an assortment of Russians, East Germans, North Koreans, Czechs, and Cubans from Uruguayan soil, if not the breaking of relations with these countries. In addition to planting disparaging media propaganda, the CIA tried to obtain incriminating information by reading the mail and diplomatic cables to and from these countries, tapping embassy phones, and engaging in sundry bugging and surreptitious entry. The agency would then prepare intelligence reports, containing enough factual information to be plausible, which then made their way innocently into the hands of officials of influence, up to and including the President of the Republic. Anti-communist indoctrination of secondary-level students was promoted by financing particular school organizations and publications. A Congress of the People, bringing together a host of community groups, labor organizations, students, government workers, etc., communist and non-communist, disturbed the CIA because of the potential for a united front being formed for electoral purposes. Accordingly, newspaper editorials and articles were generated attacking the Congress as a classic communist takeover, duping tactic and calling upon non-communists to refrain from participating, and a phony handbill was circulated in which the Congress called upon the Uruguayan people to launch an insurrectional strike with immediate occupation of their places of work. Thousands of the handbills were handed out, provoking angry denials from the Congress organizers, but, as is usual in such cases, the damage was already done. The Uruguayan Communist Party planned to host an international conference to express solidarity with Cuba. The CIA merely had to turn to their paid friend, the Minister of the Interior, and the conference was banned. When it was shifted to Chile, the CIA station in Santiago performed the same magic. Uruguay at this time was a haven for political exiles from repressive regimes such as in Brazil, Argentina, Bolivia, and Paraguay. The CIA, through surveillance and infiltration of the exile community, regularly collected information on exiles' activities, associates, etc. to be sent to CIA stations in the exiles' homelands with likely transmission to their governments, which wanted to know what these troublemakers were up to and which did not hesitate to harass them across frontiers. Other operations, wrote Agee, were designed to take control of the streets away from communists and other leftists, and our squads, often with the participation of off-duty policemen, would break up their meetings and generally terrorize them. Torture of communists and other extreme leftists was used in interrogation by our liaison agents in the police. The monitoring and harassment of communist diplomatic missions by the CIA, as described above, was standard agency practice throughout the world. This rarely stemmed from anything more than a juvenile Cold War reflex, making life hard for the commies. Postscript. In 1998, Eladio Mal, a retired Uruguayan Navy Rear Admiral and former intelligence chief, testifying before a commission of the Uruguayan Chamber of Deputies, stated that during Uruguay's Dirty War, 1972 to 1983, orders came from the United States to kill captive members of the Tupamaros after interrogating them. The guidance that was sent from the U.S., said Mal, was that what had to be done with the captured guerrillas was to get information, and that afterwards they didn't deserve to live. 34. Chile 1964 to 1973. A hammer and sickle stamped on your child's forehead when Salvador Allende, a committed Marxist, came within 3% of winning the Chilean presidency in 1958. The United States decided that the next election, in 1964, could not be left in the hands of Providence, or democracy. Washington took it all very gravely. At the outset of the Kennedy administration in 1961, an electoral committee was established, composed of top-level officials from the State Department, the CIA and the White House. In Santiago, a parallel committee of embassy and CIA people was set up. U.S. government intervention in Chile in 1964 was blatant and almost obscene, said one intelligence officer strategically placed at the time. We were shipping people off right and left, mainly State Department but also CIA, with all sorts of covers. All in all, as many as 100 American operatives were dedicated to the operation. They began laying the groundwork for the election years ahead, a Senate investigating committee has disclosed, by establishing operational relationships with key political parties and by creating propaganda and organizational mechanisms capable of influencing key sectors of the population. Projects were undertaken to help train and organize anti-communists among peasants, slum dwellers, organized labor, students, the media, etc. After channeling funds to several non-leftist parties, the electoral team eventually settled on a man of the center, Eduardo Frei, the candidate of the Chilean Democratic Party, as the one most likely to block Allende's rise to power. The CIA underwrote more than half the party's total campaign costs, one of the reasons that the agency's overall electoral operation reduced the U.S. Treasury by an estimated $20 million, much more per voter than that spent by the Johnson and Goldwater campaigns combined in the same year in the United States. The bulk of the expenditures went toward propaganda, as the Senate committee described it. In addition to support for political parties, the CIA mounted a massive anti-communist propaganda campaign. Extensive use was made of the press, radio, films, pamphlets, posters, leaflets, direct mailings, paper streamers, and wall painting. It was a scare campaign, which relied heavily on images of Soviet tanks and Cuban firing squads and was directed especially to women. Hundreds of thousands of copies of the anti-communist pastoral letter of Pope Pius XI were distributed by Christian democratic organizations. They carried the designation, printed privately by citizens without political affiliation, in order more broadly to disseminate its content. Disinformation and black propaganda material which purported to originate from another source, such as the Chilean Communist Party, were used as well. Unquote. The scare campaign played up to the fact that women in Chile, as elsewhere in Latin America, are traditionally more religious than men, more susceptible to being alarmed by the specter of godless, atheist communism. One radio spot featured the sound of a machine gun, followed by a woman's cry, "They have killed my child, the communists." The announcer then added in impassioned tones, "Communism offers only blood and pain." For this not to happen in Chile, we must elect Eduardo Frei president. Other scare tactics centered around warnings of Russian control, and that the left would confiscate everything near, dear and holy. The committee report continued, the propaganda campaign was enormous. During the first week of intensive propaganda activity, the third week of June 1964, a CIA-funded propaganda group produced 20 radio spots per day in Santiago and on 44 provincial stations, 12-minute news broadcasts 5 times daily on 3 Santiago stations and 24 provincial outlets, thousands of cartoons, and much paid press advertising. By the end of June, the group produced 24 daily newscasts in Santiago and the provinces, 26 weekly commentary programs, and distributed 3,000 posters daily. Unquote. One poster which appeared in the thousands showed children with a hammer and sickle stamped on their foreheads. Newspaper articles from elsewhere in Latin America which supported the political lines of the CIA campaign were collected and reprinted in Chile. Undoubtedly, many of these articles had been written in the first place by CIA stations in the particular countries. There were also endorsements of free solicited from famous personages abroad, advertisements such as a message from the women of Venezuela, and a vitriolic anti-communist radio broadcast by Juanita Castro, sister of Fidel, who was on a CIA-organized speaking tour of South America. "If the Reds win in Chile," she said, "no type of religious activity will be possible. Chilean mother, I know you will not allow your children to be taken from you and sent to the communist bloc." As in the case of Cuba, the Senate committee also revealed that, in addition to buying propaganda piecemeal, the CIA station often purchased it wholesale by subsidizing Chilean media organizations friendly to the United States. Doing so was propaganda writ large. Instead of placing individual items, the CIA supported, or even founded, friendly media outlets which might not have existed in the absence of agency support. From 1953 through 1970 in Chile, the station subsidized wire services, magazines written for intellectual circles, and a right-wing weekly newspaper. Of one subsidized newspaper, a State Department veteran of the campaign recalls that the layout was magnificent. The photographs were superb. It was a Madison Avenue product far above the standards of Chilean publications. The same could be said about the electioneering itself. Besides toning political action projects on its own in a number of important voting blocks, the CIA directed the Christian Democrats' campaign along American-style lines, with voter registration, get out the vote drives, and professional management firms to carry out public opinion surveys. To top it all off, they sent for a ringer, an election specialist from the staff of that eminent connoisseur and guardian of free elections, Mayor Richard Daley of Chicago. What the function of Daley's man in Chile was, can only be guessed at. Several of the grassroots programs funded by the CIA were those run by Roger Viekmans, a Belgian Jesuit priest who arrived in Chile in 1957 and founded a network of social action organizations, one of which grew to have 100 employees and a $30 million annual budget. By his own declaration in 1963, Viekmans received $5 million from the CIA as well as a like amount from aid to guide his organization's resources in support of the Christian Democrats and Eduardo Frei, with whom Viekmans had close relations. The Jesuits' program served the classic function of channeling revolutionary zeal along safe reformist paths. Church people working for the CIA in the Third World have typically been involved in gathering information about the activities and attitudes of individual peasants and workers, spotting the troublemakers, recruiting likely agents, preaching the gospel of anti-communism, acting as funding conduits, and serving as a religious cover for various agency operations. An extreme anti-communist, Viekmans was a frontline soldier in the struggle of the Christian Democrats and the Catholic Church against the liberation theology then gaining momentum amongst the more liberal clergy in Latin America and which would lead to the historic dialogue between Christianity and Marxism. The operation worked. It worked beyond expectations. Frei received 56% of the vote to Allen's 39%. The CIA regarded the anti-communist scare campaign as the most effective activity undertaken, noted the Senate committee. This was the tactic directed toward Chilean women in particular. As things turned out, Allen won the men's vote by 67,000 over Frei. In Chile men and women vote separately, but amongst the women Frei came out ahead by 469,000. Testimony, once again, to the remarkable ease with which the minds of the masses of people can be manipulated, in any and all societies. What was there about Salvador Allende that warranted all this feverish activity? What threat did he represent, this man against whom the great technical and economic resources of the world's most powerful nation were brought to bear? Allende was a man whose political program, as described by the Senate committee report, was to redistribute income. 2% of the population received 46% of the income, and reshape the Chilean economy, beginning with the nationalization of major industries, especially the copper companies, greatly expanded agrarian reform, and expanded relations with socialist and communist countries. A man committed to such a program could be expected by American policymakers to lead his country along a path independent of the priorities of U.S. foreign policy and the multinationals. As his later term as president confirmed, he was independent of any other country as well. The CIA is an ongoing organization. Its covert activities are ongoing, each day, in each country. Between the 1964 and 1970 presidential elections, many of the programs designed to foster an anti-leftist mentality in different sections of the population continued. Much of the propaganda and electioneering mechanisms remained in place to support candidates of the 1965 and 1969 congressional elections. In the latter election, Financial support was given to a splinter socialist party in order to attract votes away from Allende's Socialist Party. This reportedly deprived the party of a minimum of 7 congressional seats. The Senate committee described some of the other individual covert projects undertaken by the CIA during this period. Wresting control of Chilean university student organizations from the communists. Supporting a women's group active in Chilean political and intellectual life. Combating the communist-dominated Central Única de Trabajadores Baianos, CUT, and supporting democratic, i.e., anti-communist, labor groups, and exploiting a civic action front group to combat communist influence within cultural and intellectual circles. In 1968, at the same time the CIA was occupied in subverting unions dominated by the Chilean Communist Party. 1A. U.S. Senate committee was concluding that the Latin American labor movement had largely abandoned its revolutionary outlook. Even the communist-dominated unions, especially those which follow the Moscow Line, now generally accept the peaceful road as a viable alternative. I don't see why we need to stand by and watch a country go communist because of the irresponsibility of its own people. Thus spoke Henry Kissinger, principal advisor to the President of the United States on matters of national security. The date was June 27, 1970, a meeting of the National Security Council's 40 Committee, and the people Kissinger suspected of imminent irresponsibility were the Chileans whom he feared might finally elect Salvador Allende as their president. The United States did not stand by idly. At this meeting approval was given to a $300,000 increase in the anti-Allende spoiling operation which was already underway. The CIA trained its disinformation-heavy artillery on the Chilean electorate, firing shells marked, "An Allende victory means violence and Stalinist repression." Black propaganda was employed to undermine Allende's coalition and support by sowing dissent between the Communist Party and the Socialist Party, the main members of the coalition, and between the Communist Party and the CUT. Nonetheless, on 4th of September Allende won a plurality of the votes. On 24th of October, the Chilean Congress would meet to choose between him and the runner-up, Jorge Alessandri of the Conservative National Party. By tradition, Allende was certain to become president. The United States had 7 weeks to prevent him from taking office. On 15th of September, President Nixon met with Kissinger, CIA Director Richard Helms, and Attorney General John Mitchell. Helms' handwritten notes of the meeting have become famous. 1 in 10 chance perhaps, but save Chile. Not concerned with risks involved, $10 million available, more if necessary, make the economy scream. Funds were authorized by the 40 Committee to bribe Chilean congressmen to vote for Alessandri, but this was soon abandoned as infeasible, and under intense pressure from Richard Nixon, American efforts were concentrated on inducing the Chilean military to stage a coup and then cancel the congressional vote altogether. At the same time, Nixon and Kissinger made it clear to the CIA that an assassination of Allende would not be unwelcome. One White House options paper discussed various ways this could be carried out. A fresh propaganda campaign was initiated in Chile to impress upon the military, amongst others, the catastrophe which would befall the nation with Allende as president. In addition to the standard communist horror stories, it was made known that there would be a cut-off of American and other foreign assistance. This was accompanied by predictions, rumors of the nationalization of everything down to small shops, and of economic collapse. The campaign actually affected the Chilean economy adversely and a major financial panic ensued. In private, Chilean military officers were warned that American military aid would come to a halt if Allende were seated. During this interim period, according to the CIA, over 700 articles, broadcasts, editorials and similar items were generated in the Latin American and European media as a direct result of agency activity. This is apart from the real media stories inspired by the planned ones. Moreover, journalists in the pay of the CIA arrived in Chile from at least 10 different countries to enhance their material with on-the-spot credibility. The following portion of a CIA cable of September 25, 1970 offers some indication of the scope of such media operations. Sao Paulo, Tegucigalpa, Buenos Aires, Lima, Montevideo, Bogota, Mexico City. Report continued replay of Chile-themed materials. Items also carried in New York Times and Washington Post. Propaganda activities continued to generate good coverage of Chile developments along our theme guidance. The CIA also gave inside briefings to American journalists about the situation in Chile. One such briefing provided to Time enlightened the magazine as to Allende's intention to support violence and destroy Chile's free press. This, observed the Senate report, resulted in a change in the basic thrust of the Time story. When Allende criticized the leading conservative newspaper El Mercurio, Heavily funded by the CIA, the agency orchestrated cables of support and protest from foreign newspapers, a protest statement from an international press association, and world press coverage of the association's protest. A cable sent from CIA headquarters to Santiago on 19 October expressed concern that the coup still had no pretext or justification that it can offer to make it acceptable in Chile or Latin America. It therefore would seem necessary to create one to bolster what will probably be the military's claim to a coup to save Chile from communism. One of headquarters' suggestions was the fabrication of firm intelligence, that Cubans plan to reorganize all intelligence services along Soviet-Cuban mold, thus creating structure for police state, with appropriate military contact can determine how to discover intelligence, report which could even be planted during raids planned by Carabineros, the police. Meanwhile, the agency was in active consultation with several Chilean military officers who were receptive to the suggestion of a coup. The difficulty in finding such officers was described by the CIA as a problem in overcoming the apolitical, constitutional-oriented inertia of the Chilean military. They were assured that the United States would give them full support short of direct military involvement. The immediate obstacle faced by the officers was the determined opposition of the Commander-in-Chief of the Army, René Schneider, who insisted that the constitutional process be followed. He would have to be removed. In the early morning of 22nd of October, the CIA passed sterilized machine guns and ammunition to some of the conspirators. Earlier they had passed air gas. That same day, Schneider was mortally wounded in an attempted kidnap on his way to work. The CIA station in Santiago cabled its headquarters that the general had been shot with the same kind of weapons it had delivered to the military plotters, although the agency later claimed to the Senate that the actual assassins were not the same ones it had passed the weapons to. The assassination did not avail the conspirators' purpose. It only served to rally the army around the flag of constitutionalism, and time was running out. 2 days later, Salvador Allende was confirmed by the Chilean Congress. On 3 November he took office as president. The stage was set for a clash of two experiments. One was Allende's socialist experiment aimed at lifting Chile from the mire of underdevelopment and dependency and the poor from deprivation. The other was, as CIA Director William Colby later put it, a prototype or laboratory experiment to test the techniques of heavy financial investment in an effort to discredit and bring down a government. Although there were few individual features of this experiment which were unique for the CIA, in sum total it was perhaps the most multifarious intervention ever undertaken by the United States. In the process it brought a new word into the language: destabilization. Not a nut or bolt will be allowed to reach Chile under Allende, warned the American ambassador Edward Corey before the confirmation. The Chilean economy, so extraordinarily dependent upon the United States, was the country's soft underbelly, easy to pound. Over the next 3 years, new U.S. government assistance programs for Chile plummeted almost to the vanishing point. Similarly with loans from the U.S. Export-Import Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank, in which the United States held what amounted to a veto, and the World Bank made no new loans at all to Chile during 197,173. U.S. government financial assistance or guarantees to American private investment in Chile were cut back sharply and American businesses were given the word to tighten the economic news. What this boycott translated into were things like the many buses and taxis out of commission in Chile due to a lack of replacement parts, and similar difficulties in the copper, steel, electricity and petroleum industries. American suppliers refused to sell needed parts despite Chile's offer to pay cash in advance. Multinational ITT, which didn't need to be told what to do, stated in a 1970 memorandum, a more realistic hope among those who want to block Allende is that a swiftly deteriorating economy will touch off a wave of violence leading to a military coup. In the midst of the neat disappearance of economic aid, and contrary to its warning, the United States increased its military assistance to Chile during 1972 and 1973 as well as training Chilean military personnel in the United States and Panama. The Allende government, caught between the devil and the deep blue sea, was reluctant to refuse this assistance for fear of antagonizing its military leaders. Perhaps nothing produced more discontent in the population than the shortages, the little daily annoyances when one couldn't get a favorite food, or flour or cooking oil, or toilet paper, bed sheets or soap, or the one part needed to make the TV set or the car run, or, worst of all, when a nicotine addict couldn't get a cigarette. Some of the scarcity resulted from Chile being a society in transition, various changeovers to state ownership, experiments in workers' control, etc. But this was minor compared to the effect of the aid squeeze and the practices of the omnipresent American corporations. Equally telling were the extended strikes in Chile, which relied heavily on CIA financial support for their prolongation. In October 1972, for example, an association of private truck owners instituted a work stoppage aimed at disrupting the flow of food and other important commodities, including in their embargo even newspapers which supported the government. Subtlety was not the order of the day in this ultra-polarized country. On the heels of this came store closures, countless petty bourgeois doing their bit to turn the screws of public inconvenience, and when they were open, many held back on certain goods, like cigarettes, to sell them on the black market to those who could afford the higher prices. Then most private bus companies stopped tunning. On top of this, various professional and white-collar workers, largely unsympathetic to the government, walked out, with or without CIA help. Much of this campaign was aimed at wearing down the patience of the public, convincing them that socialism can't work in Chile. Yet there had been worse shortages for most of the people before the Allende government, shortages of food, housing, healthcare, and education. For example, at least half the population had suffered from malnutrition. Allende, who was a medical doctor, explained his free milk program by pointing out that today in Chile there are over 600,000 children mentally retarded because they were not adequately nourished during the first 8 months of their lives, because they did not receive the necessary proteins. Financial aid was not the CIA's only input into the strike scene. More than 100 members of Chilean professional associations and employers' guilds were graduates of the school run by the American Institute for Free Labor Development in Front Royal, Virginia, the Little Anti-Red Schoolhouse. FULT, the CIA's principal Latin America labor organization, also assisted in the formation of a new professional association in May 1971. The Confederation of Chilean Professionals. The labor specialists of FULT had more than a decade's experience in the art of fomenting economic turmoil, or keeping workers quiescent when the occasion called for it. CIA propaganda merchants had a field day with the disorder in the shortages, exacerbating both by instigating panic buying. All the techniques, the whole of the media saturation, the hand the organizations created for each and every purpose, so efficiently employed in 1964 and 1970, were facilitated by the virtually unlimited license granted the press. Headlines and stories which spread rumors about everything from nationalizations to bad meat and undrinkable water. Economic chaos. Chile on brink of doom. In the largest type one could ever expect to see in a newspaper, raising the specter of civil war, when not actually calling for it, literally. Alarmist stories which anywhere else in the world would have been branded seditious. The worst of London's daily tabloids or the National Enquirer of the United States appear as stated as a journal of dentistry by comparison. In response, on a few occasions, the government briefly closed down a newspaper or magazine, on the left as well as on the right, for endangering security. The agency's routine support of the political opposition was extended to include the extreme rightist organization Patria y Libertad, which the CIA reportedly helped to form, and whose members it trained in guerrilla warfare and bombing techniques at schools in Bolivia and Los Fresnos, Texas. Patria y Libertad marched in rallies in full riot gear, engaged repeatedly in acts of violence and provocation, and its publications openly called for a military coup. The CIA was engaged in courting the military for the same end. Providing military equipment meant the normal presence of U.S. advisors and the opportunity for Americans to work closely with the Chileans. Since 1969, the agency had been establishing intelligence assets in all three branches of the Chilean armed services, and included command-level officers, field and company-grade officers, retired general staff officers and enlisted men. Employing its usual blend of real and fabricated information, along with forged documents, the CIA endeavored to keep the officers on the alert. One approach was to convince them that, with Allen's approval, the Police Investigations Unit was acting in concert with Cuban intelligence to gather information prejudicial to the Army High Command. Newspapers in Santiago supported by the CIA, particularly El Mercurio, often concentrated on influencing the military. They alleged communist plots to disband or destroy the armed services, Soviet plans to establish a submarine base in Chile, North Korea setting up a training base, and so forth. The papers stirred up hatred against the government in the ranks, and in some cases entire columns were published which were calculated to change the opinion of a single officer, in one case an officer's wife. The agency also subsidized a number of books and other kinds of publications in Chile. One was the short-lived anti-government newsletter directed at the military. Later the CIA made use of a weekly humor and political magazine, SEPA, aimed at the same audience. The covet of the March 20, 1973 issue featured the headline, Robert Moss, An English Recipe for Chile, Military Control. Moss was identified by the magazine as a British sociologist. A more relevant description would have been that he was a news specialist associated with known CIA media fronts. One of these, Forum World Features of London, see Western Europe chapter, published Moss's book, Chile's Marxist Experiment, in 1973, which was widely circulated by the junta to justify its coup. Moss was associated with a CIA-funded think tank in Santiago which went by the supremely innocuous name of the Institute of General Studies, the IGS, amongst other activities, conducted seminars for Chilean military officers in which it was explained, in technical, apolitical terms, why Allende was a disaster for the economy and why a laissez-faire system offered a solution to Chile's ills. There is no way of measuring to what extent such lectures influenced future actions of the military, although after the coup the junta did appoint several IGS people to top government posts. The CIA's Santiago station was meanwhile collecting the operational intelligence necessary in the event of a coup, arrest lists, key civilian installations and personnel that needed protection, key government installations which need to be taken over, and government contingency plans which would be used in case of a military uprising. The CIA later asserted that this information was never passed to the Chilean military, a claim that does not give one the feeling of having been united with the probable. It should be noted in this context that in the days immediately following the coup the Chilean military went directly to the residences of many Americans and other foreigners living in Santiago, who had been sympathetic to the Allende government. The government contingency plans were presumably obtained by the agency through its infiltration of the various parties which made up Allende's Undead Popular, UP, coalition. CIA agents in the upper echelons of Allende's own Socialist Party were paid to make mistakes in their jobs. In Washington, burglary was the agency's tactic of choice for obtaining documents. Papers were taken from the homes of several employees of the Chilean embassy, and the embassy itself, which had been bugged for some time, was burgled in May 1972 by some of the same men who the next month staged the Watergate break-in. In March 1973, the UP won about 44% of the vote in congressional elections, compared to some 36% in 1970. It was said to be the largest increase an incumbent party had ever received in Chile after being in power more than 2 years. The opposition parties had publicly expressed their optimism about capturing 2/3 of the congressional seats and thus being able to impeach Allende. Now they faced 3 more years under him, with the prospect of being unable, despite their best and most underhanded efforts, to prevent his popularity from increasing even further. During the spring and summer the destabilization process escalated. There was a whole series of demonstrations and strikes, with an even longer one by the truckers. Time magazine reported, while most of the country survived on short rations, the truckers seemed unusually well equipped for a lengthy holdout. A reporter asked a group of truckers who were camping and dining on a lavish communal meal of steak, vegetables, wine and empanadas where the money for it came from. From the CIA, they answered laughingly. There was as well daily sabotage and violence, including assassination. In June, an abortive attack upon the presidential palace was carried out by the military and Patria y Libertad. In September the military prevailed. It is clear, said the Senate Investigating Committee, the CIA received intelligence reports on the coup planning of the group which carried out the successful September 11 coup throughout the months of July, August, and September 1.973. The American role on that fateful day was one of substance and shadow. The coup began in the Pacific coast port of Valparaiso with the dispatch of Chilean naval troops to Santiago, while U.S. Navy ships were present offshore, ostensibly to participate in joint maneuvers with the Chilean Navy. The American ships stayed outside of Chilean waters, but remained on the alert. 1A, U.S. WB-575 plane, an airborne communications control system, piloted by U.S. Air Force officers, cruised in the Chilean sky. At the same time, 32 American observation and fighter planes were landing at the U.S. Air Base in Mendoza, Argentina, not far from the Chilean border. In Valparaiso, while U.S. military officers were meeting with their Chilean counterparts, a young American, Charles Horman, who lived in Santiago and was stranded near Valparaiso by the coup, happened to engage in conversation with several Americans, civilian and military. A retired naval engineer told him, "We came down to do a job and it's done." 1 or 2 American military men also gave away clues they shouldn't have. A few days later, Horman was arrested in his Santiago residence. They knew where to find him. He was never seen again. Thus it was that they closed the country to the outside world for a week, while the tanks rolled and the soldiers broke down doors. The stadiums rang with the sounds of execution and the bodies piled up along the streets and floated in the river. The torture centers opened for business. The subversive books were thrown to the bonfires. Soldiers slit the trouser legs of women, shouting that in Chile women wear dresses, the poor return to their natural state, and the men of the world in Washington and in the halls of international finance opened up their checkbooks. 1 year later, President Gerald Ford was moved to declare that what the United States had done in Chile was in the best interest of the people in Chile and certainly in our own best interest. The remark could have been punctuated with a pinch of snuff. What the United States had done in Chile, thought Gerald Ford, or so he said, was to help and assist the preservation of opposition newspapers and electronic media and to preserve opposition political parties. The reporters present were kind, or obsequious, enough not to ask Ford what he thought of the junta's Chile where all opposition, of any kind, in any form, in any medium, was forbidden. It was of course de rigueur for some other officials and congressmen to assert that what the United States had really done in Chile was repel the Soviet threat to the Western Hemisphere. But Soviet behavior toward the Allende government simply did not tally with any such hypothesis. The language of U.S. intelligence reports confirms that Soviet overtures to Allende, characterized by caution and restraint, Soviet desire to avoid another Cuba-type commitment, Russians advising Allende to put his relations with the United States in order to ease the strain between the two countries. A CIA study of September 7, 1970, 3 days after Allende's electoral victory, concluded, 1. The U.S. has no vital national interests within Chile. There would, however, be tangible economic losses. 2. The world military balance of power would not be significantly altered by an Allende government. 3. An Allende victory would, however, create considerable political and psychological costs. A. Hemispheric cohesion would be threatened by the challenge that an Allende government would pose to the OAS, Organization of American States, and by the reactions that it would create in other countries. B. An Allende victory would represent a definite psychological setback to the U.S. and a definite psychological advantage for the Marxist idea. The tangible economic losses likely referred to the expected nationalization of U.S. copper mining companies. This in fact occurred, with no compensation paid to the companies by the UNTAD Popular, which calculated that due to excess profits over many years, the companies actually owed Chile money. The reactions that it would create in other countries. What can this mean but that the people of other countries might be inspired to consider their own socialist solution to the economic and social problems that beset them? Allende's Chile might thus turn out to be the specter that haunted the corridors of official Washington, a successful example of an alternative to the capitalist model. Washington knows no heresy in the Third World but independence. In the case of Salvador Allende, independence came clothed in an especially provocative costume. A Marxist constitutionally elected who continued to honor the Constitution. This would not do. It shook the very foundation stones upon which the anti-communist tower is built. The doctrine, painstakingly cultivated for decades, that communists can take power only through force and deception, that they can retain that power only through terrorizing and brainwashing the population. There could be only one thing worse than a Marxist in power, an elected Marxist in power. 35. Greece 1964 to 1974. Fuck your parliament and your constitution, said the President of the United States. It's the best damn government since Pericles, the American two-star general declared. The news report did not mention whether he was chewing on a big fat cigar. The government, about which the good general was so ebullient, was that of the colonel's junta, which came to power in a military coup in April 1967, followed immediately by the traditional martial law, censorship, arrests, beatings, torture, and killings, die victims totaling some 8,000 in the first month. This was accompanied by the equally traditional declaration that this was all being done to save the nation from a communist takeover. Corrupting and subversive influences in Greek life were to be removed. Among these were miniskirts, long hair, and foreign newspapers. Church attendance for the young would be compulsory. So brutal and so swift was the repression, that by September, Denmark, Norway, Sweden and the Netherlands were before the European Commission of Human Rights to accuse Greece of violating most of the Commission's conventions. Before the year was over, Amnesty International had sent representatives to Greece to investigate the situation. From this came a report which asserted that torture as a deliberate practice is carried out by the security police and the military police. The coup had taken place 2 days before the campaign for national elections was to begin. Elections which appeared certain to bring the veteran liberal leader George Papandreou back as prime minister. Papandreou had been elected in February 1964 with the only outright majority in the history of modern Greek elections. The successful machinations to unseat him had begun immediately, a joint effort of the royal court, the Greek military, and the American military and CIA stationed in Greece. Philip Dean, the pen name of Drasimos Gigantes, is a Greek, a former UN official, who worked during this period both for King Constantine and as an envoy to Washington for the Papandreou government. He has written an intimate account of the subtleties and the grossness of this conspiracy to undermine the government and enhance the position of the military plotters, and of the raw power exercised by the CIA in his country. We saw earlier how Greece was looked upon much as a piece of property to be developed according to Washington's needs. A story related by Dean illustrates how this attitude was little changed, and thus the precariousness of Papandreou's position, during one of the perennial disputes between Greece and Turkey over Cyprus, which was now spilling over onto NATO. President Johnson summoned the Greek ambassador to tell him of Washington's solution. The ambassador protested that it would be unacceptable to the Greek parliament and contrary to the Greek constitution. "Then listen to me, Mr. Ambassador," said the President of the United States. "Fuck your parliament and your constitution. America is an elephant. Cyprus is a flea. If these two fleas continue itching the elephant, they may just get whacked by the elephant's trunk. Whacked good. We pay a lot of good American dollars to the Greeks, Mr. Ambassador, if your prime minister gives me talk about democracy, parliament, and constitutions, his parliament and his constitution may not last very long. In July 1965, George Papandreou was finally maneuvered out of office by royal prerogative. The king had a coalition of breakaway Center Union deputies, Papandreou's party, and rightists waiting in the wings to form a new government. It was later revealed by a State Department official that the CIA chief of station in Athens, John Maury, had worked in behalf of the palace in 1965. He helped King Constantine buy Center Union deputies so that the George Papandreou government was toppled. For nearly 2 years thereafter, various short-lived cabinets ruled until it was no longer possible to avoid holding the elections prescribed by the Constitution. What concerned the opponents of George Papandreou most about him was his son, Andreas Papandreou, who had been head of the economics department at the University of California at Berkeley and a minister in his father's cabinet, was destined for a leading role in the new government. But he was by no means the white-eyed radical. In the United States, Andreas had been an active supporter of such quintessential moderate liberals as Adlai Stevenson and Hubert Humphrey. His economic views, wrote Washington Post columnist Marquis Childs, were those of the American New Deal. But Andreas Papandreou did not disguise his wish to take Greece out of the Cold War. He publicly questioned the wisdom of the country remaining in NATO, or at least remaining in it as a satellite of the United States. He leaned toward opening relations with the Soviet Union and other communist countries on Greece's border. He argued that the swollen American military and intelligence teams in Greece compromised the nation's freedom of action. And he viewed the Greek army as a threat to democracy, wishing to purge it of its most dictatorial and royalist-minded senior officers. Andreas Papandreou's bark was worse than his bite, as his later presidency was to amply demonstrate. He did not, for example, pull Greece out of NATO or U.S. bases out of Greece, but in Lyndon Johnson's Washington, if you were not totally and unquestioningly with us, you were against us. Johnson felt that Andreas, who had become a naturalized U.S. citizen, had betrayed America. Said LBJ, "We gave the son of a bitch American citizenship, didn't we? He was an American, with all the rights and privileges. And he had sworn allegiance to the flag. And then he gave up his American citizenship. He went back to just being a Greek. You can't trust a man who breaks his oath of allegiance to the flag of these United States." What, then, are we to make of the fact that Andreas Papandreou was later reported to have worked with the CIA in the early 1960s? He criticized publication of the report, but did not deny the charge. If true, it would not have been incompatible with being a liberal, particularly at that time. It was incompatible, as B subsequently learned, only with his commitment to a Greece independent from U.S. foreign policy. As for the elder Papandreou, his anti-communist credentials were impeccable, dating back to his role as a British-installed prime minister during the Civil War against the left in 1944-45. But he, too, showed stirrings of independence from the Western superpower. He refused to buckle under Johnson's pressure to compromise with Turkey over Cyprus. He accepted an invitation to visit Moscow, and when his government said that it would accept Soviet aid in preparation for a possible war with Turkey, the U.S. Embassy demanded an explanation. Moreover, in an attempt to heal the old wounds of the Civil War, Papandreou began to reintroduce certain civil liberties and to readmit into Greece some of those who had fought against the government in the Civil War period. When Andreas Papandreou assumed his ministerial duties in 1964, he was shocked to discover what was becoming a fact of life for every techno-industrial state in the world: an intelligence service gone wild, a shadow government with powers beyond the control of the nation's nominal leaders. This, thought Papandreou, accounted for many of the obstacles the government was encountering in trying to carry out its policies. The Greek Intelligence Service, KIP, as we have seen, was created by the OSS/CIA in the course of the Civil War, with hundreds of its officers receiving training in the United States. One of these men, George Papadopoulos, was the leader of the junta that seized power in 1967. Andreas Papandreou found that the KIP routinely bugged ministerial conversations and turned the data over to the CIA. Many Western intelligence agencies have long provided the CIA with information about their own government and citizens, and the CIA has reciprocated on occasion. The nature of much of this information has been such that if a private citizen were to pass it to a foreign power, he could be charged with treason. As a result of his discovery, the younger Papandreou dismissed the two top KIP men and replaced them with reliable officers. The new director was ordered to protect the cabinet from surveillance. He came back apologetically, recalls Papandreou, to say he couldn't do it. All the equipment was American, controlled by the CIA or Greeks under CIA supervision. There was no kind of distinction between the two services. They duplicated functions in a counterpart relationship. In effect, they were a single agency. Andreas Papandreou's order to abolish the bugging of the cabinet inspired the deputy chief of mission of the U.S. Embassy, Norbert Anschutz, of Anschutz, to visit him. Anschutz, who has been linked to the CIA, demanded that Papandreou rescind the order. Andreas demanded that the American leave his office, which he did, but not before warning that there would be consequences. Papandreou then requested that a thorough search be made of his home and office for electronic devices by the new KIP deputy director. It wasn't until much later, says Andreas, that we discovered he'd simply planted a lot of new bugs. Lo and behold, we'd brought in another American paid operative as our number two. An endeavor by Andreas to end the practice of KIP's funds coming directly from the CIA without passing through any Greek ministry also met with failure, but he did succeed in transferring the man who had been liaison between the two agencies for several years. This was George Papadopoulos. The change in his position, however, appears to have amounted to little more than a formality, for the organization still took orders from him. Even afterwards, Greek opposition politicians who saw the ear, or the purse, of James Potts, CIA deputy chief in Athens before the coup, were often told, "See George, he's my boy." In mid-February 1967, a meeting took place in the White House, reported Marquis Childs, to discuss CIA reports which left no doubt that a military coup was in the making. It could hardly have been a secret. Since 1947 the Greek Army and the American Military Aid Group in Athens, numbering several hundred, have worked as part of the same team. The solemn question was whether by some subtle political intervention the coup could be prevented and thus preserve parliamentary government. It was decided that no course of action was feasible. As one of the senior civilians present recalls it, Walt Trosto, the president's advisor on national security affairs, closed the meeting with these words, "I hope you understand, gentlemen, that what we have concluded here, or rather have failed to conclude, makes the future course of events in Greece inevitable." A CIA report dated January 23, 1967 had specifically named the Papadopoulos group as one plotting a coup, and was apparently one of the reports discussed at the February meeting. Of the cabal of 5 officers which took power in April, 4, reportedly, were intimately connected to the American military or to the CIA in Greece. The 5th man had been brought in because of the armored units he commanded. George Papadopoulos emerged as the de facto leader, taking the title of prime minister later in the year. The catchword amongst old hands at the U.S. military mission in Greece was that Papadopoulos was the first CIA agent to become premier of a European country. Many Greeks consider this to be the simple truth, reported Charles Foley in The Observer of London. At the time of the coup, Papadopoulos had been on the CIA payroll for some 15 years. One reason for the success of their marriage may have been Colonel Papadopoulos's World War II record. When the Germans invaded Greece, Papadopoulos served as a captain in the Nazi security battalions whose main task was to track down Greek resistance fighters. He was, it is said, a great believer in Hitler's New Order, and his later record in power did little to cast doubt upon that claim. Foley writes that when he mentioned the junta leader's pro-German background to an American military advisor he met at a party in Athens, the American hinted that it was related to Papadopoulos's subservience to U.S. wishes. George gives good value. He smiled, because there are documents in Washington he wouldn't like let out. Foley relates that under Papadopoulos, quote, intense official propaganda portrayed communism as the only enemy Greece had ever had and minimized the German occupation until even Nazi atrocities were seen as provoked by the communists. This rewriting of history clearly reflects the dictator's concern at the danger that the gap in his official biography may someday be filled in. End of quote. As part of the rewriting, members of the security battalions became heroes of the resistance. It was torture, however, which most indelibly marked the 7-year Greek nightmare. James Beckett, an American attorney sent to Greece by Amnesty International, wrote in December 1969 that a conservative estimate would place at not less than 2,000 the number of people tortured. It was an odious task for Beckett to talk to some of the victims. People had been mercilessly tortured simply for being in possession of a leaflet criticizing the regime. Brutality and cruelty on one side, frustration and helplessness on the other. They were being tortured and there was nothing to be done. It was like listening to a friend who has cancer. What comfort, what wise reflection can someone who is comfortable give? Torture might last a short time, but the person will never be the same. Beckett reported that some torturers had told prisoners that some of their equipment had come as U.S. military aid. A special thick white double cable whip was one item. Another was the head screw, known as an iron wreath, which was progressively tightened around the head or ears. The Amnesty delegation described a number of the other torture methods commonly employed. Among these were, a. beating the soles of the feet with a stick or pipe. After 4 months of this, the soles of one prisoner were covered with thick scar tissue. Another was crippled by broken bones. B. Numerous incidents of sexually oriented torture, shoving fingers or an object into the vagina and twisting and tearing brutally, also done with the anus, or a tube is inserted into the anus and water driven in under very high pressure. C. Techniques of gagging. The throat is grasped in such a way that the windpipe is cut off, or a filthy rag, often soaked in urine, and sometimes excrement, is shoved down the throat. D. Tearing out the hair from the head and the pubic region. E. Jumping on the stomach. F. Pulling out toenails and fingernails. These were not the worst. The worst is what one reads in the many individual testimonies. But these are simply too lengthy to be repeated here. The junta's response to the first amnesty report was to declare that it was comprised of charges emanating from international communism and to hire public relations firms in New York and London to improve its image. In 1969, the European Commission of Human Rights found Greece guilty of torture, murder and other violations. For these reasons and particularly for the junta's abolition of parliamentary democracy, the Council of Europe, a consultative body of, at that time, 18 European states, under which the Commission falls, was preparing to expel Greece. The Council rejected categorically Greece's claim that it had been in danger of a communist takeover. Amnesty International later reported that the United States, though not a member of the Council, actively applied diplomatic pressure on member states not to vote for the expulsion. Nonetheless, while the Council was deliberating, the New York Times reported that the State Department said today that the United States had deliberately avoided taking any position on the question of continued Greek membership in the Council of Europe. The European members, said Amnesty, believed that only the United States had the power to bring about changes in Greece, yet it chose only to defend the junta. On the specific issue of torture, Amnesty's report concluded that American policy on the torture question as expressed in official statements and official testimony has been to deny it where possible and minimize it where denial was not possible. This policy flowed naturally from general support for the military regime. As matters transpired, Greece walked out before the Council could formalize the expulsion. In a world grown increasingly hostile, the support of the world's most powerful nation was sine qua non for the Greek junta. The two governments thrived upon each other, said the American ambassador to Greece, Henry Tasca. This is the most anti-communist group you'll find anywhere. There is just no place like Greece to offer these facilities with the backup of the kind of government you have got here. You, not we, noted the reporter, was the only pretense. The facilities the ambassador was referring to were dozens of U.S. military installations, from nuclear missile bases to major communication sites, housing tens of thousands of American servicemen. The United States, in turn, provided the junta with ample military hardware despite an official congressional embargo, as well as the police equipment required by the Greek authorities to maintain their rigid control. In an attempt to formally end the embargo, the Nixon administration asked Papadopoulos to make some gesture towards constitutional government which the White House could then point to. The Greek prime minister was to be assured, said a secret White House document, that the administration would take at face value and accept without reservation any such gesture. U.S. Vice President Spiro Agnew, on a visit to the land of his ancestors, was moved to exalt the achievements of the Greek government and its constant cooperation with U.S. needs and wishes. One of the satisfied needs Agnew may have had in mind was the contribution of $549,000 made by the junta to the 1968 Nixon-Agnew election campaign. Apart from any other consideration, it was suspected that this was money given to the junta by the CIA finding its way back to Washington. A Senate investigation of this question was abruptly cancelled at the direct request of Henry Kissinger. Perhaps nothing better captures the mystique of the bond felt by the Greeks to their American guardians than the story related about Chief Inspector Basil Lambrou, one of Athens' well-known torturers. Hundreds of prisoners have listened to the little speech given by Inspector Basil Lambrou, who sits behind his desk which displays the red, white, and blue clasped hand symbol of American aid. He tries to show the prisoner the absolute futility of resistance. You make yourself ridiculous by thinking you can do anything. The world is divided in two. There are the communists on that side and on this side the free world. The Russians and the Americans, no one else. What are we? Americans. Behind me there is the government. Behind the government is NATO. Behind NATO is the US. You can't fight us. We are Americans. Amnesty International adds that some torturers would tell their victims things like, the Human Rights Commission can't help you now. The Red Cross can do nothing for you. Tell them all, it will do no good. You are helpless. The torturers from the start, said Amnesty, had said that the United States supported them and it was what counted. In November 1973, a falling out within the Greek inner circle culminated in the ousting of Papadopoulos and his replacement by Colonel Dimitrios Leonidas, commander of the military police, torturer, graduate of American training in anti-subversive techniques, confidant of the CIA. Ioannidis named as Prime Minister a Greek-American, A. Andrew Tsipoulos, who came to Greece after the Second World War as an official employee of the CIA, a fact of which Mr. Andrew Tsipoulos had often boasted. 8 months later, the Leonidas regime overthrew the government of Cyprus. It was a fatal miscalculation. Turkey invaded Cyprus and the reverberations in Athens resulted in the military giving way to a civilian government. The Greek nightmare had come to an end. Much of the story of American complicity in the 1967 coup and its aftermath may never be known. At the trials held in 1975 of junta members and torturers, many witnesses made reference to the American role. This may have been the reason a separate investigation of this aspect was scheduled to be undertaken by the Greek Court of Appeals. But it appears that no information resulting from this inquiry, if it actually took place, was ever announced. Philip Dean, upon returning to Greece several months after the civilian government took over, was told by leading politicians that for the sake of preserving good relations with the U.S., the evidence of U.S. complicity will not be made fully public. Andreas Papandreou had been arrested at the time of the coup and held in prison for 8 months. Shortly after his release, he and his wife Margaret visited the American ambassador, Philip Talbot, in Athens. Papandreou related the following: "I asked Talbot whether America could have intervened the night of the coup to prevent the death of democracy in Greece. He denied that they could have done anything about it." Then Margaret asked a critical question: "What if the coup had been a communist or leftist coup?" Talbot answered without hesitation: "Then, of course, they would have intervened, and they would have crushed the coup." 36. Bolivia 1964–1975. Tracking down Che Guevara in the land of coup d'état. Victor Paz Estenssoro was given a choice when he was overthrown by yet another Bolivian military coup. He could be taken, one of the officers told him, either to the cemetery or to the airport. The president opted to fly to Lima and exile. The man who led the coup in November 1964 and replaced Paz was none other than his vice president, General René Barrientos Ortuello. It marked something like the 185th change of government. No one seems certain of the precise number. In Bolivia's 139 years of independence from Spanish rule, very few by-elections. Paz was unseated despite support from the American ambassador, Douglas Henderson, for it happened that both the CIA and the Pentagon wanted the president out. Barrientos, the former commander of the Air Force, had formed a close relationship with both institutions, primarily through the person of Colonel Edward Fox, his flying instructor and drinking companion, dating back to the Bolivians' military training days in the United States. The year 1964 found Fox in the Bolivian capital of La Paz working with the CIA, though listed officially as a military attaché. Not surprisingly, Cuba was one of the sore points between the American colonel and the Bolivian president. Paz had directly opposed American policy by voting against Cuba's expulsion from the Organization of American States in 1962, by declining to join in on the OAS sanctions against the Castro government 2 years later, and by refusing to break diplomatic relations with Havana. It was not until August 1964, when Bolivian-American relations were just short of an open quarrel, that Paz finally broke with the United States Biden war. It was a case of conforming or of facing a severe cut in United States aid, observed a New York Times editorial. The Bolivian government's attempts to attract economic aid and investment from countries other than the United States, such as the Soviet Union, Czechoslovakia, and Yugoslavia, were a further source of friction between the two countries. Here, too, the Bolivians eventually yielded. Although Fox and Ambassador Henderson were divided, deeply it was said, on the question of Paz remaining in office, both were uneasy about the political and economic power wielded by the tin miners and their leader Juan Lechin, the former vice president who was an open candidate for Paz's job. The miners controlled their own area of the country, they had their own radio station and their own armed militia, they were intensely opposed to the military, and they were seen as a force potentially more radical than the president. A volatile 4-month strike in the mines in mid-1963 which reached crisis proportion could only have served to ring the alarm bells louder in the American embassy. The Minister of Mines under Paz, René Zavleo Mercado, later wrote that for over a year and a half, the American embassy, in the form of Mr. Henderson, urged with almost weekly regularity that the army be sent to the mining zones, and threatened that otherwise, an American financial program for the mines, would be suspended. Paz recognized the challenge to his own rule posed by the miners and Lechin, but the likely political damage ensuing from an armed intervention was more than he was willing to risk. The very existence of an army to send in owed more than a little to American efforts to rebuild the shattered Bolivian armed forces. In 1952 that rarity had occurred. An armed popular revolt had defeated the military, displaced the oligarchy, nationalized the tin mines, instituted land reform, and set up a new government under the Movimiento Nacionalista Revolucionario. The MNR reduced the military to a small, impotent and discredited force, at the same time fostering people's militias. Decades of coups and other abuses had cut a wide swath of anti-military sentiment across the Bolivian population. Despite the entreaties of certain segments of the left, however, the traditional armed forces were not completely dismantled. It proved to be a fatal error for the MNR and the country's fledgling democratic institutions. Primarily to serve as a counterweight to the strength of the militias, and because of American pressure, both Pax and his predecessor had permitted, however reluctantly, the slow but certain rejuvenation of the military. Under U.S. guidance, the Bolivian army became the first in Latin America to launch a civic action program, building roads, schools, etc., designed to improve its image amongst the population. "No country in the Western Hemisphere is more dependent on Washington's aid," wrote the New York Times shortly after the coup, "and nowhere has the United States Embassy played a more obtrusive role in establishing that fact." Washington employed its potent economic leverage to spur a distinctly more favorable government policy towards the military, one which allowed the U.S. to professionalize the armed forces. More money followed, more recruits, new equipment. Selected officers were sent to the United States for training. Political indoctrination courses for officers given by MNR adherents and academics were allowed to lapse, and were replaced by indoctrination at the U.S. School of the Americas in the Panama Canal Zone. By 1964, some 1,200 Bolivian officers and men had received training either in the United States or Panama, including 20 of the 23 senior army officers. The military had come a long way towards recouping its former size and efficiency, its prestige and its independence. "The School of the Americas," observed the Washington Post in 1968, "counts so many important Latin officers as alumni, that it is known throughout Latin America as the Isla de Golpes or Coup School." Whether the American motivation for reviving the military derived from a desire for an eventual military takeover is impossible to say. At a minimum, it evidenced a basic distrust of the Bolivian Revolution with its potential for genuine independence from the United States, and, given the country's history, the culmination of the military process would appear to have been plainly inevitable. The Pentagon has long seen the military of Latin America as its natural partners, the proper nation builders. This conviction was spelled out by Colonel Truman F. Cook of the American Military Assistance Mission in Bolivia in the foreword to a pamphlet on the use of the Army in civic action programs. In the pamphlet, published in Bolivia in 1964 and authored by Bolivian Lieutenant Colonel Julio Sanjines, a confidant of Pentagon and CIA officers, Cook wrote, "The military organization is perhaps the only institution endowed with the organization, order, discipline, and self-sacrificing attitude towards objectives for the common good. Should political and economic institutions fail, then there is a real possibility that the military would move in against graft and corruption in government. It is naive to assume that they might not move to power in a classic sense." Another unknown is at what point General Barrientos and his co-conspirators actually decided to oust Paz. What is certain is, 1. The general's ascendancy to the office of vice president was a crucial part of the process. 2. The role played by the CIA and the Pentagon in obtaining that office for Barrientos was sine qua non. At the MNR's convention in January 1964, Paz sidestepped Barrientos, who had made his candidacy known, and chose a civilian, Frederico Fortune, to be his running mate. Barrientos proved to be a bad loser. He declared publicly that the nomination was a mistake and continued politicking, finally compelling the president to ask for his resignation as Air Force Chief. The general was given 1 week in which to submit it. A few days later, however, a scenario began to unfold which grabbed Barrientos from the edge of the abyss. On the evening of 25th of February, there supposedly took place a shooting attempt on Barrientos's life. Some accounts have the general near death, others only wounded. In either event, it does appear rather incongruous that he was moved by military vehicle to the airport and then flown in a U.S. Air Force PE to an American hospital in the Panama Canal Zone, 2,000 miles away. No Bolivian doctor ever examined Barrientos. In the days following, while Barrientos was still in the hospital following the lengthy operation, he was extolled as a national hero by the press in Bolivia. This was particularly the case with El Diario, an influential, conservative and strongly anti-Paz newspaper. According to the later testimony of a member of Barrientos's new cabinet, some of the newspaper's staff worked with the CIA. Moreover, one of El Diario's board members was the aforementioned Lieutenant Colonel Sanjines. Sanjines, a graduate of West Point, was an employee of the U.S. Embassy, working on Alliance for Progress programs. After the coup he was appointed Minister of Economics, later Ambassador to Washington. The press coverage included the story that Barrientos's life was spared only because the bullet had struck the U.S. Air Force silver wings which he wore on his uniform. This became the silver bullet affair and great sympathy was generated for the courageous general. On top of this, notes one historian of Bolivia, the commander of the army and the political opposition hinted publicly that Paz's police had been responsible for the alleged attack. Strong pressures from other high officers as well were exerted upon Paz to vindicate both himself and Barrientos by belatedly including the general on the ticket, and Paz felt he could not refuse. 10 days after the mysterious incident, the president dumped Fortune, replaced him with Barrientos, and went on to re-election. Barbados himself later conceded that without the silver bullet, or magic bullet, as others dubbed it, he would never have become vice president. His 8 months as candidate and as vice president in office served, in turn, to tie up all the loose ends required for the military to return from 12 years in the political wilderness and stage their coup with a minimum of opposition. Indeed, with a measure of support, Barrientos's ascendancy furnished a distinct legitimacy to the military, and the general regularly used his platform to champion the armed forces and defended against the deep-seated anti-militarism. He denounced the militias, called for their dissolution, and took the anomalous step of undermining the government of which he was the vice president, or to b. by publicly reproaching the president and the MNR, particularly when they were critical of the military, and by throwing his support to anti-government groups. These tactics served to show up the president's weakness and succeeded in rallying to Barrientos's side many of the military officers who had been dubious about the wisdom or safety of re-entering the political arena and unsure of their own political muscle. It appears that little if anything further was heard of Barrientos's injury, although during this period he miraculously escaped several other reported assassination attempts, including a bomb which blew up his car when no one was in it and another bomb which somehow found its way to under his bed. He used the latter occasion to declare that he had more enemies within the MNR than in the ranks of the opposition. Paz Estenssoro had been re-elected because the opposition, claiming, amongst other things, unfair electoral procedure, had decided to abstain. Without pausing for breath, the masochistic, tangled mess that is Bolivian politics continued at his throat. Widespread discontent, arising from long-standing grievances and fueled by a conflux of personal ambitions, erupted in a series of strikes, demonstrations and violent confrontations, with Barrientos lending his way to the dissident elements, attacking the beleaguered president, and taking upon himself the role of the defender of order. In October, the vice president withdrew to his hometown and declared himself a rebel. This period of public chaos and government crisis may have hastened the timing of the coup, at the same time convincing some still reluctant officers who were disgusted by the constant civilian warfare. When the military finally made its move against Paz at the beginning of November, it was not unwelcomed by various segments of the population. 3 years later, the Washington Post's veteran Latin America correspondent, John Goshko, reported that Paz still insists that Fox was behind his ouster. Among Bolivians with an awareness of politics, it is hard to find anyone who disagrees. René Barrientos pressed an unrelenting hardline against the tin miners. He inflicted upon them an extraordinary 50% cut in salary. Miners boss Juan Lechin and other union and MNR leaders were ordered into exile and a principal labor confederation was banned. All Bolivian unions were directed to reorganize under guidelines designed to produce an apolitical labor movement. Then the army moved in. Repeated invasions and occupations of the mining camps over a period of time were needed to pacify the ultra-militant miners. The fighting was bloody, 70 miners losing their lives in one raid alone. La Noche de San Juan, as it came to be known. The revolution of 1912 had come to an end. The United States was not a disinterested observer. In February 1966, Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara, presenting his department's regular assessment of the international situation, told a congressional committee, "Violence in the mining areas and in the cities of Bolivia has continued to occur intermittently, and we are assisting this country to improve the training and equipping of its military forces." This was all that the defense secretary had to report about Bolivia. A routine report, routinely written by some faceless Pentagon researcher, routinely delivered by the quintessential technocrat, as if the American action was the most natural and innocuous thing in the world. As natural as American financial contributions to Barrientos. Antonio Argudos, Minister of the Interior under Barrientos, later disclosed that the CIA contributed $600,000 to the Bolivian leader in 1966 when he decided to hold an election. Several right-wing parties received lesser sums. Arguides, an admitted agent of the CIA who, in 1968, gave the world Che Guevara's diary, claiming that the agency had pushed him too hard, also revealed that Gulf Oil Corporation donated $200,000 to Barrientos's campaign as well as a helicopter for his tours around the provinces. Gulf subsequently admitted that it had paid Bolivian officials, mainly Barrientos, a total of $460,000 in political contributions during the period 1966-69 at the CIA's recommendation. Although the company may have needed but little prodding, for the Bolivian president had opened up the economy to multinationals to a greater degree than his predecessors, bestowing upon Gulf especially generous concessions. In the 2 years following the disappearance of Che Guevara from public view in early 1965, rumors had placed him at different times in the Dominican Republic, Brazil, Venezuela, Colombia, Peru, Chile, Guatemala, the Congo, which was true, China, Vietnam, and even New York, always plotting revolution with some menacing and inscrutable bunch of desperados. Word also had it that he had gone mad and was confined to an asylum somewhere, or that he had been imprisoned or executed by his erstwhile comrade in arms Fidel Castro for challenging Castro's authority. These latter stories or others like them may well have been CIA handiwork. The agency, ever inventive, had begun generating unfavorable press speculation about Guevara's disappearance as early as autumn 1965 in the hope that he would reappear in order to put an end to the tales. When evidence began to drift back to CIA headquarters in early 1967 that Che was leading a band of guerrillas in the southern mountains of Bolivia, there was understandable skepticism amongst some agency officials. Nevertheless, obsessed as the CIA was with tracking down the legendary guerrilla, a multi-phased operation was put into motion. In April, American military supplies suitable for combating guerrilla forces began to arrive in Bolivia: light arms, communication equipment, helicopters, etc. At the end of the month, a unit of 16 Green Berets was dispatched from Fort Gulick in the Panama Canal Zone to Bolivia to provide on-the-spot training in counterinsurgency tactics to a hand-picked battalion of Bolivian Rangers who had little or no experience in the real thing. The Green Berets had at their disposal a team of experts in communications, intelligence and reconnaissance work, and, before long, aerial photographs taken of approximately 23,500 square miles of southern Bolivia. This undertaking made use of an infrared detection system, sensitive to thermal radiation farther than visible light, and as such could be employed at night and on cloudy days. The infrared cameras were able to discriminate targets having less than 1 degree temperature difference with their background, thus picking up campfires, vehicles, even people. Or so the technocrats would have one believe. In any event, the guerrillas rarely built fires or used vehicles. In La Paz, the CIA station informed Interior Minister Arguidas that it was sending him several advisors whose presence was required, it was stated, because of the ineffectiveness of Bolivia's intelligence services. A few days later, according to Arguidas, 4 Cuban exiles arrived and assumed their advisory positions in his ministry. One of them proceeded to set up 2 houses of interrogation where Bolivians suspected of aiding the guerrillas were brought for questioning. When Arguidas learned of this, and that in some cases the Cubans were resorting to torture, he was furious and demanded that the CIA put a stop to the operation. Other Cuban CIA agents were attached to the military high command and sent to the area of guerrilla fighting to collect detailed information from prisoners and peasants. This kind of investigation probably contributed more to locating the elusive Guevara than did the CIA's assortment of technological marvels, although the ultimate value of the agency's role cannot be stated with any precision. What is clear, however, is that it was a case of overkill. Che's guerrilla movement never amounted to much of a threat. Barely more than 50 men and 1 woman at its peak, reduced to less than half that number at the end. The rebels could show to their credit only a scattering of skirmishes with the army. They had been largely ignored by the left in Bolivia and hardly swam like fish in the peasant's sea. The inhabitants of this region, wrote Che in his diary, are as impenetrable as rocks. You speak to them, but in the deepness of their eyes you can see that they do not believe you. As in the Congo, this man who made social revolution his life had failed to win over the peasantry. You can waken men, said Alexander Herzen a century ago in Russia, only by dreaming their dreams more clearly than they can dream them themselves. On October 8, 1967, Che Guevara was captured. The next day the Bolivian government ordered his execution in cold blood to prevent him from becoming the object of a worldwide clemency campaign. And despite the vociferous objections of CIA men in the country who clung to the hope that Guevara would eventually talk openly about his sundry guerrilla adventures. Following the death of Ren Barrientos in April 1969, crashing in Gulf's helicopter, Bolivia's statesmen soon reverted to their normal Byzantine convolutions. For a start, the vice president who succeeded Barrientos lasted but 5 months before being ousted by General Alfredo Ovando Candia. Ovondo's long-held nationalist sentiments came to the fore. In his first month, he nationalized the Gulf Oil Corporation. The prevailing attitude toward the multinational, said Bolivian leaders, was that Gulf constituted itself as a shadow government of vast powers over a poor land. The nationalization left Bolivia open, as the New York Times expressed it in December, to the wrath of the United States. Since the seizure, the United States, which has been the mainstay of Bolivia's economy for years, has indicated that further aid will not be forthcoming. Washington has not been impressed by Bolivia's offer to compensate Gulf for the property, which is valued at $140 million, about 50% more than Bolivia's annual budget. 2 Bolivian cabinet ministers interviewed this week said privately that the United States and Argentina were aware, as were most educated people in this capital, that well-financed groups were plotting to overthrow the new Bolivian regime. This was followed by a dispatch from La Paz of Interpress Service, a major Latin American news agency, reporting that the United States was planning to bring down the Ovando government through economic strangulation. Then, 2 days later, The government alerted the public about a conspiracy that was being organized by the CIA in close collaboration with Gulf Oil and some Bolivian rightists. What fire all this smoke pointed to is not known. Ovando, who had walked the corridors of the Bolivian power structure for many years, it was he who had presented Paz with the choice of cemetery or airport, was no stranger to CIA intrigue in his country, and he may have seen the bright spotlight of publicity as the only means of forestalling his overthrow. This would also explain why, in January 1970, the government made it a point to announce the ordinary, that it had uncovered a CIA office in La Paz with radio transmission and bugging equipment. The same month, Ovando also advocated a rapprochement with Cuba, and it looked like he and the CIA were on a collision course. But then, it seems, someone got to Ovando with an offer he couldn't refuse. Slowly but surely, the president drifted to the right. Amongst other indications, several anti-US student demonstrations were firmly put down by the police. Nothing more was heard about Cuba, and Ovando removed General Juan José Torres as commander of the armed forces, a man highly regarded by most of the Bolivian left. By September, matters had progressed to the point that State Department officials were publicly expressing concern that a deepening split between the Ovando government and its former leftist allies was on the brink of open showdown and might result in a communist government. By whatever label, there was indeed fresh political conflict in Bolivia. 2 weeks later, the power struggle erupted into a military revolt. General Ovando was out. General Torres was in. Ovando had lasted 1 year. Juan José Torres's 10 months in office produced the archetypical Latin American political drama. In the opening act, Torres did all the things which make Washington officials see red. He made overtures of friendship to Allen's Chile and Castro's Cuba, increased commercial ties with the Soviet Union, nationalized tin mines owned by American interests, leading the U.S. to threaten to release large amounts of its tin stockpile onto the world market to deflate the international price, expelled the Peace Corps, and closed down the Inter-American Regional Labor Organization, or IT, an important vehicle for CIA labor operations in Latin America. On top of all this, Torres indulged at times in Marxist rhetoric, talking of workers' and peasants' power and the like. Act 2 brought on stage one Hugo Banker, a Bolivian colonel with long and close ties to the American military establishment. He too had attended the Escuela de Golpes in Panama. Later there was further military training at Fort Hood in Texas, eventually, a posting to Washington as Bolivian military attaché. Along the way he picked up the Order of Military Merit from the United States government. Banzer was also reported to be one of the beneficiaries of Gulf Oil's largesse when he served in Barrientos's cabinet. In January 1971, Colonel Banzer led a coup attempt which came to nothing except his own exile to Argentina. The CIA in La Paz had known of Banzer's plan at least 2 weeks earlier, and had advised Washington of it. Over the next 6 months, as Banzer and his military cohorts diligently plotted their next attempt to oust Torres, Banzer regularly crossed over the Argentine border into Bolivia where he was in close contact with U.S. Major Robert London, an advisor to the Bolivian Air Force School in Santa Cruz. Act 3, or the coup that succeeded, took place in August, a few days after Torres had announced an agreement with the Soviet Union for a major development of the Bolivian iron industry, few days before he was to meet with Salvador Allende to re-establish diplomatic relations with Chile. When the plotters were in military control of Santa Cruz, a breakdown in their radio communications network caused a delay in rallying other Bolivian military units to their side. At this moment, Major London stepped in to fill the breach by placing the U.S. Air Force radio system at the rebels' disposal. How important this aid was to the success of the coup, which turned out to be very bloody, or what London's role was otherwise, has not been determined. 1 week later, the San Francisco Chronicle reported, although it has been officially dented, CIA money, training and advice was liberally given to the rebel strategists who masterminded the overthrow of Bolivia's leftist president Juan José Torres. In the finale, we find that the military political coalition that took power was so far to the right that one of its member parties called itself by the customary fascist designation Phalange, and that Banzer immediately announced that his government would maintain very close relations with the United States. Efforts to restore ties with Cuba and Chile would be abandoned. The trend toward nationalizations would halt. Some already completed nationalizations would be rescinded. The government would welcome private foreign investment, and all schools would be closed for at least 4 months because they were hotbeds of political subversive agitation provoked by anarchists opposed to the new institutional order. Before long, the government ordered the entire Soviet embassy to leave the country, and Banzer eventually raised a foreign loan to pay Gulf Oil greatly increased compensation. At the same time, the time-honored scene known popularly as Reign of Terror was performed. Within the first 2 years of the new regime, more than 2,000 persons were arrested for political reasons without being brought to trial. All the fundamental laws protecting human rights were regularly violated. Torture was commonly used on prisoners during interrogation, beaten, raped and forced to undergo simulated executions, hung, for hours with their hands tied behind their backs. By 1975, Catholic religious groups and clergy had taken upon themselves the dangerous burden of speaking out in defense of human rights in Bolivia. The Banzer government responded with a calculated and methodical campaign to divide the church, to isolate its progressive members, harass and censor them, and smear them as communists. Foreign priests and nuns, who made up the bulk of the country's clergy, were especially vulnerable to arrest and deportation. One of them, an American missionary from Iowa, Father Raymond Herman, was found murdered. The CIA, it has been reported, assisted the Bolivian government in this endeavor by providing full information on certain priests, persona, data, studies, friends, addresses, writings, contacts abroad, etc. The agency, with its international data network, was particularly valuable concerning the foreign clergy. I will observe the Constitution, said Banzer, whenever it does not contradict military decrees. Since the formulation of the current Bolivian government in August 1971, stated a report of the U.S. Comptroller General's office in 1975, the objective of U.S. military assistance has been to provide stability and security. To assist in the objective, the United States provides materiel and training to develop adequate counterinsurgent forces. In 1978, Hugo Banzer was overthrown in yet another Bolivian coup. The new Bolivian strongman, former Air Force General Juan Pareda Spun, announced, as Banzer had announced, that he was saving the nation from international communism. 37. Guatemala 1962–1980s. A less publicized final solution. Indians tell harrowing stories of village raids in which their homes have been burned, men tortured hideously and killed, women raped, and scarce crops destroyed. It is Guatemala's final solution to insurgency. Only mass slaughter of the Indians will prevent them joining a mass uprising. This newspaper item appeared in 1983. Very similar stories have appeared many times in the world press since 1966, for Guatemala's final solution has been going on rather longer than the more publicized one of die Nazis. It would be difficult to exaggerate the misery of the mainly Indian peasants and urban poor of Guatemala, who make up 3/4 of the population of this beautiful land so favored by American tourists. The particulars of their existence derived from the literature of this period sketch a caricature of human life. In a climate where everything grows, very few escape the daily ache of hunger or the progressive malnutrition. Almost half the children die before the age of 5. The leading cause of death in the country is gastroenteritis. Highly toxic pesticides sprayed indiscriminately by airplanes, at times directly onto the heads of peasants, leave a trail of poisoning and death. Public health services in rural areas are virtually non-existent. The same for public education, near total illiteracy. A few hundred families possess almost all the arable land. Thousands of families without land, without work, jammed together in communities of cardboard and tin houses, with no running water or electricity. A sea of mud during the rainy season, sharing their bathing and toilets with the animal kingdom. Men on coffee plantations earning 20 cents or 50 cents a day, living in circumstances closely resembling concentration camps, looked upon by other Guatemalans more as beasts of burden than humans. A large plantation to sell, reads the advertisement, with 200 hectares and 300 Indians. This, then, was what remained of the ancient Mayas, whom the American archaeologist Sylvanus Morley had called the most splendid indigenous people on the planet. The worst was yet to come. We have seen how, in 1954, Guatemala's last reform government, the legally elected regime of Jacobo Arbenz, was overthrown by the United States. And how, in 1960, nationalist elements of the Guatemalan military who were committed to slightly opening the door to change were summarily crushed by the CIA. Before long, the ever-accumulating discontent again issued forth in a desperate lunge for alleviation, this time in the form of a guerrilla movement, only to be thrown back by a Guatemalan-American operation reminiscent of the Spanish conquistadors in its barbarity. In the early years of the 1960s, the guerrilla movement, with several military officers of the abortive 1960 uprising prominent amongst the leadership, was slowly finding its way, organizing peasant support in the countryside, attacking an army outpost to gather arms, staging a kidnapping or bank robbery to raise money, trying to avoid direct armed clashes with the Guatemalan military. Recruitment amongst the peasants was painfully slow and difficult. People so drained by the daily struggle to remain alive have little left from which to draw courage. People so downtrodden scarcely believe they have the right to exist, much less can they entertain thoughts of success. As fervent Catholics, they tend to believe that their misery is a punishment from God for sinning. Some of the guerrilla leaders flirted with Communist Party and Trotskyist ideas and groups, falling prey to the usual factional splits and arguments. Eventually, no ideology or sentiment dominated the movement more than a commitment to the desperately needed program of land reform aborted by the 1954 coup, a simple desire for a more equitable society, and nationalist pride vis-à-vis the United States. New York Times correspondent Alan Howard, after interviewing guerrilla leader Luis Tuchos, wrote, Though he had suddenly found himself in a position of political leadership, Tertius is essentially a soldier fighting for a new code of honor. If he has an alter ego, it would not be Lenin or Mao or even Castro, whose works he has read and admires, but Augusto Sandino, the Nicaraguan general who fought the U.S. Marines sent to Nicaragua during the Coolidge and Hoover administrations. In March 1962, thousands of demonstrators took to the streets in protest against the economic policies, the deep-rooted corruption, and the electoral fraud of the government of General Miguel Ydigorz Fuentes. Initiated by students, the demonstrations soon picked up support from worker and peasant groups. Police and military forces eventually broke the back of the protests, but not before a series of violent confrontations and a general strike had taken place. The American military mission in Guatemala, permanently stationed there, saw and heard in this, as in the burgeoning guerrilla movement, only the omnipresent communist threat. As U.S. military equipment flowed in, American advisors began to prod a less alarmed and less than aggressive Guatemalan army to take appropriate measures. In May, the United States established a base designed specifically for counterinsurgency training. The Pentagon prefers the term counterinsurgency to counter-revolutionary because of the latter's awkward implications. Set up in the northeast province of Isabel, which, together with adjacent Zacapa province, constituted the area of heaviest guerrilla support. The installation was directed by a team of U.S. Special Forces, Green Berets, of Puerto Rican and Mexican descent to make the North American presence less conspicuous. The staff of the base was augmented by 15 Guatemalan officers trained in counterinsurgency at the U.S. School of the Americas at Fort Gulick in the Panama Canal Zone. American counterinsurgency strategy is typically based on a carrot-and-stick philosophy. Accordingly, while the Guatemalan military were being taught techniques of ambush, booby traps, jungle survival and search-and-destroy warfare, and provided with aircraft and pilot training, a program of civil action was begun in the northeast area. Some wells were built, medicines distributed, school lunches provided, etc., as well as promises of other benefits made, all aimed at stealing a bit of the guerrillas' thunder and reducing the peasants' motivation for furnishing support to them, and with the added bonus of allowing American personnel to reconnoiter guerrilla territory under a non-military cover. Land reform, overwhelmingly the most pressing need in rural Guatemala, was not on the agenda. As matters were to materialize, the attempt at winning the hearts and minds of the peasants proved to be as futile in Guatemala as it was in Southeast Asia. When all the academic papers on social systems engineering were in, and all the counterinsurgency studies of the RAND Corporation and the other think tanks we said and done, the recourse was to terror, unadulterated, dependable terror. Guerrillas, peasants, students, labor leaders, and professional people were jailed or killed by the hundreds to put a halt, albeit temporarily, to the demands for reform. The worst was yet to come. In March 1963, General Ydigorz, who had been elected in 1958 for a 6-year term, was overthrown in a coup by Colonel Enrique Peralta Azurdia. Veteran Latin American correspondent Georgianne Gayer later reported that top sources within the Kennedy administration have revealed the U.S. instigated and supported the 1963 coup. Already in disfavor with Washington due to several incidents, Ydigorz apparently sealed his fate by allowing the return to Guatemala of Juan José Arevalo, who had led a reform government before Arbenz and still had a strong following. Ydigorz was planning to step down in 1964. Thus leaving the door open to an election and, like the Guatemalan army, Washington, including President Kennedy personally, believed that a free election would reinstate Arevalo to power in a government bent upon the same kind of reforms and independent foreign policy that had led the United States to overthrow Arbenz. Arevalo was the author of a book called The Shark and the Sardines, in which he pictured the U.S. as trying to dominate Latin America, but he had also publicly denounced Castro as a danger to the continent, a menace. The tone of the Peralta administration was characterized by one of its first acts, the murder of 8 political and trade union leaders, accomplished by driving over them with rock-laden trucks. Repressive and brutal as Peralta was, during his 3 years in power, U.S. military advisors felt that the government and the Guatemalan army still did not appreciate sufficiently the threat posed by the guerrillas, still were strangers to the world of unconventional warfare and the systematic methods needed to wipe out the guerrillas once and for all. Despite American urging, the army rarely made forays into the hills. Peralta, moreover, turned out to be somewhat of a nationalist who resented the excessive influence of the United States in Guatemala, particularly in his own sphere, the military. He refused insistent American offers of Green Beret troops trained in guerrilla warfare to fight the rebels, preferring to rely on his own men, and he restricted the number of Guatemalan officers permitted to participate in American training programs abroad. Thus it was that the United States gave its clear and firm backing to a civilian, one Julio Cesar Méndez Montenegro, in the election held in March 1966. Méndez won what passes for an election in Guatemala and granted the Americans the free hand they had been chafing at the bit for. He served another important function for the United States. As a civilian, and one with genuine liberal credentials. Mendes could be pointed to by the Johnson administration as a response to human rights critics at home. However, whatever social conscience Julio Cesar Mendes may have harbored deep within, he was largely a captive of the Guatemalan army, and his administration far exceeded Peralta's in its cruelty. Yet the army did not trust this former law school professor. In the rarefied atmosphere of Guatemala, some military men regarded him as a communist, and on at least 2 occasions, the United States had to intervene to stifle a coup attempt against him. Within days after Mendes took office in July, U.S. Colonel John D. Weber Jr. arrived in Guatemala to take command of the American military mission. Time magazine later described his role. Weber immediately expanded counter-insurgency training within Guatemala's 5,000-man army, brought in U.S. jeeps, trucks, communications equipment and helicopters to give the army more firepower and mobility, and breathed new life into the Army's Civic Action Program. Towards the end of 1966 the Army was able to launch a major drive against the guerrilla strongholds. To aid in the drive, the Army also hired and armed local bands of civilian collaborators licensed to kill peasants whom they considered guerrillas or potential guerrillas. There were those who doubted the wisdom of encouraging such measures in violence-prone Guatemala, but Weber was not among them. "That's the way this country is," he said. "The communists are using everything they have including terror, and it must be met." The last was for home consumption. There was never any comparison between the two sides as to the quantity and cruelty of their terror, as well as in the choice of targets. With rare exceptions, the left attacked only legitimate political and military enemies, clear and culpable symbols of their foe, and they did not torture, nor take vengeance against the families of their enemies. 2 of the left's victims were John Weber himself and the U.S. naval attaché, assassinated in January 1968. A bulletin later issued by a guerrilla group stated that the assassinations had brought to justice the Yankee officers who were teaching tactics to the Guatemalan army for its war against the people. In the period October 1966 to March 1968, Amnesty International estimated somewhere between 3,000 and 8,000 Guatemalans were killed by the police, the military, right-wing death squads, often the police or military in civilian clothes, carrying out atrocities too bloody for the government to claim credit for, and assorted groups of civilian anti-communist vigilantes. By 1972, the number of their victims was estimated at 13,000. 4 years later the count exceeded 20,000, murdered or disappeared without a trace. Anyone attempting to organize a union or other undertaking to improve the lot of the peasants, or simply suspected of being in support of the guerrillas, was subject. Unknown armed men broke into their homes and dragged them away to unknown places. Their tortured or mutilated or burned bodies found buried in a mass grave, or floating in plastic bags in a lake or river, or lying beside the road, hands tied behind the back, bodies dropped into the Pacific from airplanes. In the Gualan area, it was said, no one fished any more. Too many corpses were caught in the nets, decapitated corpses, or castrated, or pins stuck in the eyes. A village rounded up, suspected of supplying the guerrillas with men or food or information. All adult males taken away in front of their families, never to be seen again, or everyone massacred. The village bulldozed over to cover the traces. Seldom were the victims actual members of a guerrilla band. One method of torture consisted of putting a hood filled with insecticide over the head of the victim. There was also electric shock to the genital area is the most effective. In those days it was administered by using military field telephones hooked up to small generators. The United States supplied the equipment and the instructions for use to several countries, including South Vietnam, where the large-scale counterinsurgency operation was producing new methods and devices for extracting information from uncooperative prisoners. Some of these techniques were finding their way to Latin America. The Green Berets taught their Guatemalan trainees various methods of interrogation, but they were not solely classroom warriors. Their presence in the countryside was reported frequently, accompanying Guatemalan soldiers into battle areas. The line separating the advisory role from the combat role is often a matter of public relations. Thomas and Marjorie Melville, American Catholic missionaries in Guatemala from the mid-1950s until the end of 1967, have written that Colonel Weber made no secret of the fact that it was his idea and at his instigation that the technique of counter-terror had been implemented by the Guatemalan army in the Zacapa and Isabel areas. The Melvilles wrote also of Major Bernard Westphal of Iowa City, who perished in September 1967 in the crash of a Guatemalan Air Force jet that he was piloting alone. The official notices stated that the U.S. airman was testing the airplane. That statement may have been true, but it is also true that it was a common and public topic of conversation at Guatemala's La Aurora Air Base that the major often tested Guatemalan aircraft in strafing and bombing runs against guerrilla encampments in the Northeastern Territory. F-51D fighter planes modified by the United States for use against guerrillas in Guatemala, after modification, The planes are capable of patrolling for 5 hours over a limited area, equipped with 6.50 caliber machine guns and wing mountings for bombs, napalm and 5-inch air-to-ground rockets. The napalm falls on villages, on precious crops, on people. American pilots take off from Panama, deliver loads of napalm on targets suspected of being guerrilla refuges, and return to Panama. The napalm explodes like fireworks and a massive brilliant red foam spreads over the land, incinerating all that falls in its way. Cedars and pines are burned down to the roots, animals grilled, the earth scorched. The guerrillas will not have this place for a sanctuary any longer, nor will they or anyone else derive food from it. Halfway around the world in Vietnam, there is an instant replay. In Vietnam they were called free fire zones. In Guatemala, zonas libres. Large areas of the country have been declared off-limits and then subjected to heavy bombing. Reconnaissance planes using advanced photographic techniques fly over suspected guerrilla country, and jet planes, assigned to specific areas, can be called in within minutes to kill anything that moves on the ground. The military guys who do this are like serial killers. If Jeffrey Dahmer had been in Guatemala, he would be a general by now. In Guatemala City, right-wing terrorists machine-gunned people and houses in full light of day. Journalists, lawyers, students, teachers, trade unionists, members of opposition parties, anyone who helped or expressed sympathy for the rebel cause, anyone with a vaguely leftist political association or a moderate criticism of government policy, relatives of the victims, guilty of kinship, common criminals, eliminated to purify the society, taken from jails and shot. See a communist, kill a communist, the slogan of a new anti-communist organization. An informer with hooded face accompanies the police along a city street or into the countryside, pointing people out, who shall live and who shall die. This one's a son of a bitch. That one. Men found dead with their eyes gouged out, their testicles in their mouth, without hands or tongues, women with breasts cut off. There is rarely a witness to a killing. Even when people are dragged from their homes at high noon and executed in the street, a relative will choose exile rather than take the matter to the authorities. The government joins the family in mourning the victim. One of the death squads, Mano Blanca, White Hand, sent a death warning to a student leader. Former American Mary Noel Priest Blase Bonpeng has written, "I went alone to visit the head of the Mano Blanca and asked him why he was going to kill this lad. At first he denied sending the letter, but after a bit of discussion with him and his first assistant, the assistant said, 'Well, I know he's a communist and so we're going to kill him.' 'How do you know?' I asked. He said, 'I know he's a communist because I heard him say he would give his life for the poor.'" Mano Blanca distributed leaflets in residential areas suggesting that doors of left-wingers be marked with a black cross. In November 1967, when the American ambassador, John Gordon Mem, presented the Guatemalan armed forces with new armored vehicles, grenade launchers, training and radio equipment, and several Hu-1B jet-powered helicopters, he publicly stated, "These articles, especially the helicopters, are not easy to obtain at this time since they are being utilized by our forces in defense of the cause of liberty in other parts of the world, i.e., Southeast Asia. But liberty must be defended wherever it is threatened, and that liberty is now being threatened in Guatemala." In August 1968, a young French woman, Michelle Kirk, shot herself in Guatemala City as the police came to her room to make inquiries. In her notebook Michelle had written, "It is hard to find the words to express the state of putrefaction that exists in Guatemala, and the permanent terror in which the inhabitants live. Everyday bodies are pulled out of the Motagua River, riddled with bullets and partially eaten by fish. Everyday men are kidnapped right in the street by unidentified people in cars, armed to the teeth, with no intervention by the polite patrols." The U.S. Agency for International Development, AID, its Office of Public Safety, OPS, and the Alliance for Progress were all there to lend a helping hand. These organizations with their reassuring names all contributed to a program to greatly expand the size of Guatemala's national police force and develop it into a professionalized body skilled at counteracting urban disorder. Senior police officers and technicians were sent for training at the Inter-American Police Academy in Panama, replaced in 1964 by the International Police Academy in Washington, at a federal school in Los Fresnos, Texas, where they were taught how to construct and use a variety of explosive devices. See Uruguay chapter, and other educational establishments, their instructors often being CIA officers operating under OPS cover. This was also the case with OPS officers stationed in Guatemala to advise local police commands and provide in-country training for rank-and-file policemen. At times, these American officers participated directly in interrogating political prisoners, took part in polygraph operations, and accompanied the police on anti-drug patrols. Additionally, the Guatemala City Police Force was completely supplied with radio patrol cars and a radio communications network. and funds were provided to build a national police academy and pay for salaries, uniforms, weapons, and riot control equipment. The glue which held this package together was the standard OPS classroom tutelage, similar to that given the military, which imparted the insight that communists, primarily of the Cuban variety, were behind all the unrest in Guatemala. The students were further advised to stay out of politics, that is, support whatever pro-US regime happens to be in power. Also standard was the advice to use minimum force and to cultivate good community relations. But the behavior of the police and military students in practice was so far removed from this that continued American involvement with these forces over a period of decades makes this advice appear to be little more than a self-serving statement for the record. The familiar bureaucratic maxim, cover your ass. According to AID, by 1970, over 30,000 Guatemalan police personnel had received OPS training in Guatemala alone, one of the largest OPS programs in Latin America. At one time, many AID field offices were infiltrated from top to bottom with CIA people, disclosed John Gilligan, director of AID during the Carter administration. The idea was to plant operatives in every kind of activity we had overseas, government, volunteer, religious, every kind. By the end of 1968, the counterinsurgency campaign had all but wiped out the guerrilla movement by thwarting the rebels' ability to operate openly and casually in rural areas as they had been accustomed to, and, through sheer terrorization of villagers, isolating the guerrillas from their bases of support in the countryside. It had been an unequal match. By Pentagon standards it had been a limited war, due to the absence of a large and overt U.S. combat force. At the same time, this had provided the American media and public with the illusion of their country's non-involvement. However, as one observer has noted, in the lexicon of counter-revolutionaries, these wars are limited only in their consequences for the intervening power. For the people and country under assault, they are total. Not until 1976 did another serious guerrilla movement rise, the Guatemalan Army of the Poor, EGP, by name. Meanwhile, others vented their frustration through urban warfare in the face of government violence, which reached a new high during 1970 and 1971 under a state of siege imposed by the president, Colonel Carlos Arana Osorio. Arana, who had been close to the U.S. military since serving as Guatemalan military attaché in Washington, and then as commander of the counterinsurgency operation in Zacapa, where his commitment to his work earned him the title of the Butcher of Zacapa, decreed to himself virtually unlimited power to curb opposition of any stripe. Amnesty International later stated that Guatemalan sources, including the Committee of the Relatives of Disappeared Persons, claimed that over 7,000 persons disappeared or were found dead in these 2 years. Foreign diplomats in Guatemala City, reported Le Monde in 1971, believed that for every political assassination by left-wing revolutionaries 15 murders are committed by right-wing fanatics. During a curfew so draconian that even ambulances, doctors and fire engines reportedly were forbidden outside, as American police cars and paddy wagons patrolled the streets day and night, and American helicopters buzzed overhead, the United States saw fit to provide further technical assistance and equipment to initiate a reorganization of Iran's police forces to make them yet more efficient. In response to a question from a congressional investigator in 1971, as to what he conceived his job to be, a member of the U.S. military group, MILG, in Guatemala replied instantly that it was to make the Guatemalan armed forces as efficient as possible. The next question as to why this was in the interest of the United States was followed by a long silence while he reflected on a point which had apparently never occurred to him. As for the wretched of Guatemala's earth, in 1976 a major earthquake shook the land, taking over 20,000 lives, largely of the poor whose houses were the first to crumble. The story was reported of the American church relief worker who arrived to help the victims. He was shocked at their appearance and their living conditions. Then he was informed that he was not in the earthquake area, that what he was seeing was normal. The level of pesticide spraying is the highest in the world, reported the New York Times in 1977, and little concern is shown for the people who live near the cotton fields. 30 or 40 people a day are treated for pesticide poisoning in season. Death can come within hours, or a longer-lasting liver malfunction. The amounts of DDT in mother's milk in Guatemala are the highest in the Western world. It's very simple, explained the cotton planter. More insecticide means more cotton, fewer insects mean higher profits. In an attack, guerrillas destroyed 22 crop duster planes. The planes were quickly replaced thanks to the genius of American industry, and all the pesticide you could ever want, from Monsanto Chemical Company of St. Louis and Guatemala City. During the Carter presidency, in response to human rights abuses in Guatemala and other countries, several pieces of congressional legislation were passed which attempted to curtail military and economic aid to those nations. In the years preceding, similar prohibitions regarding aid to Guatemala had been enacted into law. The efficacy of these laws can be measured by their number. In any event, the embargoes were never meant to be more than partial, and Guatemala also received weapons and military equipment from Israel, at least part of which was covertly underwritten by Washington. As further camouflage, some of the training of Guatemala's security forces was reportedly maintained by transferring it to clandestine sites in Chile and Argentina. Testimony of an Indian woman. My name is Rigoberto Menchu Turn. I am a representative of the Vicente Menchu, her father, revolutionary Christians. On December 9, 1979, my 16-year-old brother Petrocino was captured and tortured for several days and then taken with 20 other young men to the square in Chajul. An officer of President Lucas Garcia's army of murderers ordered the prisoners to be paraded in a line. Then he started to insult and threaten the inhabitants of the village, who were forced to come out of their houses to witness the event. I was with my mother, and we saw Petrocino. He had had his tongue cut out and his toes cut off. The officer Jackal made a speech. Every time he paused, the soldiers beat the Indian prisoners. When he finished his ranting, the bodies of my brother and the other prisoners were swollen, bloody, unrecognizable. It was monstrous, but they were still alive. They were thrown on the ground and drenched with gasoline. The soldiers set fire to the wretched bodies with torches, and the captain laughed like a hyena and forced the inhabitants of Chajul to watch. This was his objective, that they should be terrified and witness the punishment given to the guerrillas. In 1992, Rigoberto Menchu Turn was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. Testimony of Fred Sherwood, CIA pilot during the overthrow of the Arbenz government in 1954, who settled in Guatemala and became president of the American Chamber of Commerce. Speaking in Guatemala, September 1980. Why should we be worried about the death squads? They're bumping off the commies, our enemies. I'd give them more power. Hell, I'd get some cartridges if I could, and everyone else would too. Why should we criticize them? The death squad, I'm for it. Shit. There's no question. We can't wait till Reagan gets in. We hope Carter falls in the ocean real quick. We all feel that he, Reagan, is our savior. The Movement for National Liberation, MLN, was a prominent political party. It was the principal party in the Iranian regime. An excerpt from a radio broadcast in 1980 by the head of the party, Mario Sandoval Alarcón. I admit that the MLN is the party of organized violence. Organized violence is vigor, just as organized color is scenery and organized sound is harmony. There is nothing wrong with organized violence. It is vigor, and the MLN is a vigorous movement. Mario Sandoval Alarcón and former President Arana, the butcher of Zacapa, spent inaugural week mingling with the stars of the Reagan inner circle, reported syndicated columnist Jack Anderson. Sandoval, who had worked closely with the CIA in the overthrow of Arbenz, announced that he had met with Reagan defense and foreign policy advisors even before the election. Right-wing Guatemalan leaders were elated by Reagan's victory. They looked forward to a resumption of the hand-in-glove relationship between American and Guatemalan security teams and businessmen which had existed before Carter took office. Before that could take place, however, the Reagan administration first had to soften the attitude of Congress about this thing called human rights. In March 1981, 2 months after Reagan's inaugural, Secretary of State Alexander Haig told a congressional committee that there was a Soviet hit list for the ultimate takeover of Central America. It was a 4-phased operation of which the first part had been the seizure of Nicaragua. Next, warned Haig, is El Salvador, to be followed by Honduras and Guatemala. This was the kind of intelligence information which one would expect to derive from a captured secret document or KGB defector. But neither one of these was produced or mentioned, nor did any of the assembled congressmen presume to raise the matter. 2 months later, General Vernon Walters, former deputy director of the CIA, on a visit to Guatemala as Haig's special emissary, was moved to proclaim that the United States hopes to help the Guatemalan government defend peace and liberty. During this period, Guatemalan security forces, official and unofficial, massacred at least 2,000 peasants, accompanied by the usual syndrome of torture, mutilation and decapitation, destroyed several villages, assassinated 76 officials of the opposition Christian Democratic Party, scores of trade unionists, and at least 6 Catholic priests. August 19, 1981, unidentified gunmen occupied the town of San Miguel Icatan, forced the mayor to give them a list of all those who had contributed funds for the building of a school, pick out 15 from the list, including 3 of the mayor's children, make them dig their own graves and shoot them. In December, Ronald Reagan finally spoke out against government repression. He denounced Poland for crushing by brute force the stirrings of liberty. Our government and those of our allies have expressed moral revulsion at the police state tactics of Poland's oppressors. Using the loopholes in the congressional legislation, both real and loosely interpreted, the Reagan administration, in its first 2 years, chipped away at the spirit of the embargo. $3.1 million of jeeps and trucks, $4 million of helicopter spare parts, $6.3 million of other military supplies. These were amongst the publicly announced aid shipments. What was transpiring covertly can only be guessed at in light of certain disclosures. Jack Anderson revealed in August 1981 that the United States was using Cuban exiles to train security forces in Guatemala. In this operation, Anderson wrote, The CIA had arranged for secret training in the finer points of assassination. The following year, it was reported that the Green Berets had been instructing Guatemalan army officers for over 2 years in the finer points of warfare. And in 1983, we learned that in the previous 2 years Guatemala's Air Force helicopter fleet had somehow increased from 8 to 27, all of them American-made, and that Guatemalan officers were once again being trained at the U.S. School of the Americas in Panama. In March 1982, a coup General Efrain Rios Montt, a born-again Christian in power. A month later, the Reagan administration announced that it perceived signs of an improvement in the state of human rights in the country and took the occasion to justify a shipment of military aid. On the 1st of July, Rios Montt announced a state of siege. It was to last more than 8 months. In his first 6 months in power, 2,600 Indians and peasants were massacred, while during his 17-month reign, more than 400 villages were brutally wiped off the map. In December 1982, Ronald Reagan, also a Christian, went to see for himself. After meeting with Rios Montt, Reagan, referring to the allegations of extensive human rights abuses, declared that the Guatemalan leader was receiving a bad deal. Statement by the Guatemalan Army of the Poor, made in 1981, by which time the toll of people murdered by the government since 1954 had reached at least the 60,000 mark, and the sons of one-time death squad members were now killing the sons of the Indians killed by their fathers. The Guatemalan Revolution is entering its 3rd decade. Ever since the government of Jacobo Arbenz was overthrown in 1954, the majority of the Guatemalan people have been seeking a way to move the country towards solving the same problems which were present then and have only worsened over time. The counter-revolution, put in motion by the U.S. government and those domestic sectors committed to retaining every single one of their privileges, dispersed and disorganized the popular and democratic forces. However, it did not resolve any of the problems which had first given rise to demands for economic, social and political change. These demands have been raised again and again in the last quarter century, by any means that seemed appropriate at the time, and have received each time the same repressive response as in 1954. Statement by Father Thomas Melville, 1968. Having come to the conclusion that the actual state of violence, composed of the malnutrition, ignorance, sickness and hunger of the vast majority of the Guatemalan population, is the direct result of a capitalist system that makes the defenseless Indian compete against the powerful and well-armed landowner, my brother, Father Arthur Melville, and I decided not to be silent accomplices of the mass murder that this system generates. We began teaching the Indians that no one will defend their rights, if they do not defend themselves. If the government and oligarchy are using arms to maintain them in their position of misery, then they have the obligation to take up arms and defend their God-given right to be men. We were accused of being communists along with the people who listened to us, and were asked to leave the country by our religious superiors and the U.S. ambassador, John Gordon Mine. We did so. But I say here that I am a communist only if Christ was a communist. I did what I did and will continue to do so because of the teachings of Christ and not because of Marx or Lenin. And I say here too, that we are many more than the hierarchy and the U.S. government think. When the fight breaks out more in the open, let the world know that we do it not for Russia, not for China, nor any other country, but for Guatemala. Our response to the present situation is not because we have read either Marx or Lenin, but because we have read the New Testament. Postscript, a small sample, 1988, Guatemala continues to suffer the worst record of human rights abuses in Latin America, stated the Council on Hemispheric Affairs in its annual report on human rights in the Western Hemisphere. 1990, Guatemalan soldiers at the army base in Santiago Atitlan opened fire on unarmed townspeople carrying white flags, killing 14 and wounding 24. The people had come with their mayor to speak to the military commander about repeated harassment from the soldiers. 1990, the United States, said to be disillusioned because of persistent corruption in the government of President Vinicio Cerezo Arevalo, is reportedly turning to Guatemala's military to promote economic and political stability, even though the military is blamed for human rights abuses and is believed to be involved in drug trafficking. This was reported in May. In June, a prominent American businessman living in Guatemala, Michael Devine, was kidnapped and nearly beheaded by the Guatemalan military after he apparently stumbled upon the military's drug trafficking and or other contraband activities. The Bush administration, in a show of public anger of the killing, cut off military aid to Guatemala, but, we later learned, secretly allowed the CIA to provide millions of dollars to the military government to make up for the loss. The annual payments of $5 to $7 million apparently continued into the Clinton administration. 1992, in March, Guatemalan guerrilla leader, Efrain Bamaca Velasquez, was captured and disappeared. For the next 3 years, his American wife, attorney Jennifer Harbury, waged an impassioned international campaign, including public fasts in Guatemala City, nearly to death. and in Washington, to pressure the Guatemalan and American governments for information about her husband's fate. Both governments insisted that they knew nothing. Finally, in March 1995, Rep. Robert Torricelli of the House Intelligence Committee revealed that Bamako had been tortured and executed the same year of his capture, and that he, as well as Devine, had been murdered on the orders of Colonel Julio Roberto Alperez, who had been on the CIA payroll for several years. Alperez thus becoming another illustrious graduate of Fort Benning's School of the Americas. The facts surrounding these cases were known early on by the CIA, and by officials at the State Department and National Security Council at least a few months before the disclosure. Torricelli's announcement prompted several other Americans to come forward with tales of murder, rape or torture of themselves or a relation at the hands of the Guatemalan military. Sister Diana Ortiz, a nun, related how, in 1989, she was kidnapped, burned with cigarettes, raped repeatedly, and lowered into a pit full of corpses and rats. A fair-skinned man who spoke with an American accent seemed to be in charge, she said. 38. Costa Rica 1970–1971 trying to topple an ally. Part 2. José Figueres, who headed the Costa Rican government 3 times, was always a rather improbable target of destabilization by the United States. He was a bona fide, North Americaphile, fluent in English, educated at MIT, lecturer at Harvard and other American universities, well-connected in U.S. intellectual circles, particularly among Kennedyites, accorded an honorary membership in the Americans for Democratic Action. Figueres was typically referred to as an outstanding friend of the United States, and had long been associated with the CIA in a variety of activities and fronts in Latin America. And if that weren't enough, both of Figueres's wives had been American. Yet, the CIA tried to overthrow him during his term in office in the 1950s and twice tried to assassinate the man. See Costa Rica, mid-1950s chapter, and perhaps tried again to overthrow him in the 1970s. To liberal American political figures, Figueres was the quintessential liberal Democrat, the kind of statesman they liked to think, and liked the world to think, was the natural partner of U.S. foreign policy rather than the military dictators who, somehow, keep popping up as allies. To American conservatives, Figueres was of questionable ilk, the type that, if not actually a communist himself, doesn't sufficiently appreciate the nature and degree of the international communist conspiracy and consequently allows communists too much room to maneuver. It was the latter conviction that was stirred up by Figueres soon after becoming president again in May 1970. He began building bridges to the communist bloc, with Costa Rica becoming the first Central American country to establish diplomatic relations with the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe. This diplomatic recognition in no way shakes our loyalty to the United States or to the democratic cause, Figueres cautioned. People everywhere are tired of the Cold War. Russia controls half of Europe, and we want to make the Russians drink coffee, Costa Rica's principal export, instead of tea. In the previous 2 years the Soviet Union had purchased $10 million worth of coffee from Costa Rica, an economic offensive which reportedly disturbed United States officials. Earl Ted Williamson, officially listed as first secretary of the U.S. Embassy in San Jose, but actually CIA chief of station, was heard to declare at a party that the Figueres government would not last much longer. He spoke openly against the president's bridge-building endeavors. Williamson's comments got back to Costa Rican officials, as did reports of his close ties with Figueres's conservative political opponents, and indiscreet remarks made by his Cuban wife regarding the country's alleged march toward communism. Williamson, who had served in Cuba before the revolution and married the niece of a wealthy sugar baron, was also blamed for the seizure and burning of some Marxist literature coming in through the Costa Rican airport. The blame arose through his involvement in a CIA technical assistance program on security. By autumn, the Costa Rican government felt compelled to make an informal suggestion through the State Department's Costa Rican desk in Washington that Williamson be removed. The request was ignored. Then, on 17th of December, a fisherman reported sighting a mysterious ship which had unloaded long wooden boxes on a remote Costa Rican beach. The ship was identified as the Waltham, and the Costa Rican government later received information that the vessel was registered to the commercial section of the State Department. This was never verified. However, the U.S. Commerce Department at that time did own a 455-foot vessel named the Waltham Victory. It was first reported that the boxes contained weapons. Subsequently, a story was circulated that it was contraband whiskey that had been put ashore. The Miami Herald, which had first broken this story, commented that the contraband story presumably was put out to dispel rumors of a coup against the government. Americaphile that he was, Figueres was probably anxious to downplay the entire controversy, which must have been acutely embarrassing to him. 3 congressmen of his party, however, unencumbered by such loyalties, released a statement that accused the CIA of being involved in the ship movements and the alleged arms drop. By early January 1971, the Costa Rican government seriously feared an uprising. It again asked the Nixon administration to recall Williamson. Not long before, Williamson had publicly forecast that the Figueres government would not survive another 2 weeks. The Guardia Civil, Costa Rica's only armed force, was alerted and plans were made to remove Figueres from the capital to a hiding place in the mountains. At Figueres' request, the Panama government covertly delivered over 100 semi-automatic rifles to Costa Rica. During this entire period, the American embassy in San Jose was reported to be deeply divided between liberals and conservatives. Perhaps the most conservative, along with Williamson, was Ambassador Walter Ploesser, a Nixon political appointee with a long history of ultra anti-communist activity. Ploesser vehemently defended Williamson and was said to have made no effort to curb the CIA officials' public outbursts against Figueres. At the same time, Ploesser fired the director of the U.S. aid program in Costa Rica, Lawrence Harrison, who took a pro-Figueres stand. The two men reportedly clashed over priorities, with Ploesser wanting an increase in military assistance, although Costa Rica, ostensibly, had little use for such, and a reduction in American economic aid to the country. Official cables reaching Washington from Ploesser's embassy described the situation in Costa Rica as dangerous. Figueres was accused of abandoning the West and facing east, of having accepted financial assistance from the communists for his campaign, and of permitting communists to infiltrate his government. In February, Williamson was finally recalled by Washington. Costa Rican officials hoped and expected that Ploesser would be replaced as well, as soon as it could be done with the customary diplomatic face-saving. As it was, Ploesser lingered on at his post for a full year before resigning for personal reasons. The announcement of Williamson's departure was perhaps hastened by the fact that a few days earlier the House Subcommittee on Inter-American Affairs had held a briefing to look into the matter. But the congressmen were not about to become the authors of an expose. After hearing the testimony of two State Department officials, the committee announced that it had all been a big misunderstanding due to personality conflicts within the embassy, which had repercussions outside its walls, and overzealous actions by some U.S. officials who would remain nameless, as would everything else heard at the closed-door briefing. The same day, the Miami Herald stated in an editorial, "What is abundantly clear, is the power and influence of the United States Embassy in a small country such as Costa Rica. An embassy that even quietly passes the word that it opposes the government can stimulate opposition and perhaps inspire efforts to overthrow it. Open antipathy almost asks for it." 39. Iraq 1972–1975. Covert action should not be confused with missionary work. Into the land of ancient Mesopotamia reached the long arm of the CIA, and the Kurdish people of the Zagros and Taurus Mountains, but a few decades removed from the life of nomads, joined the agency's list of clients. In May of 1972, President Richard Nixon and his National Security Affairs Advisor, Henry Kissinger, went to the Soviet Union to meet their Russian counterparts. Afterward, Kissinger told a press conference in Moscow that the two nations had agreed to defuse the tensions in the Middle East and to contribute what they can to bringing about a general settlement. Such a settlement would also contribute to a relaxation of the armaments race in that area. Speaking for our side, he added, "I can say we will attempt to implement these principles in the spirit in which they were promulgated." Kissinger and Nixon were moved by the spirit for perhaps 24 hours. On their way home, they stopped in Tehran to visit their friend, the Shah of Iran. It seems that Iran and Iraq were embroiled once again in their perennial feud, a border dispute and the like, and the Shah asked his pal Richard for a little favor. Could he help harm the Kurds in Iraq who were fighting for autonomy? Just generally heat things up so as to sap the Iraqi resources and distract them from Iran? Anything for a friend and loyal ally, said Richard Milhous, 2 weeks before the Watergate burglary and still on top of the world. The Shah was quite capable of arming the Kurds himself, and in fact was doing so to some extent, but the Kurds didn't trust him. They trusted the United States and wanted to be armed by them. Several years later, the congressional committee known as the Pike Committee, which investigated various CIA operations, put it thinly, the U.S. acted in effect as a guarantor that the Kurds would not be summarily dropped by the Shah. Before long, the CIA was reaching into its warehouses and a range of Soviet and Chinese small arms and rifles and millions of rounds of ammunition were on their way to the Kurdish rebels, the communist origin of the weapons being a standard means of ensuring the standard plausible denial. Ultimately, the military aid was to total some $16 million. The Kurds are a distinct ethnic group, Muslim but, unlike most other Iraqis, not Arab. Their people are to be found primarily in Turkey, Iran, Iraq, and Syria. For decades, the Iraqi Kurds had been engaged in intermittent warfare against the government in pursuance of a goal of autonomy, a concept not terribly well defined by them, it being clear only that it feels short of being an independent state. Perhaps the political history of the Iraqi Kurds in their recent past was a baffling piece of patchwork. 10 years earlier, they had been in close alliance with the Iraqi Communist Party, such that when the ruling Ba'ath Party began to persecute the communists, They took refuge amongst the Kurds. The Kurdish leader, Mustafa al-Battani, a man in his 70s, had spent a dozen years in the Soviet Union and spoke Russian. Now, in 1972, the Communists were allies of the Baaths in an attempt to suppress the imperialist agent Barzani, and Kurdish propaganda emphasized Soviet military support of the Iraqi government, including claims that Russians were flying bombing missions against the Kurds. At the same time, the Kurds painted themselves as social democrats of the European variety, going so far as to apply for membership in the Socialist International. Nonetheless, Barzani stated frequently that he trusted no other major power than the United States and asserted that if his cause were successful, the Kurds were ready to become the 51st state. All this on top of desiring to establish a Muslim society. In October 1973, when the Yom Kippur surprise attack on Israel took place, and Iraq was preoccupied as an ally of Egypt and Syria, the Kurds were willing to launch a major attack, at Israel's suggestion, that might have been very beneficial to their own cause as well as taking some pressure off Israel by tying down the Iraqi army. But Kissinger refused to let the Kurds move. On 16 October he had the CIA send them a cable which read, "We do not consider it advisable for you to undertake the offensive military actions that Israel has suggested to you." The Kurds obeyed. The Pike report regarded this incident as an example of the apparent no-win policy of the United States and Iran. The committee stated, quote, "The progressively deteriorating position of the Kurds reflected the fact that none of the nations who were aiding them seriously desired that they realize their objective of an autonomous state." A CIA memo of March 22, 1974 states Iran's and the United States' position clearly. "We would think that Iran would not look with favor on the establishment of a formalized autonomous government. Iran, like ourselves, has seen benefit in a stalemate situation, in which Iraq is intrinsically weakened by the Kurds' refusal to relinquish their semi-autonomy. Neither Iran nor ourselves wish to see the matter resolved one way or the other." End of quote. This policy, said the report, was not imparted to our clients, who were encouraged to continue fighting. Even in the context of covert action, ours was a cynical enterprise. The day after the CIA memo referred to above, March 23, 1974, Soviet Defense Minister Andrei Grechko, who had befriended Barzani when the latter lived in the Soviet Union, arrived in Iraq to help the government reach a settlement with the Kurds. On the advice of Iran and the United States, however, Barzani refused to come to any terms. Earlier that month, the Iraqi government had actually passed a law offering a limited amount of autonomy to the Kurds, but they had rejected that as well. Whether or not at the request of their allies is not known. The Congressional Committee discovered that the CIA had early information which suggested that the Shah would abandon the Kurds the minute he came to an agreement with Iraq over border disputes. Agency documents characterize the Shah's view of the Kurds as a card to play in this dispute with Iraq. And a CIA memo characterized the Kurds as a uniquely useful tool for weakening Iraq's potential for international adventurism. The last may have been a reference to Iraq signing a pact of friendship and cooperation with the Soviet Union in April 1972, under which it received military aid and granted the Soviet Navy certain port privileges. Then, in June, super oil-rich Iraq had nationalized the Western-owned consortium, the Iraq Petroleum Company, 23.75% U.S., a move warmly applauded by the Soviets, after which the two countries proceeded to conclude a trade and economic accord. As it was oil that brought Iran and Iraq together. In 1973, the Shah wanted to strengthen Iran's position with the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, and a crucial part of the inducement to Iraq and other Arab neighbors was Iran's willingness to double-cross the troublesome Kurds. None of these countries wanted their own minorities to be getting any ideas from a Kurdish success. It was not until March 1975 that the Shah was ready to make his move. Events moved swiftly then. The Shah met with the Vice President of Iraq and, by agreement, the Shah cut off all supplies to the Kurds, including the American part. The next day the Iraqis unleashed their biggest offensive ever. Several days later the stunned Kurds sent a desperate message to the CIA. "There is confusion and dismay among our people and forces. Our people's fate in unprecedented danger. Complete destruction hanging over our head. No explanation for all this. We appeal you and USG, United States government, intervene according to your promises." The same day, the Kurds appealed to Kissinger as well. "Your Excellency, having always believed in the peaceful solution of disputes including those between Iran and Iraq, we are pleased to see that their two countries have come to some agreement. However, our hearts bleed to see that an immediate byproduct of their agreement is the destruction of our defenseless people. Our movement and people are being destroyed in an unbelievable way with silence from everyone. We feel, Your Excellency, that the United States has a moral and political responsibility towards our people who have committed themselves to your country's policy." The hapless Kurds received no response to their pleas, from either the CIA or Henry Kissinger. By the end of the month their forces had been decimated. Several hundred Kurdish leaders were executed. In conclusion, the Pike report noted, over 200,000 refugees managed to escape into Iran. Once there, however, Neither the United States nor Iran extended adequate humanitarian assistance. In fact, Iran was later to forcibly return over 40,000 of the refugees, and the United States government refused to admit even one refugee into the United States by way of political asylum, even though they qualified for such admittance. When Henry Kissinger was interviewed by the staff of the Pike Committee about the United States' role in this melodrama, he responded with his now famous remark, "Covert action should not be confused with missionary work." 40. Australia 1973 to 1975. Another free election bites the dust. When the leader of a communist country was removed from office by the Politburo, this was confirmation to the Western mind of the totalitarian, or, at best, the arbitrary, nature of the communist system. What then are we to make of the fact that in 1975 Edward Gough, the legally elected Prime Minister of Australia, was summarily dismissed by a single non-elected individual, one functioning under the title of Governor-General? Whitlam took office in December 1972 as the head of the first Labour Party government in Australia in 23 years. In short order he set about proving to the opposition parties the correctness of their historical prediction that Labour in power would be irresponsible and dangerous to whom, of course, had always been the question. The war in Vietnam was an immediate example. Australian military personnel serving there under the command of the United States were called home, conscription was halted, and young men jailed for refusing military service were released. Moreover, the Whitlam government recognized North Vietnam. Several of his ministers publicly denounced American bombing of Hanoi and called for rallies to oppose it, and protesting dock workers felt inspired to impose a temporary boycott on American shipping, although the last was opposed by Whitlam. Condemnation of President Nixon and his administration volunteered by labor ministers was most undiplomatic. Corrupt, maniacs, mass murderers, were some of the epithets hurled at Washington. American officials were reported to be shocked and angered. The overseas side of Australian intelligence, ASIS by acronym, it turned out, was working with the CIA in Chile against the Allende government. Whitlam ordered an immediate halt to the operation in early 1973, although at the time of Allen's downfall in September, ASIS was reportedly still working with the agency. The Labour government showed itself less than committed to the game security people play at home as well. Whitlam let it be known immediately that he did not wish to have his staff members undergo the usual security checks because he knew and trusted them. The Australian Security and Intelligence Organisation, ASIO, was taken aback by such unorthodoxy and informed its CIA colleagues in Australia. Cables went to Washington. Before long, a political officer at the American embassy was informing Richard Hall, one of Whitlam's advisors, "Your prime minister has just cut off one of his options." Howe took the remark to be a threat to cut off intelligence information. Whether bowing to American, ASIO pressure or not, Whitlam soon afterward agreed to the security checks. The new administration also put an end to the discrimination against immigrants who were being denied naturalization for having opposed the military juntas in places like Greece and Chile. Most exceptional and alarming to the security professionals was the behavior of the Attorney General, who showed up unannounced at ASIO headquarters one day in March 1973 with the police and carted away certain files because he suspected that the intelligence agency was withholding information from him. In all likelihood, ASIO was deliberately keeping certain information from its own government, as does every other intelligence agency in the world. The difference here, once again, was that the Labour government simply refused to accept such a state of affairs as normal. A few years later, after Whitlam's ouster, James Angleton, who had been a high CIA officer in 1973 and directly concerned with intelligence relations with Australia, complained to an Australian television interviewer about the Attorney General barging in. "We were deeply concerned as to the sanctity of this information which could compromise sources and methods and compromise human life." The CIA, he said, seriously considered breaking intelligence relations with Australia. As a consequence of Whitlam's unconventional way of running a government, the CIA became rather concerned about the security and continued functioning of its many military and intelligence facilities in Australia. By the agency's standards, it was a highly important setup, employing thousands of persons, a vital part of the early warning system, a key tracking station in the United States global spy satellite system of extremely sophisticated photography and monitoring of activities within the Soviet Union. 1A. U.S. Naval Communications Station, which dealt with nuclear submarines, a huge electronics control center set up by the U.S. National Security Agency, NSA, to intercept messages, of voice, telex, etc., coming in and out of Australia and its Pacific region, that is, eavesdropping on everybody and everything. Most of this had been built in the latter part of the 1960s and was run in such secrecy that not even senior members of the Australian Foreign Ministry had been briefed on exactly what went on in those buildings in Australia's wide open spaces, and the CIA connection was never officially acknowledged. After the Labour Party took power, Some of its members voiced strong criticism of the secret facilities. They increasingly demanded an official explanation for their presence and at times even voted for their removal. This was not carried out because the leaders of the Whitlam administration, for all their radical posturing, were not about to leap into political no man's land by cutting off ties to the West. They spoke of neutralism and non-alignment on occasion, but they were willing to settle for independence, which is all the Papandreous wanted before they were ousted in Greece, another site of an American electronic state within a state in which the host intelligence and defense establishments typically demonstrate more loyalty to their American counterparts than to their own government of the day. In 1976, an investigation by the Australian Royal Commission on Intelligence and Security concluded that for many years members of ACO had been providing the CIA with potentially damaging information about prominent Australian politicians and governmental officials. The information reportedly ranged from accusations of subversive tendencies to details about personal peccadillos. Moreover, it was later learned that in addition to Chile, Australian intelligence had aided U.S. operations in Vietnam, Cambodia, and Indonesia. The Whitlam government displayed its independence where it could. In 1973, Whitlam disclosed the existence of an Australian Defence Signals Directorate unit in Singapore, another Cold War toy of the CIA and ACO which monitored military and civilian radio traffic in Asia. The DSD is comparable to the American NSA and the British GCHQ. Later, the Australian Prime Minister closed the unit down, although he re-established part of it in Australia. His administration also expressed its disapproval of U.S. plans to build up the Indian Ocean island of Diego Garcia as another military intelligence nuclear outpost. And in February 1, the Labour Party conference voted to allow the Provisional Revolutionary Government of Vietnam, the Viet Cong, to set up an office in Australia. This was before the fall of Saigon. By the end of 1974, writes Joan Coxsedge, a Labour Party member of Parliament in the state of Victoria, almost every move by the Whitlam government or by individual Labour parliamentarians, whether it was a departmental decision, a staff appointment, an international cable, a telex, a phone call, or a confidential letter, quickly became the property of the news media. There was an unparalleled campaign of personal vituperation, hinting at incompetence, dissension, corruption and private scandal within the ranks of the government. Matters reached the spark point in autumn 1975. Whitlam dismissed the heads of both ACO and ASIS in separate incidents, the latter because his agency had been secretly assisting the CIA in covert activities in nearby East Timor. Then, at the beginning of November, it was revealed in the press that a former CIA officer, Richard Lee Stallings, had been channeling funds to J. Douglas Anthony, leader of the National Country Party, one of the two main opposition parties. It was reported that Stallings was a close friend and former tenant of Anthony's, that the secret facilities in the hinterland were indeed CIA creations, and that Stallings had been the first head of much of the operation. A year earlier, an Australian political journalist, Ray Aitchison, had published a book called Looking at the Liberals. The Liberal Party, the other important opposition party, was actually rather conservative, in which he claimed that the CIA had offered the opposition unlimited funds in their unsuccessful attempt to defeat the Labour Party in the May 1974 parliamentary elections. Subsequently, a Sydney newspaper reported that the Liberals had been on the receiving end since the late 1960s, and quoted the remarks of former CIA officer Victor Marchetti, who confirmed that the CIA had funded both of the major opposition parties. Whitlam publicly repeated the charges about Stallings and insisted upon an investigation of the facilities, to identify once and for all their true nature and purpose. Whether any of it was part of a weapons system was one question which seriously concerned the administration. At the same time he demanded a list of all CIA operatives in Australia. The Australian military intelligence complex appears to have been spurred into a flurry of activity. On 6 November, the head of the Defense Department reportedly met with the Governor-General, Sir John Kerr, and afterward declared publicly, "This is the greatest risk to the nation's security there has ever been." On the 8th, another senior defense official held a meeting with Kerr in which he briefed the Governor-General about allegations from the CIA that Whitlam was jeopardizing the security of the American bases in Australia. The same day, the CIA in Washington informed the ACO station there that all intelligence links with Australia would be cut off unless a satisfactory explanation was given of Mount Whitlam's behavior. The agency had already expressed reservations about releasing intelligence information to certain government ministers. If this had been a third world country, the CIA would likely have already sent the government packing. On 9 November, Kerr was received at the Defense Signals Directorate for yet another briefing. The following day, the ACO station in Washington, at the request of the CIA, sent a telex to its headquarters in Australia in which it stated that CIA cannot see how this dialogue with continued reference to CIA can do other than blow the lid off these installations. In addition to Stallings, the names of his successors, senior CIA officers, and the CIA station chief in Canberra had appeared in the press. Kerr, who was taken with the world of spookery and regularly saw classified material, in all likelihood was aware of the ACO telex and the CIA ultimatum. On the 1st, he dismissed Whitlam as Prime Minister, dissolved both houses of Parliament, and appointed Malcolm Fraser, the leader of the Liberal Party, to head an interim government until new elections could be held on 13th of December. In the hours between the appointment of Fraser and the dissolution of Parliament, the Labour majority in the House of Representatives pushed through a no-confidence motion against Fraser, an act which obliged the Governor-General to dismiss the Liberal leader in turn. Kerr chose to ignore this maneuver, which was a legalistic one, although his dismissal of Whitlam was no less a legalistic act. On 15th of October, the opposition-controlled Senate had refused to vote on a new budget appropriation bill, called Supply in Australia, in order to force the government to dissolve Parliament and hold new elections, hoping thus to regain power. Though the Constitution gave the Senate the technical right to withhold approval of the budget, it was seldom interpreted literally, as it is in the United States. Precedent was of greater importance, and the fact was that in Australia's 75-year history as a federation the Senate had never exercised this right against the federal government. Only days earlier, 8 leading law professors had publicly declared such action to be constitutionally improper. The opposition tactic was thus at least debatable. When Whitlam refused to dissolve Parliament and tried to govern without the budget, a constitutional and financial crisis steadily built up over the course of several weeks. Then Kerr invoked a power as archaic and as questionable as that employed by the Senate. It was the first time a Governor-General had ever dismissed a federal prime minister. It had occurred but once before on a state level. The Melbourne newspaper, The Age, which, said the New York Times, was generally held to be one of the nation's most responsible papers, wrote that Kerr's action was a triumph of narrow legalism over common sense and popular feeling. It added, quote, by bringing down the government because the Senate refused its supply, Sir John Kerr acted at least against the spirit of the Australian Constitution. Since 1901, it has been a firmly held convention that the Senate should not reject budgets. Sir John has created an awesome precedent, that a hostile Senate can bring down a government whenever it denies its supply. Kerr breathed life into a constitutional relic, the right of kings and queens to unilaterally appoint governments. End of quote. The office of Governor-General had traditionally been only that of a figurehead representative of the Queen of England. Kerr's decision, however, appears as a calculated political act. He gave Whitlam no warning or ultimatum before dismissing him, no opportunity to request the dissolution of Parliament, which would have permitted him to remain in office. One must read Kerr's own account of his confrontation with Whitlam to appreciate how he maneuvered the Prime Minister into stalking out of the Governor-General's office without requesting the dissolution. Kerr claims he refrained from issuing Whitlam an ultimatum because he feared that the Prime Minister would leave and then ask the Queen for his removal as Governor-General. But he fails to explain why he didn't give Whitlam an ultimatum that had to be responded to on the spot. Kerr had been appointed, at least in theory, by the Queen. Ironically, she had done so at Whitlam's recommendation, which he had made against the wishes of his party's left wing. Kerr's action added to Whitlam's reputation as a bad judge of character, a man easily taken in. Certainly the warning signs were there, for John Kerr had been intimately involved with CIA fronts for a number of years. In the 1950s he joined the Australian Association for Cultural Freedom, an organization spawned by the CIA's Congress for Cultural Freedom, see Western Europe chapter. Kerr became a member of the organization's executive board in 1957 and also wrote for its magazine Quadrant. One article, in 1960, was entitled The Struggle Against Communism in the Trade Unions, a Program and Tactic. As we have seen, the CIA has consistently accorded a high priority to throughout the world. In 1966 Kerr helped to found LAW-Asia, or Law Asia, an organization of lawyers in the Far East funded by the Asia Foundation. The foundation was one of the most prominent CIA fronts for over a decade, with offices and representatives in all the major capitals of Asia. One of its prime missions, Victor Marchetti has written, was to disseminate throughout Asia a negative vision of mainland China, North Vietnam, and North Korea. Ken became LAW-Asia's first president, a position he held until 1970. He describes the organization as a non-communist group of Asian lawyers which the Asia Foundation supported because the rule of law is a good thing, a strong legal profession is a good thing, and talk between lawyers is a good thing. There was a bit of a celebration in the CIA when Whitlam was dismissed by Kerr, reported Christopher Boyce. Boyce is an American who was working at the time for TRW Systems Incorporated, Los Angeles, in a cryptographic communications center which linked CIA headquarters in Virginia with the agency's satellite surveillance system in Australia. In his position, Boyce was privy to telex communications between the two stations. "The CIA," he said, referred to Kerr as our man. Boyce also revealed that the CIA had infiltrated Australian labor unions, had been manipulating the leadership, and had suppressed their strikes, particularly those involving railroads and airports. The last was reportedly because the strikes were holding up deliveries of equipment to the agency's installations. Some unions as well had been in the forefront of opposition to the installations. As matters turned out, Whitlam lost the new election. One other CIA operation in Australia deserves mention. This is the Nugan Hand Merchant Bank of Sydney, truly a CIA bank, founded in 1973 by Frank Nugan, an Australian, and Michael Hand, an American formerly with the Green Berets in Vietnam and with the CIA airline Air America. The bank exhibited phenomenal growth over the next few years. It opened branch offices in Saudi Arabia, Hamburg, Malaysia, Thailand, Hong Kong, Singapore, the Philippines, Argentina, Chile, Hawaii, Washington, and Annapolis, Maryland, run by men with backgrounds in the CIA, OSS, Green Berets, and similar specialty areas of banking. Former CIA Director William Colby was one of the bank's attorneys. The Nugan Hand Bank succeeded in expanding the scope of normal banking services. Among the activities it was reportedly involved in were drug trafficking, international arms dealing, links to organized crime, laundering money for President Suharto of Indonesia, unspecified services for President and Mrs. Marcos of the Philippines, assisting the Shah of Iran's family to shift money out of Iran, channeling CIA money into pro-American political parties and operations in Europe, transferring $2.4 million to the Australian Liberal Party through one of the bank's many associated companies, attempting to blackmail an Australian state minister who was investigating organized crime. The CIA opened a Swiss bank account in his name and threatened to leak the information, and a host of other socially useful projects. In addition, several mysterious deaths have been connected to the bank, including that of a ranking CIA officer in Maryland. And on January 27, 1980, Frank Nugan was himself found shot dead in his car. In June, Michael Hand disappeared without a trace. The Nugan Hand Merchant Bank collapsed, $50 million or so in debt. 41. Angola 1975 to 1980s. The Great Powers Poker Game. It is spring 1975. Saigon has just fallen. The last of the Americans are fleeing for their lives. Fallout from Watergate hangs heavy in the air in the United States. The Pike Committee of the House of Representatives is investigating CIA foreign covert activities. On the Senate side, the Church Committee is doing the same. And the Rockefeller Commission has set about investigating the agency's domestic activities. The morning papers bring fresh revelations about CIA and FBI misdeeds. The CIA and its influential supporters warn that the crescendo of disclosures will inhibit the agency from carrying out the functions necessary for national security. At CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia, they are busy preparing for their next secret adventure, Angola. To undertake a military operation at such a moment, the reasons, one would imagine, must have been both compelling and urgent. Yet, in the long history of American interventions, it would be difficult to find one more pointless of with less to gain for the United States or the foreign people involved. The origin of our story dates back to the beginning of the 1960s when two political movements in Angola began to oppose by force the Portuguese colonial government, the MPLA, led by Agostinho Neto, and the FNLA, led by Holden Roberto. The latter group was known by other names in its early years, but for simplicity will be referred to here only as FNLA. The United States, not normally in the business of supporting liberation movements, decided that inasmuch as Portugal would probably be unable to hold on to its colony forever, establishing contact with a possible successor regime might prove beneficial. For reasons lost in the mists of history, the United States, or at least someone in the CIA, decided that Roberto was their man, and around 1961 or 62 onto the agency payroll he went. At the same time, and during the ensuing years, Washington provided their NATO ally, the Salazar dictatorship in Lisbon, with the military aid and counterinsurgency training needed to suppress the rebellion. John Markham, an American scholar who walked 800 miles through Angola into the FNLA guerrilla camps in the early 1960s, has written, by January 1962 outside observers could watch Portuguese planes bomb and strafe African villages, visit the charred remains of towns like Mbanza, Mpangu and Mpangala, and copy the data from 750-point napalm bomb casings from which the Portuguese had not removed the labels marked property U.S. Air Force. The Soviet Union, which had also given some support to Roberto, embraced Neto instead in 1964, arguing that Roberto had helped the discredited Moise Tshombe in the Congo and curtailed his own guerrilla operations in Angola under pressure from Washington. Before long, another movement, UNITA by name, entered the picture, and China dealt itself into the great powers poker game, lending support to UNITA and FNLA. Although MPLA may have been somewhat more genuine in its leftist convictions than FNLA or UNITA, there was little to distinguish any of the three groups from each other ideologically. When the press made any distinction amongst them, it was usually to refer to MPLA as Marxist, but this was ill-defined, if defined at all, and simply took on a media life of its own. Each of the groups spoke of socialism and employed Marxist rhetoric when the occasion called for it, and genuflected to other gods when it did not. In the 1960s, each of them was perfectly willing to accept support from any country willing to give it without excessive strings attached. NATO, for example, went to Washington in December 1962 to put his case before the American government and press and to emphasize the fallacy of categorizing the MPLA as communist. During the following 2 years, Roberto appealed for aid to the Soviet Union, Cuba, China, Algeria, and Nasser's Egypt. Later, Jonas Savimbi, the leader of UNITA, approached the same countries, with the exception perhaps of the Soviet Union, as well as North Vietnam, and accepted military training for his men from North Korea. Each group was composed predominantly of members of a particular tribe. Each tried to discourage aid or recognition being given to the others. They each suffered from serious internal splits and spent as much time fighting each other as they did the Portuguese army. The Viet Cong they were not. Author Jonathan Quibney has observed that the three tribal nations had a long history of fighting each other. It was not until the latter part of the 20th century, however, that Dr. Henry Kissinger and other political scientists discovered that the real reason the Mbundu, the Avimbundu, and the Congo had been fighting off and on for the past 500 years was that the Mbundu were Marxist and the Avimbundu and Congo were pro-Western. That the CIA's choosing of its ally was largely an arbitrary process is further underlined by a State Department cable to its African embassies in 1963 which stated, U.S. policy is not, repeat not, to discourage an MPLA move toward West and not to choose between these two movements. Even in 1975, when the head of the CIA, William Colby, was asked by a congressional committee what the differences were between the three contesting factions, he responded, "They are all independents. They are all for Black Africa. They are all for some fuzzy kind of social system, you know, without really much articulation, but some sort of let's not be exploited by the capitalist nations." And when asked why the Chinese were backing the FNLA or UNITA, he stated, "Because the Soviets are backing the MPLA is the simplest answer." "It sounds," said Congressman Aspin, "like that is why we are doing it." "It is," replied Colby. Nonetheless, the committee, in its later report, asserted that in view of Colby's statement, the U.S.'s expressed opposition to the MPLA is puzzling. Finally, it is instructive to note that all three groups were denounced by the Portuguese as communists and terrorists. Before April 1974, when the coup in Portugal ousted the dictatorship, the aid given to the Angolan resistance movements by their various foreign patrons was sporadic and insignificant, essentially a matter of the patrons keeping their hands in the game. The coup, however, raised the stakes, for the new Portuguese government soon declared its willingness to grant independence to its African colonies. In an agreement announced on January 15, 1975, the three movements formed a transitional government with elections to be held in October and formal independence to take place the following month. Since 1969, Roberto had been on a $10,000 a year retainer from the CIA. On 22nd of January, the 40 Committee of the National Security Council in Washington authorized the CIA to pass $300,000 to Roberto and the FNLA for various political action activities, restricted to non-military objectives. Such funds of course can always free up other funds for military uses. In March, the FNLA, historically the most warlike of the groups, attacked MPLA headquarters and later gunned down 51 unarmed, young MPLA recruits. These incidents served to spark what was to be a full-scale civil war, with UNDA aligning itself with FNLA against MPLA. The scheduled elections would never take place. Also in March, the first large shipment of arms reportedly arrived from the Soviet Union for the MPLA. The House Investigating Committee subsequently stated that later events have suggested that this infusion of U.S. aid, the $300,000, unprecedented and massive in the underdeveloped colony, may have panicked the Soviets into arming their MPLA clients. The Soviets may have been as much influenced by the fact that China had sent a huge arms package to the FNLA the previous September and had dispatched over 100 military advisors to neighboring Zaire to train Roberto's soldiers only a month after the coup in Portugal. The CIA made its first major weapons shipment to the FNLA in July 1975. Thus, like the Russians and the Chinese, the United States was giving aid to one side of the Angolan Civil War on a level far greater than it had ever provided during the struggle against Portuguese colonialism. The United States was directly involved in the Civil War to a marked degree. In addition to training Angolan combat units, U.S. personnel did considerable flying between Zaire and Angola carrying out reconnaissance and supply missions, and the CIA spent over a million on an ambitious mercenary program. Several reports appeared in the U.S. press stating that many American mercenaries were fighting in Angola against the MPLA from the scores to 300 and that many others were being recruited and trained in the United States to join them. But John Stockwell, the head of the CIA's Angola task force, puts the number of American mercenaries who actually made it to Angola at only 24. However, Holden Roberto was using CIA money, with the agency's tacit approval, to recruit many other mercenaries, over 100 British plus a scattering of French and Portuguese. The CIA was also directly financing the arming of British mercenaries. The mercenaries included amongst their number the well-known Englishman and psychopath George Cullen, who lined up 14 of his fellow soldiers of fortune and shot them all dead because they had mistakenly attacked the wrong side. Subsequently, Secretary of State Henry Kissinger informed the Senate that the CIA is not involved in the recruitment of mercenaries for Angola. There were also well over 100 CIA officers and American military advisors scurrying about Angola, Zaire, Zambia and South Africa, helping to direct the military operations and practicing their propaganda skills. Through recruited journalists representing major news services, the agency was able to generate international coverage for false reports of Soviet advisors in Angola. One CIA story, announced to the press by UNITA, was that 20 Russians and 35 Cubans had been captured. Another fabrication concerned alleged rapes committed by Cuban soldiers in Angola. This was elaborated to include their capture, trial, and execution, complete with photos of the young women killing the Cubans who had raped them. Both stories were reported widely in the American and British press and elsewhere. Some of the major newspapers, such as the New York Times, Washington Post, and The Guardian of London, were careful to point out that the only source of the information was UNITA, and their articles did not attempt to ascribe any special credence to the reports. But this could not of course prevent the placing of seeds of belief in the minds of readers already conditioned to believe the worst about communists. The disinformation campaign took place within the United States as well. FNLA delegates came to New York in September to lobby for support at the UN and with the New York press, distributing as they went copies of a white paper on the Angolan conflict prepared at CIA headquarters but made to look like it was produced in Zaire, French and all. John Stockwell described the paper as sometimes false to the point of being ludicrous and other times simply inaccurate. Afterward, representatives of UNITA went to Washington and presented to members of Congress, the State Department, the White House and the media, verbal reports about the situation in Angola which were the product of briefings given them by their CIA case officers. In January 1976, William Colby sat before the Senate Investigating Committee and solemnly assured the senators, "We have taken particular caution to ensure that our operations are focused abroad and not at the United States to influence the opinion of the American people about things from the CIA point of view." There was virtually no important aspect of the Angolan intervention which Colby, Kissinger, and other high officials did not misrepresent to Congress and the media. The odds never favored a military victory for the US-backed forces in Angola, particularly in the absence of a relatively large-scale American commitment which, given the political atmosphere, was not in the cards. The MPLA was the most organized and best led of the three factions and early on controlled the capital city of Luanda, which housed almost the entire governmental machinery. Yet, for no reason, apparently, other than anti-Soviet spite, the United States was unwilling to allow a negotiated settlement. When Savimbi of UNITA sent out feelers to the MPLA in September 1975 to discuss a peaceful solution, he was admonished by the CIA. Similarly, the following month when an MPLA delegation went to Washington to once again express their potential friendliness to the United States, they received a cool reception, being seen only by a low-level State Department official. In November, MPLA representatives came to Washington to plead for the release of 2 Boeing jet airliners which their government had paid for but which the State Department would not allow to be exported. John Stockwell relates the unusual development that the MPLA men were accompanied by Bob Timmons, who until shortly before had been the head of the CIA station in Luanda, as well as by the president of Boeing. While the 2 Angolans and the man from Boeing petitioned the State Department, the CIA man made known to agency headquarters that he had come to share the view of the U.S. Consul General in Luanda that the MPLA was best qualified to run the country, that it was not demonstrably hostile to the United States, and that the United States should make peace with it as quickly as possible. The State Department's response to the MPLA representatives was simple: the price for any American cooperation with the Angolan government was Soviet influence out, U.S. influence in. At one time or another, almost 24 countries, East and West, felt the urge to intervene in the conflict. Principal amongst these were the United States, China, South Africa and Zaire on the side of FNLA/UNITA, and the Soviet Union, Cuba, the Congo Republic and Katangi's troops, Zairean rebels, supporting MPLA. The presence of South African forces on their side cost the United States and its Angolan allies dearly, and support from other countries, particularly in Africa. Yet, South Africa's participation in the war had been directly solicited by the United States. In sharp contrast to stated American policy, the CIA and the National Security Agency had been collaborating with Pretoria's intelligence service since the 1960s and continued to do so in regard to Angola. One of the principal focuses of the intelligence provided by the U.S. to South Africa was the African National Congress, the leading anti-apartheid organization which had been banned and exiled. In 1962, the South African police arrested ANC leader Nelson Mandela based on information as to his whereabouts and disguise provided them by CIA officer Donald Rickard. Mandela spent almost 28 years in prison. In 1977, the Carter administration banned the sharing of intelligence with South Africa, but this was largely ignored by the American intelligence agencies. 2 years earlier, the CIA had set up a covert mechanism whereby arms were delivered to the South Africans. This practice, in violation of U.S. law, continued until at least 1978, and a portion of the arms were more than likely put to use in Angola. South Africa in turn helped to ferry American military aid from Zaire into Angola. In fairness to the CIA, it must be pointed out that its people were not entirely oblivious or insensitive to what South Africa represented. The agency was very careful about letting its black officers into the Angola program. A congressional cut-off of aid to the FNLA/UNITA, enacted in January 1976, hammered a decisive nail into their coffin. Congressmen did not yet know the full truth about the American operation, but enough of the public dumb show had been exposed to make them incensed at how Kissinger, Colby, et al. Had lied to their faces. The consequence was one of the infrequent occasions in modern times that the U.S. Congress has exercised a direct and pivotal influence upon American foreign policy. In the process, it avoided the slippery slope to another Vietnam, on top of which stood Henry Kissinger and the CIA with shoes waxed. By February, the MPLA, with indispensable help from Cuban troops and Soviet military equipment, had all but routed their opponents. The Cuban presence in Angola was primarily a direct response to South African attacks against the MPLA. Wayne Smith, director of the State Department's Office of Cuban Affairs from 1977 to 1979, has written that in August and October, 1975, South African troops invaded Angola with full U.S. knowledge. No Cuban troops were in Angola prior to this intervention. 38 Savimbi at this time again considered reaching an understanding with the MPLA. The response from Washington was, "Keep fighting." Kissinger personally promised UNITA continued support if they maintained their resistance, knowing full well that there was no more support to give. During the 2 weeks that Savimbi waited for his answer, he lost 600 men in a single battlefield. Yet, incredibly, less than 2 months before, the Secretary of State had stated, "We are not opposed to the MPLA as such. We can live with any of the factions in Angola." The man was wholly obsessed with countering Soviet moves anywhere on the planet, significant or trivial, real or imagined, fait accompli or anticipated. He was perhaps particularly driven in this case, for as he later wrote, Angola represents the first time that the Soviets have moved militarily at long distance to impose a regime of their choice. If this seems far removed from how the academics tell us American foreign policy is made, it's still more plausible than the other explanation commonly advanced for the policy in Angola, V'/Z. It was done to please Zaire-Mobutu, the head of Zaire, characterized as America's most important ally, client in Africa, if not in the Third World. Zaire was home to the CIA's largest station in Africa. Mobutu desired an Angolan government be its way, primarily to prevent Angola being used as a sanctuary by his arch foes, the rebels from Katanga province in Zaire. Accordingly, the Zairean leader committed his U.S.-equipped armed forces into combat in Angola, on the side of the FNLA, for Holden Roberto happened to be a relation of his, although Roberto and the FNLA had little else going for them. As Professor Gerald Bender, a leading American authority on Angola, testified before Congress in 1978. Although the United States has supported the FNLA in Angola for 17 years, it is virtually impossible to find an American official, scholar or journalist, who is familiar with that party, who will testify positively about its organization or leadership. After a debate with a senior State Department official at the end of the Angolan Civil War, I asked him why the United States ever bet on the FNLA. He replied, "I'll be damned if I know. I have never seen a single report or memo which suggests that the FNLA has any organization, solid leaders, or an ideology which we could count on." Even foreign leaders who have supported Holden Roberto, such as General Mobutu, agree with that assessment. When asked by a visiting U.S. senator if he thought Roberto would make a good leader for Angola, Mobutu replied, "Hell no." Kissinger himself told the House Investigating Committee that promoting the stability of Mobutu was one of the prime reasons for the American policy in Angola. Yet, even if this were one of Kissinger's rare truthful remarks about the Angola situation, and even if this could be a valid justification for serious intervention in a civil war in a third country. His statement challenges, if it does not defeat, comprehension. For in June 1975, a month before the United States shipped its first major arms package to the FNLA, Mobutu had accused the U.S. of plotting his overthrow and assassination, whereupon he expelled the American ambassador. See Zaire chapter. The Secretary of State, never at a loss for the glib line custom made for his immediate audience, also told Israeli officials that failure to stop the Russians in Angola could encourage Arab countries such as Syria to run risks that could lead to a new attack on Israel, backed up by the Russians. The American ambassador to the United Nations, Daniel Moynihan, did not negationally enhance the level of discussion when he declared that if the United States did not step in, the communists would take over Angola and will thereby considerably control the oil shipping lanes from the Persian Gulf to Europe. They will be next to Brazil. They will have a large chunk of Africa, and the world will be different in the aftermath if they succeed. A truly Baroque train of thought, and another example of what Cold War conditioning could do to an otherwise intelligent and educated person. With only a change in place names, similar geopolitical domino theories have been put forth to give a veneer of rationality to so many American interventions. In this case, as in the others where the communists won, nothing of the sort ensued. In all respect to Kissinger, Jonathan Quitney has written, one really has to question the sanity of someone who looks at an ancient Table dispute over control of distant coffee fields and sees in it a Soviet threat to the security of the United States. The MPLA in power was restricted by the same domestic and international economic realities which the FNLA of UNITA would have faced. Accordingly, it discouraged union militancy, dealt sternly with strikes, exhorted the workers to produce more, entered into commercial contracts with several multinationals, and did not raise the hammer and sickle over the president's palace. The MPLA urged Gulf Oil Company to continue its exclusive operation in Cabinda province and guaranteed the safety of the American corporation's employees while the fighting was still heavy. Gulf was completely amenable to this offer, but the CIA and the State Department put pressure on the company to discontinue its royalty payments to the MPLA, thus jeopardizing the entire oil venture in a way that the Marxist government never did. One aspect of this pressure was a threat by Kissinger to open an investigation of international bribery by the company. Gulf compromised by putting its payments into an escrow bank account until the Civil War came to an end of sorts a few months later, at which time payments to the MPLA were resumed. Contrary to accepted Western belief, Cuba did not enter the Angolan War as a Soviet surrogate. John Stockwell has noted that after the war the CIA learned that Cuba had not been ordered into action by the Soviet Union but that the Cuban leaders felt compelled to intervene for their own ideological reasons. In 1977, the New York magazine Africa Report stated that the Cubans have supported MPLA leader Neto's pragmatic approach toward Western investment and his attempts to maintain a foreign policy of non-alignment. The magazine also reported that on 27 May the Angolan government had announced that, aided by Cuban troops, it had crushed a rebellion by a faction of the MPLA whose leader claimed to have Soviet support. The civil war in Angola did not actually come to an end in 1976 as it appeared to, for the fighting lingered on intermittently, sometimes moderately, sometimes ferociously. In 1984 a confidential memorandum smuggled out of Zaire revealed that the United States and South Africa had met in November 1983 to discuss destabilization of the Angola government. Plans were drawn up to supply more military aid to UNITA, the FNLA was now defunct, and discussions were held on ways to implement a wide range of tactics, unify the anti-government movements, stir up popular feeling against the government, sabotage factories and transport systems, seize strategic points, disrupt joint Angola-Soviet projects, undermine relations between the government and the Soviet Union and Cuba, bring pressure to bear on Cuba to withdraw its troops, sow divisions in the ranks of the MPLA leadership, infiltrate agents into the Angolan army, and apply pressure to stem the flow of foreign investments into Angola. The United States branded the document a forgery, but UNITA's representative in Washington would neither confirm nor deny that the meeting took place. He stated, however, that UNITA had contacts with U.S. officials at all levels on a regular basis. The aim of the operation, according to the memorandum, was to force part of the Angolan leadership to negotiate with UNITA, precisely what Washington had successfully discouraged years earlier. A month after the reported U.S.-South Africa meeting, the UN Security Council censured South Africa for its military operations in Angola, and endorsed Luanda's right to reparations. Only the United States, abstaining, did not support the resolution. In August 1985, after a 3-year battle with Congress, the Reagan administration won a repeal of the 1976 prohibition against U.S. military aid to rebel forces in Angola. Military assistance began to flow to UNITA overtly as well as covertly. In January 1987, Washington announced that it was providing the rebels with Stinger missiles and other anti-aircraft weaponry. 3 months earlier, Jonas Savimbi had spoken before the European Parliament in Strasbourg, France in an appeal for support. Following his talk, However, a plenary session of the parliament criticized American support for the guerrilla leader and passed a resolution which described UNITA as a terrorist organization which supports South Africa. Finally, in September 1992, elections were held, but when it became apparent that the MPLA would be the winner in a runoff, in polling which the UN certified to be free and fair, Savimbi refused to accept the result. He ended a year-old ceasefire and launched one of UNITA's largest, most sustained offensives of the war, still being supplied by South Africa, and, in recent years, by American private airlines and relief organizations with interesting histories such as previous contacts to the Nicaraguan Contras. In May 1993, Washington finally recognized the Angolan government. In January, just before the Clinton administration took over, a senior State Department official had declared, UNITA is exactly like the Khmer Rouge, elections and negotiations are just one more method of fighting a war, power is all. By this time, the war had taken more than 300,000 lives, producing widespread hunger and what was said to be the highest amputee rate in the world, caused by the innumerable landmines. The death in combat of Savimbi in February 2002 appeared to offer a ray of hope for the future. 42. Zaire 1975–1978 Mobutu and the CIA, a marriage made in heaven. By 1975, President Mobutu Sese Seko, née Joseph Mobutu, the Zairean, née Congo, strongman regarded by the CIA as one of its successes in Africa, had ruled over his hapless, impoverished subjects for 10 long years. In the process, with a flair for conspicuous corruption that ranks amongst the best this century has to offer, Mobutu amassed a personal fortune estimated to run into the billions of dollars sitting in the usual Swiss, Paris, and New York banks. While most of the population suffered from severe malnutrition, it can reasonably be said that his corruption was matched only by his cruelty. Mobutu, one observer of Zaire has written, rules by decree with a grotesque impulsiveness that seems to shock even his former CIA case officers. One recalled that in June 1971 Mobutu had forcibly enlisted in the armed forces the entire student body of Lovanium University. He was put out by some student demonstrations, remembered the official. Mobutu finally relented, but 10 of the students were sentenced to life imprisonment for crimes of public insult to the chief of state. One intelligence source recalls a fervent Mobutu approach, eventually deflected, that either Zaire with CIA help or the agency alone undertake an invasion against those bastards across the river in the Congo Republic, Brazzaville. He's a real wild man, said one former official, and we've had trouble keeping him under rein. This may not have been for lack of trying. In June 1975 Mobutu announced that he had uncovered and suppressed a coup attempt aimed at his physical elimination. He blamed an unnamed large foreign power and Zairean citizens thirsty for money. Sick. The charges appeared in a government-controlled newspaper in the form of a letter from Mobutu, with an accompanying editorial indicating plainly that the large foreign power was the United States. A few days later, Zairean newspapers asserted that the CIA had organized tribal dissidents and black Americans for a coup against Mobutu planned for 30th of September. It is not clear what relation this allegation had to the earlier one. Mobutu declared that the imperialists were displeased with his breaking off relations with Israel, his nationalization of many foreign-owned businesses, and the sincere and reciprocal friendships which were developing between Zaire and China and North Korea. Several high-ranking Zairean military officers as well as other military men and civilians were arrested, their number reportedly including most of the CIA's indigenous agents in Zaire. The government announced that one of the arrested officers had returned 4 months ago from a U.S. military school, another had been the Zairean military attaché in Washington until 2 weeks before, and a third had recently returned from studies at Fort Bragg, North Carolina where, as a class assignment, he had prepared a report on how to plan and carry out a coup d'état against the government of Zaire. This last is not as ridiculous as it may sound. Such hypothetical exercises have been reported before by former students at CIA schools, although without the name of a real country being used and under the cover of learning how to suppress a coup attempt, as torture methods were taught in Vietnam under the cover of countermeasures to hostile interrogation. Similarly, as we have seen, for the teaching of bombing techniques and chemical, biological warfare. Eventually, 7 of those arrested were condemned to death for the alleged plot, including some of the CIA's agents. 7 men were acquitted, and 27 others given prison sentences. No Americans were named as conspirators, but the U.S. ambassador, Dean R. Hinton, was ordered to leave the country and Zaire recalled its ambassador from Washington. The State Department denied the allegations and called upon the Zairean government to provide evidence, which the latter failed to do. Secretary of State Henry Kissinger announced that the charges were based on totally wrong information that fell into the hands of Zaire and was probably the result of forgery. It is difficult to evaluate Kissinger's assertion inasmuch as the Zairean government had made no public mention of any documents. Mobutu may indeed have been taken in by forged documents or, Scoundrel that he was, he may have built a mountain out of a molehill of truth. Was suggested that his action was a pretext to get rid of certain Zairean military officers or that he was looking for a scapegoat for domestic problems. On the other hand, it would not have been the first time that the CIA was involved in a plot to eliminate an ostensible ally of the United States. Trujillo, Figueres and DMR cases in point. Mobutu, at this time, for his own reasons was deeply involved in the civil war in Angola on the side of the CIA-supported forces. Zaire was serving as an indispensable rear base and training and supply point, and Zairean troops were engaged in the fighting. The agency may have felt very uneasy that the head of this vital ally in war was a man as erratic, unpredictable and uncontrollable as Mobutu Seseko. "Mobutu is screwing up Zaire pretty good, you know," commented a senior CIA officer upon returning to Washington from a meeting with the Zairean leader, shortly after his accusation against the United States. "He simply has no idea of how to run a country." Moreover, although Chinese and North Korean military advisors in Zaire were training forces fighting on the same side as the United States in the Angolan free-for-all, the simple tenet of Cold War life was that an American ally does not do things like invite Chinese and North Korean military advisors to their country. And the Zairean wild man had twice broken relations with the Soviet Union and twice re-established them. There was no telling what whimsy he might pursue next. There is also the matter of the expelled American ambassador. Dean Roche Hinton was no ordinary Foreign Service career diplomat. He had worked closely with the CIA since the 1950s and was no stranger to extra-diplomatic operations. From 1967 to 1969 in Guatemala and the following 2 years in Chile, against Allende, Hinton, under the cover of the Agency for International Development, AID, had played a role in the CIA operations. He then served on the subcommittee of the National Security Council until taking up his post in Zaire in 1974. After the brouhaha about the alleged coup, both the CIA and Mobutu acted as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened, although the agency did make an appeal to the Zairean president for the freedom of their agents sitting on death row, outcome unknown, and did seem to be remarkably submissive to Mobutu's usual obnoxious and impulsive behavior. In October, Mobutu asked the CIA to help him annex Cabinda, a province of Angola that was separated from the rest of Angola by a narrow strip of Zairean territory. Mobutu had coveted the province since coming to power in 1965. His greed for it was heightened a few years later when oil was discovered off the Cabinda coastline. The CIA, although busily involved in the Angolan civil war at this time, promptly flew in a 1,000-man arms package for use by Zairean troops who marched into Cabinda. Agency officials helped to coordinate this almost casual invasion of a sovereign nation, but the operation proved to be singularly unsuccessful. 6 months later, in April 1976, the CIA gave Mobutu close to $1.4 million to distribute to U.S.-backed Angolan forces, thousands of whom were refugees in Zaire, desperate and hungry. Mobutu simply pocketed the money. The agency had been aware of this possibility when they delivered the money to him, but, in the words of CIA Africa specialist John Stockwell, they rationalized that it would mollify him, bribe him not to retaliate against the CIA. Stockwell added this observation: "It is an interesting paradox that the Securities and Exchange Commission has since 1971 investigated, and the Justice Department has prosecuted, several large U.S. corporations for using bribery to facilitate their overseas operations. The same time, the U.S. government, through the CIA, disperses tens of millions of dollars each year in cash bribes." Bribery is a standard operating technique of the U.S. government, via the CIA, but it is a criminal offense for U.S. business. The same can be said of murder. A few months earlier, in January 1976, the Justice Department had concluded that no grounds existed for federal prosecution of CIA officials involved in plots to assassinate several heads of state, including Patrice Lumumba of the Congo. In early March 1977, during a pause in the Angola War, members of the Lunta, or Balunta, tribal group of Zaire who had been in exile in Angola and fighting along with their Angolan tribal kin on the side of the MPLA, crossed the border and invaded Zaire in a resumption of their own civil war. The invaders, numbering at least 2,000, were composed largely of former residents of Katanga, now Shaba, province who had fled the Congo during the early 1960s following the failure of their secessionist movement. See Congo chapter. Mobutu urgently requested help from Zaire's traditional arms suppliers, Belgium, France and the United States, to put down this threat to his control of the mineral-rich Shaba province, which accounted for about 70% of Zaire's foreign exchange. The United States responded immediately with some $2 million of military supplies, reaching $15 million worth within a month, while Belgium and France provided large amounts of arms and ammunition as well as 14 Mirage jet bombers from the latter. Jimmy Carter had been in office less than 2 months when the Zairean conflict broke out, and he was reluctant to involve his administration deeply in a foreign adventure whose ultimate commitment could not be foreseen. The Angolan involvement had only recently wound down under severe congressional criticism. Compared to this and other American interventions, Carter's action in Zaire constituted a fairly mild response, mild enough to enable Washington to pass off its policy as one of non-intervention and effectively obscure the fact that it was actively taking sides in a civil war. The administration pointed out that its aid was all of a non-lethal type, that is, a military transport plane, spare parts, fuel, communication equipment, parachutes, etc., that the aid represented a drawing of credits already authorized by Congress for Zaire, as if the United States government therefore had no other choice in the matter, and that it had refused a Zairean request for further assistance. President Carter asserted on more than one occasion that the Zaire crisis was an African problem, best solved by Africans, yet he apparently saw no contradiction to this thesis in his own policy. Nor did he offer any criticism of France or Belgium, or of China, which sent Mobutu a substantial amount of military equipment. Carter denied the suggestion that U.S. aid to Zaire was part of a coordinated venture with France, Belgium, Morocco, Egypt and the Sudan, and, at the same time, the State Department characterized American policy as a neither help nor hinder position towards Zaire. Yet, only a few days earlier, the United States had given its tacit approval to Morocco's decision to send 1,500 of its American armed troops to aid Mobutu's cause, while confirming that both by law and bilateral agreement, Morocco would have to obtain Washington's permission in advance if its army used American weapons outside Morocco. Whether the Zairean rebels felt put out by the American non-lethal, non-help negation nor hinder, non-intervention policy was not reported. In mid-April, Newsday broke a story that the CIA was secretly supporting efforts to recruit several hundred mercenaries in the United States and Great Britain to serve alongside Zaire's notoriously ineffective army. David Bufkin, a 38-year-old Californian who reportedly was an experienced mercenary himself and had recruited other Americans for Angola, said that American soldiers of fortune would leave within a week for Zaire to fight against the rebels. Bufkin had advertised for former military men with combat experience for this particular mission. The New York newspaper stated that the CIA had strong links to Bufkin and had told the Justice Department that it would not cooperate in any investigation of the Californian. It is a criminal offense in the United States to recruit an American citizen for service with foreign armed forces or to enlist for such service. Diplomats in Washington, the New York Times reported, said they understood that President Mobutu Sese Seko had indicated several weeks ago that Zaire might have to recruit mercenaries to repel the invasion. They added that the aid from France, Belgium, Morocco, the United States and others may have led Mobutu to abandon the idea. Bufkin denied that he was being financed by the CIA. He claimed that his financial aid is coming from Africa and that's all I can tell you. This, of course, would not rule out the CIA channeling money to Bufkin via Zaire. Several months later, the soldier of fortune revealed that he had worked with the CIA, without specifying when or where, as well as with the Korean CIA, going into some detail about his operations with the latter. What role, if any, was actually played by mercenaries in Zaire has not come to light. The more experienced rebels had the upper hand during the first month of the 80-day war, and the continuance of Mobutu's rule was reported to be uncertain. But the repeated pumping of men and supplies into Zaire by at least 8 Western and African nations proved too much for the Lenta tribesmen. By the end of May, their offensive had been crushed and they were forced to retreat into Angola once again. Although the Lenta were engaged in a struggle for tribal autonomy, of the kind which has erupted in one African country after another following independence, Mobutu knew that it was the Cold War, anti-communist card he had to play if he was to provoke greater military support, particularly from the United States. Accordingly, Zaire began to issue regular accusations against Cuba, which had a large military contingent still stationed in Angola. Cuba had trained and armed the rebels, it was charged. This was true to some extent, but it had not been done necessarily to invade Zaire. Some quarters of the international left cloaked the Lenta in a revolutionary mantle, but the inspiration for this had more to do with the rebels being opposed by the likes of Mobutu, the United States and France than with any demonstrated revolutionary virtues. On the contrary, they were originally trained by white mercenaries and supported by Belgium and other Western interests in their secession attempt in Katanga. After fleeing to Angola, in return for sanctuary they served with the colonial Portuguese army in its campaign to put down the black nationalist guerrillas of the MPLA. Then, during the ensuing civil war in Angola, they switched over to fighting on the side of the MPLA and the Cubans. Cuba was leading the rebels. Cuban, Russian and Portuguese troops were fighting with them, insisted the Zairean government. The invasion could not have taken place, and it could not continue, without the material support or acquiescence of the Soviet Union. Whether or not Cuban troops are present, announced, now former, Secretary of State Henry Kissinger, in a choice example of knee-reflex anti-communism/wishful thinking, without any evidence whatsoever. And so it went. To the credit of the Carter administration, it resisted the temptation to embrace all the unfounded and sometimes silly changes, stating on several occasions that there was no evidence of Cuban involvement, and that the United States did not view the conflict as a confrontation between the Soviet Union and the West. An increasingly petulant Mobutu was finally moved to declare that if the United States had indeed capitulated in the face of communist danger, it should announce this clearly. Why then, did the United States intervene at all? The day after the first American shipment of military aid, Washington expressed its concern about the possible loss to American mining interests in Zaire. However, there was not necessarily a logical connection between a junta capture of Shaba province, or even toppling Mobutu, and a threat to foreign investment and loans, and the Carter administration offered no elaboration of its statement. No matter who controlled the mines, they would be looking to sell the copper, the cobalt, and the other minerals. In 1960, the secession movement of these same junta forces in then called Katanga province had been supported by both Washington and Belgium. Why Belgium now opposed them was not made clear by events, except that the rebels' sabotage combined with power failure had halted the mine's water pumps, leading to widespread flooding, and in neighboring Angola, as we have seen, when the Marxist MPLA took over control of oil-rich Cabinda province, it cooperated fully in business as usual with Gulf Oil Company. The Zaire government, on the other hand, in 1974, took over most small businesses and plantations without compensating the owners, and divided the spoils among political leaders loyal to Mobutu, which went well beyond anything the MPLA did. The expressed concern about U.S. investments may have been no more than one type of THROWA remark that has often been put forth by Washington officials to make a particular foreign involvement sound more reasonable to the American public. Most ironic in this case in light of traditional Marxist analysis, while giving the administration time to decide what it is they're actually trying to achieve. No further reference to American investments was made. The American intervention in this case seems to have been little more than a highly developed Cold War reflex action triggered by an invasion originating in a country classified as a member of the Soviet camp, and against a country ostensibly in the American or Western camp. Subsequent developments, or lack of them, may have inspired second thoughts in the administration, producing a dilemma which was succinctly summed up by a New York Times editorial observation a month into the war: the instinct taught intervention seems great but the case for it is not at all clear. Earlier, the Washington Post had expressed similar doubts. In an editorial entitled Why Zaire?, the newspaper stated that it was a highly dubious proposition for the United States to deepen its involvement in the murk of Zaire in the way that it has. President Carter, it added, has not explained the contingencies or stakes which require such an abrupt American response, nor the risks of delay. By his second year in the White House, Jimmy Carter had managed to acquire the unfortunate image of an indecisive man, a president who was yet to demonstrate the proverbial sterling qualities of leadership. His moderate response to the events in Zaire the previous year had contributed to this reputation, particularly amongst the hardline anti-communists in the United States and amongst some of the European and African nations which had come to Mobutu's aid. Thus it was, in the middle of May 1978, when the junta again left Angola and invaded their home province in Zaire, that the Carter administration was once again drawn into the conflict, for reasons no more compelling than in the year before. Determination this time, particularly with a meeting in 11 days in Washington of heads of NATO governments, to act decisively, was the way the New York Times paraphrased high administration officials. Within days the United States had sent several $1 million more of non-lethal military aid to Mobutu, condemned for human rights violations only 3 months earlier by the State Department, under a president who championed human rights, while a fleet of 18 American military transport planes began ferrying Belgian and French troops into Zaire in a rescue mission of white foreigners trapped by the war. In the process of evacuating the foreigners, the French troops took a markedly active part in the war against the rebels, inflicting a serious military setback upon them. Subsequently, the American airlift was extended to delivering Moroccan armed forces into Shaba province, then army units from Senegal and Gabon, and transporting French troops out of the region as they were replaced by African forces. The fighting in Shaba this time was over in less than a month. At its conclusion, the New York Times reported that discussions with officials in recent days have produced no single cohesive explanation for American policy in Zaire. The Times apparently was not placing too much weight upon the explanations already put forth by the administration. There were several of these in addition to the rescue mission and the need to act decisively. The president, for example, had discovered something which, it seems, he had not realized the year before, namely, that aiding Zaire was in the national security interests of the United States. As is customary with such crucial declarations, it was not felt necessary to explain what this actually meant in real-life terms. Administration officials also professed concern for the territorial integrity of all countries in Africa and elsewhere. This marvelous platitude not only managed to do away with the previous 80 years of American foreign policy, including the very recent intervention into Angola, but was irrelevant in the context of a civil war. More throwaways. Several African governments which came to the aid of Mobutu during these 2 years likewise expressed regard for the territorial integrity of African states, but what these states found disquieting was that a victory for the Shaba rebels might encourage tribal dissidents within their own vulnerable borders. Another reason offered by the administration was the belief that Cuba and the Soviet Union, and even Angola, were, after all, somehow responsible. Mobutu added Algeria and Libya, but no more evidence to support these charges was forthcoming from any quarter than had been the case the year before, and Carter was obliged to fall back on an accusation of guilt by omission. On May 25, 1978 he declared that Cuba obviously did nothing to hold back the invasion. It then came to light that Castro had informed the U.S. government a week earlier that he had learned of the rebel plans to invade Shaba and had tried unsuccessfully to stop it. Administration officials, clearly embarrassed, had no choice but to reply that they had not believed him. "It is not a half-lie," commented Fidel Castro to charges of Cuban involvement. "It is an absolute, total, complete lie." 2 days later, the president rejoined, Castro could have done much more had he genuinely wanted to stop the invasion. He could have interceded with the Katangese themselves. He could certainly have imposed Cuban troops near the border. In the final scene of this light comedy, Mobutu announced that he was holding Cuban prisoners captured in the fighting, the long-awaited proof of Cuban involvement. But when the American embassy in Zaire checked into the matter it found nothing to substantiate the claim. "Let's call it charitably a mistake," said one official. 43. Jamaica 1976–1980 Kissinger's ultimatum. "I can give you my personal word," said Henry Kissinger to Jamaican Prime Minister Michael Manley, "that there is no attempt now underway involving covert action against the Jamaican government." Manley has written that at this moment similar assurances given concerning Chile flashed a little ominously across my mind. Kissinger had given his personal word about American non-intervention to the Chilean ambassador in Washington in 1971 at a time when the U.S. government, and Kissinger in particular, were actively plotting the downfall of the Chilean government. When the ambassador mentioned press references to covert American actions against his country, Kissinger responded, "Absolutely absurd and without foundation." Michael Manley also knew firsthand that American non-intervention in the affairs of Jamaica was not something to be taken for granted. During the 1972 election campaign, the American ambassador in Jamaica, Vincent Durlett, had promised Manley that the United States would not interfere in the campaign if Manley did not make nationalization of the foreign-owned bauxite industry an election issue. Durlett feared that if Manley did so, he would oblige the opposition Jamaica Labour Party to vie with Manley's party for popular support on the question. According to Durlett, Manley agreed and both sides kept their promise. Secretary of State Kissinger had arrived in Jamaica in December 1975 to suggest to Manley that he change his policies or else U.S.-Jamaican relations would be reviewed. Kissinger raised the subject of Jamaica's request for a $100 million trade credit. "He said they were looking at it," wrote Manley later, and let the comment hang in the room for a moment. "I had the feeling he was sending me a message." The Jamaican Prime Minister, a graduate of the London School of Economics and the son of Norman Manley who had led Jamaica to independence from the British in 1962, had incurred Washington's displeasure since taking office in 1972 by behavior such as the following: expressing support for the MPLA regime in Angola which the United States was attempting to topple at the very moment of the Kissinger-Manley meeting, an issue that was one of the Secretary of State's obsessions and one which he raised during the talk, establishing diplomatic relations with Cuba and the Soviet Union and maintaining close ties with the Castro government, although no closer, said Manley, than with Mexico and Venezuela. Advocating a form of democratic socialism, though maintaining a decidedly mixed economy which featured nothing more radical than could be found in many countries of Western Europe in the areas of health, education, minimum wage, and social services. Manley's party, the People's National Party, whose slogan was "Socialism is Love," belonged to the Socialist International, as have ruling parties in modern times in Austria, Great Britain, West Germany, and Sweden. Prevailing against the transnational aluminum companies, principally American, which operated on the island because it is rich in bauxite, the raw material of aluminum. The Jamaican government had imposed a production levy to obtain a significant, and what was regarded as long overdue, increase in the payments made to it by the companies, and had then persuaded other bauxite-producing countries in the Third World to do the same. The government also intended to buy out 51% of the foreign bauxite mining operations, and planned, along with Venezuela and Mexico, to build an international aluminum processing complex outside the multinational system. Manley was pressured by both Washington and the Jamaican left. "Everyone wants me to be either a capitalist or a communist," he said at one point. "Why can't they just let me be? I've always been a democratic socialist and that's what I want in Jamaica." He viewed the multinational corporations in a similar vein, declaring that they have grown used to two types. One is the mendicant of the neo-colonial syndrome. The other is the revolutionary who simply sends in the army to take over the operation. Here they were dealing with neither. This was part of our search for the third path. The Jamaican Prime Minister did not toe the line Kissinger had drawn. 5 days after the Secretary of State had departed, Manley informed him that Jamaica had decided to support the Cuban army presence in Angola because we were satisfied that they were there. Because of the South African invasion, I never heard another word about the $100 million trade credit. At the time of Kissinger's visit, certain destabilization operations had already gotten off the ground, particularly in the area of propaganda, but it was primarily afterward, beginning in the election year of 1976, that covert actions started to escalate. In January, a few weeks after Kissinger had left, the U.S. Embassy in Kingston was increased by 7. Manley has noted, yet all aid to Jamaica suddenly slowed to a virtual halt. The pipelines suddenly became clogged. Economic cooperation contracted as the embassy expanded. Investigative reporters Ernest Volkman and John Cummings, writing in Penthouse magazine in 1977 and citing several senior American intelligence sources, stated that the destabilization program drawn up by the CIA station chief in Jamaica, Norman Descato, contained the following elements. A. Covert shipments of arms and other equipment to opposition forces. Politics in Jamaica had long been spiced with strong-arm tactics, but this now intensified in both frequency and deadlines, and in the use of arson, bombing and assassination. The CIA quickly sought to organize and expand the violence. Shipments of guns and sophisticated communications equipment began to be smuggled into the island. In one shipment alone, which was grabbed by Manley's security forces, there were 500 submachine guns. Some of the CIA's traveling army of Cuban exiles arrived on the scene. One was Luis Posada Carrols, a former officer in Cuban dictator Batista's secret police, now a CIA-trained explosives expert who was implicated in the mid-air bombing of a Cuban Airlines plane in 1976 which killed 73 people. Posada was reportedly spotted at the scene of more than one bombing in Jamaica. The well-publicized violence was a body blow to Jamaica's vital tourist business. The foreign tourists stayed away in droves, forcing many hotels to close their doors and consigning thousands of workers to the ranks of the unemployed. B. Extensive labor unrest. A wave of strikes by transport, electrical and telephone workers hit the island, reportedly provoked in part by graduates of the American Institute for Free Labor Development, the CIA's principal labor organization in Latin America. C. Economic destabilization. In addition to the U.S. credit squeeze and curtailment of aid, and the damage to tourism, the fragile Jamaican economy suffered from the actions of the aluminum companies. As an act of retaliation for the bauxite production levy, which had become law in May 1974, and with the tacit encouragement of Washington, the companies systematically reduced production, which hurt Jamaica in several ways. In August 1975, the American firm, Revere Copper and Brass Company, closed its aluminum refinery after only 4 years of operation, saying that it was uneconomical. In January 1976, the company announced that it was suing the Jamaican government over the levy. Whether there was any underlying destabilization motive connected to these actions is not known. A cargo of flour, brought to Jamaica on a German ship, the Heidelberg, was discovered to have been contaminated with the poison parathion, an insecticide which had been banned from Jamaica for many years. Much of the flour had already been sold and about 17 people died from it in December 1975 and January 1976. Later in the year, in October, a large shipment of rice from Costa Rica, on board the ship City of Blum, arrived to relieve a rice shortage Jamaicans had been suffering through for months. This too was found to be contaminated by parathion and had to be destroyed. The two incidents are reminiscent of the contaminations of sugar carried out by the CIA against Cuba. QVD, covert financial support for the opposition. This was principally the conservative Jamaica Labour Party, JLP. In June 1976, Jamaican security forces announced the uncovering of a plot to overthrow the government involving leading members of the JLP, Another arrested party member was found to be making Molotov cocktails in a mineral bottling plant he owned. No evidence of CIA involvement in the conspiracy has been revealed. Mobilization of the middle class into CIA-created anti-government organizations to carry out well-publicized demonstrations. Groups with names such as Silent Majority and Christian Women Agitators for Truth were formed, the latter attacking those who criticized the United States and the CIA. In one instance, the group brought up the example of the famed and revered American doctor, Tom Dooley, who had founded 7 hospitals for the poor in Southeast Asia. The Christian women could not have known then that Dr. Dooley had been a witting, active CIA operative in Indochina. There was also an attempt by a newly formed National Council of Women to replay the pots and pans scenario which had worked so well on Chile, but this fizzled out. This featured women, mostly of the upper classes with their maids, banging on pots and pans in a street march to demonstrate the government's inability to provide enough food for their families. Infiltration of security services and armed forces to turn them against the government. With liberal bribes, the CIA turned many security personnel into paid informants for the agency. Several soldiers were part of a plot to assassinate Manley in July, one of at least 3 such attempts which the CIA was directly involved in. Another, in September, employed Cuban exiles. The third turned to Jamaican gunmen to do the job. This last was in December, a final act of desperation on election night. All 3 attempts failed. Not even a shot was fired, and Manley easily won re-election. During the campaign, CIA officer James Holt was accused of contriving a plot to turn the military against Manley's People's National Party. According to the accusation, a tape of a plug-and-play youth rally was spliced with a message, purporting to be from Fidel Castro, urging young people to rise up in armed struggle against the police and the army. The tape was supposed to fall into the hands of the military and cause dissension. Press attacks against the government were carried out at a level of integrity only slightly above that of Holt's alleged tape. This was particularly the case with the Daily Gleaner, whose campaign was very similar to that of El Mercurio in Chile before the fall of Allende, and it is eminently reasonable to assume that it was similarly financed by the CIA. Both newspapers had close links to the Inter-American Press Association, IAPA, of Miami, the Gleaner's managing director, Oliver Clark, being elected to the association's executive in 1976. The IAPA, though not a formal CIA front, had received funding from the agency and had been a reliable and valuable press asset for it since the 1950s. The Gleaner emphasized the omnipresent Cuban menace and how Manley was a prisoner of Castro and the KGB. One recurrent theme, echoed in the American press, was the presence of Cuban troops in Jamaica, a bald lie and something that would be impossible to conceal on the small island. Propagandists arrived from the United States as well. Evangelists and faith healers came down to set up their tents and preach against communism and the government to the highly religious population. A la the Christian anti-communist crusade in British Guiana during the CIA's campaign against the government of Chetty Jagan, QV, with Henry Kissinger removed from formal power, and with the less interventionist Carter administration taking office in January 1977, American policy toward Jamaica was tempered, the economic pipelines were unclogged to some extent, and the CIA, without the urgency of an upcoming election, diminished its activities. It cannot be said, however, that Washington officialdom had learned to respect Manley's wish to just let me be. Pulitzer Prize winner Leigh Payne reported in Newsday in February 1980 that the Carter administration remains determined to drive the country's socialist prime minister from office unless he moderates his pro-Cuban policies. In an earlier article, Payne quoted a State Department source: "If within a 6-month testing period, Manley shows some signs of moderating his position, then we will take a softer line. If not, then we will continue to pursue a hard line." There was no let-up in the Gleaner's diatribes against Manley and his government. The newspaper reprinted numerous articles from all over the world which bore the standard CIA themes and syntax and undocumented assertions that the agency's press assets are paid for. The Gleaner openly encouraged disaffection and mutiny in the security forces, and overthrow of the government. The following, from a column by John Hearn in June 1980, was not very unusual. In many other countries, somebody with a disciplined force of men behind him would have long ago taken the government away from them. In most third world countries, our ministers, ministers of state, party commanders, heads of statutory boards, among others, would now be in forced exile or buried in common graves. Throughout, the Gleaner and other anti-Manley newspapers in Jamaica bemoaned the threat to freedom of the press posed by the government, on the premise, apparently, that this is only what one can expect from a communist government, and continued to print freely what in other countries would lead to arrest for sedition. Manley was defeated for re-election in October 1980, due primarily to a continuing deterioration in the standard of living of the masses of people. While recognizing the importance of this factor, the former prime minister attributed his defeat also to propaganda and finely calculated violence, the latter having persisted throughout his second term. being particularly heavy during final election year when 800 people lost their lives in political violence. Manley wrote that unless there is overwhelming and widely accepted evidence laying the blame for violence at the door of one party, it tends to damage the government in power, since it is the government that people look to for their personal security. He added, the Jamaican establishment had mastered the ways of destabilization. It knew how to use fact and create fiction for maximum effect. We do not know what was the part played by the CIA in the last year. By then it may not have mattered because the cleaner and the ALP had clearly reached postgraduate level. 44. Seychelles 1979 to 1981. Yet another area of great strategic importance. Mr. Michael Hoare, in 1981, was an elderly accountant leading a relatively sedate life in Durban, South Africa. There was, however, another side to the man that was somewhat different. In this other role he was Mad Mike Hoare, veteran mercenary. He had fought for the CIA in various trouble spots of the world, including the Congo in the 1960s, and had done the same for the government of South Africa. In 1981, at the age of 62, he led a mercenary invasion of the Seychelles on behalf of both his old employers. The Seychelles is a country made up of a number of small islands in the Indian Ocean, about 800 miles off the coast of Kenya, with a population of some 62,000. The former British Crown colony is also the site of a U.S. Air Force installation, officially described as a satellite tracking station, and part of an area that the United States regards as being of great strategic importance. This should be seen in light of the fact that it would be an arduous task to locate an area of the globe that Washington policymakers, at one time or another, have not regarded as being of great strategic importance. After France Albert Rend, a socialist, took power in the 1977 coup, he withdrew South African landing rights, and the United States had to use all its formidable powers of economic and political persuasion to retain its base in the country. Moreover, the lease on the installation was to expire in 1990, and Washington, which worries about long-term national security needs as well as current trouble spots, was apprehensive that it might not be renewed. The United States was also worried about what it saw as the growing friendship between the Seychelles and the Soviet Union, a concern seemingly as common in Washington as areas of great strategic importance. Rene pursued a policy of non-alignment, a concept which did not preclude friendship with either superpower as long as the terms were not unduly exploitative. He was also a strong advocate of turning the Indian Ocean into a nuclear-free zone, without foreign military bases, including, ideally, the one in his own country. The Seychelles president was particularly critical of American efforts to develop the British-owned Indian Ocean island of Diego Garcia into a major air and naval base. In 1979, a plot to invade the Seychelles and overthrow Rene was aborted when it was discovered by his government before the mercenaries were able to leave Durban. An official investigation into the matter by the Seychelles government concluded that the United States and France had been directly involved with the plotters, that the American ambassador in Kenya had been in contact with supporters of James Mancham, the man deposed by Rene, and that the U.S. charged affairs in the Seychelles was the link man in a conspiracy. Several of the 120 Americans employed at the U.S. base were expelled from the country. 2 years later, in November 1981, an invasion force of more than 40 men, pretending to be members of a rugby club, traveled from South Africa to Swaziland whence they flew to the Seychelles aboard a regular commercial flight of the Royal Swazi Airlines. It appears that the attack was not planned for the arrival but for some time later, after the soldiers of fortune had settled in. But some of the arms hidden in their luggage were discovered upon arrival, and a battle broke out at the airport. The would-be invaders were forced to hijack an 8 India plane back to Durban, although 7 of their number were not so lucky, being caught and detained in the Seychelles. But Mad Mike Hoare had survived another close call. A few days after this debacle, the Sunday Tribune, published in Durban, where the invasion plot was reportedly hatched, cited reliable local and foreign sources for the assertion that the CIA had financed the raising and equipping of the invasion force. Despite a terse, one-sentence denial by the U.S. government yesterday, the conservative newspaper declared, separate mercenary sources in South Africa are emphatic that funding for the operation originated with the CIA. At the same time, the Tribune made clear the complicity of its own government, an act for which several South African editors were duly prosecuted by the authorities. In 1982, Hoare and 44 other men went on trial in South Africa for airplane hijacking. 5 weeks earlier, all but 5 of them had been released by the government with a good negational boys wave of the hand, but diplomatic protests from Western nations, including the United States, which pointed out that South Africa had formally associated itself with the 1978 anti-hijacking declaration, led to a reversal of the earlier decision. 23 of the men were South Africans, and most of these, it turned out, were reservists in elite units of the South African Defence Force. The head of the security police said that the men had not been charged at first because they had been misled into thinking they were on an official mission. Who had misled them, or why, was not reported. The picture which emerged from the trial was that the government, at a minimum, was well aware of the plot and ready to be helpful. Hoare produced an invoice, purportedly from the military, certifying the delivery to his home of weapons and ammunition before the flight to the Seychelles. This apparently was not contested by the prosecution. The government also requested that evidence from some defendants about their involvement in army activities in 1981 should not be heard because it could prejudice state security. Hoare testified further that he had met someone from the CIA in Pretoria and informed him of the coup plans. The United States was interested, the soldier of fortune said, but he described the CIA man's attitude as extremely timid, and Hoare didn't suggest that the United States had played an active role. Under cross-examination, however, he acknowledged telling his troops that the CIA had approved the plan. Motivation seems not to have been an issue raised at the trial. For the mercenaries, the coup attempt was undertaken presumably for money. Of the two governments involved in the matter, the United States had a much greater interest than South Africa in toppling the Rene government, and had, apparently, tried it before. But it would need the help of South Africa in that part of the world. As we have seen, the U.S. intelligence establishment had been collaborating with Pretoria's intelligence service since the 1960s and continued to do so in the mid-1970s in regard to Angola. Circumstances indicate that this relationship continued, or was renewed, under the Reagan administration, which took office in 1981. It appears that Mad Mike Hoare was made a scapegoat, for he was imprisoned, an action he called a double cross, and which he attributed to the government wanting to appear as an innocent party which defended international justice, and was not released until 1985. Almost all his co-conspirators were released in November 1982, after serving but 4 months in prison. On December 15, 1981, the UN Security Council decided to send a commission to the Seychelles to investigate the invasion. Although the United States voted for the motion, the American ambassador, John Kirkpatrick, suggested that to send the commission was to assume that the Seychelles affair was not purely internal, and was prejudging the situation. Even by the standards of Kirkpatrick's renowned Cold War-impaired logic, this was a remarkable statement, when it is considered that South Africans made up about half the invasion force, with the others emanating from Great Britain, Rhodesia, the US, Germany, Austria, and elsewhere. The number of Seychelles dissidents amongst their number came to 0. It seems that someone was still determined that the Rene government should not remain in power. In December 1983, South Africa announced that it had arrested 5 men for attempting to recruit mercenaries in yet another plot to invade the Seychelles. 45. Grenada 1979 to 1984. Lying, one of the few growth industries in Washington. What can be said about an invasion launched by a nation of 240 million people against one of 110,000? And when the invader is, militarily and economically, the most powerful in the world, and the target of its attack is an underdeveloped island of small villages 1,500 miles away, 133 square miles in size, whose main exports are cocoa, nutmeg and bananas? The United States government had a lot to say about it. The relation which its pronouncements bore to the truth can be accurately gauged by the fact that 3 days after the invasion the Deputy White House Press Secretary for Foreign Affairs resigned, citing damage to his personal credibility. One of the fundamental falsehoods concerning the invasion of Tuesday, 25th of October 1983 was that the United States had been requested to intervene by an urgent plea on the 21st time the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, OECS, comprising 6 countries, and joined in this instance by Barbados and Jamaica. These countries purportedly feared some form of aggressive act from the new ultra-leftist regime in Grenada which had deposed socialist leader Maurice Bishop. Bishop had been expelled from the ruling party on 12th of October, placed under house arrest the next day, and murdered on the 19th. Even if the fears were valid, it would constitute a principle heretofore unknown under international law, namely that State A could ask State B to invade State C in the absence of any aggressive act towards State A by State C. In Washington, State Department lawyers worked overtime, finally settling on sections of an ex-mutual assistance pact, the Charter of the OAS, and the United Nations Charter as legal justifications for the American action. These documents, however, even with the most generous interpretation, provide for nothing of the sort. Moreover, Article 6 of the X-Pact requires all members to approve decisions of the organization's authority. The heads of government. Grenada, a member, certainly did not approve. It was not even at the meeting, although U.S. officials were present to steer the direction of the discussions. As matters later transpired, Tom Adams, the Prime Minister of Barbados, stated that the United States had approached him on 15th of October concerning a military intervention. The State Department declined to comment when asked about Adams' statement. Then, sources close to Jamaican Prime Minister Edward Seaga asserted that the plea by the Caribbean nations was triggered by an offer from the United States. Issue an appeal and will respond was the message conveyed by Washington. Furthermore, on 26th of October, the U.S. ambassador to France, Evan Galbraith, stated over French television that the Reagan administration had been planning the invasion for the previous 2 weeks, that is, not only well before the putative request from the Caribbean countries, but, if Galbraith is to be taken literally, even before Bishop was overthrown or before this outcome could have been known with any certainty, unless the CIA had been mixed up in the intra-party feud. Eventually it was disclosed that at some point before the invasion the government of Eugenia Charles, the Prime Minister of Dominica, who headed the X, had been the recipient of covert CIA money for a secret support operation. At the same time, the United States, as if to cover its bets, endorsed, if not in fact devised, the claim by the X that the Governor-General of Grenada, Paul Schoon, had also sent an urgent appeal for military intervention to the organization. Apart from the highly debatable question of whether Schoon, appointed by the British Queen to his largely ceremonial, figurehead position, a vestige of the days of the Empire, had the constitutional right to make such a momentous decision on behalf of an independent Grenada, there was the mystery of how and when he had sent his request, or, indeed, whether he had sent it at all. On 31st of October, the London press reported that British Foreign Secretary Sir Geoffrey Howe was emphatic that there had been no request for intervention from Sir Paul Schoon. Prime Minister Thatcher unequivocally confirmed this. Schoon, said Sir Geoffrey, had been seen by a British diplomat last Monday, the day before the invasion, and had not mentioned any such desire. The same day, another report places it on Sunday, Schoon spoke by phone to the Commonwealth Secretariat in London and to Buckingham Palace, but, again, made no mention of intervention. Interviewed later by the BBC, Schoon himself said that an invasion was the last thing he wanted. In the end, after the invasion was underway, Schoon signed a piece of paper aboard the USS Guam that made the whole operation nice and legal. Another justification advanced by the United States for its action, what President Reagan termed of overriding importance, was the need to evacuate many hundreds of Americans from the island, mainly students at St. George's Medical College who were supposedly in a dangerous position because of the new regime and the chaos surrounding its succession to power. To refute this contention one does not have to dig for evidence, there is a surfeit lying on the surface, viz. Two members of the U.S. Embassy in Barbados, Ken Coates and Linda Farr, reported over the weekend before the invasion that U.S. students in Grenada were, for the most part, unwilling to leave or be evacuated. They were too intent on their studies. Another report, in the London press, that 3 U.S. diplomats visited Grenada at the same time and appeared to have agreed on orderly departures for any Americans wishing to leave, may or may not refer to the same thing. The White House acknowledged that 2 days before the invasion, Grenada had offered the United States an opportunity to evacuate American citizens. But officials said the Reagan administration came to distrust the offer. This was, they said, because the Grenadian government had promised that the airport would be open on Monday for evacuation flights, but it was instead closed. Only later did the White House admit that 4 charter flights had indeed left the airport on Monday. Some of those who left on Monday were American medical students. The chancellor of the medical school, Dr. Charles Modica, who was visiting New York, declared on the day of the invasion that he was in touch with amateur radio operators at the college. "I think the president's information is very wrong," he said, because some of the Americans started to go out yesterday. The Grenadian government issued instructions that the American students should be treated with utmost consideration by the army. Vehicles and escorts were provided for them to shuttle between their 2 campuses. The Cuban government released documents which showed that it had notified the United States on 22nd of October that no American or other foreign citizen was in danger and said it was ready to cooperate in the solution of problems without violence or intervention. It received no reply until after the invasion had begun. On the 23rd the Cubans sent a message to the Grenadian leader suggesting that the area around the medical school be demilitarized to avoid providing the United States with an excuse for invasion, the pretext of evacuating its citizens. Asked by journalists if there was any concrete information about threats to Americans in Grenada, the White House spokesman responded, "Nothing that I know of." After subduing the minor resistance of Grenadian soldiers and Cuban construction workers, the U.S. forces discovered several other things to justify their coming. They found, said Ronald Reagan, a complete base of weapons and communication equipment which makes it clear a Cuban occupation of the island had been planned. One warehouse contained weapons and ammunition stacked almost to the ceiling, enough to supply thousands of terrorists. Grenada, the president declared, was a Soviet-Cuban colony being readied as a major military bastion to export terror and undermine democracy. But we got there just in time. Documents discovered by the American military allegedly showed that the Cubans were planning to put their own government in Grenada. Later, CIA Director William Casey was to admit that the documents were not a real find, and there was found what appeared to have been a terrorist training center. Moreover, missile silos were being built in Grenada. There were 1,100 Cubans on the island. It was announced, almost all professional soldiers. Soon the number was 1,600. The US/Grenada/Cuba scenario staged in Washington was comparable at the time to the Soviet Union invading Great Britain and then announcing that it had prevented an American takeover, and Marx knows what else, because it had discovered 30,000 US servicemen there, over 100 American military bases, a huge arsenal of nuclear weapons, and enough arms to supply millions of terrorists. The Soviet president could then have declared that we got there just in time. Comparable, except that the Soviet discoveries would have been real. The American claims turned out to be as phantom as the other components of the media package, or, at best, highly questionable. A correspondent for The Guardian of London reported that in the warehouse that contained most of the weapons, there were only 5 mortars to be seen, 1 recoilless rifle, 1 Soviet-made quadri-barreled anti-aircraft gun, and 2 Korean vintage British Bren guns on display. The New York Times reported, without further detail, significant stockpiles of Soviet arms but also a number of antiquated guns, including rifles manufactured in the 1870s. Years later it was revealed that a U.S. intelligence report of 30th of October had concluded that the caches of arms and weapons on Grenada were for the army and the militia and were not sufficient or intended to be used in overthrowing the governments in the neighboring islands. More to the point, however, is the fact that the Grenadian government had been threatened with destabilization for over 4 years by the United States. The leaders of the country knew that they had to develop the country's defenses. They were people who had read some recent history. The Cuban government announced that there were 784 of their people in Grenada and specified all their jobs. 636 were construction workers, mostly in their 40s and 50s, an observation made by several American and British journalists. The remainder, which included 44 women, were doctors, dentists, nurses, public health workers, teachers, etc., and 43 military personnel. Thereafter, the United States went by the Cuban figures. The world was asked to believe that there was a major Cuban military presence with imminent control of the country. Yet the Cubans in Grenada were unable even to save Maurice Bishop and his government, which Castro had strongly and warmly supported. The Cuban government had expressed in no uncertain terms its distaste for the Military Revolutionary Council, MRC, which had overthrown Bishop. Before the U.S. invasion, Castro had blamed Bishop's death on grave errors by extremists, and later referred to them as the Pol Pot group. He had turned down a request from the MRC for more troops when the American action seemed imminent. The MRC was told that its request was impossible and unthinkable after what had happened. The Russians, on the other hand, had indicated their support for the MRC and its coup. Although the Soviet interest in Grenada was generally minimal, Cuba was enough of a Caribbean burden and potential spark point for Moscow. The Soviet Union condemned the American invasion, comparing it to a dating cavalry attack of armed-to-the-teeth white settlers on a village of redskins. But this was de rigueur Cold Warfare. The lack of real concern on the part of Soviet leaders about the invasion, and the fate of Grenada, was made evident 6 months later when they announced that the USSR would not take part in the Olympics in Los Angeles. Grenada was not even mentioned amongst their reasons, although the circumstances truly cried out for it. 4 years earlier, the United States had cited the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan as its sole reason for boycotting the Moscow Olympics. Finally, there was the question of why Cuba or the Soviet Union would have needed Grenada as a springboard for their dastardly deeds in Latin America when there was already Cuba itself, militarily and politically more secure and stable than Grenada. After the invasion, after the overthrow of the Grenadian government, after the U.S. forces had killed or wounded hundreds of people, officials of the Reagan administration, reported the New York Times, acknowledged that in their effort to rally public support for the invasion of Grenada, they may have damaged the government's credibility by making sweeping charges about Soviet and Cuban influence on the island without so far providing detailed evidence. The officials simply asked that the public reserve judgment until all the information is in. The New Jewel movement, NJM, under Maurice Bishop had taken power in March 1979 by ousting, to popular acclaim, Eric Gary, an erratic personality given increasingly to thuggery to maintain his rule. That accomplished, Bishop, a London-educated lawyer, had to deal with the exceedingly more formidable task which faces a socialist revolutionary in power, spurring an underdeveloped country to lift itself up by its own bootstraps when it doesn't have any boots. They had to start with the basics: jobs, new schools, teacher training, adult literacy, social services, clean water. The NJM left private business undisturbed, but instituted free health care, free milk for young children, agricultural cooperatives, and the like. Nicholas Bradwaite, the chairman of the U.S.-approved interim government following the invasion, and his colleagues, reported The Guardian, readily praised the NJM for giving Grenadians new awareness, self-confidence and national pride and admit it is a hard act to follow. The World Bank gave the Grenadian government good grades also. In 1980 the bank praised the NJM's sound fiscal management and 2 years later wrote that government objectives are centered on the critical development issues and touch on the country's most promising development areas. The New Deal movement did not hold elections. Bishop explained this decision on one occasion in the following way, quote, "There are those, some of them are friends, who believe that you cannot have a democracy unless there is a situation where every 5 years, and for 5 seconds in those 5 years, a people are allowed to put an X next to some candidate's name, and for those 5 seconds in those 5 years they become Democrats, and for the remainder of the time, 4 years and 364 days, they return to being non-people without the right to say anything to their government, without any right to be involved in running the country." Unquote. In lieu of the traditional system, the NJM claimed, democracy in Grenada was manifested through numerous mass organizations and decentralized structures which received and seriously considered input from large numbers of citizens. However well this form of democracy may have worked, or would have if not interrupted, it inevitably produced resentment as well. People were expected to attend meeting after meeting and were subject to various forms of pressure to conform to the exigencies of the revolution. Before long, the leaders of nearby Caribbean states, particularly Tom Adams of Barbados and Eugenia Charles of Dominica, who were prime supporters of the invasion, evidenced hostility towards the Grenadian government. Bishop believed that this derived from fear of their own people's enthusiasm for Grenada's example, an enthusiasm, B said, which was demonstrated at every public appearance by the Grenadian leaders in the region. Charles was regarded by Reagan administration people as passionately pro-American, a Caribbean Jean Kirkpatrick, who made British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher seem like a kitten. The United States adopted its adversarial position almost immediately. Washington recognized instinctively that the new Grenadian leaders would not fall easily into line in regard to the American obsession with quarantining Cuba. Indeed, Grenada itself might turn out to be that long-dreaded beast, another Cuba. Less than a month after Bishop assumed power, the American ambassador delivered a note to him which read in part, "Although my government recognizes your concern over allegations of a possible counter-coup, it also believes that it would not be in Grenada's best interests to seek assistance from a country such as Cuba to forestall such an attack. We would view with displeasure any tendency on the part of Grenada to develop closer ties with Cuba." The counter-coup the ambassador was referring to was Bishop's fear that Eric Gary, in exile in the United States, would put together a mercenary army to invade the island. The NJM feared a CIA destabilization operation even more, but, in neither case, who but a country such as Cuba could they turn to for help? Before the year 1979 was out, Grenada had discovered hidden transmitters in its UN mission, and representatives of the U.S. government were visiting travel agents in the United States, spreading travel scare rumors to discourage tourism to the island's sunny beaches, a most important source of foreign exchange. Over the next 4 years, Washington tried to harass Grenada in some of the other ways in which it was practiced, more so under Ronald Reagan beginning in 1981 than under President Carter. The United States aggressively lobbied the International Monetary Fund and several other international lending organizations in an attempt to block loans to Grenada, although, surprisingly, not with marked success. The IMF, for example, approved a loan to Grenada despite vigorous opposition from the Reagan administration, opposition based ostensibly on economic grounds. In the summer of 1981, the CIA developed plans to cause economic difficulties for Grenada in hopes of undermining the political control of Prime Minister Maurice Bishop. The operation reportedly was scrapped because of objections by the Senate Intelligence Committee. One committee member, however, remarked that if they were going to do something, "I'm not sure they would tell us. I think they would wait until it was all over." The main thrust of the American campaign against Grenada was in the form of propaganda, the theme of which was that Grenada was a fully paid-up member of the Soviet negation Cuban-Nicaraguan terrorist network which held a dagger at America's throat. Associating Grenada truly could serve to further discourage tourism as well as justify an invasion. The propagation of this general theme was punctuated by specific accusations which were simply fraudulent. One early hoax was that a Soviet submarine base was being constructed on the south coast of the island. This report was given wide currency until 1983 when a correspondent for the Washington Post visited the supposed site and pointed out that no submarine base could possibly be built in an area where the sea was so shallow. In February 1983, an official of the U.S. Defense Department announced, apparently with a straight face, that the Soviet Union had shipped to Grenada assault helicopters, hydrofoil torpedo boats, and supersonic MiG fighters which gave Grenada an air force of 200, modern planes. The whereabouts of this mighty armada have remained a mystery ever since. The charge which received the greatest media play was the canard that the new airport being built in Grenada was intended as a military facility for the Russians and Cubans. Grenada insisted that it was only to encourage tourism, its one growth industry. In March 1983, President Reagan told an American television audience that the airfield would have a 10,000-foot runway, but that quote Grenada doesn't even have an air force. Who is it intended for? The rapid buildup of Grenada's military potential is unrelated to any conceivable threat. The Soviet-Cuban militarization of Grenada can only be seen as a power projection into the region. Unquote. The president displayed aerial photos of the construction site. There were regular American spy flights over the island, as if to imply something hidden and furtive in the operation when, in fact, the site was very much open to the public. There is a plethora of evidence that puts Reagan's analysis into question. At least 5 other Caribbean islands, including Barbados, had similar-sized or larger airfields yet did not possess air forces. The building of the airfield was encouraged by the World Bank, which also discussed with Grenada the erection of new tourist hotels. The excavation work was being done by the Lane Dredging Company of Florida and the communications system installed by Plessy, a British multinational, the Cubans donating labor and machinery. Plessy rejected the U.S. claim the airport was being built to purely civilian specifications, it said, and listed a number of technical characteristics of a military airport base which the new airport would not have. As further, the European Common Market had contributed money toward the construction. In our view, the airport is for tourism, said a spokesman. We stand by our commitment. The airport was being funded by about a dozen nations as well, including Canada, Mexico, and Venezuela. The United States had turned down a request for assistance, and instead had exerted pressure to deter international financing. After the invasion, the airport was completed by the United States. The decision has been taken to complete it by the military, for the military, said one of the subcontractors. Equipment for that purpose is already being moved onto the site. As far as is known, the United States has not yet used the airport for military purposes. There were also several instances of the Grenadian opposition press featuring entirely unfounded stories of the type mentioned above, as well as fostering harmful local economic rumors. In one case in 1979, a Grenadian newspaper reprinted a story from, of all places, the West German magazine Bunte, which reported that large military and missile bases were being built in Grenada, something which would be impossible to hide on the tiny island, but it was a lie made of whole cloth. The reprinting from abroad tactic, as we have seen, is one often employed by the CIA, and to the NJM leaders it was a clear signal that the agency had arrived in town. It led eventually to the government closing down independent newspapers. The country, they felt, was simply too vulnerable, even more so than Chile and Jamaica, where the same CIA tactic had been employed. It was the same with political prisoners, most of them former members of Gary's secret police. The government was afraid to release some of them lest they wind up in a Gary and/or CIA mercenary force or engage in actions like the June 1980 bombing at an outdoor rally, which was apparently designed to remove the entire NJM leadership with one blow, but instead took the lives of 3 young women. As to the invasion itself, 2,000 American Marines and paratroopers the first day. By week sent 7,000 on the island, even more waiting offshore, planes bombing everywhere, destroying all manner of structures, including a mental hospital, machine gunning positions of the People's Revolutionary Army. The People's Revolutionary Army, are they on our side or theirs? Asks the young Marine. The home of the Cuban ambassador damaged and looted by American soldiers. On one wall is written AA, symbol of the 82nd Airborne Division. Beside it the message, eat shit, commie faggot. Captured Cubans used as hostages, ordered to march in front of American jeeps as they advanced on Cuban positions. A violation of the Geneva Convention. Promises of all kinds were made to Cuban prisoners, said Castro, to get them to go to the United States. None accepted. I want to fuck communism out of this little island, says a Marine, and fuck it right back to Moscow. Britain announced that it was sending a destroyer to assist in the rescue, said the American radio station to the Grenadian people the first morning. Not a half-truth, but a complete lie. Grenadians who heard the broadcast said they were a powerful encouragement to accept the occupation. The fighting was over in a week. 135 Americans killed or wounded, 84 Cubans, 400 Grenadians, more or less. The land conquered, there remained the people's hearts and minds. At the outset, the invasion radio station engaged in fiery attacks against Bishop. He had brought Grenada into captivity, said the announcer. But then the Americans evidently learned that this was a tactical error, that Bishop was still enormously popular, because for some time afterward, criticism of his regime was usually made more indirectly and without naming him. Before long the Psychological Operations Battalion of the U.S. Army was cruising over the island in a helicopter offering the Grenadians, via loudspeaker, a large serving of anti-Cuban fare. The Cubans had supported those who had killed Bishop, Grenada had been a pawn of Cuba, Castro, communism were still a threat, and so forth. Posters were put up showing alleged captured Cuban weapons with the slogan, "Are these the tools that build airports?" Other posters linked the MRC leaders to Moscow. In March 1984, a visiting London journalist could report, The island remains visibly under American occupation. Jeeps patrol constantly. Helicopters fly over the beaches. Armed military police watch the villagers and frequent the cafes. CIA men supervise the security at the courthouse. The island's only newspaper pours out weekly vitriol about the years of the revolutionary government, this gruesome period in our history. The pressures, in a small community, are heavy. And in June we learned that schools called after heroes of the revolution had been given back their old names, though not without pupil protests. And the U.S. Information Service was showing school children a film entitled Grenada, Return to Freedom. The invasion was almost universally condemned in Latin America, only the military dictatorships of Chile, Guatemala and Uruguay expressing support. The United Nations voted its disapproval overwhelmingly. To this President Reagan responded, 100 nations in the UN have not agreed with us on just about everything that's come before them. Where we're involved, and it didn't upset my breakfast at all. One of the evils of communist states, we were always told, is that they were oblivious to world opinion. There was, however, the supreme irony that most of the people of Grenada welcomed the invasion. In addition to the conservative minority who knew that the socialist experiment would now be decisively put to rest, there were the greater number who were overjoyed to see the murderers of their beloved Maurice Bishop receive the punishment due them. Despite all the hostility and lies directed at Bishop by Washington for over 4 years, it did not seem to occur to the islanders that the invasion had nothing to do with avenging his death and that the United States had merely used the event as a convenient pretext for an action it had desired to carry out for a long time. If the average Grenadian seems thus rather ingenuous, with a short political memory, we must consider also that the average American lustily cheered the invasion, believed everything which crossed the lips of Ronald Reagan, as if this were the first U.S. intervention in history, and to this day would be hard-pressed to recite a single falsehood associated with the entire affair. The president himself later appeared to have completely repressed the incident. In March 1986, when asked about the possibility of an American invasion of Nicaragua, he replied, "You're looking at an individual that is the last one in the world that would ever want to put American troops into Latin America, because the memory of the great Colossus in the north is so widespread in Latin America we'd lose all our friends if we did anything of that kind." On the 4th day of the invasion, Reagan made a speech which succeeded in giving jingoism a bad name. The president managed to link the invasion of Grenada with the shooting down of a Korean airliner by the Soviet Union, the killing of U.S. soldiers in Lebanon, and the taking of American hostages in Iran. Clearly, the invasion symbolized an end to this string of humiliations for the United States. Even Vietnam was being avenged. To commemorate the American Renaissance, some 7,000 U.S. servicemen were designated heroes of the Republic and decorated with medals. Many had done no more than sit on ships near the island. America had regained its manhood by stepping on a fleet. Postscript. At the end of 1984, former Premier Herbert Blaise was elected Prime Minister, his party capturing 14 of the 15 parliamentary seats. Blaise, who in the wake of the invasion had proclaimed to the United States, "We say thank you from the bottom of our hearts," had been favored by the Reagan administration. The candidate who won the sole opposition seat announced that he would not occupy it because of what he called vote rigging and interference in the election by outside forces. 1 year later, the Washington-based Council on Hemispheric Affairs reported on Grenada as part of its annual survey of human rights abuses. Reliable accounts are circulating of prisoners being beaten, denied medical attention and confined for long periods without being able to see lawyers. The country's new U.S.-trained police force has acquired a reputation for brutality, arbitrary arrest and abuse of authority. The report added that an offending all-music radio station had been closed and that U.S.-trained counterinsurgency forces were eroding civil rights. By the late 1980s, the government began confiscating many books arriving from abroad, including Graham Greene's Our Man in Havana and Nelson Mandela Speaks. In April 1989, it issued a list of more than 80 books which were prohibited from being imported. 4 months later, Prime Minister Blaise suspended Parliament to forestall a threatened no-confidence vote resulting from what his critics called an increasingly authoritarian style. 46. Morocco 1983. A video nasty. The government of Morocco, in January 1983, had the sad duty to announce the grievous death in a car accident of General Ahmed Limai, a confidant of King Hassan for more than 20 years and commander of the Moroccan Army's southern forces. When the Le Monde correspondent had the temerity to suggest that Limai's death was perhaps not an accident, he was summarily expelled from the country. Then, in March, Ahmed Rami, a Moroccan political scientist living in exile in Sweden, stated unequivocally that Limai had been murdered by Hassan and his security men and that the CIA was deeply implicated. Ahmed Rami had been a lieutenant in the Moroccan army and a leader of La Mouvement des Officers Leaders, the underground movement of army officers dedicated to overthrowing the king and the monarchy as well as the king's personal corruption and his Crimes against human rights. Rami was living abroad under sentence of death in Morocco for his part in a failed attempt to shoot down a plane carrying Hussein in 1972. The dissident officer supported the establishment of a democratic Islamic Arab Republic of Morocco and a negotiated settlement in the country's ruinous war with the Polisario guerrillas in the Western Sahara, a war in which U.S. military aid and personnel had reportedly enabled Morocco to maintain a deadlock. Ahmed Limai, while serving as the king's right-hand man, had been secretly associated with officers' leaders. When he went abroad he would meet with Rami, and during 1982 the two men were discussing plans for a coup attempt in July of the following year. Unknown to us, however, said Rami, the CIA was investigating him. Limai. When the CIA handed over a dossier to King Hussein in January 1983, it contained video film of General Limai and I meeting in Stockholm last December. That was enough for Limai to be eliminated. Morocco, said the New York Times, had become the United States' closest and most useful ally in the Arab world. Hassan had clearly tied his fortunes to the Reagan administration. In 1981 alone, he was visited by Secretary of Defense Caspar Weinberger and Secretary of State Alexander Haig, as well as the Deputy Director of the CIA, the Chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, and a host of other high-level Washington officials. The Assistant Secretary of Defense for International Security arrived with a team of 23 military advisors and experts. More than 100 Americans were reported to be working with the Moroccan armed forces. In the years previous, Hassan had cooperated extensively with U.S. policies in Africa. In both 1977 and 1978 he sent Moroccan troops to Zaire in support of the American actions there, and since the mid-1970s he had been aiding the UNITA forces in Angola along with the United States and South Africa in their continuing effort to overthrow the MPLA government. At the same time, King Hussein had allowed the CIA to build up its station in Morocco to where it was probably one of the agency's key posts in Africa. In these and other important ways, Hassan had earned the gratitude and protection of the United States. Thus it was that the CIA exposed General Limai's double life to the king. Limai, moreover, had reportedly advocated that Morocco receive aid from France, the former colonial power, rather than from the United States. The CIA saw this as a threat to the American position in the country and insisted that Hassan get rid of his confidant who favored closer relations with France. At 11 o'clock on the night of January 23, 1983, says Ahmed Rami, Limai was called to the palace in Marrakesh. There, 10 security men escorted him to an underground interrogation room. At 1 a.m., 2 American officers arrived with the king and went into the interrogation room for several hours. Limai was tortured, and, at 5 a.m., he was shot. His body was later placed in his car which was exploded in a suburb of the city. No one, not even his family, was allowed to see the body. 47. Suriname 1982 to 1984. Once again, the Cuban bogeyman. It was unusual, to be sure, that the director of the CIA would inform Congress in advance of an agency plan to overthrow a foreign government. President Reagan, said William Casey to the House and Senate Intelligence Committees in December 1982, had authorized the CIA to try to topple Suriname ruler Colonel Desi Boutros. The agency's plan reportedly called for the formation of an exile paramilitary force to invade Suriname because Boutros, who had taken power in a 1980 military coup, was leading the small South American country into the proverbial and dreaded Cuban orbit. The congressional committee members, while not opposed in principle to the idea of attempting to overthrow a foreign government, did object to the proposal on the grounds that there was no evidence that Cuba was manipulating the government in Suriname, or gaining a military foothold in the country. Inasmuch as rational argument of this sort had never made too deep an impression upon the mind of Ronald Reagan or excessively inhibited the CIA, there was no reason to believe that this was the end of the story, or even the beginning. 2 months earlier, in October, the Boutros regime had threatened to expel 2 U.S. diplomats it accused of encouraging the country's conservative trade unions and of playing a key role in organizing anti-government demonstrations and strikes aimed at bringing the government down. Then, on 8 December, Suriname announced that a coup attempt had been made against the government. A number of alleged plotters were arrested, some of them winding up shot while trying to escape, evidently a euphemism for their execution. Boutros claimed that the arrested men had been conspiring with the CIA. One of those who lost his life was conservative union leader Cyril Dow, who had helped organize anti-government demonstrations earlier in the year and who was said to have connections with the CIA through his Motor Bond Union's association with the CIA's ubiquitous American Institute for Free Labor Development, FULT. The following month, the 2 U.S. diplomats were actually asked to leave because of their destabilizing activities. In July 1983 the plot thickened. The New York Times reported that an invasion of Suriname scheduled for the first of the month by Florida-based mercenaries was called off after the plans for it were discovered by the Internal Security Agency of the Netherlands, the former colonial power in Suriname when it was known as Dutch Guiana. The invasion force reportedly would have been composed of some 300 men. half of them U.S. and South American nationals, the others Surinamese, who were to be flown from Florida to the Suriname capital of Paramaribo on the northern tip of South America. The invaders were then to be augmented by Surinamese exiles from the Netherlands. It was this latter group which the Dutch had infiltrated to learn of the plans. As had become customary concerning American targets in Latin America, stories about the presence of large numbers of Cuban soldiers in Suriname found their way into international circulation. Like their counterparts in Jamaica and Grenada, these warriors remained mythical figures. In spring 1983, Suriname entered into agreements with the neighboring right-wing government of Brazil which provided for economic and military aid and military training. By the reasoning of the Reagan administration, Suriname should then have been in the Brazilian orbit. The simple truth was that Suriname, like other developing nations, was willing to accept help from wherever it could get it. And in fact, Brazil, which openly admitted that its purpose was saving Suriname from Cuba, had made the move at Washington's prodding. As matters turned out, in October Bouters expelled almost all Cuban advisors and embassy personnel, including the ambassador, and suspended all agreements with Havana. The expulsion was announced on the day the United States invaded Grenada and was influenced by Bouters's belief that Cuba had played a part in the overthrow of Maurice Bishop and that he might suffer a similar fate, if not a similar invasion. This belief about Cuba, as we have seen, bore no relation to the truth, and may have been encouraged by the United States. Newsweek magazine later reported that U.S. diplomats in the capital of Paramaribo made sure to keep Bouters current on evidence that Cuba had aided the Grenadian coup, and the rest was left to his well-prepped paranoia. Desi Bouters, by all accounts, left much to be desired as a leader and as a person. Long before the events of October, Cuba and Grenada were reported to be privately irritated, even angry, at the harm done to the left's image in the region by what they see as immature revolutionaries leading a premature revolution. Although Bouters had learned to parrot socialist and anti-imperialist cliches, his principles appeared to lie elsewhere. In the words of one diplomat in Suriname, Bouters is a chameleon. The first thing for him is his own personal survival. The second thing is his survival as the man in charge. Bouters was accused at times of claiming plots against him as a pretext to get rid of some of those opposed to his rule. Several other coup attempts were alleged in addition to the one of December 1982 mentioned above. During the period December 1983 to January 1984, Suriname was shaken by thousands of striking workers protesting against tax increases and steep price rises, and calling for the dismissal of Prime Minister Errol Alibux. Serious acts of sabotage to power and water supplies were carried out as well. Bouters gave in, removing Alibux and cancelling the price rises, but he did not accede to the demand that the military hand power back to civilians. Although the scenario was reminiscent of CIA activities in British Guiana, Jamaica, and elsewhere, as well as what the Suriname government had accused the United States of in October 1982, there is no report of the agency's hand in the disturbances of this period. However, in 1985 it was revealed that the National Endowment for Democracy, which is financed by Congress to support foreign organizations sympathetic to U.S. foreign policy objectives, had been funding organizations in Suriname during the 1983-85 period. 48. Libya 1981 to 1989. Ronald Reagan meets his match. The great masses of the people in the very bottom of their hearts tend to be corrupted rather than consciously and purposely evil. Therefore, in view of the primitive simplicity of their minds, they more easily fall a victim to a big lie than to a little one, since they themselves lie in little things, but would be ashamed of lies that were too big. Adolf Hitler. Our evidence is direct, it is precise, it is irrefutable, announced the President of the United States. He was explaining that the American bombing attack upon Libya of 14th of April 1986 was in retaliation for the Libyan bombing 9 days earlier of a West Berlin nightclub frequented by American servicemen which had killed 2 soldiers and 1 civilian and injured many others. In actuality, the evidence of Libyan culpability in the bombing was never directly or precisely presented to the world, but little notice was taken of that. For over a decade the American public had been told that Libyan leader Muammar al-Gaddafi was behind one terrorist act after another in every part of the world. A few days before the American attack, President Reagan had referred to him as the mad dog of the Middle East. This was just one more example. It all fit. The bombs dropped on Libya took the lives of a reported 40 to 100 people, all civilians but one, and wounded another 100 or so. The French embassy, located in a residential district, was destroyed. The dead included Gaddafi's young adopted daughter and a teenage girl visiting from London. All of Gaddafi's other 7 children as well as his wife were hospitalized, suffering from shock and various injuries. It was not claimed by the United States that any of the people killed or wounded had any connection to the Berlin bombing, like the Mideast terrorists who threw hand grenades at an El Al ticket counter to kill Israelis simply because they were Israelis. and those who planted a bomb on Pan Am Flight 103 in order to kill Americans simply because they were Americans. The bombing of Libya was an attempt to kill Libyans simply because they were Libyans. After the air attack, White House spokesman Larry Speakes announced that it is our hope this action will preempt and discourage Libyan attacks against innocent civilians in the future. The Libyan the United States most wanted to kill, of course, was Gaddafi. The bombing had been an assassination attempt, said a well-informed Air Force intelligence officer cited by the New York Times. There's no question they were looking for Gaddafi. It was briefed that way. They were going to kill him, which is what you have to do with a mad dog. Subsequently, 2 of Gaddafi's children filed suit in the United States to stop President Reagan from launching more assassination attempts on their family. The suit, which was rejected in court, alleged that Reagan and other top officials, in ordering the raids, had violated an executive order that bars attempted assassinations of foreign government leaders. Another suit filed in Washington was in behalf of 65 people killed or injured by the bombing. Meanwhile, the U.S. Navy was awarding 158 medals to the pilots who dropped 500-pound and 2,000-pound bombs in the dark of night upon sleeping people. The notion of targeting Gaddafi's family originated with the CIA, which claimed that in Bedouin culture Gaddafi would be diminished as a leader if he could not protect his home. If you really get at Gaddafi's house, and by extension his family, you've destroyed an important connection for the people in terms of loyalty. To make sure the Libyan people got the message, the Voice of America repeatedly told them, following the bombing, things like Colonel Gaddafi is your tragic burden and that as long you obey his orders you must accept the consequences. The president's claim of irrefutable evidence was based on alleged interceptions of communications between the Libyan capital of Tripoli and the Libyan embassy in East Berlin. Reagan declared that on 25th of March, Libya had sent orders to the embassy to conduct a terrorist attack against Americans, to cause maximum and indiscriminate casualties. Then the embassy alerted Tripoli on 4th of April that the attack would be carried out the next day, that Tripoli will be happy when you see the headlines tomorrow, and that after the bombing the embassy reported that the action had been successful and could not be traced to it. These 8, at best, interpretations and paraphrases. The complete, unedited, unexpurgated, literal texts of the relevant communications were not made public. They were intercepted by the National Security Agency and decoded with the help of the German BND, Federal Intelligence Service, which had broken the Libyan code years before. After the decoding was completed, reported Der Spiegel, Germany's leading news magazine, it was still not clear what the wires actually said, there being different versions. Moreover, the NSA and BND came to different conclusions about the meaning of the messages, but these disagreements were quickly pushed aside for political reasons. German security officials, who insisted that Libya should not be the only focus of investigation and who cautioned against a premature accusation, also looked into rival groups of disco competitors and drug dealers. In January 1987, a senior official in Bonn told investigative reporter Seymour Hersh that the German government continued to be very critical and skeptical of the American position linking Libya to the bombing, and at the end of the following year, Germany announced that the investigation was being ended. Some White House officials had immediate doubts that the case against Libya was clear-cut, Hersh reported. What is more, the discotheque was known as a hangout for black soldiers, and the Libyans had never been known to target blacks or other minorities. As in many other instances that we have seen, however, official Washington's official position, repeated often enough, became official truth. 3 years after the incident, Time magazine could state matter of fact that Libyan-backed terrorists bombed a disco in West Berlin, thereby provoking the American retaliatory bombing. Much of Washington's secret planning for the Libyan operation took place at the same time as the secret talks and arms dealing with Iran. Thus, the Reagan administration was pursuing the elimination of one Middle East source of terrorism while it was arming another. Moreover, the two missions involved some of the same national security people, notably John Poindexter and Oliver North. Although the Carter administration did not carry out any overt military attacks upon Libya, it was possibly involved in a very serious covert action. On June 27, 1980, an Italian passenger plane was destroyed by a missile over the Mediterranean, taking 81 lives. At the same time, a Libyan plane which may have been carrying Gaddafi was flying in the vicinity. Italian air controllers listed it as a VIP 56 flight, denoting that top officials were aboard. In 1988, Italian state television reported that the plane had been mistakenly shot down by a missile belonging to a NATO country, possibly Italy. A year later, an Italian Defense Ministry report revealed that it was probably a Sidewinder air-to-air missile that was used, a weapon employed by NATO. The Italian press began speculating that a plan to assassinate the Libyan leader had gone awry, and instead the Italian plane had been shot down by a NATO power. At the time of the disaster, Gaddafi had hinted that the United States was responsible. The US and France, Libya's chief foes, issued denials, as well as NATO itself. But the Italian military was taking great pains to conceal information about the case. Nevertheless, An Air Force officer admitted to destroying the radar tape for that evening, and a civilian investigation suggested that many Air Force personnel were persuaded to lie or forget about the incident. Ronald Reagan and his ultra-ideological comrades took office in January 1981, committed to a massive transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich. One of the pivotal ways in which they so artfully reached this end was through huge increases in the military budget, i.e., welfare for the rich, for defense industry friends and business associates, past, present, and future. But in order for the military-industrial intelligence complex to sell this to the American public and Congress, there had to be a fresh supply of wars, armed conflict, insurgencies, counter-insurgencies, or rumors and threats of same, and enemies, ideally of the monster type, to be defended against. Gaddafi was a designer monster, a quirky, unpredictable, super-uppity third world leader, sitting on the world's 9th largest oil reserve, a man with deep-seated pan-Islamic, pan-Arabic, anti-imperialist, and anti-Zionist convictions, an artless braggart-mouthing revolutionary rhetoric so juvenile he could serve equally well as bogeyman or buffoon, a man carrying out or supporting enough terrorist acts so that any exaggeration would be believed. There were elements of a bitter personal feud between the two men. Ronald Reagan, a man who played with 8 strikes as if he were directing movie scenes, had chosen to take on a man who, like himself, was a prisoner of ideology and had left his mark on the world media with a trail of dogmatic observations and actions, as well as plain stupid remarks. All of the great prophets of modern times, Gaddafi said, have come from the desert and were uneducated. Muhammad, Jesus and myself. The Libyan leader, however, did have a social conscience, not a quality known to be part of Ronald Reagan's DNA. You don't see poverty of hunger here. Basic needs are met to a greater degree than in any other Arab country, reported Newsweek in 1981 about Libya. Gaddafi's principal crime in Reagan's eyes was not that he supported terrorist groups, but that he supported the wrong terrorist groups, i.e., Gaddafi was not supporting the same terrorists that Washington was, such as the Nicaraguan Contras, UNITA in Angola, Cuban exiles in Miami, the governments of El Salvador and Guatemala, and the U.S. military in Grenada. The one band of terrorists the two men supported in common was the Mujahideen in Afghanistan. Some of the belligerent American operations against Gaddafi, actual and threatened, and charges of Libyan terrorism, actual and fabricated, were timed to stir up American jingoist juices when Congress was debating the military budget or aid to Reagan's favorite terrorists, whom he called freedom fighters. The April 14, 1986 bombing of Libya, for example, came one day before the House opened a new round of debate on aid to the Contras. Then, speaking on the 15th, Reagan said, I would remind the House voting this week that this arch-terrorist Gaddafi has sent $400 million, sick, and an arsenal of weapons and advisors into Nicaragua. Very shortly after taking office, Reagan announced the appointment of a special group to study the Libyan problem. The State Department appeared to have two schools of thought, diplomatic pressure on Gaddafi or a more confrontational view. Nobody, one official pointed out, advocates being nice to him. Soon a master plan had been drawn up by the CIA, which Newsweek exposed in August, 1981, a large-scale, multi-phase and costly scheme to overthrow the Libyan regime and obtain what the CIA called Gaddafi's ultimate removal from power. The plan called for a disinformation program designed to embarrass Gaddafi and his government, the creation of a counter-government to challenge his claim to national leadership, and an escalating paramilitary campaign of small-scale guerrilla operations. The escalation was immediate. On 19th of August, American planes crossed Gaddafi's line of death, the 120-mile limit claimed by Libya in the Gulf of Sidra, and shot down 2 Libyan jets. The United States, which considered it international waters, as did most of the rest of the world, although this concept is more debatable when applied to aircraft than when applied to ships, purposely chose the area to conduct military exercises. As expected, Libya rose to the bait, at least according to Washington, which claimed that the Libyan planes had fired first. An enraged Gaddafi accused the U.S. of international terrorism and, in a phone call to the leader of Ethiopia, reportedly threatened to assassinate Reagan. An official who served in a national security position under Reagan responded that there was no question that the only thing to do with Gaddafi was kill him. He belonged dead. Soon the U.S. media were reporting a barrage of Gaddafi death threats against the life of Reagan or other senior officials. In October, a story appeared that the American ambassador to Italy was hastily flown out of the country after Italian authorities discovered a Libyan plot to assassinate him. That was aborted when Italian police deported 10 suspected Libyan hitmen. But some American officials in Washington and Rome disputed the story, while another government source confirmed it. A month later, there was a report of an attempt upon the life of an American diplomat in Paris. 7 shots were fired at Christian Chapman, but he escaped unharmed. That same day, Secretary of State Alexander Haig, who referred to Gaddafi as the patron saint of terror, suggested that Libya was behind the attempt, although he admitted that he had no other information directly implicating Libya. But Chapman had recently received some threats, said the French government, some of which had been traced to Tripoli. A New York Times analysis of the incident, however, concluded that something less than an organized assassination attempt might have been involved. In late November, the administration announced that a number of terrorists trained in Libya had entered the United States with plans to assassinate President Reagan or other officials. This prompted a huge nationwide search for the Libyan hit squad and for Americans to whom they might turn for assistance, including the Weather Underground. Then the infamous international terrorist Carlos was brought into the picture, and the administration said that it had received first-hand descriptions from informers of the training and plans of the terrorists. Each day new and ominous details arose in the media, which had already forgotten the exposure in August of the initiation of a government disinformation campaign against Libya. "We have the evidence," Reagan told newsmen, "and he, Gaddafi, knows it." Reporters pressed the White House to make the evidence public, but were refused. Some officials, however, including some senior FBI officials, were said to be skeptical about the reports. Syndicated columnist Jack Henderson then described what a shadowy, unreliable group the suppliers of the hit squad information were, adding that several of them were known to have connections with Israeli intelligence, which would have its own reasons to encourage a U.S.-Libyan rift, there being a deep and mutual animosity between Israel and Gaddafi. In mid-1981, a task force under William Clark, Deputy Secretary of State, had been set up to look into the whole Gaddafi issue. Years later, Seymour Hersh was to report, according to key sources, there was little doubt inside Clark's task force about who was responsible for the spate of Gaddafi leaks. The CIA, with the support of the President, Haig, and Clark. Quote this item, "The Libyan hit squad, stuck in my craw," one involved official recalls. "We came out with this big terrorist threat to the U.S. government. The whole thing was a complete fabrication." One task force official eventually concluded that CIA Director William Casey was in effect running an operation inside the American government. He was feeding the disinformation into the intelligence system so it would be seen as separate, independent reports and taken seriously by other government agencies. Unquote. As matters turned out, most of the presumed assassins were Lebanese who had helped Reagan negotiate the release of U.S. hostages in Beirut and who hated Gaddafi. When the story's purpose had been served, it faded away. However much some of Gaddafi's reported threats were disinformation, there were real plans by the West to kill him. A February 1981 French plot, with U.S. cooperation under discussion, had to be cancelled when French President Giscard was unexpectedly defeated at the polls. In 1984 it went further, with the CIA sharing highly sensitive intelligence, including satellite photographs and communications intercepts, with the French Secret Service to aid them in at least 2 major, but unsuccessful, operations to assassinate or overthrow Gaddafi, who was perceived by the French as a threat to what they thought of as their interests in Africa. One of the operations resulted in a pitched battle in Libya between exiles and Gaddafi loyalists. And in 1985, the State Department had to go to great lengths to head off a White House-sponsored plan for a joint U.S.-Egyptian land and air invasion of Libya. Secretary of State George Shultz called the plan crazy, while his department colleagues referred to the freewheeling staff of the National Security Council as those madmen in the White House. At Christmas of that year, after bomb attacks at the Rome and Vienna airports killed about 20 people, including 5 Americans, all the usual suspects were quickly accused, with Iran and the Palestinian splinter group of the nefarious Abu Nidal heading the list. The Reagan administration soon added Gaddafi, announcing that the CIA had found a strong Libyan connection, when all they had was that the Tunisian passports of 3 of the terrorists had purportedly been traced to Libya. Within days, Reagan declared that there was irrefutable evidence of Gaddafi's role in the airport bombings, although he knew that this was not true. At the same time, new economic sanctions against Libya were announced, to get economic sanctions out of the way so the next time, we could do more. The next time was in March 1986. U.S. Navy jets again crossed Gaddafi's line of death, daring retaliation. When there wasn't any, they returned the next day and the day after, twice attacking a Libyan anti-aircraft site and destroying 3 or 4 ships. Washington asserted that on the second day, Libya had first fired several missiles at the American planes. Shortly afterward, one of a group of British electronics engineers working in Libya at the time was interviewed by the Sunday Times of London. The engineer said that he had been watching the radar screens during the 2 days of fighting and saw American warplanes cross not only into the 12 miles of Libyan territorial waters, but over Libyan land as well. I watched the planes fly approximately 8 miles into Libyan airspace, said the engineer. I don't think the Libyans had any choice but to hit back. In my opinion, they were reluctant to do so. Following the first American attack in March on Libya, Gaddafi spoke on the phone with King Fahd of Saudi Arabia, who subsequently told U.S. officials that the Libyan leader appeared deeply affected by the violence unleashed against him. The king described Gaddafi as incomprehensible and disoriented, a description similar to other reports which appeared during the 1980s which spoke of a very depressed Gaddafi who didn't seem to understand what the United States had against him. Before and after the events of March, he made half a dozen attempts through third parties to open a dialogue with Washington, but Reagan administration officials rebuffed them all. The would-be European and Arab mediators, including King Fahd, were firmly told that the United States was not interested either in a direct or indirect dialogue with Gaddafi. That at least was the official policy. The face turned to the public. There were, however, reports that the White House was secretly dealing with the Libyan leader. To what extent is not known. The only certain contact was a November 1985 visit with Gaddafi in Libya by the U.S. ambassador to the Vatican, William Wilson. The meeting was disavowed by official Washington as being unauthorized and Wilson lost his post after it was disclosed. Meanwhile, and throughout the term of the Reagan administration, the United States was increasing military assistance to Libya's immediate neighbors and conducting military exercises with Egypt designed to provoke Gaddafi, instituting diverse forms of economic sanctions against Libya with varying degrees of ineffectiveness, trying to unify Libyan exile opposition groups and giving them financial support and encouragement, the same to the governments of Egypt and France for various anti-Gaddafi actions, not excluding assassination. It should be noted that France, the United States' chief anti-terrorism partner, in 1985 deliberately sank the Greenpeace ship Rainbow Warrior, killing a Greenpeace photographer. This, with the express approval of French President François Mitterrand. Disinformation was a regular part of the process, using the foreign and American press to publicize fictitious new Libyan terrorist plans, and to announce, with each new terrorist act that occurred in the Western world, that Libya may be responsible, to make Gaddafi believe that key trusted aides were disloyal, that the Libyan military was plotting against him, that his Russian military advisors were plotting against him, that his troops were deserting en masse, or that a new U.S. military attack was on the horizon, a process they hoped would push the man into irrational acts. His imminent downfall was predicted as regularly as that of Castro. One operation involved Navy SEAL commandos landing on Libyan beaches and leaving telltale signs of the incursions, such as matchboxes and Israeli cigarette butts, to make the Libyans nervous, ever more paranoid. An August 1986 memo from John Poindexter, the president's national security advisor, which spelled out some of the disinformation program, mentions itself that at the time Gaddafi was quiescent on the terrorist front. Shortly afterward, a key Reagan administration official admitted to American reporters that if pressed for hard evidence of the charges against Libya they wouldn't have any. It will look like we're crying wolf once again. In response to the Poindexter memo, the exposure of which had caused a mini-scandal, the senior spokesman for the State Department, Bernard Kalb, resigned in protest, because he was worried about faith in America, American credibility in anything which hurts America. The issue spilled over to the British, whose officials described U.S. intelligence analyses about Libya's intentions as wildly inaccurate, which they said were passed to the British in a deliberate effort to deceive. In this same period, in light of new U.S. news reports, engendered by the Poindexter memo, of possible further strikes against Libya in retaliation for terrorist actions allegedly being planned by Gaddafi's regime, Libya's effective prime minister called upon the United States to furnish details on the alleged actions so that Libya could cooperate fully to avert and abort such attacks and apprehend the individuals and put them on trial. He said that his request, sent to Washington through diplomatic channels, had gone unanswered. The next day, Gaddafi, in a speech in Libya, challenged the United States to produce bank statements showing that Libya financed terrorism. Half the lies they tell about the Irish aren't true, a son of Aaron once observed. The regular employment of disinformation about Gaddafi and Libya by the United States so clouded the historical picture that it is extremely difficult in most cases to separate fact from fiction, to distinguish Libyan moral or token backing or simply promises to a revolutionary movement from major, vital support. The fact that the Reagan administration felt the need to undertake disinformation campaigns against Libya indicates a paucity of smoking guns. On September 1, 1969, Captain Muammar al-Gaddafi had led a group of fellow officers in a bloodless overthrow of the monarchy and established the Libyan Arab Republic. Despite his trouble-making abroad, he initially kept in the good graces of the West, the U.S. thwarting 3 serious plots against his rule during his first 2 years because of his fierce anti-communism, which stemmed basically from his taking Marxism's implicit atheism at face value and viewing it as irreconcilably at odds with his Islamic faith. But this did not keep him from trying to institute revolutionary social and economic changes in Libyan society which others called Marxist. This, plus entering into oil development and arms agreements with the Soviet Union, may have spelled the beginning of the end for the West's tolerance of his foreign adventures. During the 1970s and 80s, Gaddafi was accused of using his large oil revenues to support, with funds, arms, training, offices, havens, diplomacy and/or general subversion, a wide array of radical/insurgent/terrorist organizations, particularly certain Palestinian factions and Muslim dissident and minority movements in various parts of the Middle East, Africa, and Asia, as well as the IRA and Basque and Corsican separatists in Europe. Several groups engaged in struggle against the apartheid regime in South Africa, Noriega in Panama, opposition groups and politicians in Costa Rica, St. Lucia, Jamaica, Dominica, and France's Caribbean colonies of Guadeloupe, French Guiana, and Martinique, the Japanese Red Army, the Italian Red Brigades, Germany's Baader-Meinhof Gang. The list is without end. It was claimed as well that Libya was behind, or at least somehow linked to, the attempt on Pope John Paul's life, the assassination of Egyptian President Anwar Sadat, mining the Suez Canal, attempting to blow up the U.S. Embassy in Cairo, various plane hijackings, a bomb explosion on an American airliner over Greece, blowing up a synagogue in Istanbul, and seeking to destabilize the governments of Chad, Liberia, the Sudan, and other African countries. And Gaddafi took drugs, was an extreme womanizer, was bisexual, dressed in women's clothing, wore makeup, carried a teddy bear, had epileptic fits. More established is the fact that for several years Gaddafi made use of former CIA staffers, notably Edwin Wilson and Frank Turple, to supply him with aircraft and pilots, mechanics and Green Beret instructors, all manner of sophisticated weaponry, equipment and explosives, and to help set up paramilitary training camps in Libya. And Amnesty International, in 1987, concluded that Libya had carried out attacks on at least 37 anti-Gaddafi dissidents abroad since 1980, with 25 being killed. In January 1989, the State Department added to Gaddafi's credits by asserting that Libya was funding and training radical individuals and groups whose activities exacerbate local problems in Thailand, the Philippines, Indonesia, Japan, and New Caledonia. A few months earlier, the CIA had accused Libya of building the largest poison gas plant in the world. In March 1990, a fire broke out at the plant in question and burned it to the ground. President Bush immediately and personally assured the world that the United States absolutely had nothing to do with the fire. A week earlier, the White House spokesman had been asked if the U.S. might take military action to destroy the plant. "We don't rule out anything," was the reply. And in Chicago, members of a street gang were convicted in late 1987 of planning terrorist activities. U.S. prosecutors charged that the gang expected to receive $2.5 million from Libya for assassination attempts on American politicians and for attacks on U.S. aircraft and government facilities. That, in its entirety, is how the Los Angeles Times reported it, and it sounded like the bizarre Libyan strongman was at it again. In actuality, assassination, planned or concrete, was not one of the charges, and no evidence at all was presented at the trial that Libya had anything to do with originating or encouraging these acts, or had paid or promised any money. The El Rukn gang members, a Muslim sect, and naive in the extreme, had met with Libyan representatives in New York, Panama, and Libya, and pathetically tried to impress them with their prowess and loyalty to Gaddafi. They had been inspired by Nation of Islam leader Louis Farrakhan purportedly receiving a Libyan promise of $5 million. If El Rukn received a promise of $2.5 million, and we have only their word for it, it would appear that both promises were no more than Gaddafi's revolutionary self-indulgence. The IRA also claimed that they had not received any money from Libya, contrary to Gaddafi's claim. It is perhaps a measure of the hostility toward Libya that had been inculcated in the American people for more than a decade, that the gang members, through government use of a questionable informer and through entrapment, were found guilty by a jury of federal conspiracy charges and sentenced to extraordinarily long sentences. It was reportedly the first time ever that U.S. citizens had been convicted on terrorism charges. It is like a grade B horror movie. A dozen times it rises from the dead and lurches towards the audience. A dozen times it is cut to ribbons, staggering back, collapsing in a heap, and a dozen times it rises again and clombs slowly forward. But it is not the mummy's ghost, and it is not haunting the Upper Nile. It is the notion that the Libyan leader, Colonel Muammar Gaddafi, is responsible for every act of terrorism in the entire world, and it haunts the pages of the Western press and the screens of Western television sets. Pan Am Flight 103. On December 21, 1988, Pan Am Flight 103 exploded over Lockerbie, Scotland, killing 270 people, more than half of them Americans. 5 months later, the State Department announced that the CIA was confident that the villains who planted the bomb were members of the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine General Command, PFLPGC, led by Ahmed Jibril, based in Syria, and hired by Iran to avenge the American shooting down of an Iranian airliner. Though little could be done to apprehend Jibril and his cohorts, this remained the U.S. government's official, certain, and oft-repeated judgment, even though Syria and Iran were viewed as the keys to the release of Western hostages held in Lebanon. Then, in 1990, something strange happened. The United States was preparing to go to war against Iraq, when who should pop up as one of its allies, sending troops to Saudi Arabia in the jihad against Saddam Hussein, none other than the terrorist haven land of Syria, and whose cooperation in the war was Washington angling for. The wicked Iran. This would not do. In early October, American officials declared that newly uncovered evidence indicated that Libyan intelligence agents may have assembled and planted the bomb. This, they were quick to point out, did not clean Iran, Syria or the PFLPGC of complicity. After the war, little by little, a putative case against Libya was leaked, until November 14, 1991, when 2 Libyan intelligence operatives were indicted in absentia as the perpetrators. The head of the Justice Department's criminal division asserted the same day that there was no evidence to link either Syria or Iran to the bombing, and he brushed aside suggestions that the conclusion had been influenced by the United States' desire for improved relations with Syria. Within the next 20 days, the remaining 4 American hostages held in Lebanon were released along with the most prominent hostage, British Derry-Waite. And the evidence against the 2 Libyans? 2 pieces of metal the size of fingernails, allegedly from electronic timing devices. One has to read the detailed account of what the case against Libya rests upon to appreciate its full shakiness. Moreover, in December 1993, a BBC program, Silence over Lockerbie, presented new findings which cast significant doubt about the case against Libya and indicated that Britain and the United States may have fingered Libya to divert suspicion from Syria and Iran. The key new information was that the Swiss manufacturer of the electronic timers changed his previous story, which had named Libya as the only purchaser of such devices. He now remembered that he had sold some of the timers to East Germany as well. There were close links between the East German secret police and the PFLPGC and other Arab terrorist groups. Even more significant, an engineer with the Swiss company declared that he had told the Lockerbie investigators about the East German connection in late 1990, which means that the international investigators knew that their accusation against Libya had a large, if not fatal, hole in it either before the accusation was made public in October, or shortly thereafter. No German judge could, with the present evidence, put the 2 suspects into jail, declared Volker Rath, German government prosecutor and specialist in Lockerbie. In 1994, postscript, in 2003, the Libyan government accepted responsibility for the 1988 bombing, without admitting to an actual role in the event, in the hope of ending US and UN sanctions. Libya agreed to this because in 2001 a Libyan had been found guilty in a trial in The Hague of having planted the bomb. This trial, however, was widely regarded as a farce. The new Gaddafi? It may be that the oft-depressed Muammar al-Gaddafi finally began to understand, finding his way past the verbiage and the disinformation, what the United States and other governments had against him. In the latter half of 1988 he seemed to grow up, instituting a host of progressive changes into Libyan society, seeing up civil liberties, releasing hundreds of political prisoners, removing restrictions on travel abroad, loosening up the economy. All Libyans are called upon to become bourgeois, at the same time, making peace or improving relations with a number of African neighbors. But as the year 1989 opened and Washington prepared to shift from Ronald Reagan to George Bush, the United States marked the occasion, by conducting some more military exercises in Libya's backyard and shooting down 2 more Libyan planes. The State Department then saw fit at this particular time to issue its most detailed account to date of Libyan involvement in international terrorism. An attempt to maintain international pressure on Libya, wrote the Los Angeles Times. Nonetheless, Gaddafi continued to display his new persona. He announced that he had decided to cut off or trim the sow of funds to various foreign groups, and he told several Palestinian groups that they would no longer receive direct funding from his government and would have to dose their offices in Libya. He also admitted that Libya had bankrolled terrorist groups, but said that it no longer did so. When we discovered that these groups were causing more harm than benefit to the Arab cause, we halted our aid to them completely and withdrew our support, adding that he did not wish for any confrontation with Washington. The United States was not impressed with any of this. It may have felt that it had nothing to gain by relaxing its crusade against Gaddafi, but it did have an enemy to lose. 49. Nicaragua 1978 to 1990 destabilization in slow motion. I have the most conclusive evidence that arms and munitions in large quantities have been on several occasions shipped to the revolutionists in Nicaragua. I am sure it is not the desire of the United States to intervene in the internal affairs of Nicaragua or of any other Central American republic. Nevertheless, it must be said that we have a very definite and special interest in the maintenance of order and good government in Nicaragua at the present time. The United States cannot, therefore, fail to view with deep concern any serious threat to stability and constitutional government in Nicaragua tending toward anarchy and jeopardizing American interests, especially if such state of affairs is contributed to or brought about by outside influence or by any foreign power. In this manner did President Calvin Coolidge address the Congress of the United States in 1927. The revolutionaries he was voicing alarm about were those supporters of the Liberal Party, one of whom was Augusto Cesar Sandino, who had taken up arms against the Conservative Party government which they claimed was illegally in office. The foreign power accused of arming the liberals was the Mexican government, which the Coolidge administration viewed as being impregnated with Bolshevist ideas. The American interests thought to be in jeopardy were the usual business investments, flaunted more openly in those days than later. Thus it came to pass that the Marines landed in Nicaragua for the 12th time in less than 3/4 of a century. See Appendix 2. In the 1980s, it was the revolutionary Nicaraguan government of the Sandinistas which alarmed the administration of Ronald Reagan, who described Coolidge as his political patron saint. The foreign power castigated for arming the Sandinistas was the Soviet Union, impregnated with Bolshevist ideas to be sure. The counter-revolutionaries known as the Contras were Washington's Marines. As to American interests, to the rationality of economic imperialism had been added a desire for political hegemony bordering on the pathological. When the American military forces left Nicaragua for the last time, in 1933, they left behind a souvenir by which the Nicaraguan people could remember them: the National Guard, placed under the direction of one Anastasio Somoza. Just as in 1924 the United States had left Trujillo behind for the people of the Dominican Republic. 3 years later, Somoza took over the presidency and with the indispensable help of the National Guard established a family dynasty which would rule over Nicaragua, much like a private estate, for the next 43 years. While the Guardsmen, consistently maintained by the United States, passed their time on martial law, rape, torture, murder of the opposition, and massacres of peasants, as well as less violent pursuits such as robbery, extortion, contraband, running brothels and other government functions, the Somoza clan laid claim to the lion's share of Nicaragua's land and businesses. When Anastasio Somoza II was overthrown by the Sandinistas in July 1979, he fled into exile, leaving behind a country in which 2/3 of the population earn less than $300 a year. Upon his arrival in Miami, Somoza admitted to being worth $100 million. 1A U.S. intelligence report, however, placed it at $900 million. It was fortunate for the new Nicaraguan leaders that they came to power while Jimmy Carter sat in the White House. It gave them a year and a half of relative breathing space to take the first steps in their planned reconstruction of an impoverished society before the relentless hostility of the Reagan administration descended upon them, which is not to say that Carter welcomed the Sandinista victory. In 1978, with Somoza hearing collapse, Carter authorized covert CIA support for the press and labor unions in Nicaragua in an attempt to create a moderate alternative to the Sandinistas. Towards the same end, American diplomats were conferring with non-leftist Nicaraguan opponents of Somoza. Washington's idea of moderatism, according to a group of prominent Nicaraguans who walked out on the discussions, was the inclusion of Somoza's political party in the future government and leaving practically intact the corrupt structure of the Somozista apparatus, including the National Guard, albeit in some reorganized form. Indeed, at this same time, the head of the U.S. Southern Command, Latin America, Lieutenant General Dennis McAuliffe, was telling Somoza that, although he had to abdicate, the United States had no intention of permitting a settlement which would lead to the destruction of the National Guard. This was a notion remarkably insensitive to the deep loathing for the Guard felt by the great majority of the Nicaraguan people. The United States, moreover, tried, unsuccessfully, to convince the Organization of American States to send in a peacekeeping force, a body which could only have stood in the way of the insurgents' military progress. And in neighboring Costa Rica, the American ambassador saw fit to complain to the government that Cuba had set up a center to oversee its military support of the Sandinistas, resulting in the Cubans being forced to move their headquarters to their consulate. After the Sandinistas took power, Carter authorized the CIA to provide financial and other support to their opponents. At the same time, Washington pressured the Sandinistas to include certain men in the new government. Although these tactics failed, the Carter administration did not refuse to give aid to Nicaragua. Ronald Reagan was later to point to this and ask, "Can anybody doubt the generosity and good faith of the American people?" What the president failed to explain was, almost all of the aid had gone to non-governmental agencies and to the private sector, including the American Institute for Free Labor Development, the longtime CIA front. In 1981, the U.S. Solicitor General, while arguing before the Supreme Court, inadvertently touched upon the link between the FLD and the CIA. When this was picked up by the press, he lamely said that he had been speaking hypothetically. The primary and expressed motivation for the aid was to strengthen the hands of the so-called moderate opposition and undercut the influence of socialist countries in Nicaragua. All military aid was withheld despite repeated pleas from the Nicaraguan government about its need and right to such help. The defeated National Guardsmen and other supporters of Somoza had not, after all, disappeared. They had regrouped as the Contras and maintained primacy in the leadership of this force from then on. In January 1981, Ronald Reagan took office under a Republican platform which asserted that it deplores the Marxist Sandinista takeover of Nicaragua. The president moved quickly to cut off virtually all forms of assistance to the Sandinistas, the opening salvos of his war against their revolution. The American whale, yet again, felt threatened by a minnow in the Caribbean. Among the many measures undertaken, Nicaragua was excluded from U.S. government programs which promote American investment and trade. Sugar imports from Nicaragua were slashed by 90%, and, without excessive subtlety but with notable success, Washington pressured the International Monetary Fund, IMF, the Inter-American Development Bank, TDB, the World Bank, and the European Common Market to withhold loans to Nicaragua. The director of the TDB, Mr. Kevin O'Sullivan, later revealed that in 1983 the U.S. had opposed a loan to aid Nicaraguan fishermen on the grounds that the country did not have adequate fuel for their boats. A week later, O'Sullivan pointed out, saboteurs blew up a major Nicaraguan fuel depot in the port of Corinto, an action described by an American intelligence source as totally a CIA operation. Washington did, however, offer $5.1 million in aid to private organizations and to the Roman Catholic Church in Nicaragua. This offer was rejected by the government because, it said, United States congressional hearings revealed that the aid agreements have political motivations, designed to promote resistance and destabilize the revolutionary government. Nicaragua had already arrested members of several of the previous recipient organizations such as the Moravian Church and the Superior Council of Private Enterprise, COSP, for involvement in armed plots against the government. The Reagan administration was not deterred. Cardinal Miguel Obando and the Catholic Church in Nicaragua received hundreds of thousands of dollars in covert aid from the CIA until 1985. And then, after official U.S. government aid was stopped by congressional oversight committees, from Oliver North's off-the-books operation in the White House basement. One into which Obando reportedly put the money was religious instruction to thwart the Marxist-Leninist policies of the Sandinistas. As part of a concerted effort to deprive the Nicaraguan economy of oil, several attacks on fuel depots were carried out. Contra-CIA operations emanating in Honduras also blew up oil pipelines, mined the waters of oil unloading ports, and threatened to blow up any approaching oil tankers. At least 7 foreign ships were damaged by the mines, including a Soviet tanker with 5 crewmen reported to be badly injured. Nicaragua's ports were under siege. Mortar shelling from high-speed motor launches, aerial bombing and rocket and machine gun attacks were designed to blockade Nicaragua's exports as well as to starve the country of imports by frightening away foreign shipping. In October 1983, ESO announced that its tankers would no longer carry crude oil to Nicaragua from Mexico, the country's leading supplier. At this point Nicaragua banned a 10-day supply of oil. Agriculture was another prime target. Raids by Contras caused extensive damage to crops and demolished tobacco drying barns, grain silos, irrigation projects, farmhouses and machinery. Roads, bridges and trucks were destroyed to prevent produce from being moved. Numerous state farms and cooperatives were incapacitated and harvesting was prevented. Other farms still intact were abandoned because of the danger. And in October 1982, the Standard Fruit Company announced that it was suspending all its banana operations in Nicaragua and the marketing of the fruit in the United States. The American multinational, after a century of enriching itself in the country, and in violation of a contract with the government which extended to 1985, left behind the uncertainty of employment for some 4,000 workers and approximately 6 million cases of bananas to harvest with neither transport nor market. Nicaragua's fishing industry suffered not only from lack of fuel for its boats. The fishing fleet was decimated by mines and attacks. Its trawlers idled for want of spare parts due to the U.S. credit blockade. The country lost millions of dollars from reduced shrimp exports. It was an American war against Nicaragua, The Contras had their own various motivations for wanting to topple the Sandinista government. They did not need to be instigated by the United States. But before the U.S. military arrived in Honduras in the thousands and set up Fortress America, the Contras were engaged almost exclusively in hit-and-run forays across the border, small-scale raids on Nicaraguan border patrols and farmers, attacks on patrol boats, and the like, killing a few people here, burning a building down there. There was no future for the Contras in a war such as this against a much larger force. Then the American big guns began to arrive in 1982, along with the air power, the landing strips, the docks, the radar stations, the communications centers, built under the cover of repeated joint U.S.-Honduran military exercises, while thousands of Contras were training in Florida and California. U.S. and Honduran reconnaissance planes, usually piloted by Americans, began regular overflights into Nicaragua to photograph bombing and sabotage targets, track Sandinista military maneuvers and equipment, spot the planting of mines, eavesdrop on military communications and map the terrain. Electronic surveillance ships off the coast of Nicaragua partook in the bugging of a nation, said a former CIA analyst. Our intelligence from Nicaragua is so good, we can hear the toilets flush in Managua. Meanwhile, American pilots were flying diverse kinds of combat missions against Nicaraguan troops and carrying supplies to Contras inside Nicaraguan territory. Several were shot down and killed. Some flew in civilian clothes, after having been told that they would be disavowed by the Pentagon if captured. Some Contras told American congressmen that they were ordered to claim responsibility for a bombing raid organized by the CIA and flown by agency mercenaries. Honduran troops as well were trained by the U.S. for bloody hit-and-run operations into Nicaragua, and so it went. As in El Salvador, the full extent of American involvement in the fighting will never be known. The Contras' brutality earned them a wide notoriety. They regularly destroyed health centers, schools, agricultural cooperatives, and community centers, symbols of the Sandinistas' social programs in rural areas. People caught in these assaults were often tortured and killed in the most gruesome ways. One example, reported by The Guardian of London, suffices. In the words of a survivor of a raid in Jinetga province, which borders on Honduras, Rosa had her breasts cut off, then they cut into her chest and took out her heart. The men had their arms broken, their testicles cut off, and their eyes poked out. They were killed by slitting their throats and pulling the tongue out through the slit. America's Watch, the human rights organization, concluded that the Contras systematically engage in violent abuses, so prevalent that these may be said to be their principal means of waging war. In November 1984, the Nicaraguan government announced that since 1981 the Contras had assassinated 910 state officials and killed 8,000 civilians. The analogy is inescapable. If Nicaragua had been Israel, and the Contras the PLO, the Sandinistas would have long before made a lightning bombing raid on the bases in Honduras and wiped them out completely. The United States would have tacitly approved the action. The Soviet Union would have condemned it but done nothing. The rest of the world would have raised their eyebrows, and that would have been the end of it. After many Contra atrocity stories had been reported in the world press, it was disclosed in October 1984 that the CIA had prepared a manual of instruction for its clients which, amongst other things, encouraged the use of violence against civilians. In the wake of the furor in Congress caused by the expose, the State Department was obliged to publicly condemn the Contras' terrorist activities. Congressional intelligence committees were informed by the CIA, by present and former Contra leaders, and by other witnesses that the Contras indeed raped, tortured and killed unarmed civilians, including children, and that groups of civilians, including women and children, were burned, dismembered, blinded and beheaded. These were the same rebels whom Ronald Reagan, with his strange mirror language, called freedom fighters and the moral equal of our founding fathers. The rebels in El Salvador, in the president's studied opinion, were murderers and terrorists. The CIA manual, entitled Psychological Operations in Guerrilla Warfare, gave advice on such niceties as political assassination, blackmailing ordinary citizens, mob violence, kidnapping, and blowing up public buildings. Upon entering a town, it said, establish a public tribunal where the guerrillas can shame, ridicule and humiliate Sandinistas and their sympathizers by shouting slogans and jeers. If, it should be necessary, to fire on a citizen who was trying to leave the town, guerrillas should explain that he was an enemy of the people who would have alerted the Sandinistas, who would then carry out acts of reprisals such as rapes, pillage, destruction, captures, etc. The Contras were advised to explain to the people that our struggle is not against the nationals but rather against Russian imperialists. This will foster the sympathy of the peasants, and they will immediately become one of us. Mao himself couldn't have put it better. Workers were to be told that the state is putting an end to factories, and doctors informed that they are being replaced by Cuban paramedics. When the population sees the light and begins to rise against the government, professional criminals should be hired to carry out selective jobs such as taking the demonstrators to a confrontation with the authorities opportunities to bring about uprisings and shootings that will cause the death of one or more people to create a martyr for the cause. Other people will be armed with clubs, iron rods and placards and, if possible, small firearms, which they will carry hidden. Still other shock troops, equipped with knives, razors, chains, clubs and bludgeons, will march slightly behind the innocent and gullible participants as the uprising progresses. Finally, a section called Selective Use of Violence for Propagandists' Effects informed the Contra student that it is possible to neutralize carefully selected and planned targets, such as court judges, police and state security officials, and others. Throughout, the manual reads like what the Western world has always been taught is the way communists scheme and indoctrinate. It proved intensely embarrassing to the Reagan administration, not least because it unequivocally punctured the official balloon which had been floating about bearing the message that the United States was not pursuing the overthrow of the Sandinista government, although at that late date, anyone who still believed that was far enough removed from reality to continue believing it. White House officials and President Reagan twisted their tongues into knots trying to explain away the manual. The manual made public was only a first draft which was not the one distributed. They said falsely, the word neutralize didn't mean to assassinate, only to remove from office. The author of the manual was some low-level, irresponsible freelancer. Not long afterward, the manual, with minor changes, could be found in distribution again in Honduras, put out ostensibly by a private American organization, Soldier of Fortune magazine. The CIA may have tried to provide its students with some object lessons in neutralization, of the mafia kind. In June 1983, the Nicaraguan government expelled 3 U.S. embassy officials, one of whom was reported to be the CIA's chief of station in Managua, charging them with being part of an agency destabilization network which, amongst other things, was attempting to assassinate Foreign Minister Miguel Descoto. The intended murder weapon was to be a bottle of Benedictine liqueur containing thallium, a poison almost undetectable in the human body. At a press conference, the government presented evidence which included photos and videotapes of American diplomats meeting with the Nicaraguan officials who had pretended to go along with the plot, as well as copies of intercepted CIA messages. 2 months later, another agency plot to kill Descoto, who is also a Roman Catholic priest, as well as 2 other Sandinista officials, was alleged by the Nicaraguan government. A CIA agent named Mike Talk was charged with being behind this particular conspiracy. The following June, according to one of the participants, the CIA sent a Contra hit team from Honduras to Managua to do away with all 9 comandantes of the Sandinista National Directorate in one fell swoop by blowing up the building they were meeting in. The team made it to Managua, but the explosives failed to arrive and the plot was aborted. The Lord and the fight for freedom have something in common. They both move in mysterious ways. If the CIA's guerrilla manual was not enough tool of liberty, the agency's comic book surely was. Entitled Freedom Fighters Manual, the 16-page booklet was supplied to Contra forces presumably to distribute amongst the Nicaraguan population. Its 40 illustrations showed the reader how she could liberate Nicaragua from oppression and misery by a series of useful sabotage techniques. Amongst these were, stop up toilets with sponges, pull down power cables, put dirt into gas tanks, put nails on roads and highways, cut and perforate the upholstery of vehicles, cut down trees over highways, telephone to make false hotel reservations and false alarms of fires and crimes, hoard and steal food from the government, leave lights and water taps on, steal mail from mailboxes, go to work late, call in sick, short-circuit electricity, break light bulbs, rip up books, spread rumors, threaten supervisors and officials over the phone. Until at least the mid-1980s, the primary official explanation for American belligerence towards the Sandinista government, at least the explanation most frequently advanced, was that a significant quantity of military supplies was being sent to the Salvadorian rebels from Nicaragua. The fact that the United States was at the same time heavily arming the Salvadorian government and that the Salvadorian government was assisting the Contras did not enter into Washington's equation. We shall see in the chapter on El Salvador how lacking in evidence Washington was in support of this charge. Whatever organized supply operation of any significance that had existed appears to have ended in early 1981. In January of that year, a Salvadorian cabinet minister announced that Nicaragua was no longer allowing its territory to be used for arms shipments. A few weeks later, the Sandinista government, alarmed by the suspension of U.S. economic aid, pressed the Salvadorian guerrillas to seek a political settlement. Similar requests were made by the Sandinistas during the following years, and in March, in a meeting at CIA headquarters of Director William Casey and others, the cessation of the supply operation was confirmed. David McNichol, who served with the CIA from 1981 to 1983 as an analyst of military and political developments in Central America, attended an interagency meeting held to discuss CIA plans to support the Contras. Of this meeting he noted that although the stated objective was to interdict arms going into El Salvador, there was hardly any discussion of the arms traffic. I couldn't understand this failure until months later when I realized, like everyone else, that arms interdiction had never been a serious objective. The former CIA man said that he had had access to the most sensitive intelligence on Nicaragua, including arms shipments to El Salvador, based on which he concluded that the administration and the CIA have systematically misrepresented Nicaraguan involvement in the supply of arms to Salvadorian guerrillas to justify their efforts to overthrow the Nicaraguan government. For a man who spent 10 years as an officer in the U.S. Marine Corps and 4 years as a counterinsurgency expert in Southeast Asia, in addition to his tour of service at the CIA, David McMichael's political thinking about U.S. foreign policy in Latin America landed in strange territory. Quote, "We have control and we don't want to lose it." The ideology of anti-communism then provides the rationalization, although Me's determination to hold on is actually pathology. Then you have an entire generation of people raised in the foreign policy establishment and specializing in this region who for 25 years have gotten up in the morning and said, "We'll get that bastard Castro today." End of quote. The failure of the United States to show large Nicaraguan tracks on the Salvadorian landscape apparently led the ubiquitous Oliver North to try and place some artificial footprints in the ground. In 1988, José Blum, a former close advisor to Panama's defense chief and de facto ruler, General Manuel Noriega, stated that North had set up a secret operation in 1986 that called for Panama to arrange a large shipment of Soviet bloc arms and vehicles that could be captured in El Salvador and falsely linked to the Sandinistas. The effort collapsed in June when the ship carrying the military goods was seized by Panamanian officials, 2 days after the New York Times had published an article concerning illegal activities of Noriega. Washington's explanation number 2 put forth for its policy appeared to be that Nicaragua was a military threat to other Central American countries, not simply to the bases in Honduras, which were a daily, calculated provocation, but to Honduras itself and the other nearby states. This was a weak reed to lean on, for Nicaragua had virtually no air force, and it would have been suicidal to attack anyone without proper air cover, even less of a navy, and its tanks were demonstrably unsuitable for the terrain of Honduras. Still less did the Sandinistas have a sane reason for invasion. It is questionable whether the men of the State Department believed this story themselves, any more than did the supposed neighboring targets. At a conference for journalists in Costa Rica in 1985, the Costa Rican Minister of Information, Armando Vargas, said cheerfully, "No one here really expects Nicaragua to invade us." "And nobody in Honduras does either," said Manuel Gamero, the editor-in-chief of Tiempo, one of that country's leading newspapers. On other days we were told other reasons why the Sandinistas had to be restrained. It may have been to protect the Panama Canal, or the free use of the sea lanes in the Caribbean Basin and the Gulf of Mexico. The danger to the sea lanes bit has been trotted out by Washington for every corner of the globe in the past 40 years. Not once has it materialized, or it may have been the threat of another Cuba or its corollary, a Soviet beachhead in the region. These warnings came complete with pictures, an exhibition of aerial photos of Nicaragua showing Cuban-style military barracks, a Soviet-style physical training area with chin bars and other types of equipment to exercise the forces, and a running track, and, most damning of all, a Sandinista garrison having a standard rectangular configuration like we have seen in Cuba. Leave it to those cunning Castroites to devise a rectangular building. The strategic issue is a simple one, asserted Patrick Buchanan, Reagan's director of communications. Who wants Central America more, the West or the Warsaw Pact? Fidel Castro was not in any doubt. On at least 2 occasions he expressed in no uncertain terms his frustration and annoyance with the Soviet Union for not sufficiently aiding Nicaragua and for what he saw as the Russians' weak and indecisive response to American pressure against the Sandinista government, even in the face of a Russian ship being damaged by CIA mines. The Cuban leader failed to attend the funeral of Soviet-led Chernenko in March 1985 and did not sign the book of condolences at the Soviet embassy in Havana, apparently to register his displeasure with Soviet policy. Responded a Soviet diplomat, "We obviously place a priority on improving relations with our adversary. We have to seek a balance with the U.S., so naturally we will say, to the Cubans, calm down. We are not interested in sharpening the situation in Angola and Nicaragua." In the think tanks and the academic institutes in Moscow where Soviet policy towards Central America is discussed and debated, reported The Guardian of London, the emphasis is on dialogue and negotiation, And if the Soviet Union agrees on one thing with the United States, it is that there should be no more Cubas, a reference to the heavy economic and political burden Cuba had placed upon Moscow over the years. Oliver North was not in any doubt either as to who wanted Central America more, said the lieutenant colonel to one of the private American contributors to the Contras. Russia would never go up against us to save Nicaragua. Neither was Poland in doubt. The Warsaw Pact members sold arms to the Contras, as did the Communist Chinese. In 1987, Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev offered to end Soviet military aid to Nicaragua if the United States ended its military support of the Contras. Reagan confirmed that Gorbachev had raised this matter with him, but there is no indication that the president followed up in any way. In January 1983, the so-called Contadora Group, composed of Mexico, Panama, Colombia, and Venezuela, began to meet periodically in an attempt to still the troubled waters of Central America. Rejecting at the outset the idea that the conflicts of the region could or should be seen as part of an East-West confrontation, they conferred with all the nations involved, including the United States. The complex and lengthy discussions eventually gave birth to a 21-point treaty which dealt with the most contentious issues: civil war, foreign intervention, elections, and human rights. Washington, which was not itself to be a signatory to the treaty, though obviously indispensable to its implementation, pressed Managua to sign, partly for domestic consumption, congressional support of the administration's Nicaragua policy in the 1984 presidential elections, and partly to be able to take jabs at Nicaragua, saying that it would make the country a democracy and halt their export of revolution. Then, much to Washington's surprise, on September 7, 1984, Nicaragua announced its intention to sign the treaty. Until this moment, the United States had not publicly criticized the treaty's provisions, but immediately Washington began to find things wrong with it and called for changes. The State Department declared that the Contadora Group didn't intend that this treaty document be the end of the process, but a high-ranking diplomat from one of the Contadora countries insisted that everyone had treated it as a final document from the beginning, as had the U.S. representatives. What alarmed Washington about the treaty was its provisions for the removal from each country of all foreign military bases, restrictions on foreign military personnel, armaments, and military exercises, and a prohibition on aid to insurgent forces seeking to overthrow a government. It was enough to put an interventionist power out of business. The United States refused to give its blessings to the agreement. Commented Rep. Michael Barnes, chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on the Western Hemisphere. The administration's objections to the treaty reinforce my belief that it's never had any real interest in a negotiated settlement. After the Managua announcement, State Department officials admitted that they were concerned that it might undermine the administration's efforts to portray the Sandinistas as the primary source of tension in Central America. Some officials argued that a trip scheduled by Sandinista leader Daniel Ortega to Los Angeles should not be approved, in part, to punish Mr. Ortega and the Sandinistas for accepting the Contadora peace proposal. 61 Nicaragua's willingness to sign the treaty was labeled a propaganda ploy. 1 month later, an internal National Security Council paper was able to note that the United States, through intensive lobbying efforts, had effectively blocked adoption of the treaty as it was written. During the following 3 years, the Reagan administration successfully sought to thwart the peace talks among the Contadora Group because the talks complicated administration attempts to win funds for the Contras in Congress, as well as working against their primary goal of toppling the Nicaraguan government. National Security Advisor John Poindexter let Panama's strongman General Manuel Noriega understand that the United States did not appreciate Panama's role in the Contadora process and suggested that Noriega step down from power. When Noriega refused, the U.S. cut off $40 million in economic assistance. Then, in June 1986, Washington officials briefed American journalists about Noriega's involvement in drug trafficking and money laundering. Thus was a CIA client in good standing suddenly transformed into public enemy number one in the United States. Similarly, in 1985, when Honduran President Roberto Suazo impeded Contra aid shipments, the U.S. blocked an aid package to Honduras and leaked some dirt about Suazo. In February 1986, the U.S. threatened Mexico, which was, along with Panama, the most active member of the Contadora Group, that if it lobbied Congress on behalf of the Contadora process, the administration would throw its support behind the opposition National Action Party, PAN, in upcoming Mexican elections. Convicted Contragate player Carl Chanel later told representatives of PAN that Reagan would help them if they helped the Contras. In an extremely unusual move, administration officials went before Congress in May to denounce the Mexican government for corruption, drug trafficking and economic mismanagement. In August 1987, a Central American peace accord, generated by President Oscar Arias of Costa Rica as a successor to the unsuccessful Contadora process, was signed by Salvador, Honduras, Guatemala, Nicaragua, and Costa Rica. Its key provisions concerning foreign military intervention were similar to those in the various Contadora versions. The Reagan administration, however, still had its heart set on a military victory. According to former officials, some in the administration wanted to see the failure of peace talks convened under the Arias Plan. The war in Nicaragua continued. The argument most often advanced by the Reagan administration to explain its reluctance to accept a Contadora agreement during 1983 and 1984 was that Nicaragua was not prepared to hold a truly free election as called for by the treaty. Washington labeled the election held in November 1984, which the Sandinistas won by a 2-1 margin, a sham. On the face of it, by the flawed standards of Western elections, the Nicaraguan election cannot be much faulted. By the standards of Latin America, it was a veritable paragon of democracy. The fact that there were no deaths reported in connection with the election, by itself, made it rather unique in Latin America. The appearance of minor parties on the ballot in every department, state, of the nation distinguished it from the typical presidential election in the United States. The election was open to all parties and candidates. No fraud in the polling was reported, or even seriously charged. It was observed by a reported 400 foreigners from 40 different countries, and on election day the Washington Post could report. Even U.S. diplomats here acknowledged that the Sandinistas have allowed expression of a wide range of political views, including some that were harshly critical of the government. The Sandinistas eased censorship of the sole opposition newspaper, La Prensa, at the start of the campaign, and the state television and radio channels have given airtime, although limited, for the small but vocal opposition parties to make their case. Washington's criticism of the election centered on the boycott of it by the Democratic Coordinating Alliance, DCA, a significant coalition of opposition groups headed by Arturo José Cruz. On several occasions, Cruz and his followers were physically harassed by crowds when they appeared in public, and on at least one occasion it was reported that many of the protesters had been brought to town in government vehicles. Whether the Sandinistas deliberately intended to harass Cruz or discourage him from running is not clear. What is clear is that the government had much more to lose than to gain by keeping the DCA off the ballot. In any event, harassment of a serious nature appears to have been short-lived and did not remain as a stumbling block to Cruz running. The DCA's most persistent stated objection was that not enough time had been allowed for campaigning. The chronology of events is as follows. The 4th of November election date was announced on 21st of February. In May, registration of parties and candidates was set for 25th of July, at which time 7 parties registered. The Sandinistas, 3 parties which could be considered to their left, and 3 to their right. The DCA declined to register, and Cruz announced that he would not run unless the government opened a dialogue with the Contras, as if the Contras had been fervently demanding this for some time, only to be rebuffed by the government. The DCA dropped this request 3 weeks later, stating that the Contras had told them they would abide by any accord reached between the party and the government. The failure to register, it should be noted, occurred before any special harassment had taken place. Cruz also contended at this time that for 5 years the population had been too indoctrinated by the government for the opposition to stand a chance, a charge which could be made with considerable validity by any opposition party in any nation of the world. The day of registration, several of Cruz's aides met with the government and asked that the deadline for registration be extended, a move indicating perhaps a split in the DCA ranks. The Sandinistas at first refused, but on 22nd of September announced that registration was being extended to 1st of October. The DCA again failed to register, stating that the election date had to be moved from November to January. The Sandinistas suspected, and said so openly, that the DCA knew it would lose anyway and was abstaining from the election at the behest of the United States in order to throw a question mark over the whole process. In August, some of Cruz's backers had in fact stated that they hoped to discredit the election and force the Sandinistas to grant political concessions. What we really need, they declared, is Arturo in jail. One unmistakable sign of the CIA's hand in the election was the full-page advertisements which appeared in August in newspapers in Venezuela, Costa Rica, and Panama, signed by a fictitious organization called Friends of Thomas Borges. The ads attempted to split the Sandinista leadership by promoting Borges' candidacy over that of Daniel Ortega, who had already been chosen as the Sandinista candidate. Neither Ortega nor Cruz proclaimed the ads. Throughout this period, the DCA made one demand after another concerning electoral procedures as its price for taking part in the election. By any reasonable standard of power relationships, the government showed itself to be flexible. On 21st of September, the New York Times reported that the opposition had stated that the Sandinistas had made substantial concessions and that the only major proposal left was postponing the election until January. This was important, said the DCA, because the campaign could not have properly begun before certain things had been agreed upon. The government's position was that it would grant the postponement, a major concession and inconvenience, only if the DCA would arrange a ceasefire with the Contras. The party replied that it didn't have the power to do so, and negotiations continued through all of October with many confusing and contradictory reports coming out of the talks until, finally, time ran out. The United States could certainly have arranged a ceasefire if it was interested in testing the Sandinistas' commitment to what Washington would call a free election. That the U.S. had such an interest is questionable in sight of what the New York Times revealed 2 weeks before the election. The Reagan administration, while publicly criticizing the November 4 elections in Nicaragua as a sham, has privately argued against the participation of the leading opposition candidate for fear his involvement would legitimize the electoral process, according to some senior administration officials. Since May, when American policy toward the election was formed, the administration has wanted the opposition candidate, Arturo José Cruz, either not to enter the race or, if he did, to withdraw before the election, claiming the conditions were unfair. The official said the administration never contemplated letting Cruz stay in the race. One official said, because then the Sandinistas could justifiably claim that the elections were legitimate, making it much harder for the United States to oppose the Nicaraguan government. Several administration officials who are familiar with the administration's activities in Nicaragua said the Central Intelligence Agency had worked with some of Mr. Cruz's supporters to ensure that they would object to any potential agreement for his participation in the election. A few days before Election Day, some rightist parties on the ballot claimed that U.S. diplomats had been pressing them to drop out of the race. One of these, the Independent Liberal Party, had already announced that it was no longer in the running, having exposed the administration's plan to sabotage the election's credibility, a plan centering around Arturo Cruz, and having reported the above about parties being pressured to drop out. The New York Times, after the election, inexplicably published an editorial, which said in part, only the naive believe that Sunday's election in Nicaragua was democratic or legitimizing proof of the Sandinistas' popularity. The Sandinistas made it easy to dismiss their election as a sham. Their decisive act was to break off negotiations with Arturo Cruz, an opposition Democrat whose candidacy could have produced a more credible contest. The opposition was finally shrunk to 4 small left-wing groups and factions of 2 traditional parties. Even so, and after 5 years of unchallenged power, the Sandinistas appear to have won less than 2/3 of the vote. The American ambassador to Costa Rica likened Nicaragua under the Sandinistas to an infected piece of meat that attracts insects. President Reagan called the country a totalitarian dungeon, and insisted that the people of Nicaragua were more oppressed than blacks in South Africa. Members of the Kissinger Commission on Central America indicated that Nicaragua under the Sandinistas was as bad or worse than Nicaragua under Somoza. Henry Kissinger believed it to be as bad as or worse than Nazi Germany. Reagan was in accord. He compared the plight of the Contras to Britain's stand against Germany in World War II. Central America, noted Wayne Smith, former head of the U.S. Interests Section in Havana, now exercises the same influence on American foreign policy as the full moon does on werewolves. So all-consuming, so unrelenting, was the hatred, that Kissinger demanded that the American ambassador to Nicaragua be removed simply because he reported that the Sandinista government was performing fairly well in such areas as education. And in the wake of the terrible devastation in Nicaragua wrought by Hurricane Joan in October 1988, the Reagan administration refused to send any aid nor to help private American organizations do so. So eager was the State Department to turn the Sandinistas into international pariahs, that it told the world, without any evidence, that Nicaragua was exporting drugs, that it was anti-Semitic, that it was training Brazilian guerrillas. When the CIA was pressed about the alleged Sandinista drug connection, it backed down from the administration's claim. Secretary of State Alexander Haig referred to a photograph of blazing corpses and declared it an example of the atrocious genocidal actions that are being taken by the Nicaraguan government against the Mosquito Indians. We then learned that the photo was from 1978. Somoza's time. Loathing of this magnitude had to be institutionalized. Thus it was that an Office of Public Diplomacy was set up in 1983, nominally in the State Department, but operating as an arm of the National Security Council. The OPD was characterized by a U.S. official as a huge psychological operation of the kind the military conducts to influence a population in denied or enemy territory. Only in this case the target population was the American people. OPD Deputy Director Colonel Daniel Yakobowitz, a military psyops specialist, described the media campaign in a March 1985 confidential sensitive strategy paper. Overall theme: the Nicaraguan freedom fighters, NFF, are fighters for freedom in the American tradition. FSLN, Sandinistas, are evil. Rolling off the OPD disinformation assembly line, with the imagination of Oliver North ever active, were stories about Nicaragua acquiring chemical weapons, an Iran-Nicaragua link, not to be confused with the real US/Oliver North Iran link we later learned of, a Soviet MiGs in Nicaragua hoax, the Sandinista massacre of 50 political prisoners, as well as a number of other claims, misleading at best. Opinion pieces and news stories prepared by OPD staffers or contractors were planted in major media outlets under the signatures of Contra leaders or ostensibly independent scholars, pretending to offer independent confirmation of White House claims, while other materials were distributed to thousands of university libraries, faculties, editorial writers, and religious organizations. Private sector public relations experts, lobbying groups, and think tanks were also enlisted for the cause and paid large chunks of taxpayer money to promote the OPD agenda. By OPD's own assessment, its work significantly changed public and congressional opinion, including winning approval in the House of $100 million in Contra aid in June 1986. Within a rational framework, it would be proper to inquire what the Sandinistas had done that made it impossible for the United States to share the same planet with them. David McMichael observed that there was no casus belli between the two countries. There are no examples of U.S. citizens being killed there. No U.S. property has been expropriated without due process or compensation. These people are so backward that they haven't even bothered to kill any American priests or nuns. Now any half-respectable country in the world can do that, but the Sandinistas don't seem to get round to it. What the United States did to the Nicaraguan revolution is clearer. To transform Nicaraguan society, even if left in peace, would have been uphill all the way. The Sandinistas inherited a country of crushing poverty, backward in most respects. There were, reportedly, but 2 elevators in Nicaragua, and with a foreign debt of $1.6 billion which they decided to honor, with the exception of money owed to Israel and Argentina for arms shipments to Somoza. Then came the American body blows to foreign trade and credit, to industry and agriculture, and a war which forced the government to devote an increasing portion of its national budget and an inordinate amount of its labor power to warfare and security. In 1980, half the national budget had been allocated to health and education, and military spending accounted for about 18%. By 1987, the military effort consumed more than half the budget, health and education less than 20%. On top of this, the historically familiar post-revolutionary flight abroad of capital and middle-class professionals, the equally familiar sabotage by those who remained facile in a society where most of the businesses and farms were still in private hands, and the Nicaraguan economy went on to a life support machine, a trail of inefficiencies and shortages of all kinds, taxis and buses and machines grinding to a halt for want of an American spare part, a failure to meet the great expectations of the population, mitigated only partly by the progress in agrarian reform, healthcare, literacy, and other social programs. Many who had been sympathetic to the revolution drifted away, some into protest and opposition. Individuals are turned away from, or attracted to, social revolutions for a multitude of reasons, ideological and or personal. All must be approached with caution. The most prominent defector from the Sandinistas, Eden Pastora, in between, semi-coherent, political statements, declared that they, the Sandinistas, attack me for my success with women, out of jealousy because they are all queer and I can make love to their women. Few U.S. officials now believe the Contras can drive out the Sandinistas soon, reported the Boston Globe in February 1986. Administration officials said they are content to see the Contras debilitate the Sandinistas by forcing them to divert scarce resources toward the war and away from social programs. 40 years of anti-communist indoctrination under Somoza and American cultural influence had also left their marks. A government militant put it this way, quote, "Tell a Nicaraguan factory worker that we are building a system in which workers will control the means of production, in which income will be redistributed to benefit the proletariat, and he will say yes, that's what we want. Call it socialism and he will tell you he doesn't want any part of it. Tell a peasant, in whom the problem of political education is even more acute, that the revolution is all about destroying the power of the big latifundistas, that the agrarian reform and the literacy campaign will incorporate the peasantry into political decisions, and lie will be enthusiastic. He will recognize that this is right and just. Mention the word communism and he will run a mile." End of quote. In the face of dissension, the Sandinistas often showed themselves unable to distinguish sincere and valid criticism from intentions to destabilize. Some opponents were harassed and jailed, civil liberties were curtailed, although never in a draconian manner. And credentials of loyalty to the revolution increasingly became a priority in filling positions high and low. This, interestingly enough, was precisely what was taking place in Washington at the same time, as the ultra-ideological Reagan administration was stuffing the bureaucracy with confirmed conservative loyalists. Subsequent disclosures, however, established that the Sandinistas were not simply paranoid. In September 1988, the Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, Jim Wright, citing clear testimony from CIA people, revealed that the agency had employed people in Nicaragua to organize and promote anti-government rallies and protests in hopes of provoking a crackdown or some other overreaction by the government, which, besides making the Sandinistas look bad, was calculated to be disruptive to the peace talks that the Reagan administration was publicly supporting. The shutting down of the prominent opposition newspaper La Prensa on several occasions was also judged harshly by civil libertarians. But this policy raised an important historical question. During World War II, did the U.S. government allow the publication of pro-German or pro-Japanese newspapers in the United States? Has any government at war, particularly a war for its very survival, fought on its own soil, permitted the enemy to freely publish or broadcast at home, or allowed unrestricted dissent? During the American Civil War, Lincoln suspended the writ of habeas corpus and put enemy sympathizers in army jails without trial. La Prensa indeed represented the enemy. At various times in the 1980s, one of the paper's chief editors was Pedro Joaquin Chamorro Jr. During part of the same time, he was a member of the directorate of a Contra umbrella group, the Nicaraguan resistance of Washington, D.C. And Chamorro would go off on speaking tours in the United States to enlist support for the Contras. The newspaper was financed by the enemy as well, governing by the CIA since 1979. And by millions of dollars from the National Endowment for Democracy, NED, in Washington and various private American groups beginning in 1984. NED receives its money from Congress and was set up in 1983 in the wake of all the negative revelations about the CIA in the 1970s. Its raison d'etre is to do somewhat overtly what the CIA had been doing covertly for decades: manipulate the political process in a target country by financing political parties, labor unions, book publishers, newspapers, etc. And thus, hopefully, eliminate the stigma associated with CIA covert activities. Alan Weinstein, who helped draft the legislation establishing NED, and also founded the Center for Democracy, one of NED's funding middlemen, was candid about this when he said in 1991, "A lot of what we do today was done covertly 25 years ago by the CIA." NED, like the CIA before it, calls what it does supporting democracy. The governments against whom the financing is targeted call it destabilization. In any event, covert funding did not pass away. Both the CIA and Oliver North's multifarious operation channeled large sums of money to anti-Sandinista politicians and other elements of the internal opposition, including, as we have seen, the Catholic Church. During the period in which military aid to Contras was prohibited by Congress, North's network purchased large quantities of arms for the rebels from Mansour al-Qasr, a man whose U.S. criminal record labels him terrorist. At the top of the page, Qasr was a known associate of those reputed to be responsible for the 1985 Christmas massacres in the Rome and Vienna airports, the hijacking of the liner Achille Lauro, and other notorious attacks. Another apostle of decency enlisted for the cause was the government of South Africa, which sent £200,000 of military equipment to Kent to leader Eden Pastora. By the time the war in Nicaragua began to slowly atrophy to a tentative conclusion during 1988-89, the Reagan administration's obsession with the Sandinistas had inspired both the official and unofficial squads to embrace tactics such as the following in order to maintain a steady flow of financing, weaponry and other aid to the Contras, dealings with other Middle Eastern and Latin American terrorists, frequent drug smuggling in a variety of imaginative ways, money laundering, embezzlement of U.S. government funds, perjury, obstruction of justice, burglary of the offices of American dissidents, covert propaganda to defeat domestic political foes, violation of the Neutrality Act, illegal shredding of government documents, plans to suspend the Constitution in the event of widespread internal dissent against government policy, and much more, as revealed in the phenomenon known as Iran-Contra, all of it to support the band of rapists, torturers and killers known as the Contras. This, then, was the level of charm reached by anti-communism after 70 years of refinement. The imperial sensibility of America's leaders could be compared favorably with that of Britain circa 1925. But it worked. On February 25, 1990, the Sandinistas were defeated in national elections by a coalition of political parties running under the name National Opposition Union, UNO. President George Bush called it a victory for democracy. Senator Robert Dole declared that the final outcome is a vindication of the Reagan policies. Elliot Abrams, former State Department official and Iran-Contra leading light, said when history is written, the Contras will be folk heroes. The opposing analysis of the election was that 10 years of all-encompassing war had worn the Nicaraguan people down. They were afraid that as long as the Sandinistas remained in power, the Contras and the United States would never relent in their campaign to overthrow them. The people voted for peace, as the people of the Dominican Republic had voted in 1966 for the U.S.-supported candidate to forestall further American military intervention. "We can't take any more war. All we have had is war, 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 war," said Samuel Reyna, a driver for Jimmy Carter's election monitoring team in Juagalpa. In some families one son has been drafted by the Sandinistas and another has joined the Contras. The war has torn families apart. The U.S. invasion and bombing of Panama just 2 months earlier, with all its death and destruction, could only have intensified the commitment of hardcore Sandinistas to resist Yankee imperialismo. but it could not have failed to serve as a caution to the large block of undecided voters. The Nicaraguans were also voting, they hoped, for some relief from the grinding poverty that 5 years of a full American economic embargo, as well as the war, had heaped upon their heads. Commented Paul Reichler, 1A, U.S. lawyer who represented the Nicaraguan government in Washington at the time. Whatever revolutionary fervor the people once might have had was beaten out of them by the war and the impossibility of putting food in their children's stomachs. Aquí no se rinde nadie. For 10 years the people of Nicaragua had shouted that slogan, het, no one gives up. But in February 1990, they did exactly that. Just as the people of Chile had chanted the people united will never be defeated, before succumbing to American power, the United States had more than war and embargo at its disposal to determine the winner of the election. The National Endowment for Democracy spent more than $11 million, directly and indirectly, on the ejection campaign in Nicaragua. This is comparable to a foreign government pouring more than $700 million into an American election, and is in addition to several million dollars more allocated by Congress to supporting the electoral infrastructure and the unknown number of millions the CIA passed around covertly. As a result of a controversy in 1984, when NED funds were used to aid a Panamanian presidential candidate backed by Noriega and the CIA, Congress enacted a law prohibiting the use of NED funds to finance the campaigns of candidates for public office. The ways to circumvent the letter and/or spirit of such a prohibition were not difficult to conceive. NED first allocated millions to help organize building up the parties and organizations that formed and supported the coalition. Then a variety of other organizations, civic, labor, media, women's, etc. run by activists received grants for all kinds of non-partisan and pro-democracy programs, for voter education, voter registration, job skills, and so on. Large grants made to itself were specified for items such as office equipment and vehicles. Representative Silvio Conte of Massachusetts pointed out that the $1.3 million requested for vehicles would pay for renting 2,241 cars for a month at $20 per day. was the only political party to receive U.S. aid, even though 8 other opposition parties fielded candidates. Money received by for any purpose of course freed up their own money for use in the campaign and helped all of their candidates. Moreover, the U.S. continued to fund the Contras, some of whom campaigned for in rural areas. Afterwards, critics of the American policy in Nicaragua called it a blueprint for successful U.S. intervention in the Third World. A Pentagon analyst agreed, it's going right into the textbooks. 50. Panama 1969 to 1991 double-crossing our drug supplier. El Corrallo, that's what they called the tenement barrio in Panama City. 20,000 people had been packed into it. The December 1989 invasion, 10 hours of heavy assault, left 15,000 homeless. Marcia McFarland was asleep with her daughters when the assault on a nearby military building began. She was leading them out of her house when a shad of shrapnel took a pound of her thigh and all but towed off her 2-year-old daughter's foot. Artillery shells and rockets, tanks, machine guns, and flamethrowers, and then the ground troops, the Yankee soldiers, with their faces painted. They were all screaming. They looked like Indians, people burning to death in the incinerated dwellings, leaping from windows, running in panic through the streets, cut down in crossfire, crushed by tanks, human body fragments everywhere. Heriberto Pitti worked for Eastern Airlines. When U.S. troops attacked the airport, Pitti, Pablo Diaz and another colleague jumped into an Eastern pickup and raced out of the hangar. The truck took 7 pounds through the windshield, killing all 3 men. Pitti left a widow and 2 daughters. Diaz left a widow and 12 children. 500-something Panamanian dead is the official body count, what the U.S. and Panamanian governments admit to. Other sources, with no less evidence, insist that thousands died. Their numbers obscured in mass graves. 3,000-something wounded, 23 American dead, 324 wounded. Question from reporter, was it really worth it to send people to their death for this? To get Noriega. George Bush, every human life is precious. And yet I have to answer, yes, it has been worth it. Born to inform would be a suitable inscription on a t-shirt worn by Manuel Antonio Noriega. In his younger days, in the 1950s and early 60s, he was already passing on information to one or another U.S. intelligence agency, about colleagues in a socialist party he belonged to, about leftist students at his Peruvian military academy. Noriega followed a military career, falling under the right mentor, National Guard General Omar Torrijos. On 2 occasions the general had to intervene to save the ruthless Noriega from rape charges. In October 1968, Torrijos took power in Panama in a coup. He was, by Latin American standards, a not very brutal dictator. He was as well a liberal reformer, who was wary of the excesses of North American power in Central America. In December 1969, Conservative military officers tried, unsuccessfully, to overthrow Torrijos, claiming the government was heading toward a pro-communist dictatorship. Only hours before the coup attempt began, one of the principal plotters had met with a U.S. official. After the coup, the same plotter and others escaped from a high-security jail in a sophisticated commando operation and turned up in the U.S.-run Panama Canal Zone before going into exile in Miami. Noriega, who had proven his loyalty to Torrijos during the coup attempt, was soon elevated to head the intelligence unit of the National Guard. He was now in the right place to carry out all forms of mischief and enhance his reputation as a thug. As early as J971, the Bureau of Narcotics and Dangerous Drugs, forerunner of the Drug Enforcement Administration, had hard evidence about Noriega's heavy involvement in drug trafficking, sufficient for indictment. But the legal and diplomatic obstacles involved were considerable, and Noriega was already too valuable to the CIA. President Nixon, however, wanted him removed. Among the options discussed to achieve this end was assassination. It went as far as sending a member of the infamous Plumbers Unit to Mexico to await further orders to go to Panama and carry out the execution. But the would-be assassin got no further. During the Watergate hearings in 1973, former White House counsel John Dean testified that the White House had contracted D. Howard Hunt, former CIA officer and Watergate burglar, to assassinate Omar Torrijos because of his uncooperative stance on the Panama Canal Treaty negotiations and his government's role in drug trafficking. Inasmuch as Hunt may have been the plumber referred to above, and since Dean stated that Hunt had his team in Mexico before the mission was aborted, there is possibly some confusion here. Meanwhile, U.S. government cash, primarily that of the CIA and the Pentagon, was making its way into Manuel Noriega's bank accounts. With the exception of President Carter's term, 1977-81, the payments to Noriega continued until 1986. This included the period that George Bush was the director of the CIA, 1976, at which time the Panamanian intelligence chief was reportedly receiving in excess of $100,000 per year. And a lot of looking the other way. During the Panama Canal negotiations in October 1976, 3 bombs went off under cars parked in the canal zone. American officials believed that the bombings were an expression of nationalism carried out by Noriega's National Guard. Yet, in December, Bush met with the Panamanian in Washington and gave him a VIP tour of the CIA. Noriega spent his time in Washington as the house guest of Bush's deputy director, the infamous Vernon Walters. When Omar Torrijos died in an air crash in 1981, Noriega became part of a ruling military junta. In 1987, Colonel Robert Diaz Herrera, who was a cousin of Torrijos and had been one of the members of the junta, declared that Torrijos had died because of a bomb placed aboard his plane. Diaz named Noriega, the CIA, U.S. General Wallace Nutting, head of the U.S. Southern Command in Panama at the time of the air crash, and others as being part of the conspiracy. By August 1983, Noriega had maneuvered himself into the position of commander of the National Guard, whose name he soon changed to Panama Defense Forces. He was the effective chief of state, and his value to his American paymasters increased accordingly. 6 months earlier, the Senate Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations had reported that witnesses in Panama consider it common knowledge that the National Guard has links and receives payments from various traffickers in drugs, arms and other kinds of contraband. In November, however, Noriega received the red carpet treatment in Washington, marked by luxury and meetings with officials of the White House, State Department, and Pentagon, and enjoyed a 4-hour lunch with CIA Director William Casey. Casey, probably Noriega's biggest supporter in Washington, met with the Panama strongman at least 6 times in Washington and Panama during the 1980s. Noriega earned Washington's money and tolerance over the years by providing numerous services, such as information about a host of regional matters, including his meetings with Fidel Castro and Daniel Ortega, giving haven to the Shah of Iran in December 1979, allowing the United States to set up listening posts in Panama, with which they monitored sensitive communications in all of Central America and beyond, and aiding the American warfare against the rebels in El Salvador and the government of Nicaragua. In the latter conflict, Noriega facilitated the flow of money and arms to the Contras, allowed the U.S. to base spy planes in Panama in clear violation of the Canal Treaties, gave the U.S. permission to train Contras in Panama. It is not certain that this actually took place, and provided information and direct action for the American campaign of sabotaging side of Nicaragua. But what information, American officials wondered, was the same Manuel Antonio Noriega giving Fidel Castro and Daniel Ortega about the United States? Washington already knew that he was helping Cuba circumvent the American economic embargo and that at various times in his career he helped to get weapons for the Sandinistas and for the guerrillas in El Salvador and Colombia. as well as transferring high technology to Eastern Europe. On June 12, 1986, the New York Times carried a front-page story recounting many of Noriega's questionable activities, including his drug trafficking and money laundering operations, and the murder of a political opponent. It was the most detailed and damning report on Noriega to appear in the U.S. media. Noriega assumed, probably incorrectly, that the article had the blessings of the White House. And though the Reagan administration reassured him that he need not be overly concerned about the story, the Panamanian felt threatened. In August, through a go-between, he proposed to Oliver North that in exchange for a promise from Washington to help clean up his image and a commitment to lift the U.S. government ban on military sales to the Panamanian Defense Forces, imposed because of the Times article, Noriega would assassinate the Sandinista leadership. North evidently declined the offer, noting in a written memo that an executive order barred American participation in assassinations. However, as we have seen, the CIA in Nicaragua, not long before, had been engaged in precisely the same undertaking. The following month North and Noriega met in London to discuss the latter's contribution to the Nicaraguan sabotage campaign. In return, North arranged for an American public relations firm to work on improving Panama's and Noriega's image. Noriega's principal periods of drug trafficking and money laundering appear to have been the early 1970s and the early 1980s, the latter period involving the Medellin, Colombia cartel. At other times, for reasons best known to his opportunistic self, he generally enforced the law against such activities. On his orders, Panamanian flagged ships were searched in international waters, fugitive drug traffickers were sent to the United States for trial, and Panamanian banking laws were breached, all at the behest of American authorities. Noriega's American patrons were pleased. At various times, he received warm letters of praise from the State Department, the U.S. Southern Command in Panama, U.S. Attorney General William French Smith, CIA Director William Webster, and more than one DEA official. In 1987, more than a year after the New York Times had revealed his drug involvements in a front-page story, the head of the DEA, John Lawn, praised Noriega's personal commitment in helping to solve a major money laundering case. The same year found high U.S. law enforcement officials, including Lawn, working alongside Noriega at a meeting of Interpol, even advising him on how to achieve a better public image. Eventually, his luck ran out. A few enthusiastic DEA agents and U.S. attorneys, keeping a low profile, set the ball rolling in 1985 that eventually led to an indictment of Noriega in Florida on federal drug charges in February 1988. In the interim, the Iran-Contra scandal broke out, followed by congressional hearings, making it much more awkward for Noriega's prominent administration defenders, such as Oliver North and William Casey, to pull the strings of the law. Then, in November 1986, North was relieved of his duties. The following May, Casey died. In June, the Senate passed a resolution calling for Noriega's immediate removal. It passed over the objections of the administration. Ironically, it appears that Noriega had really gone straight. With one exception, a drugs for arms deal in March 1986. All the crimes he was indicted for in 1988 occurred in June 1984 or earlier. The DEA was deeply divided between those who investigated him as a criminal and those who swore by the authenticity of his cooperation with their agency. The Yankees, Noriega said shortly before they invaded, seemed to adore the product, drugs, and then become upset with Latin Americans, as if we somehow were seducing them. Thus it was that the Reagan administration found itself with an indictment on its hands. The situation called for disassociation. George Bush, campaigning for the presidency in 1988, said repeatedly that he knew of no clear evidence that the Panamanian leader was involved in drugs until he was indicted. He also initially denied, but later acknowledged, that he had met with Noriega when he was CIA director in 1976. It should be noted that Bush was head of the Reagan administration's task force on drugs. It would clearly be better for all concerned if Noriega would step down. Consequently, the Reagan administration offered to drop the indictment if he resigned and went into exile. They isolated him diplomatically, and undertook a campaign of severe and multifaceted economic sanctions against Panama, but Noriega held fast, although the sanctions eventually led to what the New York Times described as a festering economic depression and the collapse of thousands of businesses. In the summer of 1988, the United States drew up a covert plan for a group of dissident Panamanian officers to oust Noriega without violence. If this failed, the proposal called for the support of military action of a rebel force composed of a Panamanian military officer and his followers, who were in exile in Miami and on the CIA payroll. The Senate Intelligence Committee turned down the plan on the ground that it might result in the illegal assassination of Noriega. A presidential election was scheduled in Panama for May 1989, and the United States expected that it would be stolen for Noriega's candidate, as had been the case in the previous election of 1984. Accordingly, the CIA provided more than $10 million in aid to the opposition, as well as clandestine radio and television broadcasts. Noriega didn't disappoint his critics. When the ballot counting indicated his man losing heavily, he simply put an end to the whole process and allowed his goons to beat up opposition candidates and their supporters. Washington expressed its moral indignation about the fraudulent election, but this should be viewed in light of what had transpired 5 years earlier. In that election, Noriega's man, Nicolas Barletta, was declared the winner, the final count being announced 10 days after the election. The opposition cried fraud and demonstrated for weeks, but the result stood. The CIA, it turned out, along with the Medellin cocaine cartel, had helped finance Barretta's campaign. And after his victory, Barletta was welcomed by President Reagan to the Oval Office. Secretary of State George Shultz attended the inauguration, and heaven was in its place. Meanwhile, a political officer at the American Embassy in Panama was meticulously examining huge stacks of voting documents and reports he had managed to collect. His conclusion was inescapable: there had been egregious fraud. Barletta had been defeated by at least 4,000 votes. The U.S. ambassador's main concern was that the report not reach the press. No American official pressured Panama for a recount. The political officer's report lies somewhere in a file in the bowels of Foggy Bottom. On October 3, 1989, elements of the Panamanian Defense Forces, PDF, attempted a very short-lived military overthrow of Noriega. When they apprised U.S. officials in Panama of their plan beforehand, they were not discouraged from undertaking it. But during the execution they received virtually no help at all, even though they had Noriega in custody for at least 2 hours and were willing to turn him over to the U.S. military. The reasons which were later advanced by the Bush administration at different times to explain the lack of American support included: we didn't know what was going on, we didn't think the rebels had Noriega in custody, they may have had him in custody but they didn't want to release him to us. The U.S. military commander in Panama was not authorized to seize Noriega. Later we learned that he was. The rebels were not to our liking politically. Our hands were tied by congressional intelligence committees, and we suspected the whole thing was a ruse to provoke and embarrass the U.S. government. The U.S. military in Panama failed to block the road loyalist forces used to rescue Noriega. The administration said later that by the time it was certain of the troop movements it was too late. However, a convoy of loyalist trucks rumbled by the American embassy itself. Moreover, the United States had a number of helicopters in the air, reportedly as many as a dozen, observing developments. Some reports have it that the rebels were willing to turn Noriega over to the U.S. military only if the Americans would come and grab him to make it appear that he was being seized against the will of his Panamanian captors. But the administration has denied this as well. At one point, the American embassy reported to the State Department and the CIA in Washington that the rebels wanted to turn Noriega over, and the CIA went to brief members of the congressional intelligence committees. Administration officials later said that the embassy had misunderstood what the U.S. military had told it because telephone communications in Panama were poor at the time. Did the Bush administration decline Noriega as a gift during the October coup attempt because it was determined to have its invasion? One circumstance may indicate a negative response to this question. On 12th of October, U.S. officials met at the State Department with Noriega's attorney to negotiate. Once again, the Panamanian peacefully stepping down from power. Nothing came of this meeting. After the U.S. invasion began at 1 a.m. on 20th of December, another incident occurred which further raises the question of whether the apprehension of Noriega was the White House's sole, or even primary, concern. A European diplomat in Panama City, representing a major U.S. ally, claimed that less than 3 hours after the invasion began he telephoned the U.S. military to inform them that Noriega was 2 houses away in the flat of his mistress's grandmother, but the military disregarded the information. The diplomat said later that he was 100% certain of Noriega's location. But when I called, Southcom, the U.S. Southern Command, said it had other priorities. The diplomat had met several times with Noriega and his mistress, who had recently moved into the diplomat's own apartment building. Other residents of the 2 apartment buildings confirmed the diplomat's assertion about Noriega's presence. Neither Southern Command officials nor the American embassy would respond to inquiries about the matter. Did the U.S. decline to capture Noriega in the first few hours of the invasion because it was determined to first cripple his base of power, the PDF, and score a grand military triumph that would enable George Bush to shred the wimp image that plagued him? Did military muscle have to be flexed to illustrate the need for a big combat-ready force even in the absence of a Soviet threat, just weeks after the fall of the Berlin Wall? Or to send a clear message to the people of Nicaragua who had an election scheduled in 2 months? When George Bush and Secretary of Defense Dick Cheney were asked why they had made 180-degree turns on previous explicit rejections of a war against Panama, they each referred to the same incident of the night of 16 to 17 December. According to the Defense Department, 4 American servicemen, unarmed and in civilian clothes, got lost and inadvertently drove up to a PDF roadblock, where they were manhandled. As they drove away, They were shot at, killing one and wounding another. At the same time, an American Navy officer and his wife who witnessed this scene were roughed up considerably by the PDF. 1 year later, the Los Angeles Times reported that the incident was not the unprovoked act of aggression by the PDF portrayed by Washington. Instead, it was a step in a pattern of aggressive behavior by a small group of U.S. troops who frequently tested the patience and reaction of Panamanian forces, particularly at roadblocks, which they would dare by driving up and then refusing to stop or suddenly pulling away. The Americans in this case were not lost, and they were armed. They drove up to a very sensitive roadblock, and when told to leave the car by the PDF, the Americans all gave them the finger, shouted an obscenity, and drove off. The Panamanians then opened fire. Lending credence to this report is, oddly enough, a recorded phone conversation of a young Marine guard at the American embassy speaking to his mother in the United States the next morning. "The 4 Americans," he said, "were out of bounds, owing to the fact that they had no reason to be there. The whole world knows that they shouldn't have gone there. They messed up. If the United States set up a barricade anywhere and someone acted in the same way, we would also start firing." There had been other provocation as well. 4 months prior to the incident, the United States had been engaging in military posturing in Panama. U.S. troops, bristling with assault weapons, would travel in fast-moving convoys, escorted by armored vehicles, looking for all the world as if they planned to attack someone. U.S. Marines descended from helicopters by rope to practice emergency evacuation of the embassy. Panamanian military camps were surrounded and their gates rattled amid insults by U.S. servicemen. In one episode, more than 1,000 U.S. military personnel conducted an exercise that appeared to be a rehearsal of a kidnap raid, as helicopters and jet aircraft flew low over Noriega's house and American raiders splashed ashore nearby. In late September, General Max Thurman had been appointed the new commander-in-chief of the Southern Command. He was briefed by Admiral William Crowe, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who apprised him that there was a very high probability that Bush would call for large-scale military action in Panama in the near future. "We're going to go, but I can't tell you when." After the invasion, the mother of one of the American soldiers killed said that her son had called her on 14th of December to say he was going on a dangerous mission. He called to say goodbye, and that he might not be home again. This was before the roadblock incident. Another serviceman, speaking to reporters after the invasion, said that the soldiers had found out about it maybe 4 or 5 days before you did. When a reporter asked when that was, an army officer prevented the soldier from answering. It would appear from this evidence that the war had been planned before the American serviceman was shot. All that was needed was a pretext, an incident. 2 days after the incident, an off-duty American lieutenant was leaving a laundry when he was approached by a Panamanian police, or army, officer. The American shot and wounded the Panamanian twice. The U.S. serviceman felt threatened, the Bush administration claimed, admitting that its earlier story that die Panamanian had pulled a gun was false. It was not reported that Panama invaded the United States as a result of this incident. Thus it came to be that a superpower crushed one of the smallest armies in the hemisphere. It was the 7th time the United States had invaded Panama since it had kidnapped the province from Colombia in 1903 to build the canal. See Appendix 2. The new chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Colin Powell, declared at the time of the invasion, "We have to put a shingle outside our door saying, 'Superpower lives here.'" But the superpower still had to show a decent respect to the opinions of mankind. Accordingly, the leading legal minds of the Justice Department, the State Department, and the Defense Department put their heads together and came to the unanimous conclusion that the invasion of the sovereign nation of Panama, the abduction of its leader, and his criminal trial in the United States were all legal and proper. The invasion was called Operation Just Cause, perhaps for acts like the following carried out by the American military: searched out and arrested hundreds of civilian supporters of Noriega even though they did not face American or Panamanian criminal charges. Houses were broken into to apprehend some of the individuals. Forced ambulances, with emergency lights flashing and sirens sounding as they rushed patients to hospitals, to halt, to be searched for Noriega loyalists disguised as patients. Fired into the air without warning while walking through busy streets. Imposed and enforced curfews. Organized tours of Noriega's home and office for reporters to gawk at and pry into all of the man's personal belongings, from his photos to his underwear, publicized and ridiculed everything from his sexual practices to his religious beliefs. Invaded prisons and released prisoners. The commander of the new Panamanian public force, appointed by the U.S., blamed the extraordinary wave of crime and violence that hit Panama after the invasion on what he said were hundreds of dangerous criminals freed by the U.S. He declared that the rate of assaults, murders, and other crimes was much worse than under the Noriega regime. Wearing painted faces and firing machine guns into the air, raided the Nicaraguan ambassador's home, the ambassador was wrestled to the ground. He and 7 other people were held at gunpoint while U.S. soldiers ransacked the house and confiscated weapons, $3,000 in cash, and personal items. The money was never returned, the ambassador said. Surrounded the Vatican embassy, where Noriega had taken sanctuary, and for several days blasted the ears of the entire neighborhood with ear-splitting rock and roll music over loudspeakers. U.S. soldiers near the Vatican embassy sang a parody of Woody Guthrie's old song, "This land is my land, that land is my land, there's no land here that isn't my land." Many Panamanians initially welcomed the U.S. intervention, reported the Los Angeles Times. But as fighting continued through a 4th day on Saturday, some reports from Panama suggested that resentment of the U.S. presence was also widespread. The Panamanian people feel more threatened since the Americans arrived than they did when Noriega still held power, an American administration official said. On the first anniversary of the invasion, Panamanians couldn't agree whether to mark the day as a holiday or a day of mourning. So President Endara proclaimed a national day of reflection. From Mexico to Argentina, Latin American governments today roundly condemned the use of force by the United States against General Manuel Antonio Noriega of Panama. News report, December 20, 1989. I appreciate the support that we've received, strong support from the United States Congress, and from our Latin American neighbors. George Bush, December 21, 1989. The Organization of American States approved a resolution to deeply regret the military intervention in Panama by a vote of 20 to 1, the one being the United States. "We are outraged," said State Department spokesman Richard Boucher. "The OAS," he declared, "missed an historic opportunity to get beyond its traditional narrow concern with non-intervention." Afterward, during 1930, the United States was instrumental in setting up a highly secretive intelligence office, with the all-encompassing name of the Council of Public Security and National Defense. The new agency was headed by a man who twice served as a senior minister in Noriega's puppet governments. A government official said that the CIA was assisting in personnel training for the new agency and that further assistance was being received from a U.S. Justice Department police training mission in Panama. Reportedly, one of the agency's missions was to gather information on troublemakers, including opposition figures organizing mass demonstrations. Another target was the newly organized National Police, formed from remnants of Noriega's old army. "We watch the police," said an official. "We can't let the monster rise again." This left open the question of who would watch the new agency. At the same time, the U.S. Army's 4th Psychological Operations Group established a hotline for the public to denounce Noriega backers, criminals, subversives and anti-U.S. fighters, who were then picked up by American troops and consigned to detention camps. In December 1990, when President Guillermo Endara was faced with a military rebellion he was unable to put down, he called upon U.S. troops to intervene and quell the uprising. Endara had been sworn in as president on a U.S. military base in Panama during the invasion a year earlier. The official Pentagon study of the Panama occupation notes that the original post-invasion plans called for outright U.S. military government, with the head of the Southern Command as Panama's de facto ruler. At the last minute a decision was made to install Endara as president, but his government was, as the study put it, merely a facade. The United States confiscated thousands of boxes of Noriega government documents and refused to hand over any of them to Panamanian investigators. "The United States is protecting robbers and thieves and obstructing justice," complained the government's chief prosecutor. "We are the owners of the documents. If I am to complete my work, one have to see the documents." Panamanian businessmen reported that they lost as much as $700 million because of the looting and rioting that followed the invasion, very little of it covered by insurance. 1 year after the invasion, unemployment was running at more than 25%, and invasion damage, looting, and the U.S. sanctions of 1988-89 had shrunk Panama's economy by 30%. The new president, one of the 2 vice presidents, and the attorney general, it turned out, all had links to drug trafficking and money laundering. By the spring of 1991 it could be reported that Colombian drug cartels and associates of Noriega had once again turned Panama into a narcotics transshipment center. There were as well far more cocaine production facilities than ever existed under Noriega, and drug use in Panama was reportedly at a far higher level. The new drug trafficking and money laundering activity centered on associates of cabinet officials, particularly in the president's and the attorney general's offices. When American officials told the Panamanians that Foreign Ministry legal advisor Julio Barrios was under U.S. investigation for money laundering, the Panamanians did nothing. Barrios was subsequently appointed to Panama's delegation for negotiations with the United States on the treaty to end money laundering. Washington insisted that Panama change its prized banking secrecy laws to facilitate U.S. efforts to pursue suspected lawbreakers, principally launderers of drug money. Panama's Comptroller General pointed out that the United States wanted Panama to pursue acts which were crimes in the U.S. but not in Panama. "We can't change the whole legal system because of one thing, drugs," he argued. Eventually, after many American threats to cut off aid, Panama signed a treaty in April 1991 giving U.S. authorities partial access to Panamanian banking records and the right to prosecute individuals depositing illegal drug profits. However, foreign banks, particularly Colombian ones, found ways to circumvent the new requirements and were soon back in the money laundering business. 51. Bulgaria 1990/Albania 1991 teaching communists what democracy is all about. For American anti-communist Cold Warriors, for Bulgarian anti-communist Cold Warriors, it couldn't have looked more promising. The Cold War was over. The forces of Western civilization, capitalism and goodness had won. The Soviet Union was on the verge of falling apart. The Communist Party of Bulgaria was in disgrace. Its dictatorial leader of 35 years was being prosecuted for abuses of power. The party had changed its name, but that wouldn't fool anybody. And the country was holding its first multi-party election in 45 years. Then, the communists proceeded to win the election. For the anti-communists the pain was unbearable. Surely some monstrous cosmic mistake had been made, a mistake which should not be allowed to stand. It should not, and it would not. Washington had expressed its interest early. In February, Secretary of State James Baker became the most senior American official to visit Bulgaria since World War II. His official schedule said he was in Bulgaria to meet with opposition leaders as well as government officials. Usually, the New York Times noted, it is listed the other way around. Baker became deeply involved in his talks with the opposition about political strategies and how to organize for an election. He also addressed a street rally organized by opposition groups, praising and encouraging the crowd. On the State Department profile of Bulgaria handed to reporters traveling with Baker, under the heading Type of Government, was written in transition. In May, 3 weeks before Election Day, a row broke out over assertions by the leader of the main opposition group. Pedal Barone, Secretary of the Union of Democratic Forces, a coalition of 16 parties and movements, said that during UDF's visits to Europe and the United States, many politicians pledged that they would not provide financial assistance to a socialist Bulgaria. This would apply even if the Bulgarian Socialist Party, the renamed Communist Party, won the elections fairly. Barone stated that, Western leaders want lasting contacts with governments which are building Western-style democracy and economies. The British Foreign Secretary, Douglas Hersey, was particularly categorical. He said he was drawing up a declaration to go before the European community to refuse help for the remaining socialist governments in Eastern Europe. Meanwhile, the National Endowment for Democracy Washington specially created stand-in for the CIA, see Nicaragua chapter, with funding in this case primarily from the Agency for International Development, was pouring some $2 million into Bulgaria to influence the outcome of the election, a process the Ned calls promoting democracy. This was equivalent to a foreign power injecting more than $50 million into an American electoral campaign. One major recipient of this largesse was the newspaper of the Opposition Union of Democratic Forces, Demokraza, which received $233,000 worth of newsprint. To allow it to increase its size and circulation for the period leading up to the national elections, the UDF itself received another $615,000 of American taxpayer money for infrastructure support and party training, material and technical support, and post-electoral assistance for the UDF's Perry building program. The United States made little attempt to mask its partisanship. On June 9, the day before Election Day, the U.S. ambassador to Bulgaria, Saul Polanski, appeared on the platform of a UDF rally. Polanski, whose early government career involved intelligence research, was a man who had had more than a passing acquaintance with the CIA. Moreover, several days earlier, the State Department had taken the unusual step of publicly criticizing the Bulgarian government for what it called the inequitable distribution of resources for news outlets, especially newsprint for opposition newspapers, as if this was not a fact of life for genuine opposition forces in the United States and every other country in the world. The Bulgarian government responded that the opposition had received newsprint and access to the broadcast outlets in accordance with an agreement between the parties, adding that many of the Socialist Party's advantages, especially its financial reserves, resulted from the party's membership of 1 million, about a ninth of Bulgaria's population. The government had further provided the printing plant to publish the UDF newspaper and had given the opposition coalition the building from which to run its operations. The socialists' lead in the polls in the face of a crumbling economy perplexed the UDF, but the Bulgarian Socialist Party drew most of its support from among pensioners, farm workers and the industrial workforce, together representing well over half the voting population. These sectors tended to associate the BSP with stability, and the party capitalized on this, pointing to the disastrous results, particularly the unemployment and inflation, of shock therapy-free enterprise in Russia. Although the three main parties all proposed moving toward a market economy, the socialists insisted that the changes had to be carefully controlled. How this would be manifested in practice if the BSP were in charge and had to live in an extremely capitalist world, could not be predicted. What was certain, however, was that there was no way a party named Socialist, nay Communist, recently married to the Soviet Union, could win the trust and support of the West. As it turned out, after the second round of voting, the Socialists had won about 47% of the vote and 211 seats in the 400-seat parliament, the Grand National Assembly, to the UDF's 36% and 144 seats. Immediately following the first round, the opposition took to the streets with accusations of fraud, chanting "Socialist Mafia" and "We won't work for the Reds." However, the European election observers had contrary views. "The results will reflect the will of the people," said the leader of a British observer delegation. "If I wanted to fix an election, it would be easier to do it in England than in Bulgaria. If the opposition denounces the results as manipulated, it doesn't fit in with what we've seen," a Council of Europe delegate declared. Another West European observer rejected the opposition claims as sour grapes. "Utter rot" was the term chosen by a conservative English MP to describe allegations of serious fraud. He asserted that the conduct of the poll was scrupulously fair. There were just minor incidents that were exaggerated. "The opposition appeared to be rather bad losers," concluded one Western diplomat. These opinions were shared by the many hundreds of observers, diplomats and parliamentarians from Western Europe. Nonetheless, most of the American observers were not very happy, saying that fear and intimidation arising from the legacy of 45 years of totalitarian rule had produced psychological pressures on Bulgarian voters. "Off the record, I have real problems with this," said one of the Americans. Asked if his team's report would have been as critical had the opposition won, B replied, "That's a good question." Members of the British Parliamentary Observer Group dismissed reports that voting was marred by intimidation and other malpractices. Most complaints were either trivial or impossible to substantiate, they said. "When we asked where intimidation had taken place, it was always in the next village," said Lord Tordov. Before the election, Socialist Prime Minister Lukyanov had called for a coalition with opposition parties if his Bulgarian Socialist Party won the election. "The new government," he said, "needs the broadest possible measure of public support if we are to carry through the necessary changes." Now victorious, he repeated the call for a coalition. But the UDF rejected the offer. There were, however, elements within the BSP which were equally opposed to a coalition. The opposition refused to accept the outcome of the voting. They were at war with the government. Street demonstrations became a daily occurrence as UDF supporters, backed by large numbers of students, built barricades and blocked traffic, and students launched a wave of strikes and sit-ins. Many of the students were acting as part of the Federation of Independent Student Societies, or associations, which had been formed before the election. The chairman of the student group, Aptanas Kershev, asserted that the organization had documentation on electoral abuses which would shortly be made public. But this does not appear to have taken place. The student movements were amongst the recipients of National Endowment for Democracy grants, to the tune of $100,000 to provide infrastructure support to the Federation of Independent Student Associations of Bulgaria to improve its outreach capacity in preparation for the national elections. The students received faxes, video and copying equipment, loudspeakers, printing equipment and low-cost printing techniques, as well as the help of various Polish advisors, American legal advisors, and other experts, the best that Ned money could buy. L. The first victory for the protest movement came on 6 July, less than a month after the election, when President Mladenov was forced to resign after a week of protests, including a hunger strike outside of parliament, over his actions during an anti-governmental demonstration the previous December. His resignation came after the UDF released a videotape showing Mladenov talking to his colleagues and appearing to say, "Shouldn't we bring in the tanks?" Said a UDF official of the resignation, "We are rather happy about all this. It has thrown the socialists into chaos." The demonstrations, the protests, the agitation continued on a daily basis during July. A city of freedom consisting of more than 60 tents was set up in the center of Sofia, occupied by people who said they would stay there until all senior Bulgarian politicians who served under the old communist regime were removed. When they were denied what they considered adequate access to the media, the protesters added to their demands the resignation of the head of Bulgarian television. At one point, a huge ceremonial pyre was built in the street in which textbooks from the communist era were burned, as well as party cards and flags. The next head to fall was that of the interior minister, Atanas Smerdyov, who resigned in a dispute over the extent to which the questioning of former dictator Todor Zhivkov should be public or behind closed doors. The Bulgarian people indeed had a lot to protest about, primarily a rapidly declining standard of living and a government without a president which seemed paralyzed and unable to enact desperately needed reforms. But the question posed by some MPs, as thousands of hostile demonstrators surrounded the parliament building during the Smerdyov affair, was, are we going to be dictated to by the street? "The problem," said Prime Minister Lukyanov, "is whether parliament is a sovereign body or whether we ain't going to be forced to make decisions under pressure." His car was attacked as he left the building. Finally, on 1 August the head of the UDF, Zaluzhilev, was elected unopposed by parliament as the new president. A few weeks later, Another demand of the protesters was met. The government began to remove communist symbols, such as red stars and hammer and sickles, from buildings in Sofia. Yet, 2 days later, the headquarters of the Socialist Party was set afire as 10,000 people swarmed around it. Many of them broke into the building and ransacked it before it wound up a gutted and charred shell. The protest movement in Bulgaria was beginning to feel and smell like the general strike in British Guiana to topple Che Guevara in 1962, and the campaign to undermine Salvador Allende in Chile in the early 70s. Both operations of the CIA where as soon as one demand was met, newer ones were raised, putting the government virtually under siege. Hoping it would overreact, and making normal governing impossible. In Bulgaria, women demonstrated by banging pots and pans to signify the lack of food in the shops, just as women had dramatically done in Chile, and in Jamaica and Nicaragua as well, where the CIA had also financed anti-government demonstrations. In British Guiana, the Christian anti-communist crusade had come down from the US to spread the gospel and money, and similar groups had set up shop in Jamaica. In Bulgaria in August, representatives of the Free Congress Foundation, an American right-wing organization with lots of money and lots of anti-communist and religious ideology, met with about one-third of the opposition members in parliament and President Zalew's chief political advisor. Zalev himself visited the FCF's Washington office the following month. The FCF, which has received money from the National Endowment for Democracy at times, had visited the Soviet Union and most of the Eastern European countries in 1989 and 1990, imparting good old American know-how in electoral and political techniques and for shaping public policy, as well as holding seminars on the multiple charms of free enterprise. It is not known whether any of the students were aware of the fact that one of the FCF's chief Eastern European program directors, Laszlo Pastat, was a man with genuine Nazi credentials. By October, a group of American financial experts and economists, under the auspices of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, had drawn up a detailed plan for transforming Bulgaria into a supply-side free market economy, complete with timetables for implementing the plan. President Zalev said he was confident the Bulgarian government would accept virtually all the recommendations, even though the BSP held a majority in parliament. They will be eager to proceed, he said, because otherwise the government will fall. Witnesses and police claimed that Konstantin Tchev, a fierce anti-communist who was a senior figure in the UDF and the leader of the Podgrupa independent trade union, had called on a group of hardcore demonstrators to storm the BSP building during the fire. He had also called for the dissolution of parliament and presidential rule, tantamount to a coup d'état, declared the Socialist Party. Tchev went into hiding. Trenchev's Podgrupa union was also being financed by the NED. $327,000 had been allocated to provide material and technical support to Bulgaria's independent trade union movement Podgrupa and to help Podgrupa organize a voter education campaign for the local elections. There were computers and fax machines, and there were advisors to help the union get organized and gain strength. According to Podgrupa's vice president, the assistants had taught Podgrupa via the Free Trade Union Institute, set up by the AFL-CIO in 1977 as the successor to the Free Trade Union Committee, which had been formed in the 1940s to combat left-wing trade unionism in Europe. Both the FTUC and the FTUI had long had an intimate relationship with the CIA. In the first week of November, several hundred students occupied Sofia University once again, demanding now the prosecution, not merely the removal, of leading figures in the former communist regime, as well as the nationalization of the Socialist Party's assets. The Prime Minister's rule was shaky. Lyukhanov had threatened to step down unless he gained opposition support in parliament for his program of economic reform. The UDF, on the other hand, was now demanding that it be allowed to dominate a new coalition government, taking the premiership and most key portfolios. Although open to a coalition, the BSP would not agree to surrender the Prime Minister's position. The other cabinet posts, however, were open to negotiation. The movement to topple Lyukhanov was accelerating. Thousands marched and called for his resignation. University students held rallies, sit-ins, strikes and protest fasts, now demanding the publication of the names of all former secret police informers in the university. They proclaimed their complete distrust in the ability of the government to cope with Bulgaria's political and economic crisis, and called for an end to one-party rule, a strange request in light of the desire of Lyukhanov to form a coalition government. In June, the Guardian of London had described Lyukhanov as Bulgaria's impressive prime minister, a skilled politician who impresses business executives, bankers and conservative Western politicians, while maintaining popular support at home, even among the opposition. On the 23rd of November, Lyukhanov, barely, survived a no-confidence motion, leading the UDF to storm out of parliament, announcing that they would not return for an indefinite period. 3 days later, the Podgrupa labor organization instituted a general strike, albeit nor with a majority of the nation's workers. Degree. Meanwhile, the student protests continued, although some of their demands had already been partly met. The Socialist Party had agreed to restore to the state 57% of its assets, corresponding to subsidies received from the state budget under the previous regime, and the former party leader, Todor Zhivkov, was already facing trial. Some opposition leaders were not happy with the seemingly boundless student protest movement. UDF leader Peter Baron urged that since Bulgaria had embarked on the road to parliamentary democracy, the students should give democracy a chance and not resort to sit-ins. And a UDF MP added that the socialists should leave the political arena in a legal manner. They should not be forced into doing it through revolution. Student leaders dismissed these remarks out of hand. The end for Andrei Yukhanov came on 29th of November. As the strike spread to members of the media, and thousands of doctors, nurses and teachers staged demonstrations. He announced that since his proposed economic program had nor received the broad support he had asked for, he had decided that it was useless to continue in office. A caretaker coalition would be set up that would lead to new general elections. Throughout the period of protest and turmoil, the United States continued to give financial assistance to various opposition forces and whispered advice on how to apply pressure to the elected leaders. The vice president of the Podgrupa Union, referring to American diplomats, said, "They wanted to help us and have helped with advice and strategy." This solidarity gave rise to hopes of future American aid. Konstantin Trenchev, the head of Podgrupa, apparently out of hiding now, confirmed that opposition activists had been assured of more U.S. assistance if they managed to wrest power from the former communists. These hopes may have had as much to do with Nayevitz as with American support for the UDF. The Bulgarians, like other Eastern Europeans and Soviet citizens, had led very sheltered political and intellectual lives. In 1990, their ideological sophistication was scarcely above the equation. If the communist government was bad, it must have been all bad. If it was all bad, its principal enemy must have been all good. They believed such things as, American government leaders could not stay in office if they lied to the people, and that reports of homelessness and the absence of national health insurance in the United States were just communist propaganda. However, the new American ambassador, H. Kenneth Hill, said that Washington officials had made it clear to Bulgarian politicians that future aid depended on democratic reform and development of an economic recovery plan acceptable to Western lenders, the same terms laid down all over Eastern Europe. The Bulgarian socialists, while not doubting Washington's commitment to exporting capitalism, did complain that the United States had at times violated democratic principles in working against the leadership chosen by the Bulgarian people. One reform-minded socialist government official contended that Americans had reacted to his party's victory as if it represented a failure of U.S. policy. The U.S. government people have not been the most clean, moral defenders of democracy here, he said. What cannot be done at home can be gotten away with in this dark, backward Balkan state. In the years since, the Bulgarian people, particularly the students, may have learned something, as the country has gone through the now familiar pattern of freely rising prices. The scrapping of subsidies on basic goods and utilities, shortages of all kinds, and IMF and World Bank demands to tighten the belts even further. Politically, there's been chaos. The UDF came to power in the next elections, with the BSP a very close second, but, due to the failing economy, lost a confidence vote in parliament, saw its entire cabinet resign, then the vice president, who warned that the nation was heading for dictatorship. Finally, in July 1993, protesters prevented the president from entering his office for a month and demanded his resignation. By 1994, we could read in the Los Angeles Times, by their most anti-communist foreign correspondent, living conditions are so much worse in the reform era that Bulgarians look back fondly on communism's good old days, when the hand of the state crushed personal freedom but ensured that people were housed, employed and had enough to eat. But for Washington policymakers, the important thing, the ideological bottom line, was that the Bulgarian Socialist Party could not, and would not, be given the chance to prove that a democratic, socialist-oriented mixed economy could succeed in Eastern Europe while the capitalist model was failing all around it. Nor, apparently, would it be allowed in nearby Albania. On March 31, 1991, a communist government won overwhelming endorsement in elections there. This was followed immediately by 2 months of widespread unrest, including street demonstrations and a general strike lasting 3 weeks, which finally led to the collapse of the new regime by June. The National Endowment for Democracy had been there also, providing $80,000 to the labor movement and $23,000 to support training and civic education programs. 52. Iraq 1990 to 1991 Desert Holocaust. This is the one part I didn't want to see, said a 20-year-old private. All the homeless, all the hurting. When we came through the refugee camp, man, that's something I didn't need. It's really sad, said the sergeant. We've got little kids come up and see my gun, and they start crying. "That really tears me up." "At night, you kill and you roll on by," said another GI. "You don't stop. You don't have to see anything." It wasn't until the next morning the rear told us the devastation was total. We'd killed the entire division. While many nations have a terrible record in modern times of dealing out great suffering face to face with their victims, Americans have made it a point to keep at a distance. While inflicting some of the greatest horrors of the age, atomic bombs on the people of Japan, carpet bombing Korea back to the Stone Age, engulfing the Vietnamese in napalm and pesticides, providing 3 decades of Latin Americans with the tools and methods of torture, then turning their eyes away, closing their ears to the screams, and denying everything. And now, dropping 177 million pounds of bombs on the people of Iraq in the most concentrated aerial onslaught in the history of the world. What possessed the United States to carry out this relentless devastation for more than 40 days and nights against one of the most advanced and enlightened nations in the Middle East and its ancient and modern capital city? It's the first half of 1990. The dismantling of the Berlin Wall is being carried out on a daily basis. Euphoria about the end of the Cold War and optimism about the beginning of a new era of peace and prosperity are hard to contain. The Bush administration is under pressure to cut the monster military budget and institute a peace dividend. But George Bush, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, former Texas oil man, and former director of the CIA, is not about to turn his back on his many cronies in the military-industrial intelligence complex. He rails against those who would naively cut the muscle out of our defense posture, and insists that we must take a cautious attitude towards reform in the USSR. In February, it's reported that the administration and Congress are expecting the most acrimonious hard-fought defense budget battle in recent history, and in June that tensions have escalated between Congress and the Pentagon as Congress prepares to draft one of the most pivotal defense budgets in the past 2 decades. A month later, a Senate Armed Services Subcommittee votes to cut military manpower by nearly 3 times more than recommended by the Bush administration. The size and direction of the cuts indicate that President Bush is losing his battle on how to manage reductions in military spending. During this same period, Bush's popularity was plummeting, from an approval rating of 80% in January, as he rode the wave of public support for his invasion of Panama the previous month, to 73 in February, down to the mid-60s in May and June, 63 on 11 July. 62 weeks later, George Herbert Walker Bush needed something dramatic to capture the headlines and the public, and to convince Congress that a powerful military was needed as much as ever because it was still a scary and dangerous world out there. Although the official Washington version of events presented Iraq's occupation of neighboring Kuwait as an arbitrary and unwarranted aggression, Kuwait had actually been a district of Iraq, under Ottoman rule, up to the First World War. After the war, to exert leverage against the abundantly oil-rich Iraq, the British Colonial Office established tiny Kuwait as a separate territorial entity, in the process cutting off most of Iraq's access to the Persian Gulf. In 1961, Kuwait became independent, again because Britain declared it to be so, and Iraq massed troops at the border, backing down when the British dispatched their own forces. Subsequent Iraqi regimes never accepted the legitimacy of this state of affairs, making similar threats in the 1970s, even crossing a half-mile into Kuwait in 1976, but Baghdad was also open to a compromise with Kuwait under which Iraq would gain access to its former islands in the Gulf. The current conflict had its origins in the brutal 1980-88 war between Iraq and Iran. Iraq charged that while it was locked in battle, Kuwait was engaged in stealing $2.4 billion of oil from the Rumaila oil field that ran beneath the vaguely defined Iraq-Kuwait border and was claimed in its entirety by Iraq, that Kuwait had built military and other structures on Iraqi territory, and worst of all, that immediately after the war ended, Kuwait and the United Arab Emirates began to exceed the production quotas established by the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, flooding the oil market, and driving prices down. Iraq was heavily strapped and deeply in debt because of the long war, and Iraqi President Saddam Hussein declared this policy was an increasing threat to his country. Economic war, he called it, pointing out that Iraq lost $1 billion a year for each drop of $1 in the oil price. Besides compensation for these losses, Hussein insisted on possession of the 2 Gulf islands which blocked Iraq's access to the Gulf as well as undisputed ownership of the Rumaila oil field. In the latter part of July 1990, after Kuwait had continued to scorn Iraq's financial and territorial demands, and to ignore OPEC's request to stick to its assigned quota, Iraq began to mass large numbers of troops along the Kuwaiti border. The reaction to all this by the world's only remaining superpower and self-appointed global policeman became the subject of intense analysis and controversy after Iraq actually invaded. Had Washington given Iraq a green light to invade? Was there, at a minimum, the absence of a flashing red light? The controversy was fueled by incidents such as the following. 19th of July, Secretary of Defense Dick Cheney stated that the American commitment made during the Iran-Iraq war to come to Kuwait's defense if it were attacked was still valid. The same point was made by Paul Wolfowitz, Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, at a private luncheon with Arab ambassadors. Ironically, Kuwait had been allied with Iraq and feared an attack from Iran. Later, Cheney's remark was downplayed by BIS' own spokesman, Pete Williams, who explained that the secretary had spoken with some degree of liberty. Cheney was then told by the White House, "You're committing us to war we might not want to fight," and advised pointedly that from then on, statements on Iraq would be made by the White House and State Department. 24th of July, State Department spokeswoman Margaret Tutwiler, in response to a question, responded, "We do not have any defense treaties with Kuwait, and there are no special defense or security commitments to Kuwait." Asked whether the United States would help Kuwait if it were attacked, she said, "We also remain strongly committed to supporting the individual and collective self-defense of our friends in the Gulf with whom we have deep and long-standing ties." A statement that some Kuwaiti officials said privately was too weak. 24 July, the U.S. staged an unscheduled and rare military exercise with the United Arab Emirates. In the same Pete Williams then announced, "We remain strongly committed to supporting the individual and collective self-defense of our friends in the Gulf with whom we have deep and long-standing ties." And the White House declared, "We are concerned about the troop buildup by the Iraqis. We ask that all parties strive to avoid violence." 25 July, Saddam Hussein was personally told by the U.S. ambassador to Iraq, April Glaspie, in a now famous remark, that "we have no opinion on the Arab-Arab conflicts, like your border disagreement with Kuwait." But she then went on to tell the Iraqi leader that she was concerned about his massive troop deployment on the Kuwaiti border in the context of his government having branded Kuwait's actions as parallel to military aggression. 25th of July, John Kelly, Assistant Secretary of State for Near Eastern and South Asian Affairs, killed a planned Voice of America broadcast that would have warned Iraq with the identical party line words used by Tutwiler and Williams. Hussein may not have known of this incident, although in April he had been personally assured by visiting Senate Minority Leader Robert Dole, speaking on behalf of the president, that the Bush administration had dissociated itself from a Voice of America broadcast critical of Iraq's human rights abuses and also opposed a congressional move for economic sanctions against Iraq. 27 July, the House and Senate each voted to impose economic sanctions against Iraq because of its human rights violations. However, the Bush administration immediately reiterated its opposition to the measure. 28 July, Bush sent a personal message to Hussein, apparently after receiving Glaspie's report of her meeting with the Iraqi leader, cautioning him against the use of force, without referring directly to Kuwait. 31st of July, Kelly told Congress, "We have no defense treaty relationship with any Gulf country. That is clear. We have historically avoided taking a position on border disputes or on internal OPEC deliberations." Rep. Lee Hamilton asked if it would be correct to say that if Iraq charged across the border into Kuwait, the United States did not have a treaty commitment which would obligate us to engage U.S. forces there. "That is correct," Kelly responded. The next day, Washington time, Iraqi troops led by tanks charged across the Kuwaiti border, and the United States instantly threw itself into unmitigated opposition. Official statements notwithstanding, it appears that the United States did indeed have an official position on the Iraq-Kuwait border dispute. After the invasion, one of the documents the Iraqis found in a Kuwaiti intelligence file was a memorandum concerning a November 1989 meeting between the head of Kuwaiti State Security and CIA Director William Webster, which included the following. "We agreed with the American side that it was important to take advantage of the deteriorating economic situation in Iraq in order to put pressure on that country's government to delineate our common border. The Central Intelligence Agency gave us its view of appropriate means of pressure, saying that broad cooperation should be initiated between us on condition that such activities be coordinated at a high level." The CIA called the document a total fabrication. However, as the Los Angeles Times pointed out, the memo is not an obvious forgery, particularly since if Iraqi officials had written it themselves, they almost certainly would have made it far more damaging to U.S. and Kuwaiti credibility. It was apparently real enough and damaging enough to the Kuwaiti foreign minister. He fainted when confronted with the document by his Iraqi counterpart at an Arab summit meeting in mid-August. When the Iraqi ambassador in Washington was asked why the document seemed to contradict U.S. Ambassador Glaspie's avowal of neutrality on the issue, he replied that her remark was part and parcel of the setup. Was Iraq set up by the United States and Kuwait? Was Saddam provoked into his invasion, with the conspirators' expectation perhaps that it would not extend beyond the border area, so he could be cut down to the size both countries wanted? In February 1990, Hussein made a speech before an Arab summit which could certainly have incited, or added impetus to, such a plot. In it he condemned the continuous American military presence in the Persian Gulf waters and warned that if the Gulf people and the rest of the Arabs along with them fail to take heed, the Arab Gulf region will be ruled by American will. Further, that the U.S. would dictate the production, distribution and price of oil, all on the basis of the special outlook which has to do solely with U.S. interests and in which no consideration is given to the interests of others. In examining whether there was a conspiracy against Iraq and Saddam Hussein, we must consider, in addition to the indications mentioned above, the following. Palestine Liberation Organization Chairman Yasser Arafat has asserted that Washington thwarted the chance for a peaceful resolution of the differences between Kuwait and Iraq at an Arab summit in May, after Saddam had offered to negotiate a mutually acceptable border with Kuwait. The U.S. was encouraging Kuwait not to offer any compromise, said Arafat, which meant there could be no negotiated solution to avoid the Gulf crisis. Kuwait, he said, was led to believe it could rely on the force of U.S. arms instead. Similarly, King Hussein of Jordan revealed that just before the Iraqi invasion the Kuwaiti foreign minister stated, "We are not going to respond to Iraq. If they don't like it, let them occupy our territory. We are going to bring in the Americans." And that the Kuwaiti emir told his military officers that in the event of an invasion, their duty was to hold off the Iraqis for 24 hours. By then American and foreign forces would land in Kuwait and expel them. King Hussein expressed the opinion that Arab understanding was that Saddam had been goaded into invading, thereby stepping into a noose prepared for him. The emir refused to accede to Iraq's financial demands, instead offering an insulting $500,000 to Baghdad. A note from him to his prime minister before the invasion speaks of support of this policy from Egypt, Washington, and London. "Be unwavering in your discussions," the emir writes. "We are stronger than they, the Iraqis, think." After the war, the Kuwaiti Minister of Oil and Finance acknowledged, "But we knew that the United States would not let us be overrun. I spent too much time in Washington to make that mistake, and received a constant stream of visitors here." The American policy was clear. Only Saddam didn't understand it. But we have seen perhaps ample reason why Saddam would fail to understand. Iraqi Foreign Minister Tariq Aziz declared that a sharp drop in the price of oil was something the Kuwaitis, with their vast investment holdings in the West, could easily afford, but which undercut the oil revenues essential to a cash-hungry Baghdad. "It was inconceivable," said Aziz, "that Kuwait could risk engaging in a conspiracy of such magnitude against a large, strong country such as Iraq, if it were not being supported and protected by a great power, and that power was the United States of America." There is, in fact, no public indication that the United States, despite its very close financial ties, tried to persuade Kuwait to cease any of its provocative actions against Iraq. And neither Washington nor Kuwait seemed terribly concerned about heading off an invasion. In the week prior to the Iraqi attack, intelligence experts were telling the Bush administration with increasing urgency that an invasion of at least a part of Kuwait was likely. These forecasts appear to have evoked little response from government agencies. During this period Bush was personally briefed and told the same by CIA Director William Webster, who showed the president satellite photos of the Iraqi troops massed near the Kuwaiti border. Bush, reportedly, showed little interest. On 1st of August, the CIA's National Intelligence Officer for Warning, SIC, walked into the offices of the National Security Council's Middle East staff and announced, "This is your final warning." Iraq, he said, would invade Kuwait by day's end, which they did. This, too, did not produce a rush to action. Lastly, a Kuwaiti diplomat stationed in Iraq before the invasion sent many reports back to his own government warning of an Iraqi invasion. These were ignored as well. His last warning had specified the exact date, Kuwaiti time, of 2nd of August. After the war, when the diplomat held a press conference in Kuwait to discuss the government's ignoring of his warnings, it was broken up by a government minister and several army officers. In July, while all these warnings were ostensibly being ignored, the Pentagon was busy running its computerized command post exercise, CPX, initiated in late 1989 specifically to explore possible responses to the Iraqi threat which, in the new War Plan 1002-90, had replaced the Soviet threat. The exercise dealing with an Iraqi invasion of Kuwait or Saudi Arabia or both. At a War Games exercise at the Naval War College in Newport, RI, participants were also being asked to determine the most effective American response to a hypothetical invasion of Kuwait by Iraq. While at Shaw Air Force Base in South Carolina, another war game involved identifying bombing targets in Iraq. And during May and June, the Pentagon, Congress and defense contractors had been extensively briefed by the Center for Strategic and International Studies of Georgetown University on a study of the future of conventional warfare, which concluded that the most likely war to erupt requiring an American military response was between Iraq and Kuwait, or Saudi Arabia. Another person who seems to have known something in advance was George Shultz, who was Reagan's Secretary of State and then returned to the Batet Corporation, the multinational construction giant. In the spring of 1990, Shultz convinced the company to withdraw from a petrochemicals project in Iraq. "I said something is going to go very wrong in Iraq and blow up, and if Bechtel were there it would get blown up too. So I told them to get out." Finally, there was this disclosure in the Washington Post: "Since the invasion, Highly classified U.S. intelligence assessments have determined that Saddam took U.S. statements of neutrality as a green light from the Bush administration for an invasion. One senior Iraqi military official has told the agency, CIA, that Saddam seemed to be sincerely surprised by the subsequent bellicose reaction. On the other hand, we have the statement from Iraqi Foreign Minister Aziz, who was present at the Gillespie-Hussein meeting. She didn't give a green light, and she didn't mention a red light because the question of our presence in Kuwait was not raised. And we didn't take it as a green light, that if we intervene militarily in Kuwait, the Americans would not react. That was not true. We were expecting an American attack on the morning of the 2nd of August. But one must be skeptical about so casual an attitude toward an American attack. And these remarks, in effect denying that Iraq was played for a sucker, must be considered in light of the Iraqi government's stubborn refusal for some time to admit the harm done to the country by U.S. bombing, and to downplay the number of their casualties. The Bush administration's position was that Iraq's Arab neighbors, particularly Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and Jordan, had urged the United States all along not to say or do anything that might provoke Saddam. Moreover, as Ambassador Gillespie emphasized, no one expected Hussein to take all of Kuwait, at most the parts he already claimed, the islands and the oil field. But, of course, Iraq had claimed all of Kuwait for a century. The invasion. When Iraq invaded, the time for mixed signals was over. Whatever devious plan, if any, George Bush may have been operating under, he now took full advantage of this window of opportunity. Within hours, if not minutes, of the border crossing, the United States began mobilizing. The White House condemned Iraq's action as a blatant use of military aggression, demanded the immediate and unconditional withdrawal of all Iraqi forces, and announced that it was considering all options, while George Bush was declaring that the invasion underscores the need to go slowly in restructuring U.S. defense forces. Before 24 hours had passed, an American naval task force loaded with fighter planes and bombers was on its way to the Persian Gulf. Bush was seeking to enlist world leaders for collective action against Iraq. All trade with Iraq had been embargoed, all Iraqi and Kuwaiti assets in the United States had been frozen, and the Senate had decisively defeated efforts to end or freeze production of the B-2 stealth bomb or after proponents seized on Iraq's invasion of Kuwait to bolster their case for the radar-eluting weapon. The attack, they said, demonstrates the continuing risk of war and the need for advanced weapons, said Senator Dole. If we needed Saddam Hussein to give us a wake-up call, at least we can thank him for that. One day after using Iraq's invasion of Kuwait to help save the high-tech B-2 bomber, senators invoked the crisis again Friday to stave off the mothballing of 2 World War I vintage battleships. Within days, thousands of American troops and an armored brigade were stationed in Saudi Arabia. It was given the grand name of Operation Desert Shield, and a heightened appreciation for America's military needs was the prevailing order of the day. Less than a year after political changes in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union sent the defense industry reeling under the threat of dramatic cutbacks, executives and analysts say the crisis in the Persian Gulf has provided military companies with a tiny glimmer of hope. If Iraq does not withdraw and things get messy, it will be good for the industry. You will hear less rhetoric from Washington about the peace dividend, said Michael Lauer, an analyst with Kidder, Peabody and Company in New York. The possible beneficiaries of the crisis, added the Washington Post, cover the spectrum of companies in the defense industry. By September, James Webb, former Assistant Secretary of Defense and Secretary of the Navy in the Reagan administration, felt moved to speak out. The president should be aware that, while most Americans are laboring very hard to support him, a mood of cynicism is just beneath their veneer of respect. Many are claiming that the buildup is little more than a Pentagon budget drill, designed to preclude cutbacks of an army searching for a mission as bases in NATO begin to disappear. Remarkably, yet another cynical former Assistant Secretary of Defense was heard from. Lawrence Korb wrote that the deployment of troops to Saudi Arabia seems driven more by upcoming budget battles on Capitol Hill than a potential battle against Saddam Hussein. But can anything be too cynical for a congressman stalking re-election? By the beginning of October we could read, quote, the political backdrop of the U.S. military deployment in Saudi Arabia played a significant role in limiting defense cuts in Sunday's budget agreement, halting the military spending free fall that some analysts had predicted 2 months ago, budget aides said. Capitol Hill strategists said that Operation Desert Shield forged a major change in the political climate of the negotiations, forcing lawmakers who had been advocating deep cuts on the defensive. The defense budget compromise would leave not only funding for Operation Desert Shield intact but would spare much of the funding that has been spent each year to prepare for a major Soviet onslaught on Western Europe. End of quote. Meanwhile, George Bush's approval rating had recovered. The first poll taken in August after the U.S. engagement in the Gulf showed a jump to 74%, up from 60% in late July. However, it seems that the American public needs the rush of a regular patriotic fix to maintain enthusiasm for the man occupying the White House, for by mid-October, Due to Bush's extreme obfuscation of why the U.S. was in the Persian Gulf, the rating they granted him was down to S6. Since Bush's first month in office, it had never been lower, and it stayed close to that level until the citizenry's next patriotic invasion fix in January, as we shall see. Prelude to war. As Iraq went about plundering Kuwait and turning it into Iraqi Province 19, the United States was building up its military presence in Saudi Arabia and the surrounding waters, and, employing a little coercion and history's most spectacular bribes, creating a coalition to support U.S.-fostered United Nations resolutions and the coming war effort in a multitude of ways, a fig leaf of multinational respectability, as Washington had created in Korea, Grenada, and Afghanistan, for what was essentially an American mission, an American war. Egypt was forgiven many billions of dollars in debt, while Syria, China, Turkey, the Soviet Union, and other countries received military or economic aid and World Bank and IMF loans, had sanctions lifted, or were given other perks, not only from the U.S. but, under Washington's pressure, from Germany, Japan, and Saudi Arabia. As an added touch, the Bush administration stopped criticizing the human rights record of any coalition member. But Washington and the media were unhappy with Germany for not enthusiastically jumping on the war bandwagon. The Germans, who only yesterday were condemned as jackbooted fascists marching through Poland, were now called cowards for marching for peace in large demonstrations. Washington pushed a dozen resolutions through the Security Council condemning Iraq, imposing severe economic sanctions, and getting authorization to wage war. Only Cuba and Yemen voted against any of them. When Yemen's delegate received some applause for his negative vote on the key use of force resolution of 29th of November, U.S. Secretary of State Baker, who was presiding, said to his delegation, "I hope he enjoyed the applause, because this will turn out to be the most expensive vote he ever cast." The message was delayed to the Yemenis, and within days, the tiny Middle East nation suffered the sharp reduction in U.S. aid. UN Secretary-General Javier Pérez de Cuellar acknowledged that it was not a United Nations war. General Schwarzkopf, commander of the coalition forces, was not wearing a blue helmet. The American control of the United Nations prompted British political commentator Edward Pierce to write that the UN functions like an English medieval parliament, consulted, shown ceremonial courtesy, but mindful of divine prerogative, it mutters and gives assent. The paramount issue in the United States soon became, how long should we wait for the sanctions to work before resorting to direct military force? The administration and its supporters insisted that they were giving Hussein every chance to find a peaceful, face-saving way out of the hole he had dug himself into. But the fact remained that each time President Bush made the Iraqi leader any kind of offer, it was laced with a deep insult, and never offered the slightest recognition that there might be any validity to Iraq's stated grievances. Indeed, Bush had characterized the Iraqi invasion as being without provocation. The president's rhetoric became increasingly caustic and exaggerated. He was putting it on a personal level, demonizing Saddam, as he had done with Noriega, as Reagan had done with Gaddafi, as if these foreigners did not have pride or reason like Americans have. Here's how the Los Angeles Times viewed it. Shortly after Iraq's invasion, Bush carefully compared Iraq's aggression with the German aggression against Poland that launched World War II. But he stopped short of a personal comparison of Iraqi President Saddam Hussein with Adolf Hitler. That caution went out the window last month, when Bush not only compared Hussein to Hitler but also threatened Nuremberg-style war crime trials. Then, last week, Bush went further, briefly maintaining that the Iraqi leader is worse than Hitler because the Germans never held U.S. citizens as human shields at military sites. After this trivializing of the Holocaust, Bush went on to warn that any acceptance of uncontrolled aggression could be World War tomorrow. Said one of his own officials, "Got to get his rhetoric under control." Saddam Hussein could not help but soon realize that by seizing all of Kuwait, not to mention sacking and pillaging it, he had bitten off substantially more than he could chew. In early August and again in October, he signaled his willingness to pull Iraqi forces out of the country in return for sole control of the Romania oil field, guaranteed access to the Persian Gulf, the lifting of sanctions, and resolution of the oil price production problem. He also began to release some of the many foreigners who had had the misfortune of being in Iraq or Kuwait at the wrong time. In mid-December the last of them was freed. Earlier that month, Iraq began laying out a new Iraqi-Kuwait border, which might have meant a renunciation of its claim of Kuwait being a part of Iraq, though its meaning was not clear. And in early January, as we shall see, his strongest peace signal was reported. The Bush administration chose to not respond in a positive manner to any of these moves. After Saddam's August offer, the State Department categorically denied it had even been made. Then the White House confirmed it. A later congressional summary of the matter stated, the Iraqis apparently believed that having invaded Kuwait, they would get everyone's attention, negotiate improvements to their economic situation, and pull out. A diplomatic solution satisfactory to the interests of the United States may well have been possible since the earliest days of the invasion. The Bush administration, said the congressional paper, wanted to avoid seeming in any way to reward the invasion. But a retired Army officer, who was acting as a middleman in the August discussions, concluded afterward that the peace offer was already moving against policy. After a certain point in the American military buildup, could the United States have given peace a chance even if it wanted to? Former Assistant Defense Secretary Lawrence Korb observed in late November that all the components of the defense establishment were pushing to get in on the action, to prove their worth, to prove that there was still a need for them, to assure their continued funding. By mid-January, the United States will have over 400,000 troops in the Gulf. It turned out to be over 500,000, from all 5 armed services. Yes, even the Coast Guard is there. This is about 100,000 more troops than we had in Europe at any time during the Cold War. The Army will eventually have 8 divisions on the ground in Saudi Arabia, twice as many as it had in Europe. 2/3 of the entire Marine Corps combat power will be there. The Navy will deploy 6 of its 14 aircraft carrier battle groups, 2 of its 4 battleships and 1 of its 2 amphibious groups. The Air Force already has fighters from 9 of its 24 active tactical wings, as well as bombers. Even the combat reserves are scheduled to be sent. The reserve lobby recognized that their future funding may be jeopardized if their units do not get involved. Just as every service wants to be involved in the deployment, will not each want a piece of the real action? And would the military high command be able to resist the pressures from each service? Korb wondered. The Navy, which had moved some of its carriers into the narrow and dangerous waters of the Gulf just to be closer to the action. The Marines, who might want to demonstrate the continuing viability of amphibious warfare by staging an assault on the coast. And could the Army lay back while air power carried the day? They couldn't, and it prolonged the war. The U.S. military and President Bush would have their massive show of power, their super high-tech real war games, and no signals from Iraq or any peacenik would be allowed to spoil it. Fortune magazine, in an ingenuous paean to Bush's fortitude, later summed up the period before the war began thusly: the president and his men worked overtime to quash freelance peacemakers in the Arab world, France, and the Soviet Union, who threatened to give Saddam a face-saving way out of the box Bush was building. Over and over, Bush repeated the mantra: no negotiations, no deals, no face-saving, no rewards, and specifically, no linkage to a Palestinian peace conference, a point raised by Iraq on several occasions. On 29th of November, the UN Security Council authorized the use of all necessary means to compel Iraq to vacate Kuwait if it didn't do so by 15th of January. Over Christmas, we have learned, George Bush pored over every one of the 82 pages of Amnesty International's agonizing report of Iraqi arrests, rape, and torture in Kuwait. After the holiday, he told his staff that his conscience was clear. It's black and white, good versus evil. The man has to be stopped. It's not reported whether Bush ever read any of Amnesty's many reports of the period on the equally repulsive violations of human rights and the human spirit perpetrated by Washington's allies in Guatemala, El Salvador, Afghanistan, Angola, and Nicaragua. If he did, the literature apparently had little effect, for he continued to support these forces. Amnesty had also been reporting about Iraq's extreme brutality for more than a decade, and only a few months before the August invasion had testified about these abuses before the Senate. But none of this had filled George Bush with righteous indignation. As the 15th of January deadline neared, the world held its breath. Was it possible that in 5.5 months no way could have been found to avoid inflicting another ghastly war upon this sad planet? On the 11th, Arab diplomats at the UN said that they had received reports from Algeria, Jordan, and Yemen, all on close terms with Iraq, that Saddam planned an initiative soon after the 15th that would express his willingness in principle to pull out of Kuwait in return for international guarantees that Iraq would not be attacked, an international conference to address Palestinian grievances, and negotiations on disputes between Iraq and Kuwait. The Iraqi leader, the diplomat said, wanted to wait a day or two after the deadline had passed to demonstrate that he had not been intimidated. For the United States, with 500,000 troops poised for battle in Saudi Arabia, this was unacceptable. Saddam Hussein will pass the brink at midnight, January 15th, said Secretary of State Baker, and could not expect to save himself by offering to pull out of Kuwait after that time. The multiple explanations of George Bush: our jobs, our way of life, our own freedom, and the freedom of friendly countries around the world will suffer if control of the world's great oil reserves fell in the hands of that one man, Saddam Hussein. Thus spaketh George Herbert Walker Bush to the people of America. As Theodore Draper observed, these reasons were both mundane and implausible. That jobs should have been mentioned first suggested that Bush, as in a domestic political campaign, sought primarily to appeal to the voter's pocketbook. It was, however, a peculiarly crass reason to go to war, if it came to that, halfway around the world. During the entire lengthy build-up to the war, during the war, after the war, no one was sure they understood why Bush had intervened in the Persian Gulf. and then taken the United States into war. Congressmen, journalists, editors, plain citizens kept asking, almost pleading at times, for the president to clearly and unambiguously explain his motivations, and without contradicting what he had said the previous week. Economists and think tank intellectuals found it professionally awkward to admit their uncertainty, and thus wound up writing lots of authoritative-sounding mumbo-jumbo. The prevailing bewilderment prompted the Wall Street Journal to assemble a group of voters to discuss the issues. They are confused about what's happening and are crying out for more information, reported the newspaper about the participants. And they are unsettled by the perception that Mr. Bush seems to be switching his reasoning day to day, said one participant. So far it's been like David Letterman's top 10 reasons for being there. There's a different story every week or so. Taking place in the Persian Gulf, as it all did, of course lent itself to the belief that the liquid gold had a lot, if not everything, to do with the conflict. This, however, is a thesis which cannot be supported by the immediate circumstances. Supply was not a problem. The Energy Department acknowledged that there was not an oil shortage, and Saudi Arabia and other countries increased their production to more than make up for the oil lost from Iraq and Kuwait, which, in any event, together accounted for only about 5% of American consumption. There was a whole world ready to supply more oil, from Mexico to Russia, as well as large untapped American sources. This indicates the difficulties faced by any single producer, Hussein or anyone else, who might try to control or dominate the market, which in turn raises the question, what would such a country do with all the oil? Drink it. By December it was reported that OPEC is pumping oil at the highest level since early summer, and unless a war in the Middle East disrupts supplies, there's a prospect again of an oil glut and sharply lower prices. As to the price of oil, did oilmen George Bush and James Baker and the depressed American oil states want it to go up or down? A case could be made for either hypothesis. In January 1990 the U.S. had secretly urged Saddam to try to raise the OPEC oil price to $25 a barrel, and how easily could Washington control it either way in a chaotic situation? As it is, oil prices fluctuate on a regular basis, often sharply, between 1984 and 1986. For example, the price of a barrel of oil fell from around $30 to less than $10, despite the ongoing Iraq-Iran war which cut into the production of both countries. However, this analysis of the immediate circumstances does not take into consideration the formidable and continual influence of the mystique of oil upon the thinking of American policymakers. If Bush was looking for a crisis to impress upon the congressional mind the enduring danger of the world we live in, then getting involved in a conflict between two major oil-producing countries would certainly generate the desired effect much more readily than if he had seized upon Bolivia attacking Paraguay, or Ghana occupying Ivory Coast. The president's remark about the American way of life and everyone's freedom reflects the life and death seriousness that he and other policymakers publicly ascribe to oil. What these men really believe and feel in each instance is something we are not privy to. Earlier in the year, CIA Director William Webster had told Congress that oil will continue to have a major impact on U.S. interests because Western dependence on Persian Gulf oil will rise dramatically in the next decade, while General Schwarzkopf, who had lifelong ties to the Middle East, testified, quote, "Mideast oil is the West's lifeblood. It fuels us today, and being 77% of the free world's proved oil reserves, is going to fuel us when the rest of the world has run dry." It is estimated that within 20 to 40 years the U.S. will have virtually depleted its economically available oil reserves, while the Persian Gulf region will still have at least 100 years of proved oil reserves, unquote. It was actually 69% at the time, and since the Soviet Union has joined the free world, it's even less. It should also be noted that the good general's prediction for the U.S. is rather speculative, and that the term economically available is a reference to the fact that U.S. domestic oil reserves are more costly to exploit than those in the Gulf. But this only makes it a profit problem, not an oil supply problem. Moreover, the vast potential residing in alternative energy sources must be included in the equation. At this time, the United States, seemingly in a panic about danger to the Gulf oil supply, was receiving about 11% of its oil from the region, while Japan, which got 62% of its oil, and Europe, which got 27% from there, were hardly stirred up at all, except for Margaret Thatcher, who foamed at the mouth when it came to Saddam and former colony Iraq. Germany's figure was about 35%, yet both Bonn and Tokyo had to have their arms twisted by Washington to support the war effort. The two countries may, in fact, have been leery about helping the United States acquire greater influence and control over the region's oil. Official Washington's embrace of the oil mystique has given rise to a long-standing policy, expressed as follows by political analyst Noam Chomsky. It's been a leading, driving doctrine of U.S. foreign policy since the 1940s that the vast and unparalleled energy resources of the Gulf region will be effectively dominated by the United States and its clients, and, crucially, that no independent, indigenous force will be permitted to have a substantial influence on the administration of oil production and price. This has not always meant the use of force. In 1973, when OPEC, led by Saudi Arabia, used substantial price increases and an oil boycott in an attempt to force Washington to influence Israel into withdrawing from its recently occupied territories, the United States did not launch, or even threaten, an invasion. The matter was resolved through extensive diplomacy without a shot being fired. What saved the OPEC states from a violent fate may have been the combination of the Vietnam War still hanging heavy in the air in Washington, and the Nixon administration on the verge of being swallowed up by Watergate. In addition to issuing several dire warnings early on about the invasion's severe economic consequences for the United States, which never came to pass, Bush warned of an even worse fate if Iraq took over Saudi Arabia. The danger to Saudi Arabia explanation was a non-starter. Iraq never had any designs on Saudi Arabia, as a simple look at a map makes clear. The Iraqis have a long border with that country. They didn't have to go through Kuwait to invade the Saudis, and even if they did, they could have moved into Saudi Arabia virtually unopposed during the 3 weeks following their takeover of Kuwait, as General Colin Powell later conceded. Bush administration officials in fact admitted that neither the CIA nor the Defense Intelligence Agency thought it probable that Iraq would invade Saudi Arabia. The Saudis didn't think so either, until Defense Secretary Cheney flew to Riyadh on 5 August and personally told King Fahd that his country stood in great potential danger and desperately needed a very large infusion of American military forces to defend it. Bush backed away from the oil rationale when critics charged that he was only trying to protect the interests of the oil industry. In October, he was interrupted while making a speech by some people calling out, "Mr. President, bring our troops home from Saudi Arabia. No blood for oil." To which George Bush replied, as the hecklers were hustled out, "You know, some people never get the word. The fight isn't about oil. The fight is about naked aggression that we will not stand." A month later, if not sooner, the president again began to play the oil card, tying America's economic security to that of Saudi Arabia. Shortly afterward, he returned to the devastating damage being done every day to the U.S. and international economies by the disruption of oil markets. As to Iraq's naked aggression, a remark requiring selective memory skills of a high order coming from a government that held all modern records for international aggression, naked or otherwise, and from a man who, less than a year before, had nakedly invaded Panama. Both Syria and Israel had invaded Lebanon and still occupied large portions of that country, Israel bombarding Beirut mercilessly in the process, without a threat of war emanating from Washington. Saddam Hussein, perhaps wondering when they had changed the rules, said to the United States, "You are talking about an aggressive Iraq. If Iraq was aggressive during the Iran War, why then did you speak with us?" Then, during Iraq's epic struggle against the Ayatollah Khomeini, the United States of course had more than spoken to Baghdad. Washington, choosing Iraq as the lesser evil against Shiite extremism, was responsible for huge amounts of weaponry, military training, sophisticated technology, satellite photo intelligence, and billions of dollars reaching a needy Hussein, who was also lavishly supported by Kuwait and Saudi Arabia, they being concerned that Iran's anti-monarchist sentiments might spread to their own realms. Indeed, there is evidence that Washington encouraged Iraq to attack Iran and ignite the war in the first place. And during this period of American support of Hussein, he was certainly the same odious, repressive, beastly thug as when he later came under American moralistic rhetorical fire. Similarly, absent Washington's prodding, the UN did not condemn Iraq's invasion, nor did it impose any sanctions or lay down any demands. Even as it officially banned arms sales to either combatant, the U.S. secretly provided weapons to both. The other bête noire of the region, the Ayatollah, received American arms and military intelligence on Iraq during the war, so as to enhance the ability of the two countries to inflict maximum devastation upon each other and stunt their growth as strong Middle East nations. In contrast to Iraq, the enemy now were the two allies most involved, Saudi Arabia and Kuwait. Although Washington did not make a big thing about the virtue of either country, official policy was always that the United States had a principled commitment to defending the former and liberating the latter. And they were not a pretty pair. Saudi Arabia regularly featured extreme religious intolerance, extrajudicial arrest, torture, and flogging. It also practiced gender apartheid and systematic repression of women, virtual slavery for its foreign workers, stoning of adulterers, and amputation of the hands of thieves. U.S. chaplains stationed in the country were asked to remove crosses and stars of David from their uniforms and call themselves morale officers. Kuwait, oddly enough, was virulently anti-American in its foreign policy. Though more socially enlightened than Saudi Arabia, but less than Iraq, it was nonetheless run by one family as an elitist oligarchy, which closed down the parliament in 1986, had no political parties, and forbade criticism of the ruling emir. No more than 20% of the population possessed any political rights at all. After the country had been returned to its rightful dictators, it behaved very brutally toward its large foreign worker population, holding them without charge or trial for several months. Death squads executed scores of people. Torture of political detainees was routine and widespread, said Amnesty International, and at least 80 disappeared in custody. The targets of the campaign, which took place in the presence of thousands of U.S. troops, were primarily those who were accused of collaboration with the Iraqis, although this was something most of them had no choice in, and those who were involved in the nascent pro-democracy movement. Additionally, some 400 Iraqis were forced to return to Iraq despite fears that they would be harmed or executed there. The elite of the region did not display much gratitude for all that George Bush said America was doing for them. Said one Gulf official, "You think I want to send my teenage son to die for Kuwait?" He chuckled and added, "We have our white slaves from America to do that." A Saudi teacher saw it this way. "The American soldiers are a new kind of foreign worker here. We have Pakistanis driving taxis and now we have Americans defending us." Explaining the absence of expressed gratitude on the part of Gulf leaders, a Yemeni diplomat said, "A lot of the Gulf rulers simply do not feel that they have to thank the people they've hired to do their fighting for them." Apart from anything else, people in the Arab world were very sensitive about the killing of Muslims and Arabs by foreigners, as well as foreign military presence on Arab soil, a reminder of a century of Western, white colonialism. Bush also warned that Iraq posed a nuclear threat. True enough. But so did the United States, France, Israel, and every other country that already had nuclear weapons. Iraq, on the other hand, according to American, British and Israeli experts, was 5 to 10 years away from being able to build and use nuclear weapons. It's unlikely that the president himself believed there was any such danger. His warning came only after a poll showed that a plurality of Americans felt that preventing Iraq from acquiring nuclear weapons was the most persuasive argument for going to war. One factor not mentioned by Bush as a reason for the intervention, but which, in fact, probably played an important role, was the Pentagon's desire to make or strengthen agreements with Gulf region countries for an ongoing U.S. military presence, and considerable progress along these lines appears to have been made. General Schwarzkopf had earlier told Congress that U.S. presence in the Gulf is one of the 3 pillars of overall military strategy, along with security assistance and combined exercises, all of which lead to an important access, which one can take as a euphemism for influence and control. After the war, the existence of a network of military communication systems superbases in Saudi Arabia was revealed. 10 years in the building by the United States, in maximum secrecy, its cost of almost $200 billion paid for by the Saudis, its use during the Gulf War indispensable. It may explain why Bush moved so quickly to defend Saudi Arabia, albeit against a non-existent threat. "Stop me before I kill again." Joseph Stalin studied for the priesthood. Adolf Hitler was a vegetarian and anti-smoking. Hermann Goering, while his Luftwaffe rained death upon Europe, kept a sign in his office that read, "He who tortures animals wounds the feelings of the German people." This fact Elie Wiesel called the greatest discovery of the war. That Adolf Eichmann was cultured, read deeply, played the violin. Charles Manson was a staunch anti-vivisectionist. About Panama, as we have seen, after he ordered the bombing, George Bush said that his heart goes out to the families who have died in Panama. And when he was asked, was it really worth it to send people to their death for this? To get Noriega? He replied, "Every human life is precious, and yet I have to answer, yes, it has been worth it." About Iraq, Bush said, "People say to me, how many lives? How many lives can you expend? Each one is precious." Just before ordering the start of the war against Iraq in January, Bush prayed, as tears ran down his cheeks. "I think," he later said, "that, like a lot of others who had positions of responsibility in sending someone else's kids to war, we realized that in prayer what mattered is how it might have seemed to God." God, one surmises, might have asked George Bush about the kids of Iraq and the adults, and, in a testy, rather ungodlike manner, might have cracked, "So stop wasting all the precious lives already." Tanks pulling plows moved alongside trenches, firing into the Iraqi soldiers inside the trenches as the plows covered them with great mounds of sand. Thousands were buried, dead, wounded, or alive. U.S. forces fired on Iraqi soldiers after the Iraqis had raised white flags of surrender. The Navy commander who gave the order to fire was not punished. The bombing destroyed 2 operational nuclear reactors in Iraq. It was the first time ever that live reactors had been bombed, and may well have set a dangerous precedent. Hardly more than a month had passed since the United Nations, under whose mandate the United States was supposedly operating, had passed a resolution reaffirming its prohibition of military attacks on nuclear facilities in the Middle East. Sundry chemical, including chemical warfare, facilities and alleged biological warfare plants, were also targets of American bombs. General Schwarzkopf then announced that they had been very careful in selecting the means of destruction of these as well as the nuclear facilities, and only after a lot of advice from a lot of very very prominent scientists, and were 99.9% certain that there was no contamination. However, European scientists and environmentalists detected traces of chemical weapons agents that the bombings had released, as well as chemical fallout and toxic vapors, also released by the air attacks, that were killing quotes of civilians. The American government and media had a lot of fun with an obvious piece of Iraqi propaganda, the claim that a bomb biological warfare facility had actually been a baby food factory. But it turned out that the government of New Zealand and various business people from there had had intimate contact with the factory and categorically confirmed that it had indeed been a baby food factory. The United States also made wide use of advanced depleted uranium, DU, shells, rockets and missiles, leaving tons of radioactive and toxic rubble in Kuwait and Iraq. The United Kingdom Atomic Energy Authority, in an April 1991 secret report, warned that if DU gets in the food chain or water this will create potential health problems. The uranium-238 used to make the weapons can cause cancer and genetic defects if inhaled. Uranium is also chemically toxic, like lead. Inhalation causes heavy metal poisoning or kidney or lung damage. Iraqi soldiers, pinned down in their bunkers during assaults, were almost certainly poisoned by radioactive dust clouds. The civilian population suffered in the extreme from the relentless bombing. Middle East Watch, the human rights organization, has documented numerous instances of the bombing of apartment houses, crowded markets, bridges filled with pedestrians and civilian vehicles, and a busy central bus station, usually in broad daylight, without a government building or military target of any kind in sight, not even an anti-aircraft gun. On 12 February, the Pentagon announced that virtually everything militarily is either destroyed or combat ineffective. Yet the next day there was a deliberate bombardment of a civilian air raid shelter that took the lives of as many as 1,500 civilians, a great number of them women and children. This was followed by significant bombardment of various parts of Iraq on a daily basis for the remaining 2 weeks of the war, including what was reported for the 18th in The Guardian of London as one of the coalition's most ferocious attacks on the center of Baghdad. What was the purpose of the bombing campaign after the 12th? The United States said it thought that the shelter was for VIPs, which it had been at one time, and claimed that it was also being used as a military communications center. But neighborhood residents insisted that the constant aerial surveillance overhead had to observe the daily flow of women and children into the shelter. Western reporters said they could find no signs of military use. An American journalist in Jordan who viewed unedited videotape footage of the disaster, which the American public never saw, wrote, "They showed scenes of incredible carnage. Nearly all the bodies were charred into blackness. In some cases the heat had been so great that entire limbs were burned off. Rescue workers collapsed in grief, dropping corpses. Some rescuers vomited from the stench of the still smoldering bodies," said White House spokesman Marlon Furswater after the bombing of Dai shelter. "It was a military target. We don't know why civilians were at this location, but we do know that Saddam Hussein does not share our value in the sanctity of life," said George Bush, when criticized for the bombing campaign. 1 a.m. concerned about the suffering of innocents. The crippling of the electrical system multiplied geometrically the daily living horror of the people of Iraq. As a modern country, Iraq was reliant on electrical power for essential services such as water purification and distribution, sewage treatment, the operation of hospitals and medical laboratories, and agricultural production. Bomb damage, exacerbated by shortages attributable to the UN/US embargo, dropped electricity to 3 or 4% of its pre-war level. The water supply fell to 5%. Oil production was negligible. The food distribution system was devastated. The sewage system collapsed, flooding houses with tall sewage, and gastroenteritis and extreme malnutrition were prevalent. 2 months after the war ended, a public health team from Harvard University visited health facilities in several Iraqi cities. Based on their research, the group projected, conservatively, that at least 170,000 children under 5 years of age will die in the coming year from the delayed effects of the destruction of electrical power, fuel and transportation. A large increase in deaths among the rest of the population is also likely. The immediate cause of death in most cases will be waterborne infectious disease in combination with severe malnutrition. One member of both the Harvard group and a later research group which visited Iraq testified before Congress that children play in the raw sewage which is backed up in the streets. 2 world-renowned child psychologists stated that the children in Iraq were the most traumatized children of war ever described. Despite repeated statements by American authorities about taking the greatest of care to hit only military targets, using smart bombs and laser-guided bombs, and surgical strikes, we now know that this was little more than an exercise in propaganda. just as referring to the suffering as collateral damage was. After the war, the Pentagon admitted that non-military facilities had been extensively targeted for political reasons. Comprehensive post-World War II government studies had concluded that the dread of disease and the hardships imposed by the lack of sanitary facilities were bound to have a demoralizing effect upon the civilian population, and that there was a reliable and striking correlation between the disruption of public utilities and the willingness of the German population to accept unconditional surrender. In the Iraqi case, there was a further motivation to encourage desperate citizens to rise up and overthrow Saddam Hussein, said a U.S. Air Force planner, quote, "Big picture, we wanted to let people know, get rid of this guy and we'll be more than happy to assist in rebuilding. We're not going to tolerate Saddam Hussein or his regime. Fix that, and we'll fix your electricity." Unquote. Those who tried to escape the bombing horror in Iraq by fleeing to Jordan were subjected to air attacks on the highway between Baghdad and the Jordanian border. Buses, taxis, and private cars were repeatedly assaulted, literally without mercy, by rockets, cluster bombs and machine guns, usually in broad daylight. The targets clearly civilian, with luggage piled on top, with no military vehicles or structures anywhere to be seen, surrounded by open desert, the attacking planes flying extremely close to the ground, busloads of passengers incinerated, and when people left the vehicles and fled for their lives, planes often swooped down upon them firing away. "You're killing us," cried a Jordanian taxi driver to an American reporter. "You're shooting us everywhere we move." Whenever they see a car or truck, the planes dive out of the sky and chase us. "They don't care who we are or what we are. They just shoot." His cry was repeated by hundreds of others. The U.S. military, it appears, felt that any vehicle, including those filled with families, might be a cover for carrying military fuel or other war materiel, some perhaps related to Scud missiles, and even carrying civilian fuel was a violation of the embargo. At the very end, when the hungry, wounded, sick, exhausted, disoriented, demoralized, ragged, sometimes barefoot Iraqi army, which had scarcely shown any desire to fight, left Kuwait and headed toward Basra in southern Iraq, Saddam tried to salvage a pathetic scrap of dignity by announcing that his army was withdrawing because of special circumstances. But even this was too much for George Bush to grant. "Saddam's most recent speech is an outrage," declared the president, forcefully. "He is not withdrawing. His defeated forces are retreating. He is trying to claim victory in the midst of a rout. This could not be permitted." Thus it was that American air power in all its majesty swept down upon the road to Basra, bombing, rocketing, strafing everything that moved in the long column of Iraqi military and civilian vehicles, troops and refugees. The nice, God-fearing, wholesome American GIs, soon to be welcomed as heroes at home, had a ball. "We toasted him, we hit the jackpot, a turkey shoot. This morning was bumper to bumper." It was the road to Daytona Beach at spring break, and spring breaks over. Again and again, as loudspeakers on the Carrier Ranger blared Rossini's William Tell Overture, the rousing theme song of the Lone Ranger, one strike force after another took off with their load of missiles and anti-tank and anti-personnel rock-high cluster bombs, which explode into a deadly rain of armor-piercing bomblets. Land-based B-52s joined in with 1,000-pound bombs. It's not going to take too many more days until there's nothing left of them. Shooting fish in a barrel. Basically just sitting ducks. There's just nothing like it. It's the biggest 4th of July show you've ever seen, and to see those tanks just boom, and more stuff just keeps spewing out of them, they just become white hot. It's wonderful. The British Daily, The Independent, although it supported the war, denounced the glee with which the Americans carried out the barrage, saying it turned the stomachs and was sickening to witness a routed army being shot in the back. A BBC radio reporter summed up the attack by asking, "What threat could these pathetic remnants of Saddam Hussein's beaten army have posed?" Wasn't it obvious that the people of the convoy would have given themselves up willingly without the application of such ferocious weaponry? And all this against a foe that had for 5 days been calling for a ceasefire. But heaven forbid that the Americans should offend any of the people of the Gulf. Thus it was that GIs were taught things like never to use their left hand when offering food or drink, for that hand is traditionally reserved for sanitary functions, and the proper way to beckon an Arab with one's hand and fingers, so as not to confuse it with beckoning a dog. We also have the story of the American pilot who, during an earlier bombing operation, stuffed into his identification packet a $20 bill and a note written in Arabic, Farsi, Turkish, and English. It said, "I am an American and do not speak your language. I bear no malice toward your people." Then he was off, roaring through the skies toward Iraq with his payload of bombs. Did the GIs bear any malice toward their female soldiers in arms? One post-war study found that more than half the women who served in the Gulf War felt that they had been sexually harassed verbally, while 8%, almost 3,000, had been the objects of attempted or completed sexual assaults. And immediately after George Bush ordered the bombing to begin, his rating with the American people jumped for joy, an 82% approval rating, the highest ever in his 2 years in office. higher even than after his invasion of Panama. One journalist later noted, "1 minute of nightly truth on this popular war would have changed American public opinion. If for just 60 seconds the 6 o'clock Monday news had shown 5,000 Iraqi soldiers with hideous phosphorus burns that alter human anatomy followed by 60 seconds Tuesday night of the slaughter at the Baghdad bomb shelter, what if on Wednesday Americans had seen 10,000 Iraqi soldiers incinerated by American high-tech weapons?" Ever since the Iraqi invasion in August, and despite the many confusing sound bites and heavy rhetoric emanating from the White House, one thing seemed clear enough: if Iraq agreed to withdraw from Kuwait, military attacks against it would not take place, or would cease, whatever other punishment or sanctions might continue. Thus, it seemed like a ray of hope, however late. When the Soviet Union succeeded on February 22, 1991 in getting Iraq to agree to withdraw completely the day after a ceasefire of all military operations went into effect. The agreement came with specified timetables and monitoring. George Bush refused to offer a ceasefire, per se. He could not even bring himself to mention the word in his replies. All he would say was that the retreating Iraqi forces would not be attacked, which turned out to be untrue, and that the coalition will exercise restraint. Saddam could have chosen to take this as the ceasefire, but he was as proud and stubborn as George. The point Bush emphasized the most during these two crucial days, as well as earlier, was that Iraq must comply with all 12 UN resolutions. In evaluating Bush's legalistic demands, it should be kept in mind that the policy and practice of the American war had repeatedly violated the letter and the spirit of the United Nations Charter, the Hague Conventions, the Geneva Conventions, the Nuremberg Tribunal, the Protocols of the International Committee of the Red Cross, and the U.S. Constitution, amongst other cherished documents. In the end, Bush gave Saddam 24 hours to begin withdrawing from Kuwait, period. When the time came and went, the United States launched the long-expected ground war, while the aerial attacks, including the carnage on the road to Basra, continued until the end of the month. Said Vitaly Ignatko, a spokesman for Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev, "It seems that President Gorbachev cares more about saving the lives of American soldiers than George Bush does." In a post-war survey, a United Nations inspection team declared that the Allied bombardment had had a near-apocalyptic impact on Iraq and had transformed the country into a pre-industrial age nation which had been until January a rather highly urbanized and mechanized society. It will never be known how many hundreds of thousands of Iraqis died from the direct and indirect effects of the war. The count is added to every day. With the United States refusing to end the embargo against Iraq, everything has continued. Malnutrition, starvation, lack of medicines and vaccines, contaminated drinking water, human excrement piling up, typhoid, a near epidemic of measles, several other diseases. Iraq's food supply had been 70% dependent on imports. Now billions of dollars were frozen in overseas accounts, and with prohibitive restrictions on selling its oil, an inability to rebuild because vital parts could not be imported, industry closing its stores, mass unemployment, transportation and communications broken down. By September 1994, with the U.S. government still refusing to release its death grip on the embargo, still hoping that the suffering would reach critical mass and the Iraqi people would overthrow Saddam, the Iraqi government announced that since the sanctions had begun in August 1990 about 400,000 children had died of malnutrition and disease. After the war, when the Iraqi government was repressing a Kurdish revolt, which the U.S. had encouraged, then failed to support, Bush said, "I feel frustrated any time innocent civilians are being slaughtered." This was the second time the United States had led the Kurdish lambs to slaughter with a broken commitment. See Iraq 1972-75 chapter. Washington had also encouraged the Shiite Muslims in Iraq to rebel, then did not back them. The U.S. was not looking to foster a Kurdish government that would upset Turkey, nor a Shiite government that might well become an ally of Iran or inspire Muslim fundamentalists elsewhere in the Middle East. American mental hospitals and prisons are home to many people who claim to have heard a voice telling them to kill certain people, people they'd never met before, people who'd never done them any harm, or threatened any harm. American soldiers went to the Persian Gulf to kill the same kind of people after hearing a voice command them. The voice of George Herbert Walker Bush, 53. Afghanistan 1979–1992 America's Jihad. His followers first gained attention by throwing acid in the faces of women who refused to wear the veil. CIA and State Department officials I have spoken with call him scary, vicious, a fascist, definite dictatorship material. This did not prevent the United States government from showering the man with large amounts of aid to fight against the Soviet-supported government of Afghanistan. His name was Gulbuddin Hekmatyar. He was the head of the Islamic Party and he hated the United States almost as much as he hated the Russians. His followers screamed death to America along with death to the Soviet Union. Only the Russians were not showering him with large amounts of aid. The United States began supporting Afghan Islamic fundamentalists in 1979 despite the fact that in February of that year some of them had kidnapped the American ambassador in the capital city of Kabul, leading to his death in the rescue attempt. The support continued even after their brother Islamic fundamentalists in next-door Iran seized the U.S. embassy in Tehran in November and held 55 Americans hostage for over 5 years. Hekrouyar and his colleagues were, after all, in battle against the Soviet evil empire. He was thus an important member of those forces Ronald Reagan called freedom fighters. On April 27, 1978, a coup staged by the People's Democratic Party, PDP, overthrew the government of Mohammad Daoud. Daoud, 5 years earlier, had overthrown the monarchy and established a republic. Although he himself was a member of the royal family, he had been supported by the left in this endeavor, but it turned out that Daoud's royal blood was thicker than his progressive water. When the Daoud regime had a PDP leader killed, arrested the rest of the leadership, and purged hundreds of suspected party sympathizers from government posts, the PDP, aided by its supporters in the army, revolted and took power. Afghanistan was a backward nation, a life expectancy of about 40, infant mortality of at least 25%, absolutely primitive sanitation, widespread malnutrition, illiteracy of more than 90%, very few highways, not 1 mile of railway, most people living in nomadic tribes or as impoverished farmers in mud villages, identifying more with ethnic groups than with a larger political concept. A life scarcely different from many centuries earlier. Reform with a socialist bend was the new government's ambition. Land reform, while still retaining private property, controls on prices and profits, and strengthening of the public sector, as well as separation of church and state, eradication of illiteracy, legalization of trade unions, and the emancipation of women in a land almost entirely Muslim. Afghanistan's 1,000-mile border with the Soviet Union had always produced a special relationship. Even while it was a monarchy, the country had been under the strong influence of its powerful northern neighbor, which had long been its largest trading partner, aid donor, and military supplier. But the country had never been gobbled up by the Soviets, a fact that perhaps lends credence to the oft-repeated Soviet claim that their hegemony over Eastern Europe was only to create a buffer between themselves and the frequently invading West. Nevertheless, for decades Washington and the Shah of Iran tried to pressure and bribe Afghanistan in order to roll back Russian influence in the country. During the Daoud regime, Iran, encouraged by the United States, sought to replace the Soviet Union as Kabul's biggest donor with a $2 billion economic aid agreement, and urged Afghanistan to join the Regional Cooperation for Development, which consisted of Iran, Pakistan, and Turkey. This organization was attacked by the Soviet Union and its friends in Afghanistan as being a branch of CENTO, the 1950s regional security pact that was part of the U.S. policy of containment of the Soviet Union. At the same time, Iran's infamous secret police, Savak, was busy fingering suspected communist sympathizers in the Afghan government and military. In September 1975, prodded by Iran, which was conditioning its aid on such policies, Daoud dismissed 40 Soviet-trained military officers and moved to reduce future Afghan dependence on officer training in the USSR by initiating training arrangements with India and Egypt. Most important, in Soviet eyes, Daoud gradually broke off his alliance with the PDP, announcing that he would start his own party and ban all other political activity under a projected new constitution. Selig Harrison, the Washington Post's South Asia specialist, wrote an article in 1979 entitled "The Shah, Not the Kremlin, Touched Off Afghan Coup," concluding, "The communist takeover in Kabul, April 1978, came about when it did, and in the way that it did, because the Shah disturbed the tenuous equilibrium that had existed in Afghanistan between the Soviet Union and the West for nearly 3 decades. In Iranian and American eyes, Tehran's offensive was merely designed to make Kabul more truly non-aligned, but it went far beyond that. Given the unusually long frontier with Afghanistan, the Soviet Union would clearly go to great lengths to prevent Kabul from moving once again toward a pro-Western stance. When the Shah was overthrown in January 1979, the United States lost its chief ally and outpost in the Soviet border region, as well as its military installations and electronic monitoring stations aimed at the Soviet Union. Washington's Cold Warriors could only eye Afghanistan even more covetously than before. After the April Revolution, the new government under President Nur Muhammad Traki declared a commitment to Islam within a secular state, and to non-alignment in foreign affairs. It maintained that the coup had not been foreign-inspired, that it was not a communist takeover, and that they were not communists but rather nationalists and revolutionaries. No official or traditional communist party had ever existed in Afghanistan, but because of its radical reform program, its class struggle and anti-imperialist type rhetoric, its support of all the usual suspects, Cuba, North Korea, etc., its signing of a friendship treaty and other cooperative agreements with the Soviet Union, and an increased presence in the country of Soviet civilian and military advisors, though probably less than the U.S. had in Iran at the time, It was labeled communist by the world's media and by its domestic opponents. Whether or not the new government in Afghanistan should properly have been called communist, whether or not it made any difference what it was called, the lines were now drawn for political, military, and propaganda battle, a jihad, holy war, between fundamentalist Muslims and godless atheistic communists. Afghan nationalism versus a Soviet-run government, large landowners, tribal chiefs, businessmen, the extended royal family, and others versus the government's economic reforms. Said the new prime minister about this elite, who were needed to keep the country running. Every effort will be made to attract them. But we want to re-educate them in such a manner that they should think about the people, and not, as previously, just about themselves. To have a good house and a nice car while other people die of hunger. The Afghan government was trying to drag the country into the 20th century. In May 1979, British political scientist Fred Halliday observed that probably more has changed in the countryside over the last year than in the 2 centuries since the state was established. Peasant debts to landlords had been cancelled. The system of usury, by which peasants, who were forced to borrow money against future crops, were left in perpetual debt to money lenders, was abolished, and hundreds of schools and medical clinics were being built in the countryside. Halliday also reported that a substantial land redistribution program was underway, with many of the 200,000 rural families scheduled to receive land under this reform already having done so. But this last claim must be approached with caution. Revolutionary land reform is always an extremely complex and precarious undertaking even under the best of conditions, and ultra-backward, tradition-bound Afghanistan in the midst of nascent civil war hardly offered the best of conditions for social experiments. The reforms also encroached into the sensitive area of Islamic subjugation of women by outlawing child marriage and the giving of a woman in marriage in exchange for money or commodities, and teaching women to read, at a time when certain Islamic sectors were openly calling for the reinforcement of purdah, the seclusion of women from public observation. Halliday noted that the People's Democratic Party saw the Soviet Union as the only realistic source of support for the long-overdue modernization. The illiterate Afghan peasants' ethnic cousins across the border in the Soviet Union were, after all, often university graduates and professionals. The argument of the Mujahideen, holy warriors, rebels that the communist government would curtail their religious freedom was never borne out in practice. A year and a half after the change in government, the conservative British magazine The Economist reported that no restrictions had been imposed on religious practice. Earlier, the New York Times stated that the religious issue is being used by some Afghans who actually object more to President Trotsky's plans for land reforms and other changes in this feudal society. Many of the Muslim clergy were in fact rich landowners. The rebels, concluded a BBC reporter who spent 4 months with them, are fighting to retain their feudal system and stop the Kabul government's left-wing reforms which are considered anti-Islamic. The 2 other nations which shared a long border with Afghanistan, and were closely allied to the United States, expressed their fears of the new government. To the west, Iran, still under the Shah, worried about threats to oil passage routes in the Persian Gulf. Pakistan, to the south, spoke of threats from a hostile and expansionist Afghanistan. A former U.S. ambassador to Afghanistan saw it as part of a gradually closing pincer movement aimed at Iran and the oil regions of the Middle East. None of these alleged fears turned out to have any substance or evidence to back them up, but to the anti-communist mind this might prove only that the Russians and their Afghan puppets had been stopped in rhyme. 2 months after the April 1978 coup, an alliance formed by a number of conservative Islamic factions was waging guerrilla war against the government. By spring 1979, fighting was taking place on many fronts, and the State Department was cautioning the Soviet Union that its advisors in Afghanistan should not interfere militarily in the civil strife. One such warning in the summer by State Department spokesman Harding Carter was another of those Washington monuments to chutzpah. We expect the principle of non-intervention to be respected by all parties in the area, including the Soviet Union. This while the Soviets were charging the CIA with arming Afghan exiles in Pakistan, and the Afghanistan government was accusing Pakistan and Iran of also aiding the guerrillas and even of crossing the border to take part in the fighting. Pakistan had recently taken its own sharp turn towards strict Muslim orthodoxy, which the Afghan government deplored as fanatic, while in January, Iran had established a Muslim state after overthrowing the Shah. As opposed to the Afghan fundamentalist freedom fighters, the Iranian Islamic fundamentalists were regularly described in the West as terrorists, ultra-conservatives, and anti-democratic. A favorite tactic of the Afghan freedom fighters was to torture victims, often Russians, by first cutting off their noses, ears, and genitals, then removing one slice of skin after another, producing a slow, very painful death. The Mujahideen also killed a Canadian tourist and 6 West Germans, including 2 children, and a U.S. military attaché was dragged from his car and beaten, all due to the rebels' apparent inability to distinguish Russians from other Europeans. In March 1979, Trotsky went to Moscow to press the Soviets to send ground troops to help the Afghan army put down the Mujahideen. He was promised military assistance, but ground troops could not be committed. Soviet Prime Minister Kosygin told the Afghan leader, "The entry of our troops into Afghanistan would outrage the international community, triggering a string of extremely negative consequences in many different areas. Our common enemies are just waiting for the moment when Soviet troops appear in Afghanistan. This will give them the excuse they need to send armed bands into the country." In September, the question became completely academic for Nur Mohammad Trotsky, for he was ousted, and his death soon announced, in an intra-party struggle and replaced by his own deputy prime minister, Hafizullah Amin. Although Trotsky had sometimes been heavy-handed in implementing the reform program, and had created opposition even amongst the intended beneficiaries, he turned out to be moderate compared to Amin, who tried to institute social change by writing roughshod over tradition and tribal and ethnic autonomy. The Kremlin was unhappy with Amin. The fact that he had been involved in the overthrow and death of the much-favored Trotsky was bad enough. But the Soviets also regarded him as thoroughly unsuitable for the task that was Moscow's sine qua non, preventing an anti-communist Islamic State from arising in Afghanistan. Amin gave reform an exceedingly bad name. The KGB station in Kabul, in pressing for Amin's removal, stated that his usurpation of power would lead to harsh repressions and, as a reaction, the activation and consolidation of the opposition. Moreover, as we shall see, the Soviets were highly suspicious about Amin's ideological convictions. Thus it was, that what in March had been unthinkable, in December became a reality. Soviet troops began to arrive in Afghanistan around the 8th of the month, to what extent at Amin's request or with his approval, and, consequently, whether to call the action an invasion or not, has been the subject of much discussion and controversy. On the 23rd, the Washington Post commented there was no charge, by the State Department, that the Soviets have invaded Afghanistan, since the troops apparently were invited. However, at a meeting with Soviet bloc ambassadors in October, Amin's foreign minister had openly criticized the Soviet Union for interfering in Afghan affairs. Amin himself insisted that Moscow replace its ambassador. Yet, on 26th of December, while the main body of Soviet troops was arriving in Afghanistan, Amin gave a relaxed interview to an Arab journalist. "The Soviets," he said, "supply my country with economic and military aid, but at the same time they respect our independence and our sovereignty. They do not interfere in our domestic affairs." He also spoke approvingly of the USSR's willingness to accept his veto on military bases. The very next day, a Soviet military force stormed the presidential palace and shot Amin dead. He was replaced by Babrak Karmal, who had been vice president and deputy prime minister in the 1978 revolutionary government. Moscow denied any part in Amin's death, though they didn't pretend to be sorry about it, as Brezhnev made clear. The actions of the aggressors against Afghanistan were facilitated by Amin, who, on seizing power, started cruelly repressing broad sections of Afghan society, peri and military cadres, members of the intelligentsia and of the Muslim clergy, that is, the very sections on which the April Revolution relied. And the people under the leadership of the People's Democratic Party, headed by Babrak Karmal, rose against Amin's tyranny and put an end to it. Now in Washington and some other capitals they are mourning Amin. This exposes their hypocrisy with particular clarity. Where were these mourners when Amin was conducting mass repressions, when he forcibly removed and unlawfully killed Trotsky, the founder of the new Afghan state? After Amin's ouster and execution, the public thronged the streets in a holiday spirit. If Karmal could have overthrown Amin without the Russians, observed a Western diplomat, he would have been seen as a hero of the people. The Soviet government and press repeatedly referred to Amin as a CIA agent, a charge which was greeted with great skepticism in the United States and elsewhere. However, enough circumstantial evidence supporting the charge exists so that it perhaps should not be dismissed entirely out of hand. During the late 1950s and early 60s, Amin had attended Columbia University Teachers College and the University of Wisconsin. This was a heyday period for the CIA, using impressive bribes and threats to regularly try to recruit foreign students in the United States to act as agents for them when they returned home. During this period, at least one president of the Afghanistan Students Association, ASA, Zia H. Nurse, was working with the CIA in the United States and later became president of the Afghanistan State Treasury. One of the Afghan students whom Nurse and the CIA tried in vain to recruit, Abdul Latif Hotaki, declared in 1967 that a good number of the key officials in the Afghanistan government who studied in the United States had either CIA trained or indoctrinated. Some are cabinet-level people. It has been reported that in 1963 Amin became head of the ASA, but this has not been corroborated. However, it is known that the ASA received part of its funding from the Asia Foundation, the CIA's principal front in Asia for many years, and that at one time Amin was associated with this organization. In September 1979, the month that Amin took power, The American chargé d'affaires in Kabul, Bruce Amstutz, began to hold friendly meetings with him to reassure him that he need not worry about his unhappy Soviet allies as long as the U.S. maintained a strong presence in Afghanistan. The strategy may have worked, for later in the month, Amin made a special appeal to Amstutz for improved relations with the United States. 2 days later in New York, the Afghan foreign minister quietly expressed the same sentiments to State Department officials. And at the end of October, the U.S. Embassy in Kabul reported that Amin was painfully aware of the exiled leadership the Soviets were keeping on the shelf, a reference to Karmal, who was living in Czechoslovakia. Under normal circumstances, the Amin-U.S. meetings might be regarded as routine and innocent diplomatic contact, but these were hardly normal circumstances. The Afghan government was engaged in a civil war, and the United States was supporting the other side. Moreover, it can be said that Amin, by his ruthlessness, was doing just what an American agent would be expected to do, discrediting the People's Democratic Party, the party's reforms, the idea of socialism or communism, and the Soviet Union, all associated in one package. Amin also conducted purges in the Army Officer Corps which seriously undermined the Army's combat capabilities. But why would Amin, if he were actually plotting with the Americans, request Soviet military forces on several occasions? The main reason appears to be that he was being pressed to do so by high levels of the PDP and he had to comply for the sake of appearances. Babrak Karmal has suggested other, more Machiavellian, scenarios. The Carter administration jumped on the issue of the Soviet invasion and soon launched a campaign of righteous indignation, imposing what President Carter called penalties, from halting the delivery of grain to the Soviet Union to keeping the U.S. team out of the 1980 Olympics in Moscow. The Russians countered that the U.S. was enraged by the intervention because Washington had been plotting to turn the country into an American base to replace the loss of Iran. Unsurprisingly, on this seemingly clear-cut anti-communist issue, the American public and media easily fell in line with the president. The Wall Street Journal called for a military reaction, the establishment of U.S. bases in the Middle East, reinstatement of draft registration, development of a new missile, and giving the CIA more leeway, adding, "Clearly we ought to keep open the chance of covert aid to Afghan rebels." The last, whether the newspaper knew it or not, had actually been going on for some time. For some period prior to the Soviet invasion, the CIA had been beaming radio propaganda into Afghanistan and cultivating alliances with exiled Afghan guerrilla leaders by donating medicine and communications equipment. U.S. Foreign Service officers had been meeting with Mujahideen leaders to determine their needs at least as early as April 1979. And in July, President Carter had signed a finding to aid the rebels covertly, which led to the United States providing them with cash, weapons, equipment and supplies, and engaging in propaganda and other psychological operations in Afghanistan on their behalf. Intervention in the Afghan Civil War by the United States, Iran, Pakistan, China and others gave the Russians grave concern about who was going to wield power next door. They consistently cited these aggressive imperialist forces to rationalize their own intervention into Afghanistan, which was the first time Soviet ground troops had engaged in military action anywhere in the world outside its post-World War II Eastern European borders. The potential establishment of an anti-communist Islamic State on the borders of the Soviet Union's own republics in Soviet Central Asia that were home to some 40 million Muslims could not be regarded with equanimity by the Kremlin any more than Washington could be unruffled about a communist takeover in Mexico. As we have seen repeatedly, the United States did not limit its defense perimeter to its immediate neighbors, or even to Western Europe, but to the entire globe. President Carter declared that the Persian Gulf area was now threatened by Soviet troops in Afghanistan, that this area was synonymous with U.S. interests, and that the United States would defend it against any threat by all means necessary. He called the Soviet action the greatest threat to peace since the Second World War, a statement that required overlooking a great deal of post-war history. But 1980 was an election year. Brezhnev, on the other hand, declared that the national interests or security of the United States of America and other states are in no way affected by the events in Afghanistan. All attempts to portray matters otherwise are sheer nonsense. The Carter administration was equally dismissive of Soviet concerns. National Security Advisor Zbigniew Brzezinski later stated that the issue was not what might have been Brezhnev's subjective motives in going into Afghanistan but the objective consequences of a Soviet military presence so much closer to the Persian Gulf. The stage was now set for 12 long years of the most horrific kind of warfare, a daily atrocity for the vast majority of the Afghan people who never asked for or wanted this war. But the Soviet Union was determined that its borders must be unthreatening. The Afghan government was committed to its goal of a secular, reformed Afghanistan, and the United States was intent upon making this the Soviets' Vietnam. slowly bleeding as the Americans had. At the same time, American policymakers could not fail to understand, though they dared not say it publicly and explicitly, that support of the Mujahideen, many of whom carried pictures of the Ayatollah Khomeini with them, could lead to a fundamentalist Islamic State being established in Afghanistan every bit as repressive as in next-door Iran, which in the 1980s was public enemy number one in America. Neither could the word terrorist cross the lips of Washington officials in speaking of their new allies, clients, though these same people shot down civilian airliners and planted bombs at the airport. In 1986, British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, whose emotional invectives against terrorists were second to none, welcomed Abdul Haq, an Afghan rebel leader who admitted that he had ordered the planting of a bomb at Kabul airport in 1984 which killed at least 28 people. Such, then, were the scruples of Cold War anti-communists in late 20th century. As Anastasio Somoza had been our sons of a bitch, the Mujahideen were now our fanatic terrorists. At the beginning there had been some thought given to the morality of the policy. The question here, a senior official in the Carter administration said, was whether it was morally acceptable that, in order to keep the Soviets off balance, which was the reason for the operation, it was permissible to use other lines for our geopolitical interests. But such sentiments could not survive. Afghanistan was a Cold Warrior's dream. The CIA and the Pentagon, finally, had one of 30 proxy armies in direct confrontation with the forces of the evil empire. There was no price too high to pay for this Super Nintendo game, neither the hundreds of thousands of Afghan lives, nor the destruction of Afghan society, nor $3 billion dollars of American taxpayer money poured into a bottomless hole, much of it going only to make a few Afghans and Pakistanis rich. Congress was equally enthused, without even the moral uncertainty that made them cautious about arming the Nicaraguan Contras, and became a veritable bipartisan horn of plenty as it allocated more and more money for the effort each year. Rep. Charles Wilson of Texas expressed a nototypical sentiment of official Washington when he declared, "There were 58,000 dead in Vietnam and we owe the Russians one. I have a slight obsession with it, because of Vietnam. I thought the Soviets ought to get a dose of it. I've been of the opinion that this money was better spent to hurt our adversaries than other money in the Defense Department budget." The CIA became the grand coordinator, purchasing or arranging the manufacture of Soviet-style weapons from Egypt, China, Poland, Israel and elsewhere, or supplying their own, arranging for military training by Americans, Egyptians, Chinese and Iranians, hitting up Middle Eastern countries for donations, notably Saudi Arabia, which gave many hundreds of millions of dollars in aid each year, totaling probably more than $1 billion. Pressuring and bribing Pakistan, with whom recent American relations had been very poor, to rent out its country as a military staging area and sanctuary, putting the Pakistani Director of Military Operations, Brigadier Mian Mohammad Afzal, onto the CIA payroll to ensure Pakistani cooperation. The military and economic aid which had been cut off would be restored. Pakistan was told by the United States, if they would join the Great Crusade. Only a month before the Soviet intervention, anti-American mobs had burned and ransacked the U.S. Embassy in Islamabad and American cultural centers in two other Pakistani cities. The American ambassador in Libya reported that Muammar Gaddafi was sending the rebels $250,000 as well, but this, presumably, was not at the request of the CIA. Washington left it to the Pakistanis to decide which of the various Afghan guerrilla groups should be the beneficiaries of much of this largesse. As one observer put it, according to conventional wisdom at the time, the United States would not repeat the mistake of Vietnam, micromanaging a war in a culture it did not understand. Not everyone in Pakistan was bought out. The independent Islamabad daily newspaper, The Muslim, more than once accused the United States of being ready to fight to the last Afghan. We are not flattered to be termed a frontline state by Washington. Washington does not seem to be in any mood to seek an early settlement of a war whose benefits it is reaping at no cost of American manpower. It's not actually clear whether there was any loss of American lives in the war. On several occasions in the late 80s, the Kabul government announced that Americans had been killed in the fighting, and in 1985 a London newspaper reported that some 24 American black Muslims were in Afghanistan, fighting alongside the Mujahideen in a jihad that a fundamentalist interpretation of the Quran says all believers in Islam must do at least once in their lives. Several of the black Muslims returned to the United States after being wounded. Soviet aggression, Soviet invasion, Soviet swallowing up another innocent state as pain of their plan to conquer the world, or at least the Middle East. This was the predominant and lasting lesson taught by Washington official pronouncements and the mainstream U.S. media about the war, and the sum total of knowledge for the average American, Although Afghanistan had retained its independence during 60 years of living in peace next door to the Soviet Union, Zbigniew Brzezinski, albeit unrelentingly anti-Soviet, repeatedly speaks of the fact of Afghanistan's neutrality in his memoirs. The country had been neutral even during the Second World War. One would have to look long and hard at the information and rhetoric offered to the American public following the Soviet intervention to derive even a hint that the Civil War was essentially a struggle over deep-seated social reform, while an actual discussion of the issue was virtually non-existent. Prior to the intervention, one could get a taste of this, such as the following from the New York Times: land reform attempts undermined their village chiefs. Portraits of Lenin threatened their religious leaders. But it was the Kabul revolutionary government's granting of new rights to women that pushed Orthodox Muslim men in the Pashtun villages of eastern Afghanistan into picking up their guns. The government said our women had to attend meetings and our children had to go to schools. This threatens our religion. We had to fight. The government imposed various ordinances allowing women freedom to marry anyone they chose without their parents' consent. Throughout the 1980s, the Karmal, and then the Najibullah regimes, despite the exigencies of the war, pursued a program of modernization and broadening of their base, bringing electricity to villages, along with health clinics, a measure of land reform, and literacy, releasing numerous prisoners unlawfully incarcerated by Amin, bringing mullahs and other non-party people into the government, trying to carry it all out with moderation and sensitivity instead of confronting the traditional structures head-on, reiterating its commitment to Islam, rebuilding and constructing mosques, exempting land owned by religious dignitaries and their institutions from land reform, trying, in short, to avoid the gross mistakes of the Amin government with its rush to force changes down people's throats. Selig Harrison, writing in 1988, stated, "The Afghan communists see themselves as nationalists and modernizers. They rationalize their collaboration with the Russians as the only way available to consolidate their revolution in the face of foreign interference. The commitment of the communists to rapid modernization enables them to win a grudging tolerance from many members of the modern-minded middle class, who feel trapped between two fires, the Russians and fanatic Muslims opposed to social reforms." The program of the Kabul government eventually encouraged many volunteers to take up arms in its name. But it was a decidedly uphill fight, for it was relatively easy for the native anti-reformists and their foreign backers to convince large numbers of ordinary peasants that the government had ill intentions by blurring the distinction between the present government and its detested and dogmatic predecessor, particularly since the government was fond of stressing the continuity of the April 1978 revolution. One thing the peasants, as well as the anti-reformists, were undoubtedly not told of was the U.S. connection to the self-same detested predecessor, Hafizullah Amin. Another problem faced by the Kabul government in winning the hearts and minds of the people was of course the continuing Soviet armed presence, although it must be remembered that Islamic opposition to the leftist government began well before the Soviet forces arrived. Indeed, the most militant of the Mujahideen leaders, Hekmatyar, had led a serious uprising against the previous, non-leftist, government as well, in 1975, declaring that a godless, communist-dominated regime ruled in Kabul. As long as Soviet troops remained, the conflict in Afghanistan could be presented to the American mind as little more than a battle between Russian invaders and Afghanistan resistance, freedom fighters, as if the Afghanistan army and government didn't exist, or certainly not with a large following of people who favored reforms and didn't want to live under a fundamentalist Islamic government. Probably a majority of the population. Maybe the people really don't like us, either, said Mohammed Hakim, mayor of Kabul, a general in the Afghan army who was trained in the 1970s at military bases in the United States, and who thought that America was the best country, but they like us better than the extremists. This is what the Western countries do not understand. We only hope that Mr. Bush and the people of the United States take a good look at us. They think we are very fanatic communists, that we are not human beings. We are not fanatics. We are not even communists. They were in the American media. Any official of the Afghan government, or the government as a whole, was typically referred to, a priori, as communist, or Marxist, or pro-communist, or pro-Marxist, etc., without explanation or definition. Najibullah, who took over when Karmal stepped down in 1986, was confirmed in his position in 1987 under a new Islamized constitution that was stripped of all socialist rhetoric and brimming with references to Islam and the Holy Quran. "This is not a socialist revolutionary country," he said in his acceptance speech. "We do not want to build a communist society." Could the United States see beyond Cold War ideology and consider the needs of the Afghan people? In August 1979, 3 months before the Soviet intervention, a classified State Department report stated, the United States' larger interests would be served by the demise of the Trotsky Amin regime, despite whatever setbacks this might mean for future social and economic reforms in Afghanistan. The overthrow of the D.Ra, Democratic Republic of Afghanistan, would show the rest of the world, particularly the Third World, that the Soviets' view of the socialist course of history as being inevitable is not accurate. Repeatedly, in the 1980s, as earlier, the Soviet Union contended that no solution to the conflict could be found until the United States and other nations ceased their support of the Mujahideen. The United States, in turn, insisted that the Soviets must first withdraw their troops from Afghanistan. Finally, after several years of UN-supported negotiations, an accord was signed in Geneva on April 14, 1988, under which the Kremlin committed itself to begin pulling out its estimated 115,000 troops on 15 May, and to complete the process by 15 February of the next year. Afghanistan, said Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev, had become a bleeding wound. In February, after the last Soviet forces had left Afghanistan, Gorbachev urged the United States to support an embargo on arms shipments into Afghanistan and a ceasefire between the two warring sides. Both proposals were turned down by the new Bush administration, which claimed that the Afghan government had been left with a massive stockpile of military equipment. It is unclear why Washington felt that the rebels who had fought the government to a standstill despite the powerful presence of the Soviet armed forces with all their equipment, would now be at a dangerous disadvantage with the Russians gone. The key to the American response may lie in the State Department statement of the prior week that the United States believed that the Kabul government on its own would not last more than 6 months. By raising the question of an arms gap, whether it was for real or not, Washington was assuring the continuation of the arms race in Afghanistan, a microcosm of the Cold War. At the same time, the Bush administration called upon the Soviets to support an independent, non-aligned Afghanistan, although this was precisely what the United States had worked for decades to thwart. 2 days later, President Najibullah criticized the American rejection of Gorbachev's proposal, offering to return the Soviet weapons if the rebels agreed to lay down their weapons and negotiate. There was no reported response to this offer from the U.S., or from the rebels, who in the past had refused such offers. It would appear that Washington was thinking longer term than ceasefires and negotiations. On the same day as Najibullah's offer, the United States announced that it had delivered 500,000 made-in-America textbooks to Afghanistan which were being used to teach grades 1 through 4. The books, which critics say bordered on propaganda, told of the rebels' fight against the Soviet Union and contained drawings of guerrillas killing Russian soldiers. Since the beginning of the war, the Mujahideen had reserved its worst treatment for Russians. Washington possessed confirmed reports that the rebels had drugged and tortured 50 to 200 Soviet prisoners and imprisoned them like animals in cages, living lives of indescribable horror. Another account, by a reporter from the conservative Far Eastern Economic Review, relates that one Soviet group was killed, skinned and hung up in a butcher's shop. One captive found himself the center of attraction in a game of buzkashi, that rough-and-tumble form of Afghan polo in which a headless coat is usually the ball. The captive was used instead. Alive, he was literally torn to pieces. Meanwhile, much to the surprise of the United States and everyone else, the Kabul government showed no sign of collapsing. The good news for Washington was that since the Soviet troops were gone, though some military advisors remained, the cost-benefit ratio had improved, the cost being measured entirely in non-American deaths and suffering, as the rebels regularly exploded car bombs and sent rockets smashing into residential areas of Kabul, and destroyed government-built schools and clinics and murdered literacy teachers. Just as the U.S.-backed Nicaraguan Contras had been doing on the other side of the world, and for the same reason, these were symbols of governmental benevolence. The death and destruction caused by the Soviets and their Afghan allies was also extensive, such as the many bombings of villages. But individual atrocity stories must be approached with caution, for, as we have seen repeatedly, the propensity and the ability of the CIA to disseminate anti-communist disinformation, often of the most far-fetched variety, was virtually unlimited. With the Soviet Union the direct adversary, the creativity lab must have burning all night at Langley. Amnesty International, with its usual careful collection methods, reported in the mid-ADS on the frequent use of torture and arbitrary detention by the authorities in Kabul. But what are we to make, for example, of the report, without attribution, by syndicated columnist Jack Anderson, who had ties to the American-Afghan lobby, that Soviet troops often marched into unfriendly villages in Afghanistan and massacred every man, woman and child? Or the New York Times recounting a story told them by an Afghan citizen of how Afghan soldiers had intentionally blinded 5 children with pieces of metal and then strangled them. As a government supporter he was with just laughed. To the newspaper's credit, it added that there is no way of confirming this story. It is possible that the man who told it was acting and trying to discredit the regime here. His eyes, however, looked like they had seen horror. Or a U.S. congressman's charge in 1985 that the Soviets had used booby-trap toys to maim Afghan children, The identical story told before about leftists elsewhere in the world during the Cold War, and repeated again in 1987 by CBS News, with pictures. The New York Post later reported the claim of a BBC producer that the bomb toy had been created for the CBS cameraman. Then there was the Afghan Mercy Fund, ostensibly a relief agency, but primarily in the propaganda business, which reported that the Soviets had burned a baby alive, that they were disguising mines as candy bars and leaving other mines disguised as butterflies to also attract children. The butterfly mines, it turned out, were copies of a US-designed mine used in the Vietnam War. There was also the shooting down of a Pakistan fighter plane over Afghanistan in May 1987 that was reported by Pakistan and Washington, knowing with certainty that their claim was untrue, to be the result of a Soviet-made missile. It turned out that the plane had been shot down by a companion Pakistani plane in error. Throughout the early and mid-80s, the Reagan administration declared that the Russians were spraying toxic chemicals over Laos, Cambodia and Afghanistan, the so-called Yellow Rain, and had caused more than 10,000 deaths by 1982 alone, including, in Afghanistan, 3,042 deaths attributed to 47 separate incidents between the summer of 1979 and the summer of 1981. So precise was the information. Secretary of State Alexander Haig was a prime dispenser of such stories, and President Reagan himself denounced the Soviet Union thusly more than 15 times in documents and speeches. The Yellow Rain, it turned out, was pollen-laden feces dropped by huge swarms of honeybees flying far overhead. Then, in 1987, it was disclosed that the Reagan administration had made its accusations even though government scientists at the time had been unable to confirm any of them, and considered the evidence to be flimsy and misleading. Even more suspicious, the major scientific studies that later examined Washington's claims spoke only of Laos, Cambodia and Thailand. No mention at all was made of Afghanistan. It was as if the administration, perhaps honestly mistaken at first about Indochina, had added Afghanistan to the list with full knowledge of the falsity of its allegation. Such disinformation campaigns are often designed to serve a domestic political need. Consider Senator Robert Dole's contribution to the discussion when he spoke in 1980 on the floor of Congress of convincing evidence he had been provided that the Soviets had developed a chemical capability that extends far beyond our greatest fears, fog gas that is unaffected by our gas masks and leaves our military defenseless. He then added, to even suggest a leveling off of defense spending for our nation by the Carter administration at such a critical time in our history is unfathomable. And in March 1982, when the Reagan administration made its claim about the 3,042 Afghan deaths, the New York Times noted that President Reagan has just decided that the United States will resume production of chemical weapons and has asked for a substantial increase in the military budget for such weapons. The money needed to extend American propaganda campaigns internationally flowed from the congressional horn of plenty as smoothly as for military desires. $500,000 in one moment's flow to train Afghan journalists to use television, radio, and newspapers to advance their cause. It should be noted that in June 1980, before any of the Yellow Rain charges had been made against the Soviet Union, the Kabul government had accused the rebels and their foreign backers of employing poison gas, citing an incident in which 500 pupils and teachers at several secondary schools had been poisoned with noxious gases. None were reported to have died. One reason victory continued to elude the Mujahideen was that they were terribly split by centuries-old ethnic and tribal divisions, as well as the relatively recent rise of Islamic fundamentalism in conflict with more traditional, but still orthodox, Islam. The differences often led to violence. In one incident, in 1989, 7 top Mujahideen commanders and more than 20 other rebels were murdered by a rival guerrilla group. This was neither the first nor the last of such occurrences. By April 1990, 14 months after the Soviet withdrawal, the Los Angeles Times described the state of the rebels thusly: "They have in recent weeks killed more of their own than the enemy. Rival resistance commanders have been gunned down gangland style here in the border town of Peshawar, Pakistan, the staging area for the war. There are persistent reports of large-scale political killings in the refugee camps. A recent execution had as much to do with drugs as with politics. Other commanders, in Afghanistan and in the border camps, are simply refusing to fight. They say privately that they prefer Afghan President Najibullah to the hardline Mujahideen fundamentalists led by Gulbuddin Hekmatyar. The rebel cause was also corrupted by the huge amounts of arms flooding in." Investigative reporter Tim Weiner reported the following: "The CIA's pipeline leaked. It leaked badly. It spilled huge quantities of weapons all over one of the world's most anarchic areas. First, the Pakistani armed forces took what they wanted from the weapons shipments. Then corrupt Afghan guerrilla leaders stole and sold hundreds of millions of dollars worth of anti-aircraft guns, missiles, rocket-propelled grenades, AK-47 automatic rifles, ammunition and mines from the CIA's arsenal. Some of the weapons fell into the hands of criminal gangs, heroin kingpins and the most radical faction of the Iranian military. While their troops eked out hard lives in Afghanistan's mountains and deserts, the guerrillas' political leaders maintained fine villas in Peshawar and fleets of vehicles at their command. The CIA kept silent as the Afghan politics converted the agency's weapons into cash. Amongst the weapons the Mujahideen sold to the Iranians were highly sophisticated Stinger heat-seeking anti-aircraft missiles, with which the rebels bad shot down many hundreds of Soviet military aircraft, as well as at least 8 passenger planes. On October 8, 1987, Revolutionary Guards on an Iranian gunboat fired one of the Stingers at American helicopters patrolling the Persian Gulf, but missed their target. Earlier the same year, the CIA told Congress that at least 20% of its military aid to the Mujahideen had been skimmed off by the rebels and Pakistani officials. Columnist Jack Anderson stated at the same time that his conservative estimate was that the diversion was around 60%, while one rebel leader told Anderson's assistant on his visit to the border that he doubted that even 25% of the arms got through. By other accounts, as little as 20% was making it the intended recipients. If indeed there was a deficiency of arms available to the Mujahideen compared to the government forces, as George Bush implied, this was clearly a major reason for it. Yet the CIA and other administration officials simply looked upon it as part of doing business in that part of the world. Like many other CIA clients, the rebels were financed as well through drug trafficking, and the agency was apparently as little concerned about it as ever as long as it kept their boys happy. Mujahideen commanders inside Afghanistan personally controlled huge fields of opium poppies, the raw material from which heroin is refined. CIA-supplied trucks and mules, which had carried arms into Afghanistan, were used to transport some of the opium to the numerous laboratories along the Afghan-Pakistan border, whence many tons of heroin were processed with the cooperation of the Pakistani military. The output provided an estimated 1/3 to 1/2 of the heroin used annually in the United States and 3/4 of that used in Western Europe. U.S. officials admitted in 1990 that they had failed to investigate or take action against the drug operation because of a desire not to offend their Pakistani and Afghan allies. In 1993, an official of the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration called Afghanistan the New Colombia of the drug world. The war, with all its torment, continued until the spring of 1992, 3 years after the last Soviet troops had gone. An agreement on ending the arms supply, which had been reached between the United States and the Soviet Union, was now in effect. The two superpowers had abandoned the war. The Soviet Union no longer existed, and the Afghan people could count more than 1 million dead, 3 million disabled, and 5 million made refugees, in total about half the population. At the same time, a UN-brokered truce was to transfer power to a transitional coalition government pending elections. But this was not to be. The Kabul government, amidst food riots and army revolts, virtually disintegrated, and the guerrillas stormed into the capital and established the first Islamic regime in Afghanistan since it had become a separate and independent country in the mid-18th century. A key event in the downfall of the government was the 11th-hour defection to the guerrillas of General Abdul Rashid Dostum, who previously had been referred to in the U.S. media as a communist general, now metamorphosed into an ex-communist general. The Mujahideen had won. Now they turned against each other with all their fury. Rockets and artillery shells wiped out entire neighborhoods in Kabul. By August at least 1,500 people had been killed or wounded, mostly civilians. By 1994, the body count in this second civil war would reach 10,000. Of all the rebel leaders, none was less compromising or more insistent upon a military solution than Gulbuddin Hekmatyar. Robert Newman, a former U.S. ambassador to Afghanistan, observed at this time, "Hekmatyar is a nut, an extremist and a very violent man. He was built up by the Pakistanis. Unfortunately, our government went along with the Pakistanis. We were supplying the money and the weapons, but they, Pakistani officials, were making the policy." Washington was now very concerned that Hekmatyar would take power. Ironically, they were afraid that if he did, his brand of extremism would spread to and destabilize the former Soviet republics of large Muslim populations, the same feat which had been one of the motivations behind the Soviets intervening in the Civil War in the first place. It was to the forces of Hekmatyar that the communist General Dostum eventually aligned himself. Suleiman Layek, a leftist and a poet, and the fallen regime's ideologue, watched from his window as the Mujahideen swarmed through the city, claiming building after building. "Without exception," he said of them, "they follow the way of the fundamentalist aims and goals of Islam. And it is not Islam. It is a kind of theory against civilization, against modern civilization." Even before taking power, the Mujahideen had banned all non-Muslim groups. Now more of a new law was laid down. All alcohol was banned in the Islamic Republic, women could not venture out in the streets without veils, and violations would be punished by hoggings, amputations and public executions. And this from the more moderate Islamics. not Hekmatyar. By September, the first public hangings were carried out. Before a cheering crowd of 10,000 people, 3 men were hung. They had been tried behind closed doors, and no one would say what crimes they had committed. In February 1993, a group of Middle Easterners blew up the World Trade Center in New York City. Most of them were veterans of the Mujahideen. Other veterans were carrying out assassinations in Cairo, bombings in Bombay, bloody uprisings in the mountains of Kashmir, and guerrilla warfare in the Philippines. This, then, was the power and the glory of President Reagan's freedom fighters, who had become yet more anti-American in recent years, many of them backing Iraqi leader Saddam Hussein in the Persian Gulf conflict of 1990-91. Surely even Ronald Reagan and George Bush would have preferred the company of communist reformers like President Noor Mohammad Traki, Mayor Mohammad Hakim or poet Suleiman Layak. But the Soviet Union had bled. It had bled profusely. For the United States it had also been a holy war. 54. El Salvador 1980-1994 Human rights, Washington style. The United States was supporting the government of El Salvador, said President Ronald Reagan, because it was trying to halt the infiltration into the Americas, by terrorists and by outside interference, and those who aren't just aiming at El Salvador but, I think, are aiming at the whole of Central and possibly later South America and, I'm sure, eventually North America. Psychiatrists have a term for such perceptions of reality. They call it paranoid schizophrenia. If the insurgents in El Salvador, the smallest country by far in all of Central and South America, were engaged in what Ronald Reagan perceived as a plot to capture the Western Hemisphere, others saw it as the quintessential revolution. Viewed in the latter context, it cannot be asserted that the Salvadorian people rushed precipitously into revolution at the first painful sting of repression, or turned to the gun because of a proclivity towards violent solutions, or a refusal to work within the system, or because of outside agitators, or any of the other explanations of why people revolt. So dear to the hearts of Washington opinion makers. For as long as anyone could remember, the reins of El Salvador's government had resided in the hands of one military dictatorship or another, while the economy had been controlled by the celebrated 14 coffee and industrial families, with only the occasional, short-lived bursting of accumulated discontent to disturb the neat arrangement. In December 1980, New York Times, reporter Raymond Bonner asked José Napoleon Duarte why the guerrillas were in the hills. Duarte, who had just become president of the ruling junta, responded with an answer that surprised Bonner: 50 years of lies, 50 years of injustice, 50 years of frustration. This is a history of people starving to death, living in misery. For 50 years the same people had all the power, all the money, all the jobs, all the education, all the opportunities. In the decades following the famed peasant rebellion in 1932, which was crushed by an unholy massacre, a reform government had occupied the political stage only twice, for 9 months in 1944. Then again in 1960. The latter instance was precipitated by several thousand students of the National University who staged a protest against the curtailment of civil liberties. The government responded by sending in the police, who systematically smashed offices, classrooms, and laboratories, beat up the school's president, killed a librarian, bayoneted students, and taped dozens of young women. Finally, when the students amassed anew, troops opened fire upon them point blank. The bloody incident was one of the turning points for a group of junior military officers. They staged a coup in October aimed at major social and political reforms, but the new government lasted only 3 months before being overthrown in a counter-coup which the United States was reportedly involved in. Dr. Fabio Cascio, a former president of the National University and a member of the ousted government, testified years later before the U.S. Congress that in the process of overthrowing the reform government, the American embassy immediately began to intervene directly, and members of the U.S. military mission openly intensified their invitation to conspiracy and rebellion. Throughout the 1960s, multifarious American experts occupied themselves in El Salvador by enlarging and refining the state's security and counterinsurgency apparatus, the police, the National Guard, the military, the communications and intelligence networks, the coordination with their counterparts in other Central American countries. As matters turned out, these were the forces and resources which were brought into action to impose widespread repression and wage war. Years later, the New York Times noted, in El Salvador, American aid was used for police training in the 1950s and 1% zeros, and many officers in the 3 branches of the police later became leaders of the right-wing death squads that killed tens of thousands of people in the late 1970s and early 1980s. If during the 1960s, the apparatus could not be charged with the level of murder or torture or disappearance of political opponents reached in Guatemala and elsewhere in Latin America, it had more to do with the modest degree of outspoken dissent and violent unrest it faced than with greater respect for human rights. Those opposition groups which were not outlawed were those regarded as unthreatening, The bloated stomachs of malnourished peasant children were not regarded as threatening at all, for apparently no better reason than the fact that even militarists cherish a veneer of legitimacy. During the 1960s, certain political organizations of generally urban middle-class membership were allowed to run candidates for municipal and legislative office. They did well, though the government calculated returns consistently left the opposition as a minority in the legislature, i.e., without real power. In 1967, the government went through the motions of the first contested election for the presidency since 1931. After declaring its party, PCN, the winner, the government promptly banned one of the major contending parties, PAR, on the grounds that it supported principles contrary to the Constitution. According to a PAR spokesperson, the principle involved was support for agrarian reform. Another source reports that the party was declared illegal allegedly for dispensing communist ideologies, which, within the government's frame of reference, may well have been one and the same. Undeterred, a center-left coalition, UNO by acronym, was formed and put forth Christian Democrat José Napoleon Duarte as its presidential candidate in 1972. Though UNO was confronted by violence against its candidates and campaigners, including the murder of a native Duterte, and the sabotaging of the coalition's radio broadcasts, it arrived at election day with high expectations. 2 days after the polling, the Central Election Board, after first announcing a victory for PCN, shocked everyone by declaring that a recount had shown UNO to be the winner instead. The government quickly imposed a news blackout, and for the next 2 days nothing was heard concerning the election results. On the third day, the election board announced that PCN was indeed the winner after all. In the 1974 and 1976 legislative elections, and again in the 1977 presidential election, the government employed similar creative counting along with gross physical intimidation of candidates, voters, and poll watchers, to assure its continuance in office. A mass demonstration following the 1977 polling, protesting against electoral fraud, was surrounded by government security forces who opened fire. The result was nothing less than a bloodbath, the death toll measurable in the hundreds. In the immediate aftermath, top leaders of UNO were exiled and the party's followers became liable to arrest, torture and murder. The country's president, Colonel Arturo Molina, blamed the protests on foreign communists. His response to charges of electoral fraud was, "Only God is perfect." Government political violence of this sort had been sporadic in the 1960s, but became commonplace in the 1970s as more and more Salvadorians, frustrated by the futility of achieving social change through elections, resorted to other means. While some limited themselves to more militant demonstrations, strikes, and occupations of sites, an increasing number turned to acts of urban guerrilla warfare such as assassination of individuals seen as part of the repressive machinery, bombings, and kidnappings for ransom. The government and its paramilitary right-wing vigilante groups, death squads is the self-named modem genre, countered with a campaign centered upon leaders of labor unions, peasant organizations and political parties, as well as priests and lay religious workers. Be patriotic, kill a priest was the slogan of one death squad. Church people were accused of teaching subversion to the peasants, what the church people themselves would call the word of God. In this, the only country in the world named after Christ, the CIA and the U.S. military played an essential role in the conception and organization of the security agencies from which the death squads emanated. CIA surveillance programs routinely supplied these agencies with information on, and the whereabouts of, various individuals who wound up as death squad victims. In October 1979, a cabal of younger military officers, repelled by the frequent government massacres of groups of protesters and strikers, and wishing to restore the military's good name, ousted General Carlos Romero from the presidency and took power in a bloodless coup. A number of prominent civilian political figures were given positions in the new administration, which proclaimed an impressive program of reforms. But it was not to be. The young and politically inexperienced officers were easily co-opted by older, conservative officers, and by pressure exerted by the United States, to install certain military men into key positions. The civilian members of the government found themselves unable to exercise any control over the armed forces and were left to function only as reformist camouflage. Washington had supported the removal of the brutal Romero because only 3 months earlier the Sandinistas had overthrown the Somoza dictatorship in Nicaragua, and the Carter administration did not wish to risk the loss of a second client state in Central America in so short a space of time. But brakes had to be applied to keep the process within manageable bounds. Meanwhile, the security forces did not miss a beat as they continued to fire into crowds. The body count in the first month of the reformist government was greater than in the first 9 months of the year. By January 1980, almost all the civilian members had resigned and discussed over government as usual. The experience was the straw which broke the backs of many moderates and liberals, as well as members of the Salvadorian Communist Party, who still clung to hopes of peaceful reforms. The Communist Party had supported the new government, even contributed the Minister of Labor, because we believe it is going to comply with its promises and open the possibility of democratizing the country. The party was the last group on the left to join the guerrilla forces. One of the civilians, Minister of Education Salvador Samoa, in front of the TV cameras, simultaneously announced his resignation and his enlistment with a guerrilla group. For those who continued to harbor illusions, a steady drumbeat of terrorism soon brought them into the fold. A demonstration march by a coalition of popular organizations on 22nd of January was first sprayed with DDT by crop duster planes along the route of the march. Then, when the demonstrators reached San Salvador's Central Plaza, snipers fired at them from surrounding government buildings. At least 21 dead and 120 seriously wounded was the toll, some of which reportedly resulted from the demonstrators' undisciplined return of fire. On 17th of March, a general strike was met by retaliatory violence. 54 people killed in the capital alone. A week later, the Archbishop of San Salvador, Oscar Romero, an outspoken critic of the government's human rights violations, who had called upon President Carter, Christian to Christian, to cease providing military aid, was assassinated. In his last sermon, he had addressed the security forces with these words: "I beseech you, I beg you, I order you, in the name of God, stop the repression." The next day he became the 11th priest murdered in El Salvador in 3 years. At the funeral of the martyred archbishop, who had been a nominee for the Nobel Peace Prize the year before, 23 members of the U.S. House of Representatives being among his nominators, a bomb was thrown amongst the mourners in the plaza, followed by rifle and automatic fire, all emanating from the National Palace and some of the office buildings flanking the plaza. Just as in January, at least 40 people were reported killed and hundreds injured. Junta President Duarte tried to put the blame for the funeral carnage on the left. His case rested apparently on bald statement and nothing else, for all eyewitness reports stated that the bomb and gunfire came from the National Palace and the other government buildings. A statement issued by 8 bishops and 16 other foreign church visitors who had been present denied the government's version. 7 years were to pass before Duarte, elected to the presidency in 1984, accused former Army Major Roberto Dubuisson, the prominent leader of the country's right wing, with having ordered Romero's murder. Though this was a belief already widely held, the public accusation created a stir in El Salvador and the United States. The CIA, it turned out, knew the facts no later than 1 year after the assassination. Dubuisson, it should be noted, was a man who once told 3 European reporters, "You Germans are very intelligent. You realized that the Jews were responsible for the spread of communism, and you began to kill them." The American-trained former intelligence officer was never arrested because of immunity arising from his being a deputy in the National Assembly. He died in 1992. During the early months of 1980, the government, with direct American influence and input, enacted a program of agrarian reform, the sine qua non of social change in El Salvador. Its key provision, tenant farmers gaining title to the plots they worked, was similar to programs the U.S. had advocated in a number of other Third World hotspots since the 1950s, and for the same reasons, as a counterinsurgency tactic, stealing the guerrillas' thunder, and to make the government receiving U.S. military aid appear more deserving, in the eyes of Congress and the world. A memorandum from the Agency for International Development, AID, in mid-1980, commenting on reaction in El Salvador to the program of land to the tiller, says in part, "Many believe it is a symbolic and cosmetic measure which was proposed because it would look good to certain American politicians and not necessarily because it would be beneficial or significant in the Salvadorian context." The reaction of the Salvadorian agrarian elite could have been predicted. They expelled many thousands of peasants from their meager plots to preclude land being turned over to them. This was not the worst. The testimony of the technician of the Institute Salvadoreño de Transformación Agraria, established to oversee the program, the troops came and told the workers the land was theirs now. They could elect their own leaders and run it themselves. The peasants couldn't believe their ears, but they held elections that very night. The next morning the troops came back and I watched as they shot every one of the elected leaders. This was not an isolated case. The Assistant Minister of Agriculture, Jorge Alberto Villacorta, in his resignation letter in March 1980, stated that during the first days of the reform, to cite one case, 5 directors and 2 presidents of new campesino organizations were assassinated, and I am informed that this repressive practice continues to increase. Force, wrote Karl Marx, is the midwife of every old society pregnant with a new one. Revolution was now the only item of importance on the political agenda of the opposition, united as never before, united more by a common enemy than by a common ideology. But many saw this pluralism as strength rather than weakness. Leftists would now be fighting alongside former Christian Democrats whom, Only shortly before, they had accused of serving U.S. imperialism. If Jimmy Carter's trumpeted devotion to human rights was to be taken seriously, his administration clearly had no alternative but to side with the Salvadorian opposition, or at least keep its hands strictly out of the fighting. The Carter administration, however, with only an occasional backward glance at its professed principles, continued its military support of the government. Within days before his term ended in January 1981, Carter ordered a total of $10 million in military aid along with additional American advisors to be sent to El Salvador, an action characterized by one observer as President Carter's foreign policy establishment's last convulsive effort to evade responsibility for having been too soft in dealing with the Salvadorian rebels. 2 years later, private citizen Carter stated, "I think the government in El Salvador is one of the bloodthirstiest in the hemisphere now." The Reagan administration, to whom human rights was a suspect term invented by leftists, had little fear of the too soft label. Its approach to the conflict was threefold. A sharp escalation, both quantitatively and qualitatively, in the American military involvement in El Salvador. B. A public relations campaign to put a human face on the military junta. C. A concurrent exercise in news management to convince the American public and the world that the Salvadorian opposition had no legitimate cause for revolution, which was to say that what the Salvadorians had experienced during the previous 2 decades, indeed for half a century, had little or nothing to do with their uprising. This, it turned out, was the inspiration of unprovoked, mindless, left-wing terrorists abetted by the Soviet Union, by Nicaragua, by Cuba. The Red Devils were at it again. Military escalation. El Salvador did not turn into another Vietnam quicksand for the United States as many critics of the left and center warned. But for the Salvadorian people the war and its horror dragged on as interminably as it did for the Vietnamese, and for the same reason, American support of a regime, one even more loathsome than in Vietnam, which would have crumbled dismally if left to its own resources. Despite overwhelmingly superior military might, the government could hold the insurgents to no more than a stalemate. The amount of American military aid to El Salvador from 1980 to the early 1990s, for the hardware alone, ran into the billions of dollars. $6 billion is the figure commonly used in the press, but the true figure will never be known. The Arms Control and Foreign Policy Caucus, a bipartisan congressional group, accused the Reagan administration in the mid-1980s of supplying insufficient, misleading and in some cases false information concerning aid to El Salvador. The administration, concluded the caucus study, categorized most military aid as development aid, and undervalued the real cost of the hardware even when it was properly categorized as military aid. To this must be added the cost of training Salvadorian military personnel by the thousands in the United States, and the Panama Canal Zone, as well as in El Salvador, the further training which was provided in the earlier years by Argentina, Chile and Uruguay at U.S. behest, and the substantial military aid routed through Israel, a maneuver employed by the United States elsewhere in Central America as well. One telling result of this massive provision of weapons and training, as well as the money to pay higher salaries, was the sizable expansion of the Salvadorian armed forces and other security services. From an estimated 7,000 to 12,000 men in 1979, the army alone jumped to more than 22,000 by 1983, with an additional 11,000 civilian security forces. 3 years later, the total of these two forces had spiraled to 53,000. The equipment available to them flowed endlessly. When, for example, in January 1982, the rebels destroyed 16 to 18 aircraft in a raid upon an airport, the United States replaced them in a matter of weeks with 28 new aircraft. Part of the air power available to the government were U.S. reconnaissance planes fitted with sophisticated surveillance equipment which could provide almost instant intelligence on guerrilla movements before and after combat operations, and designate bombing targets. The guerrillas had neither air power nor a practical anti-aircraft capability until November 1990 when they used a Soviet-made surface-to-air missile for the first time. Predictably, the bombing, as well as the strafing and napalming, took the lives of many more civilians than guerrillas who had better learned how to avoid the attacks. Countless dwellings were leveled in the process, villages destroyed, a nation of refugees created. Civilian deaths, whether from air or ground raids, were not necessarily accidental, as the many massacre stories make evident. It is a basic tenet of counterinsurgency: kill the sympathizers and you win the war. Officially, the U.S. military presence in El Salvador was limited to an advisory capacity. In actuality, military and CIA personnel played a more active role on a continuous basis from as early as 1980. About 20 Americans were killed or wounded in helicopter and plane crashes while flying reconnaissance or other missions over combat areas. Moreover, the American program for training Salvadorian pilots, bombardiers and gunners could easily serve to conceal the advisors' direct participation in these operations while accompanying their trainees. Considerable evidence surfaced of a U.S. role in the ground fighting as well. There were numerous reports of armed Americans spotted in combat areas. A report by CBS News of U.S. advisors fighting side by side with government troops, and reports of other Americans, some ostensibly mercenaries, killed in action. The extent of American mercenary involvement in El Salvador is not known, but Lawrence Bailey, a former U.S. Marine, has stated that he was part of a team of 40 American soldiers, a fortune paid by wealthy Salvadorian families living in Miami to protect their plantations from takeover by the rebels. During the Iran-Contra hearings in 1987, it was disclosed that at least until 1985, CIA paramilitary personnel had been organizing and leading special Salvadorian army units into combat areas to track down guerrillas and call in airstrikes. These bit-by-bit disclosures pointed to a frequent, if not routine, American involvement in the ongoing combat. In September 1988, another news item related that U.S. military advisors were caught in a gun battle between Salvadorian army forces and guerrillas and that, in self-defense, they opened fire on the rebels. The degree of overall control of the military operation by the United States is perhaps best captured by an excerpt from an interview given to Playboy magazine in 1984 by President Duarte, one of the few Christian Democrat leaders of the earlier days still working within the government. Playboy: do the American military advisors also tell you how to run the war? Duarte: this is the problem. No, the root of this problem is that the aid is given under such conditions that its use is really decided by the Americans and not by us. Decisions like how many planes or helicopters we buy, how we spend our money, how many trucks we need, how many bullets and of what caliber, how many pairs of boots, and where our priorities should be, that. And all the money is spent over there. We never even see a penny of it, because everything arrives here already paid for. In Duarte's previous incarnation as a government opponent, his view of the Yankees was even harsher. U.S. policy in Latin America, he said in 1969, was designed to maintain the Ibero-American countries in a condition of direct dependence upon the international political decisions most beneficial to the United States, both at the hemisphere and world levels. Thus, the North Americans preach to us of democracy while everywhere they support dictatorships. Duarte's ideology, however, appears to have been a flexible and marketable commodity. At some point in the 1970s, if not earlier, he began to covertly supply the CIA with intelligence. A human face. On January 28, 1982, President Reagan certified to Congress that the El Salvador government was making a concerted and significant effort to comply with internationally recognized human rights and that it was achieving substantial control over all elements of its own armed forces, so as to bring to an end the indiscriminate torture and murder of Salvadorian citizens by these forces. The language was that imposed by Congress upon the administration if the flow of arms and American military personnel was to continue. 2 days earlier, the American and foreign press had carried the story of how government troops had engaged in a massacre of the people of the village of El Mozote in December. From 700 to 1,000 persons were reported killed, mostly the elderly, women and children. When a very long, detailed account of this incident appeared eventually, in 1993, it became more apparent than ever that this was one of the most repulsive and crudest massacres of the 20th century carried out by ground troops face to face with their victims. People hacked to death by machetes, many beheaded, a child thrown in the air and caught on a bayonet, an orgy of rapes of very young girls before they were killed. If we don't kill them, the children, now, they'll just grow up to be guerrillas, barked an army officer to a reluctant soldier. Anti-communism at its zenith. Both immediately and thereafter, the massacre was attended by denials and a cover-up by the State Department, with abundant media complicity. The State Department's defense of its position before a congressional committee left the committee members conspicuously underwhelmed, even though the congressmen did not yet know the full story. 2 days after the president's certification, the world could read how Salvadorian soldiers had pulled about 20 people out of their beds in the middle of the night, tortured them, and then killed them, meanwhile finding the time to rape several teenage girls. Earlier the same month, the New York Times had published an interview with a deserter from the Salvadorian army who described a class where severe methods of torture were demonstrated on teenage prisoners. He stated that 8 U.S. military advisors, apparently Green Berets, were present. Watching will make you feel more like a man, a Salvadorian officer apprised the recruits, adding that they should not feel pity of anyone but only hate for those who were enemies of our country. Another Salvadorian, a former member of the National Guard, later testified, "I belonged to a squad of 12. We devoted ourselves to torture, and to finding people whom we were told were guerrillas. I was trained in Panama for 9 months by the unintelligible of the United States for anti-guerrilla warfare. Part of the time we were instructed about torture." Officers of the National Guard were also trained in the United States. In August 1986, CBS television reported that 3 senior Guard officers who had been jinked to right-wing death squads received training at a police academy in Phoenix. In 1984, Amnesty International reported that it had received Quote, regular, often daily, reports identifying El Salvador's regular security and military units as responsible for the torture, disappearance and killing of non-combatant civilians from all sectors of Salvadorian society. A number of patients have allegedly been removed from their beds or operating theaters and tortured and murdered. Types of torture reported by those who have survived arrest and interrogation included beatings, sexual abuse, use of chemicals to disorient, mock executions, and the burning of flesh with sulfuric acid. Unquote. In light of the above, and many other reports of a similar nature, it can be appreciated that the Reagan administration had to exercise some creativity in getting around congressional hesitation about continued military aid to the government of El Salvador. Thus it was that in March 1984 the administration tacked on a request for additional military aid to legislation to send U.S. food supplies to starving Africans. A few days later, it tacked on a request for support of the Nicaraguan Contras to a bill to provide emergency fuel spending for the poor in parts of the United States which were suffering a severe winter. Death squad executions, military massacres, the Legion of the disappeared. The numbers reached well into the tens of thousands. And the death squads may have reached their arm into the United States. A number of Americans and Salvadorians living in Los Angeles and working with refugees or actively opposing U.S. military aid to El Salvador received death threats in 1987. Reverend Luis Olivates, a Catholic priest whose church is part of the Sanctuary movement, was sent an anonymous letter bearing the letters M, which were often found on the doors or buildings of people who were targeted in El Salvador. The letters stand for Escuadra de Muerto, Death Squad. In July 1987, a Salvadorian woman named Yanira Correa who had received threatening phone calls and letters was kidnapped outside the Los Angeles office of the Committee in Solidarity with the People of El Salvador, CISPS. Two men, speaking with what she described as Salvadorian accents, forced her at knife point into a van, interrogated her about her political activities and colleagues, cut her hands with a knife, burnt her fingers with cigarettes, sexually assaulted her with a stick, then raped her. A month earlier, she had narrowly escaped being abducted, along with her 3-year-old son. Other activists had their cars smashed or vandalized. For several years under the Reagan administration, the FBI conducted a nationwide investigation of CISPs. During this period, some of the organization's offices were broken into with nothing of value taken except files. It is imperative at this time to formulate some plans of attack against CISPs, reads one FBI teletype later made public. On Sundays during the 1980s, Washington officials issued warnings to the Salvadorian government to improve its human rights record, or told Congress that the record was improving, or told the world how much worse that record would be if not for American influence. On most other days, the United States continued to build up each and every component of the military and paramilitary forces engaged in the atrocities. In 1984, in an interview with the New York Times, Colonel Roberto Eulalio Santibanez, a former Salvadorian military official who had served at the highest level of the security police, confirmed, for those who may still have entertained doubts, that the network of death squads had been shaped by leading Salvadorian officials and was still directed by them. He also revealed that one of these officials, Colonel Nicolas Carranza, the head of the Treasury Police, which have long been considered the least disciplined and most brutal of the Salvadorian security forces, had been receiving more than $90,000 a year during the previous 5 or 6 years from the CIA. Although some members of the Treasury Police were linked by the Reagan administration itself to death squad activities, the United States continued to train and equip them. In a visit to San Salvador in February 1989, Vice President Dan Quayle told Army leaders that death squad killings and other human rights violations attributed to the military had to be ended. 10 days later, the U.S. trained Ilocao Battalion, which was believed to have a U.S. trainer assigned to it at all times, attacked a guerrilla field hospital, killing at least 10 people, including 5 patients, a doctor and a nurse, and raping at least 2 of the female victims before shooting them. Sources close to the El Salvador military said afterward that Quayle's warning was not taken seriously, but as rhetoric aimed at the U.S. Congress and the American public. In October 1989, former Salvadorian Army Commando Cesaville Montoya Martinez, in an interview on the CBS Evening News, related that he and others in his unit, the intelligence section of the Army's 1st Brigade, had acted as a clandestine death squad, that the 2 U.S. military advisors attached to the unit were aware of the assassinations, although they refused to hear the details, and that the advisors supplied money to his unit that helped maintain 2 civilian vehicles used for death squad operations and a safe house that served as a secret base of operations and storage of weapons. In subsequent interviews with the American press, Joya Martinez stated that the advisors had used the names Mauricio Torres and Raul Antonio Lazo, that his unit had carried out 74 assassinations of Salvadorian dissidents between April and July of 1989, and that he himself had been personally involved in 8 torture murders. Apropos of deadly bombings in El Salvador in November of dissident organizations, a union hall and an organization of mothers of the disappeared, he added that his unit had received explosives training from U.S. advisors. The Salvadorian embassy in Washington, while denying any government involvement in death squad activities, did confirm that Joya Martinez was a member of the intelligence unit of the 1st Brigade. In July 1990, an aide to Rep. Joseph Moakley, D.M.S., chairman of the Speaker's Task Force on El Salvador, declared, "The fact that Joya Martinez has been in the U.S. since last August, given all kinds of interviews, been arrested, and no one from the government has bothered to question him, seems pretty strange, unless people don't want to find the answers." On the 12th of that month, Joya Martinez had been arrested for having illegally entered the United States after being deported 6 years earlier. After a lengthy legal battle, he was ordered deported back to El Salvador in October 1992. His supporters in the United States expressed their concern about his safety in El Salvador, to which a State Department official responded, presumably with a straight face, that Joya Martinez has admitted to killings and torture and it would be callous to the victims to prevent him from standing trial. A few weeks after Joya Martinez went public in the United States, one of the most shocking atrocities in this war of shocking atrocities occurred. 6 Jesuit priests at the University of Central America in San Salvador were shot to death in cold blood at their campus residence, along with their housekeeper and her young daughter. A witness, whom the killers failed to observe, Lucia Barrera de Cherna, said she saw 5 armed men in uniform carry out the murders. The Salvadorian military, whom the Roman Catholic order had often criticized for human rights violations, were the immediate and logical suspects. Because of an extraordinary outcry against the crime, in the United States and internationally, including the creation of the Special Congressional Task Force referred to above, 2 months later 9 officers and enlisted men were arrested, a platoon from the Atlacoa Battalion, 7 of whom, it turned out, had only 2 days before the murders participated in combat training exercises supervised by the U.S. Special Forces, Green Berets, in El Salvador. Almost 2 years passed before any of those arrested were convicted of the crime. 2 relatively low-level officers, their higher-ups who gave the order, were not touched. Yet, this was an achievement in a country where thousands of people had been killed by military death squads, and no officer had ever before been tried, let alone convicted, for murder or other human rights abuse. The Salvadorian military tolerated the trial of the officers because Congress had made prosecution of the killers a condition for continuing military aid. During the 2-year period, as well as after the convictions, officials of the Bush administration appeared to be trying to thwart the investigation and aid in a cover-up, by such tactics as the following. A. Grossly intimidating Sedna and labeling her a liar. Refusing on grounds of national security to provide a Salvadorian court with classified documents that dealt with the case, withholding, on the same grounds, substantive material from journalists making Freedom of Information Act requests. B. Refusing for a long time to allow questioning, by the investigating judge, of U.S. Army Major Eric Buckland, stationed in El Salvador, who had learned of the Salvadorian military's culpability shortly after the murders from Salvadorian Colonel Carlos Aviax, then imposing a series of conditions on Buckland's questioning that served to conceal much of his story. C. Putting Buckland through such horrendous interrogation that he underwent an apparent nervous breakdown. D. Immediately informing the Salvadorian High Command about what Aviles had revealed to Buckland, which caused Aviles much grief. Father Charles Barron, vice-rector of the Jesuit University, declared in 1991 that the Americans were helping to protect the Salvadorian Army High Command all along. They were afraid the whole house of cards would fall if the investigation went any further. A year later, United Nations investigators were still complaining that the United States was slow in turning over vital information about the case. The cruelty level of the guerrillas' military and political campaign generally stood in sharp contrast to that of the government. Newsweek reported in 1983 that when the rebels capture a town, they treat the civilians well, paying for food and holding destruction to a minimum. And they have begun to free most of the government troops they capture, which helps to persuade other soldiers to surrender rather than fight to the death. Eventually, however, the guerrillas began to treat civilians most harshly, in particular those suspected of informing or of other collaboration with the government, or those refusing to collaborate with rebel forces. Some peasants reportedly were forced to leave their villages and farms as punishment. Several village mayors were killed. Young men were forcibly recruited to join the rebels. However, given the numerous instances of disinformation disseminated by the Salvadorian government about the rebels, reports of guerrilla ruthlessness must be approached with caution. The following case is instructive. See the notes for reference to other examples. In February 1988, The New York Times reported that villagers say guerrillas publicly executed 2 peasants because they had applied for and received new voter registration cards. According to the villagers, the guerrillas placed the voting cards of the 2 men in their mouths after executing them as a warning to others not to take part in the elections. The story was included in a State Department booklet to highlight the guerrillas' campaign of intimidation and terrorism. The booklet was mailed to Congress, newspaper editors, and other opinion makers. But the story, it turned out, was the invention of a Salvadorian army propaganda specialist who had placed it in the San Salvador newspaper El Mundo. From there it was picked up by the New York Times reporter who gave the impression that he had interviewed villagers with first-hand knowledge of the incident. Instead of attributing the story to the military asset El Mundo, the Times later recanted the story. Outside agitators. Sometimes I feel like Sisyphus, said a senior Reagan administration official involved in developing U.S. Latin America policy in March 1982. Every time we head up the hill to explain or justify our policy, the stone comes crashing down on top of us. 2 weeks earlier, Secretary of State Alexander Haig had asserted that the United States had overwhelming and irrefutable evidence that the insurgents were controlled from outside by non-Salvadorians. Haig, however, declined to provide any details of the evidence, saying it would jeopardize intelligence sources. Challenged to prove his charges 2 days later, the good general insisted that the United States had unchallengeable evidence of Nicaraguan and Cuban involvement in the command and control of the operation in El Salvador and, oddly enough, only the day before a Nicaraguan military man had been captured there. As it turned out, according to the Mexican embassy in San Salvador, the man was a student on his way back to school in Mexico from Nicaragua, traveling overland because he couldn't afford to fly. The following week, a Nicaraguan was captured fighting with the guerrillas. He told U.S. Embassy and Salvadorian army officials that he had been trained in Cuba and Ethiopia, then sent to El Salvador by the Nicaraguan government. The State Department was understandably excited. It presented the young man at a press conference in Washington, at which time he declared that he had never been to Cuba or Ethiopia, had joined the guerrillas on his own, and had made his previous statements under torture by his Salvadorian captors. He added that he had never seen another Nicaraguan or Cuban in El Salvador and denied that Nicaragua had provided aid to the guerrillas. Then there were 2 Nicaraguan Air Force defectors, reported Time magazine during the same period, who were scheduled to bear witness to their country's involvement in El Salvador but by week's end were judged not ready to face the press. Time entitled its story, "A lot of show, but no tell. The U.S. bungles its evidence of foreign subversion in El Salvador." In January 1981, U.S. diplomats disclosed that 5 boats had landed in El Salvador containing 100 well-armed, well-trained guerrillas, allegedly from Nicaragua. They knew the boats had come from Nicaragua because they were made from wood of trees not native to El Salvador. No sign, dead or alive, of any of the 100 invaders was ever found. However, 100 seemed to be the number of choice for the Reagan administration. That was the count of Cuban combat troops, said a senior State Department policymaker, who were sent to El Salvador in the fall of 1981 by way of Nicaragua. They were brought in clandestinely and given operational responsibilities in El Salvador, he asserted. The later whereabouts and actions of the Cubans likewise remained a mystery. The world was also informed that Soviet and Chinese weapons had been seized from rebels, and this was cited as further proof of outside communist aid. The weapons capture may have been real, although the CIA has long had warehouses full of communist weapons of all kinds, suitable for all occasions. But then what were we to make of the U.S., Israeli, Belgian and German weapons which, by Washington's admission a month later, were also to be found amongst the rebels? The world arms traffic is indeed wide open and fluid. In neighboring Honduras, the U.S.-supported Contras were using Soviet-made missiles to shoot down Soviet-made helicopters of Nicaragua. Moreover, the Salvadorian rebels captured weapons from government forces, and they claimed that they also purchased arms from corrupt Salvadorian army officers, a practice common to other Latin American guerrilla wars. A source cited by the New York Times corroborated the rebels' claim. The centerpiece of the Reagan administration's campaign to prove the international conspiracy nature of the revolution in El Salvador was its white paper issued a month after taking office and based largely on purported captured guerrilla documents, some of which were included in the report. Amongst the various analyses of the white paper which cast grave doubts upon its claims was the one in the Wall Street Journal by Jonathan Whitney. This included an interview with a State Department official, John D. Glassman, who was given the major credit for the white paper. Admitted Mr. Glassman, parts of the paper were possibly misleading and over-embellished. It contained mistakes and guessing, said the Wall Street Journal. A close examination indicates that, if anything, Mount Glassman may be understating the case in his concession that the white paper contains mistakes and guessing. Amongst the many specific shortcomings of the paper pointed out in the article was that, statistics of armament shipments into El Salvador, supposedly drawn directly from the documents, were extrapolated, Mr. Glassman concedes. And in questionable ways, it seems. Much information in the white paper can't be found in the documents at all. It was not merely the accuracy of the white paper that was questioned, but the authenticity of the documents themselves. Apropos of this, former U.S. Ambassador to El Salvador, Robert White, sacked by Reagan because of excessive commitment to human rights and reforms, commented, "The only thing that even makes me think that these documents were genuine was that they proved so little." When pressed to state what proof his government had of Nicaraguan intervention, President Duarte declined to answer on the grounds that the world would not believe him anyway. But President Reagan had some evidence to offer. He saw the hand of foreign masters pulling strings and the fact that demonstrators in Canada carried the same signs as demonstrators in the United States, U.S. out of El Salvador. But all of this was essentially besides the point. Revolutions are not exported like so many cartons of soap. We have seen what the circumstances were in El Salvador for decades which finally provoked people to take up the gun. Ambassador White, no champion of the rebels' cause, observed that the revolution situation came about in El Salvador because you had what was one of the most selfish oligarchies the world has ever seen, combined with a corrupt security force. Whether Cuba existed or not, you would still have a revolutionary situation in El Salvador. Education Minister turned guerrilla, Salvador Samoa, speaking in 1981, asserted that U.S. charges that the Soviet bloc was directing the guerrilla movement reveals Washington's deep ignorance of our movement. He pointed out that 3 of the 5 guerrilla groups that made up the Farabundo Mahdi National Liberation Front, FMLN, were strongly anti-Soviet. Samoa added, "To say we are run by Cuba because we have a relationship with Cuba is like saying we're a Christian movement because we have received enormous help from the church. Instead of seeing us as communist subversives, the U.S. should see us as a people struggling to survive." Despite American patrol boats in the Gulf of Fonseca, which separates El Salvador from Nicaragua, AWACS surveillance planes in the skies over the Caribbean, and an abundance of aerial photographs, despite a large U.S. radar installation in Honduras manned by 50 American military technicians, the finest electronic monitoring equipment modern technology had to offer, and ailed the informers that CIA money could buy. Despite it all, the Reagan administration singularly failed to support its case that the fires of the Salvadorian Revolution were stoked by Nicaraguan and Cuban coals, nor by the Soviet Union, Vietnam, the PLO, Ethiopia, or any of the other countries indicted at one time or another as important suppliers of military aid. In any case, whatever military support the Salvadorian insurgents actually received from abroad, necessarily limited to what could be carried by the occasional clandestine small truck or boat, plainly did not belong in the same league, nor on the same planet, as the huge transport planefuls and shipfuls of American aid, in all its forms, to the Salvadorian government. The United States had waged ruthless war against the Salvadorian Revolution, and threatened worse. In April 1991, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Colin Powell, announced that if necessary, the civil war in El Salvador can be resolved the way it was in the Persian Gulf. In early 1992, the war came to an official end when the United Nations Commission, after a year-and-a-half effort, finally got the warring sides to agree to a ceasefire and a peace agreement. A major offensive launched by the guerrillas in late 1989, in which they brought the war home to wealthy neighborhoods and Americans in the capital, had made clear to Washington and its Salvadorian allies, once again, finally, that the war was unwinnable. In February 1990, General Maxwell Thurman, the head of the U.S. Southern Command, told Congress that the El Salvador government was not able to defeat the rebels and that the only way to end the fighting was through negotiation. Moreover, the ostensible end of the Cold War had undermined the United States' professed rationale for, and may have relaxed its obsession with, defeating communism in El Salvador. At the same time, Congress was balking more and more about continuing military aid to the Salvadorian government, an attitude that had been growing ever since the November 1989 murder of the Jesuit priests. One of the many provisions of the complex peace agreement was the establishment of a UN Commission of the Truth to investigate the worst acts of violence since 1980. In March of 1993 the commission presented its report. Among its findings and conclusions were the following: the military forces, supported by the government and the civilian establishment, were plainly the main perpetrators of massacres, executions, torture and kidnappings during the Civil War. These acts could not be blamed on the excesses of war but on premeditated and ideologically inspired decisions to kill. The commission called for the dismissal of more than 40 high-ranking military personnel, including Defense Minister General René M. Fleoponce, a longtime favorite of U.S. officials, whom it found had given the orders that led to the murders of the priests, and stipulated that none should ever be allowed to return to military or security duty and should he banned from other public and political life for 10 years. Dismissal and a 10-year ban was also specified for government officials and bureaucrats who abused human rights or took part in a cover-up of the abuses, including the President of the Supreme Court. Right-wing parties in the Salvadorian National Assembly quickly pushed through an amnesty law barring prosecution for any crimes committed during the war. Several leaders of the left were singled out for the assassinations of 11 mayors during the war. A special investigation of death squads was called for. These squads, said the report, were often operated by the military and supported by powerful businessmen, landowners and some leading politicians. The peace accords did not put an end to this. Dozens of leaders and members of the FMLN were assassinated during 1992 and 1993, as well as a few from the right. Cited as the most notorious of the death squad leaders by the report was Roberto Dubuisson, the principal founder of the Nationalist Republican Alliance, ARENA, party. The party of the country's current president, Alfredo Cristiani. Dubuisson, the report confirmed, hired the sharpshooter who killed Archbishop Romero. Other sins laid at the doorstep of the government were the rapes and killings of 3 American nuns and a female religious worker in 1980, the murder of 2 American labor advisors in 1981, and the assassination, in 1982, of 4 Dutch journalists, whose reports were evidently considered favorable to the guerrillas. The commission did not focus on any American role in the abuses and cover-up. The role of the United States in El Salvador is a role more effectively studied by the U.S. Congress, said Commission member Thomas Bourgenfeld, an American jurist, at a news conference. However, the commission did chastise the United States for failing to rein in Salvadorian exiles in Miami who helped administer death squad activities between 1980 and 1983, with apparently little attention from the U.S. government. Such use of American territory for acts of terrorism abroad should be investigated and never allowed to be repeated. Cuban exiles, of course, have been using Miami as a base for terrorism abroad, as well as in the U.S., for 30 years. Members of Congress, outraged by the findings of the Commission of the Truth, called for the declassification of State Department, Defense Department, and CIA files on El Salvador to help determine whether the Reagan and Bush administrations had concealed evidence from Congress about widespread human rights abuses by their Salvadorian allies. The Commission's report, simply verifies what a number of us knew all through the 80s, said Rep. David Obey, that our own government was lying like hell to us. The report proves that the Reagan administration was willing to certify to anything, to get the money it wanted. Various of the more than 12,001 secret documents released by the Clinton administration unequivocally confirmed Obey's charge. Other papers revealed that the current vice president, Francisco Moreno, had organized death squads. The CIA referred to Roberto Dubuisson as egocentric, reckless and perhaps mentally unstable. He trafficked in drugs and smuggled arms. His paramilitary unit was responsible for thousands of murders, and in 1983 he and his advisors were invited by American Ambassador Dean Hinton to have lunch with the visiting U.S. representative to the United Nations, John Kirkpatrick. 6 years later, shortly before the CIA reported that Dubuisson's inner circle had plotted to assassinate President Cristiani, Ambassador William G. Walker invited him to the embassy's 4th of July party. American military advisors trained a militia of some 50 wealthy Salvadorians, ostensibly for them to be able to defend their own lavish homes against a rebel attack. But the group was actually linked to Dubuisson and their militia was a cover for the recruitment, training and possible dispatch of paramilitary civilian death squads. Ambassador Walker halted the training as soon as he learned of it, despite protests from the chief of the U.S. Military Advisory Mission. Another memo, written by a Defense Department official, argued that the wealthy Salvadorians might fund death squads, but would not get blood on their own hands. On March 20, 1994, the ruling party ARENA and its main ally scored a victory in elections held to choose a new president, National Assembly, and hundreds of municipal governments. With the exception of a few reforms touching upon civil liberties, whose significance remains to be seen, the outcome left the society at essentially the same place it was in 1980 when the war had just begun and José Napoleon Duarte had said, for 50 years the same people had all the power, all the money, all the jobs, all the education. One could now say, for more than 60 years, why had more than half the people of El Salvador, most of them very poor, voted for parties intimately connected with not only the wealthy, but with death squads? The new president, Armando Calderón Sol, had long and close ties to death squad godfather Roberto Dubuisson, a large portrait of whom hung in his office. The declassified documents referred to above raised questions about Calderón Sol himself, connections to a kidnapping and to a group of young ARENA militants who bombed the Ministry of Agriculture and wreaked other havoc in the early 1980s in an attempt to destabilize the government, whose new agrarian reform was supposed to take land from the wealthy. ARENA's sophisticated multi-million-dollar campaign relied heavily on nurturing two kinds of fears: the traditional fear of communism, inculcated by decades of authoritarian rule, and the supposed economic incompetence of the left, as typified by the Sandinista rule in Nicaragua. Further, ignoring their own violent history, Arena portrayed the left as terrorists who were exclusively responsible for the war's death and destruction. How honest and fair had the actual voting been? Was the right willing to end a half-century of political exclusion of the left? Besides having a great deal more money at its disposal than its opponents, the Arena party in power had controlled the press in El Salvador for many years. The one daily paper, Diario Latino, which had dared to show a brief independence, was destroyed by bombs. Moreover, the makeup of the Supreme Electoral Tribunal, TSE, which supervised the election, was based on the election of 1991, which the FMLN had boycotted. It was thus dominated by Arena, with no one from the FMLN. Many points of contention were raised about the voting, such as the following: a large number of people who registered to vote were unable to do so because they didn't receive their voting card. According to United Nations monitors, as of 1st of February these cases came to more than 500,000, equal to 20% of the electorate. After the election, the FMLN estimated the number of such non-voters at 340,000. 74,000 other applicants were rejected because they couldn't produce a birth certificate. Often this was because the local office of records had been destroyed in the war. Another large block of people held valid voting cards but couldn't vote because they had no transportation to a distant polling station. This was exacerbated, reportedly, by a slowdown in bus service by bus companies owned by Arena supporters and the Arena-controlled bus drivers union. Many made it to the polling stations with their voting cards only to be kept from voting because their names did not appear on the voter registration lists, or were spelled incorrectly. At least 25,000 such cases according to the UN. Several times that, said the FMLN. Other potential voters left the stations without casting their ballots because very long lines and an extremely cumbersome and snail-paced processing system left them still waiting. When the polls closed, these problems of course affected the poor, the rural, the less educated, and the first-time voters the most. The base of the FMLN's support. The TSE refused international advice, declined to spend money to transport voters to the polls, and made voting unnecessarily complicated, UN observers said. There was frightening mismanagement of the election beyond our worst expectations, said a senior UN official. There was widespread lack of trust by the electorate before the voting, and, now it's much worse. The TSE is completely discredited and has therefore tarnished the election. The FMLN claimed the irregularities cheated the party out of several municipal and legislative seats, a contention lent credence by the UN observers who stated that thousands of people were denied voting cards in 30 towns where the FMLN was strong. The party challenged the results in 37 cities and towns, but the TSE rejected all the claims, a decision that Rafael Lopez Pintor, who headed the UN Electoral Division, called shocking. A team of observers representing the U.S. government also said it was troubled that many of the procedures cited as administrative defects in previous elections continued to be practiced. In the days immediately following the vote, election authorities delayed the release of official results. Then on the third day, they abruptly cut off access to party monitors to computerized tabulations. The FMLN said that initial tabulations showed that many ballot boxes contained more votes than the legal maximum of 400, some of them 2 to 3 times as many. They also claimed that in San Miguel, one of the country's largest cities, a group of Arena militants had absconded with 15 ballot boxes. As it turned out, in the announced result for the presidency, Arena got 641,000 votes, 49% of the total, while the Democratic Coalition, which included the FMLN, was credited with 326,000 votes, or 25%. Failure of any party to win a majority necessitated a turn-off election a month later, at which time Arena won 68% of the vote to the coalition's 32%. Because the winner of the runoff was a completely foregone conclusion, there were undoubtedly many poor people who didn't vote because they were unwilling to go through the great inconvenience and uncertainty a second time. There was also the matter of intimidation. According to observers from the Committee in Solidarity with the People of El Salvador, CISPs, meanwhile, army helicopters buzzed cities where the opposition was strong. Soldiers set up checkpoints and machine gun nests in towns traumatized by army massacres during the war. The government did its best to instill fear in the electorate, and must have scared many voters into staying home. Before the election, some workers were warned that if the FMLN won, heads would roll, or they would be fired. Inasmuch as a polling official toed off the comer of each ballot, containing the same number as on the ballot, a voter could see that someone could save his number and check how he voted later. The Los Angeles Times reported the story of the master of ceremonies at a rally staged by Arena, attended by a number of peasants, farmers and market vendors. All those who support Arena, raise your hats. The MC implored the crowd. A few people lifted their hats. All those who support Arena, raise your hats. He tried again, and those who don't raise their hats are narungos. He added, invoking a slang word for terrorists used by the army throughout this country's brutal civil war. A lot of people took their hats off, for the benefit of which Salvadorians did Arena remain in power, for which of them had 75,000 civilians been killed, for whom was the U.S. Treasury reduced by $6 billion. Two reports from the New York Times, over canapes served by hovering waiters at a party. A guest said she was convinced that God had created two distinct classes of people, the rich and people to serve them. She described herself as charitable for allowing the poor to work as her servants. "It's the best you can do," she said. The woman's outspokenness was unusual, but her attitude is shared by a large segment of the Salvadoran upper class. The separation between classes is so rigid that even small expressions of kindness across the divide are viewed with suspicion. When an American, visiting an ice cream store, remarked that he was shopping for a birthday party for his maid's child, other store patrons immediately stopped talking and began staring at the American. Finally, an astonished woman in the checkout line spoke out. "You must be kidding," she said. One of their class, who had had enough and was leaving, commented to the Times, "I can't accept the fact that if you're born a peasant here, you die a peasant and your children are going to be peasants. There's no vision that kids of farmhands should be going to Harvard and running this country one day. There's no vision of a modern society." After taking part in Washington's decade-long effort to train and reform the Salvadorian army, many American military advisors have left here angry over the Salvadorians' resistance to change. They say they feel manipulated and betrayed by the Salvadorian officers. The advisors described Salvadorian officers as being mainly interested in amassing wealth and power, as willing to deprive troops of equipment to further the officers' own ends, and as allowing the regular killing or mistreatment of prisoners. None went so far as to say the effort to help the Salvadorian armed forces in their war against a leftist insurgency had been futile. They thought human rights abuses would have been worse, or that the guerrillas might have won the war without their presence. The Times apparently did not ask the advisors whether they believed that the United States government had in some way been forced to take sides in the Civil War. And if not, what had their government's ultimate motive been? And if so, why had they not taken the side of the insurgents? And how bad would the human rights abuses have been if the armed forces had not been provided by Washington with a never-ending supply of every weapon and implement and training known to man to bring destruction, pain and suffering to the greatest number of people? 55. Haiti 1986 to 1994. Who will rid me of this turbulent priest? When I give food to the poor, they call me a saint. When one asks why the poor have no food, they call me a communist. Dom Helder Camara. What does the government of the United States do when faced with a choice between supporting a group of totalitarian military thugs guilty of murdering thousands, systematic torture, widespread rape, and leaving severely mutilated corpses in the streets, or b. a non-violent priest, legally elected to the presidency by a landslide, whom the thugs have overthrown in a coup? But what if the priest is a leftist? During the Duvalier family dictatorship, François Papadoc, 1957-71, followed by Jean-Claude Baby Doc, 1971-86, both anointed president for life by Papa, the United States trained and armed Haiti's counterinsurgency forces, although most American military aid to the country was covertly channeled through Israel, thus sparing Washington embarrassing questions about supporting brutal governments. After Jean-Claude was forced into exile in February 1986, fleeing to France aboard a U.S. Air Force jet, Washington resumed open assistance. And while Haiti's wretched rabble were celebrating the end of 3 decades of Duvalierism, the United States was occupied in preserving it under new names. Within 3 weeks of Jean-Claude's departure, the U.S. announced that it was providing Haiti with $26.6 million in economic and military aid, and in April it was reported that another $4 million is being sought to provide the Haitian army with trucks, training and communications gear to allow it to move around the country and maintain order. Maintaining order in Haiti translates to domestic repression and control, and in the 21 months between Duvalier's abdication and the scheduled elections of November 1987, the successor Haitian governments were responsible for more civilian deaths than Baby Doc had managed in 15 years. The CIA was meanwhile arranging for the release from prison, and safe exile abroad, of 2 of its Duvalier-era contacts, both notorious police chiefs, thus saving them from possible death sentences for murder and torture, and acting contrary to the public's passionate wish for retribution against its former tormentors. In September, Haiti's main trade union leader, E. Richard, declared that Washington was working to undermine the left before the coming elections. U.S. aid organizations, he said, were encouraging people in the countryside to identify and reject the entire left as communist, though the country clearly had a fundamental need for reformers and sweeping changes. Haiti was, and is, the Western Hemisphere's best-known economic, medical, political, judicial, educational, and ecological basket case. At this time Jean-Baptiste Aristide was a charismatic priest with a broad following in the poorest slums of Haiti, the only church figure to speak out against repression during the Duvalier years. He now denounced the military-dominated elections and called upon Haitians to reject the entire process. His activities figured prominently enough in the electoral campaign to evoke a strong antipathy from U.S. officials. Ronald Reagan, Aristide later wrote, considered him to be a communist. And Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs, Elliott Abrams, saw fit to attack Aristide while praising the Haitian government in a letter to Time magazine during the election campaign. The Catholic priest first came to prominence in Haiti as a proponent of liberation theology, which seeks to blend the teachings of Christ with inspiring the poor to organize and resist their oppression. When asked why the CIA might have sought to oppose Aristide, a senior official with the Senate Intelligence Committee stated that liberation theology proponents are not too popular at the agency. Maybe second only to the Vatican for not liking liberation theology are the people at Langley, CIA headquarters. Aristide urged a boycott of the elections, saying the army is our first enemy. The CIA, on the other hand, funded some of the candidates. The agency later insisted that the purpose of the funding program had not been to oppose Aristide but to provide a free and open election, by which was meant helping some candidates who didn't have enough money and diminishing Aristide's attempt to have a low turnout, which would have reduced the election's validity. It is not known which candidates the CIA funded or why the agency or the State Department, which reportedly chose the candidates to support, were concerned about such goals in Haiti. When underfunded candidates and low turnouts exist permanently in the United States, the CIA was involved in a range of support for a range of candidates, said an intelligence official directly active in the operation. Countering Aristide's impressive political strength appears to be the only logical explanation for the CIA's involvement, which was authorized by President Reagan and the National Security Council. When the Senate Intelligence Committee demanded to know exactly what the CIA was doing in Haiti and which candidates it was supporting, the agency balked. Eventually, the committee ordered the covert electoral action to cease. A high-ranking source working for the committee said the reason the program was killed was that there are some of us who believe in the neutrality of elections. Nevertheless, it cannot be stated with any certainty that the program was actually halted. The elections scheduled for November 29, 1987 were postponed because of violence. In the rescheduled elections held in January, the candidate favored by the military government was declared the winner in balloting widely perceived as rigged, and in the course of which the CIA was involved in an aborted attempt of unknown nature to influence the elections. There followed more than 2 years of regular political violence, coup attempts, and repression, casting off the vestiges of the Duvalier dictatorship and establishing a new one, until, in March 1990, the current military dictator, General Prosper Avril, was forced by widespread protests to abdicate and was replaced by a civilian government of sorts. But, with the military still calling important shots, the United States is not happy with chaos in its client states. It's bad for control, it's bad for business, it's unpredictable who will come out on top, perhaps another Fidel Castro. It was the danger of massive internal uprisings that induced the United States to inform Jean-Claude Duvalier that it was time for him to venture a life of struggle on the French Riviera, and a similar chaotic situation that led the U.S. ambassador to suggest to Avril that it was an apt moment to retire. Transportation into exile for the good general was once again courtesy of Uncle Sam. Thus it was that the American embassy in Port-au-Prince pressured the Haitian officer court to allow a new election. Neither the embassy nor Aristide himself at this time had reason to expect that he would be a candidate in the election scheduled for December, although he had already been expelled from his religious order, with the blessings of the Vatican, because, amongst other things, of incitement to hatred and violence, and a glorifying of class struggle. Aristide's many followers and friends had often tried in vain to persuade him to run for office. Now they finally succeeded, and in October he became the candidate of a loose coalition of reformist parties and organizations. On the eve of the election, former U.S. Ambassador to the UN, Andrew Young, visited Aristide and asked him to sign a letter accepting Marc Bazin, the U.S.-backed and funded candidate, as president should Bazin win. Young reportedly said there was fear that if Aristide lost, his followers would take to the streets and reject the results. Young was said to be acting on behalf of his mentor, former President Jimmy Carter, but presumably the White House also had their finger in the pie, evidencing their concern about Aristide's charisma and potential as a leader outside their control. Despite a campaign maned by terror and intimidation, nearly 1,000 UN and Organization of American States, OAS, observers and an unusually scrupulous Haitian Naval ensured that a relatively honest balloting took place, in which Aristide was victorious with 67.5% of the vote. People chose him over 10 comparatively bourgeois candidates, wrote an American Haiti scholar who was an international election observer, because of his outspoken and uncompromising opposition to the old ways. Aristide's support actually included a progressive bourgeois element as well as his larger popular base. The president priest took office in February 1991 after a coup attempt against him in January failed. By June, one could read in the Washington Post, proclaiming a political revolution, Aristide, 37, has injected a spirit of hope and honesty into the affairs of government, a radical departure after decades of official venality under the Duvalier family dictatorship and a series of military strongmen, declaring that his $10,000 monthly salary is not just a scandal, but a crime. Aristide announced on television that he would donate his paychecks to charity. The Catholic priest had long been an incisive critic of U.S. foreign policy because of Washington's support of the Duvalier dynasty and the Haitian military, and he was suspicious of foreign aid, commenting that it all wound up in the pockets of the wealthy. Since 1980, this amounted to $200 million a year, and these were the same 10 years during which the per capita wealth of the country was reduced by 40%. Aristide did not spell out a specific economic program, but was clear about the necessity of a redistribution of wealth, and spoke more of economic justice than of the virtues of the market system. He later wrote, quote, "I have often been criticized for lacking a program, or at least for imprecision in that regard. Was it for lack of time? A poor excuse. In fact, the people had their own program: dignity, transparent simplicity, participation." These three ideas could be equally well applied in the political and economic sphere and in the moral realm. The bourgeoisie should have been able to understand that its own interest demanded some concessions. We had recreated 1789. Did they want, by their passive resistance, to push the hungry to demand more radical measures? End quote. Seriously hampered by the absence in Haiti of a strong traditional left, and confronted by a gridlocked parliament that constitutionally had more power than the president, Aristide didn't succeed in getting any legislation enacted. He did, however, initiate programs in literacy, public health and agrarian reform, and pressed for an increase in the daily wage, which was often less than $3, a freeze on prices of basic necessities, and a public works program to create jobs. He also increased the feeling of security amongst the population by arresting a number of key paramilitary thugs, and setting in motion a process to eliminate the institution of rural section chiefs, sheriffs, the military's primary instrument of unfettered authority over the lives of the peasants. In office, though not the uncompromising revolutionary firebrand many anticipated, Aristide frequently angered his opponents in the wealthy business class, the parliament, and the army by criticizing their corruptness. The military was particularly vexed by his policies against smuggling and drug trafficking, as well as his attempt to depoliticize them. As for the wealthy civilians, or as they ate fondly known, the morally repugnant elite, they did not much care for Aristide's agenda whereby they would pay taxes and share their bounty by creating jobs and reinvesting profits locally rather than abroad. They were, as they remain, positively apoplectic about this little saintly talking priest and his love for the poor. However, Aristide's administration was not, in practice, actually anti-business, and he made it a point to warm up to American officials, foreign capitalists and some elements of the Haitian military. He also discharged some 2,000 government workers, which pleased the International Monetary Fund and other foreign donors, but Aristide himself regarded these positions as largely useless and corrupt bureaucratic padding. Jean-Bertrand Aristide served less than 8 months as Haiti's president before being deposed, on September 29, 1991. By a military coup in which many hundreds of his supporters were massacred, and thousands more fled to the Dominican Republic or by sea. The slightly built Haitian president who, in the previous few years, had survived several serious assassination attempts and the burning down of his church while he was inside preaching, was saved now largely through the intervention of the French ambassador. Only the Vatican recognized the new military government, although the coup of course was backed by the rich elite. "They helped us a lot," said the country's new police chief and key coup plotter, Joseph Michel François, "because we saved them." No evidence of direct U.S. complicity in the coup has arisen, though, as we shall see, the CIA was financing and training all the important elements of the new military regime, and a Haitian official who supported the coup has reported that U.S. intelligence officers were present at military headquarters as the coup was taking place. "This was normal," he added. "For the CIA and DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency, were always there. We have seen in Nicaragua how the National Endowment for Democracy, which was set up to do overtly, and thus more respectably, some of what the CIA used to do covertly, interfered in the 1990 election process. At the same time, the NED, in conjunction with the Agency for International Development, AID, was busy in Haiti. It gave $189,000 to several civic groups that included the Haitian Center for the Defense of Rights and Freedom, headed by Jean-Jacques Honorat. Shortly after Aristide's ouster, Honorat became the prime minister in the coup government. In a 1993 interview with the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, he declared, "The coup was justified by the human rights record of Aristide." Asked what he himself had done as prime minister to halt the massive human rights violations that followed the overthrow, Honorat responded, "I don't have my files here." In the years prior to the coup, the Ned also gave more than $500,000 to the Haitian Institute for Research and Development. This organization played a very partisan role in the 1990 elections when it was allied with U.S. favorite Marc Bazin, former World Bank executive, and helped him create his coalition, just as Ned was instrumental in fighting the coalition in Nicaragua which defeated the Sandinistas earlier in the year. It was led by Leopold Berlanger who, in 1993, supported the junta's sham election aimed at ratifying the prime ministership of Bazin, Honorat's successor and a political associate of Berlanger. Another recipient of Ned largesse was Radio Solji, run by the Catholic Church in a manner calculated to not displease the dictatorship of the day. During the 1991 coup, according to the Reverend Hugo Trist, a former station director, the station refused to air a message from Aristide. The Ned has further reduced the U.S. Treasury by grants to the Union Association Fédération des Ouvriers Syndics, founded in 1984 with Duvalier's approval, so that Haiti, which previously had crushed union organizing efforts, would qualify for the U.S. Caribbean Basin Initiative economic package. But despite its name and unceasing rhetoric, the National Endowment for Democracy did not give a dollar to any of the grassroots organizations that eventually merged to form Aristide's coalition. Within a week of Aristide's overthrow, the Bush administration began to distance itself from the man, reported the New York Times, by refusing to say that his return to power was a necessary precondition for Washington to feel that democracy has been restored in Haiti. The public rationale given for this attitude was that Aristide's human rights record was questionable, since some business executives, legislators and other opponents of his had accused him of using mobs to intimidate them and tacitly condoning their violence. Some of Haiti's destitute did carry out acts of violence and arson against the rich, but it's a stretch to blame Aristide, whatever his attitude, given that these were enraged people seeking revenge for a lifetime of extreme oppression against their perceived oppressors, revenge they had long been waiting for. A year later, the Boston Globe could editorialize that the Bush administration's contempt for Haitian democracy has been scandalous. By refusing to acknowledge the carnage taking place in Haiti, the administration has all but bestowed its blessing on the putschists. 2 months earlier, in testimony before Congress, the CIA's leading analyst of Latin American affairs, Brian Leda, had described coup leader Lieutenant General Raúl Cedras as one of the most promising group of Haitian leaders to emerge since the Duvalier family dictatorship was overthrown in 1986. He also reported that he saw no evidence of oppressive rule in Haiti. Yet the State Department annual human rights report for the same year stated, Haitians suffered frequent human rights abuses throughout 1992, including extrajudicial killings by security forces, disappearances, beatings and other mistreatment of detainees and prisoners, arbitrary arrests and detention and executive interference with the judicial process. The New York Times one-year post-coup status report was remarkably blunt. Since shortly after the overthrow, when Secretary of State James Baker echoed President Bush's famous "this aggression will not stand" statement about Iraq, little consideration has been given to backing up American principles in Haiti with American muscle. Recently, an advisor of the coup government repeated Father Aristide's longtime complaint when he said that all it would take is one phone call from Washington to send the army's leadership packing. Supporters and opponents of Father Aristide agree, nothing more threatening than a leaky and ineffective embargo, quickly imposed, has ever been seriously contemplated, which reflects Washington's deep-seated ambivalence about a leftward-tilting nationalist, who often depicted the United States as a citadel of evil and the root of many of his country's problems. Despite much blood on the army's hands, United States diplomats consider it a vital counterweight to Father Aristide, whose class struggle rhetoric threatened or antagonized traditional power centers at home and abroad. During this period, numerous nocturnal arrivals of U.S. Air Force planes in Port-au-Prince were reported in Haitian clandestine newspapers. Whether this had any connection to the leaking embargo may never be known. When asked, 1A U.S. Embassy officials said the flights were routine. The CIA's clients, from the mid-1980s until at least the 1991 coup, key members of Haiti's military and political leadership were on the agency's payroll. These payments were defended by Washington officials and a congressman on the House Intelligence Committee as being a normal and necessary part of gathering intelligence in a foreign country. This argument, which has often been used to defend CIA bribery, ignores the simple reality, illustrated repeatedly in this book, that payments bring more than information, they bring influence and control. And when one looks at the anti-democratic and cruelty levels of the Haitian military during its period of being bribees, one has to wonder what the CIA's influence was. Moreover, one has to wonder what the defenders of the payments would have thought upon learning during the Cold War that congressmen and high officials in the White House were on the KGB payroll. Even after the supposed end of the Cold War, we must consider the shocked reaction to the case of CIA officer Aldrich Ames. He was, after all, only accepting money from the KGB for information. In any event, money paid by the CIA to these men, as well as to the groups mentioned below, was obviously available to finance their murderous purposes. When Gaddafi of Libya did this, it was called supporting terrorism. Did the information provided the CIA by the Haitian leaders include advance notice of the coup? No evidence of this has emerged, but 4 decades of known CIA behavior would make it eminently likely. And if so, did the agency do anything to stop it? What did the CIA do with this knowledge of the drug trafficking which the Haitian powers that be, including Baby Doc, were long involved in? 2. In 1986 the CIA created a new organization, the National Intelligence Service, SIN. The unit was staffed solely by officers of the Haitian Army, widely perceived as an unprofessional force with a marked tendency toward corruption. SIN was purportedly created to fight the cocaine trade, though SIN officers themselves engaged in the trafficking, and the trade was aided and abetted by some of the Haitian officials also on the agency payroll. SIN functioned as an instrument of political terror, persecuting and torturing Father Aristide supporters and other subversives, and using its CIA training and devices to spy on them. In short, much like the intelligence services created by the CIA elsewhere in the world during the previous several decades, including Greece, South Korea, Iran, and Uruguay, and created in Haiti presumably for the same reason, to give the agency a properly trained and equipped, and loyal, instrument of control. At the same time that SIX was receiving between half and $1 million a year in equipment, training and financial support, Congress was withholding about $1.5 million in aid for the Haitian military. Because of its abuses of human rights, Aristide had tried, without success, to shut SIN down. The CIA told his people that the United States would see to it, that the organization was reformed, but that its continued operation was beyond question. Then came the coup. Afterwards, American officials say, the CIA cut its ties to SIN, but in 1992 a U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration document described SIN in the present tense as a covert counter-narcotics intelligence unit which often works in unison with the CIA. In September of the same year, work by the DEA in Haiti led to the arrest of a STN officer on cocaine charges by the Haitian authorities. 3. Amongst the worst violators of human rights in Haiti was the Front for the Advancement and Progress of Haiti, FRAF. Actually a front for the army. The paramilitary group spread deep fear amongst the Haitian people with its regular murders, public beatings, arson raids on poor neighborhoods, and mutilation by machete. FRAF's leader, Emmanuel Constant, went on to the CIA payroll in early 1992 and, according to the agency, this relation ended in mid-1994. Whatever truth lies in that claim, the fact is that by October the American embassy in Haiti was openly acknowledging that Constant, now a born-again Democrat, was on its payroll. The FRAF leader says that soon after Aristide's ouster an officer of the U.S. Defense Intelligence Agency, Colonel Patrick Collins, pushed him to organize a front that could balance the Aristide movement and do intelligence work against it. This resulted in Constant forming what later evolved into FRAF in August 1993. Members of FRAF were working, and perhaps still are, for 2 social service agencies funded by the Agency for International Development, one of which maintains sensitive files on the movements of the Haitian poor. Constant, who has told in detail of having attended, on invitation, the Clinton inauguration balls, was the organizer of the dockside mob that, on October 11, 1993, chased off a ship carrying U.S. military personnel arriving to retrain the Haitian military under the UN agreement, see below. This was while Constant was on the CIA payroll. But that incident may have been something out of the agency's false bottom world. Did Washington really want to challenge the military government, or only appear to do so? Constant actually informed the United States beforehand of what was going to happen, then went on the radio to urge all patriotic Haitians to join the massive demonstrations at the dock. The United States did nothing before or after but allow its ship to turn tail and run. In the summer of 1993, United Nations mediated talks on Governor's Island in New York between Aristide, living in exile in Washington, and the Haitian military government, resulted in an accord whereby the leader of the junta, General Cedros, would step down on 15 October and allow Aristide to return to Haiti as president on 30th of October. But the dates came and went without the military fulfilling their promise, meanwhile not pausing in their assaults upon Aristide's supporters, including the September murder of a prominent Aristide confidant who was dragged out of church and shot in full view of UN officials, and the Assassination a month later of Aristide's Justice Minister, Guy Mallory. Pleased with its foreign policy success in securing the agreement in New York, the Clinton administration seemingly was willing to tolerate any and all outrages. But an advisor to Cedros declared afterward that when the military had agreed to negotiate, the whole thing was a smokescreen. We wanted to get the sanctions lifted, but we never had any intention of really agreeing to Governor's Island, as I'm sure everyone can now figure out for themselves. We were playing for time. Aristide himself never liked the UN plan, which granted amnesty to those who mounted the coup against him. He declared that the United States had pressured him to sign. Speaking to congressmen in early October, CIA official Brian Leda, who had previously praised Cedros and his rule, now characterized Aristide as mentally unbalanced. Was this perhaps amongst the information provided the CIA by their agents in the Haitian military? During the election campaign, Aristide's detractors in Haiti had in fact spread the rumor that he was mentally ill. Leda also testified that Aristide paid little mind to democratic principles, and had urged supporters to murder their opponents with a technique called necking, in which gasoline-soaked tires are placed around victims' necks and set afire. Neither Leda nor anyone else has provided any evidence of Aristide engaging in an explicit provocation, although this is not to say that necklacing was not carried out as an act of revenge by Haiti's masses, as it was in 1986 following the ouster of Duvalier. At the same time, congressmen were exposed to a document purporting to describe Aristide's medical history, claiming that he had been treated in a mental hospital in Canada in 1980, diagnosed as manic depressive and prescribed large quantities of drugs. This claim was described in the media as emanating from the CIA, but the agency denied this, saying it had seen the document before and had judged it to be a partial or complete fake, but adding that it still stood by its 1992 psychological profile of Aristide, which concluded that the deposed president was possibly unstable. The claims were denied by Aristide and his spokesman, and independent checks with the hospital in Canada showed no record of his being a patient there. Nonetheless, congressional opponents of Aristide now had a rationale for trying to limit the extent of U.S. support to him, and some of them argued that the United States should not embroil itself in Haiti on behalf of such a leader. He, Leda, made it the most simplistic, one-dimensional message he could. "Murderer, psychopath," said an administration official familiar with Leda's briefing. In 1960, the Eisenhower administration had regarded another black foreign leader who didn't buy into Pax Americana, Patrice Lumumba, as unstable, irrational, almost psychotic. Nelson Mandela was often described in a similar fashion by his opponents. Some of those who make such charges may indeed believe that conspicuously rejecting the established order is a sign of insanity. The junta, which was concerned that President Clinton might order military action against Haiti, was pleased. A spokesman observed that after the information about Aristide got out from our friends in the CIA, and Congress started talking about how bad he is, we figured the chances of an invasion were gone. Though the Clinton administration publicly repudiated the claims about Aristide's mental health in no uncertain terms, it nonetheless continued to negotiate with Haiti's military leaders, a policy which stunned supporters of the Catholic priest. Apparently, marveled Robert White, a former U.S. ambassador to El Salvador and an unpaid advisor to Aristide, nothing will shake the touching faith the Clinton administration has in the Haitian military's bona fides. Aristide supporters asserted that such faith reflected long and continuing relations between American military officers and Haiti's top commanders, Cedros and Francois, the police chief, both of whom had received military training in the United States. Time magazine suggested that the U.S. attitude toward some of Haiti's henchmen is not as hostile as American rhetoric would indicate. This attitude was commented upon by the Lawyers Committee for Human Rights. Faced with Aristide's talk of radical reform, an old and deep-rooted American instinct has taken hold. Repeated in countless countries, both during and after the Cold War, it is this: when in doubt, look to the military as the only institutional guarantee of stability and order. It had indeed been to the military that the Reagan and Bush administrations had looked to provide these qualities, praising the sincerity of the Haitian army's commitment to democracy on several occasions. The Clinton administration was as hypocritical on the Haiti question as were its predecessors, exemplified by its choice for Secretary of Commerce. Ron Brown had been a well-paid and highly active lobbyist for baby Doc Duvalier. Cedros's spit-in-the-face deceit on the Governor's Island Accord appeared to bother Washington officials much less than the fact that Aristide would not agree to form a government with the military. By February 1994, it was an open secret that Washington would as soon be rid of the Haitian priest as it would the Haitian strongmen. The Los Angeles Times reported, officially the U.S. supports the restoration of Aristide. In private, however, many officials say that Aristide is so politically radical that the military and the island's affluent elite will never allow him to return to power. Ideologically, if not emotionally, the antipathy of the administration's senior officials to Aristide's politics was hardly less than that of his country's ruling class. Moreover, the predominant reason the strongmen were in disfavor in Washington's eyes had little to do with their dreadful human rights record per se, but rather that the repression in Haiti was provoking people to flee by the tens of thousands, causing the United States an enormous logistical headache and image problem in the Caribbean and Florida, as well as costing hundreds of millions of dollars. The gulf between the administration and Aristide widened yet further when Secretary of State Warren Christopher announced that a group of Haitian parliamentarians, whom he characterized as centrists, had put forth a plan which would pardon the army officers who engineered the coup, and which called for Aristide to name a prime minister, who in turn would create a cabinet acceptable to Aristide's domestic foes. These steps, the plan anticipated, would establish a coalition government and clear the way for Aristide's eventual return to office. Aristide, who had not been consulted at all, flatly rejected the proposal that would have allowed some awful villains to escape punishment, made no mention of a date or timetable for his restoration, contained no guarantee that he would ever be able to return to power at all, and would require him to share power with a politically incompatible prime minister and some cabinet members of similar ilk. Christopher added that any strengthening of the embargo against Haiti would depend on Aristide's acceptance of the plan. The United States, he said, was wary of tougher sanctions because they would increase the suffering in Haiti. At the same time, the State Department's chief Haiti expert, Michael Kosick, blamed extremists on both sides for scuttling the plan. This, said a Haitian supporter of Aristide, created a moral equivalency between Aristide and the military that put Aristide on the same level as the killers. The Bush administration, employing the UN and the OAS as well, had pressed similar proposals and ultimatums upon the beleaguered Aristide on several occasions. His failure to embrace them had stamped him as intransigent amongst some officials and media. Aristide's rejection of the plan can perhaps be better understood if one considers whether Washington would ever insist to the Cuban exiles in Miami that if they wanted U.S. support for their return to Cuba, they would have to agree to a coalition government with castrates, or that Iraqi exiles would have to learn to live with Saddam Hussein. The repeated insistence that Aristide accept a broad-based government, or a government of national consensus is ironic coming from the Bush and Clinton administrations, in which one cannot find an open left liberal, much less a leftist or socialist, scarcely even a plain genuine liberal, in any high-level position. Nor has the severe suffering of the Cuban people from the American embargo had any noticeable effect upon the policy of either administration. It soon developed that the plan, which had been labeled a bipartisan Haitian legislative initiative, had actually originated with a State Department memo. Worse, the Haitian input had come from the supporters of Aristide's overthrow, including Police Chief Francois himself. A further symptom of the administration's estrangement from Aristide was a report from the U.S. Embassy in Haiti to the State Department in April. While conceding widespread and grave violations of human rights by the military regime, the report claimed that Aristide and his followers consistently manipulate and even fabricate human rights abuses as a propaganda tool. The Aristide camp was described as hardline ideological. Congressional liberals, particularly the Congressional Black Caucus, were becoming disturbed. In the midst of their growing criticism and pressure, State Department Special Envoy to Haiti Lawrence Pesulo, by this time openly described as the author of the legislative plan, resigned. A week later several congressmen, attended by wide media coverage, were arrested in a protest outside the White House. By early May, given the congressional pressure, the Grand Haitian Plan discredited and abandoned, the sanctions an international joke, the refugees still washing up on Florida shores, while many thousands of others were filling up Guantanamo Base in Cuba. The Clinton administration was forced to the conclusion that, though they still didn't like this man Jean-Bertrand Aristide with his non-centrist thoughts, they were unable to create anything that smelled even faintly like a rose without restoring him to the presidency. Bill Clinton had painted himself into a corner. During the campaign in 1992, he had denounced Bush's policy of returning refugees to Haiti as cruel. "My administration," he declared, "will stand up for democracy." Since that time the word Haiti could not cross his lips without being accompanied by at least 3 platitudes about democracy. Something had to be done or another foreign policy failure would be added to the list the Republicans were drooling over in this election year. But what? Over the next 4 months, the world was treated to a continuous flip-flop, numerous permutations concerning sanctions, handling of the refugees, how much time the junta had to pack up and leave, as much as 6 months, what kind of punishment or amnesty for the murderous military and police, whether the U.S. would invade. This time we mean it. Now we really mean it. Our patience has run out. For the 3rd time, we will not rule out military force. For the 5th time. The junta was not terribly intimidated. Meanwhile, an OAS human rights team was accusing the Haiti regime of murder, rape, kidnapping, detention and torture in a systematic campaign to terrorize Haitians who want the return of democracy and President Jean-Bertrand Aristide, and amnesty. International was reporting the same. Time was passing, and each day meant less time for Aristide to govern Haiti. He had already lost almost 3 of the 5 years of his term, plus the 8 months he had served. By the summer, what Bill Clinton wanted desperately was to get the junta out of power without having to deal with the thorny question of congressional approval, without a U.S. invasion, without any American casualties, without going to war on behalf of a socialist priest. If Washington's heart had really been set on the return to power of Father Jean-Bertrand Aristide, the CIA could have been directed to destabilize the Haitian government any time during the previous 3 years, using its tried and trusted bribery, blackmail, and forged documents, its disinformation, rumors, and paranoia, its weapons, mercenaries, and assassinations, its multinational economic strangleholds, its instant little armies, its selective little air assaults imbuing the right amount of terror in the right people at the right time. The agency had done so with much stronger and more stable governments. With much more public support, from Iran and Guatemala, to Ecuador and Brazil, to Ghana and Chile. Much of what was needed in Haiti was already in place, beginning with the CIA's own creation, the National Intelligence Service, as well as a large network of informants and paid assets within other security forces such as FRAF, and knowledge of who the reliable military officers were. U.S. intelligence even had a complete inventory of Haitian weaponry. The failure of Clinton to make use of this option is particularly curious in light of the fact that many members of Congress and some of the administration's own foreign policy specialists were urging him to do so for months. Finally, in September 1994, officials revealed that the CIA had launched a major covert operation this month to try to topple Haiti's military regime, but so far the attempt has failed. One official said the effort was too late to make a difference. The administration, we were told, had spent months debating what kind of actions to undertake, and whether they would be legal or not. Or they could have made the famous one phone call. Like they meant it. Betrayal. The most violent regime in our hemisphere. Campaign of rape, torture and mutilation. People starved, executing children, raping women, killing priests, skying of Haitian orphans suspected of harboring sympathy toward President Aristide, for no other reason than he ran an orphanage in his days as a parish priest. Soldiers and policemen raping the wives and daughters of suspected political dissidents, young girls, 13, 16 years old, people slain and mutilated with body parts left as warnings to terrify others, children forced to watch as their mothers' faces are slashed with machetes. Thus spaketh William Jefferson Clinton to the American people to explain why he was seeking to restore democratic government in Haiti. The next thing we knew, the Haitian leaders were told that they could take 4 weeks to resign, they would not be charged with any crimes, they could remain in the country if they wished. They could run for the presidency if they wished. They could retain all their assets no matter how acquired. Those who chose exile were paid large amounts of money by the United States to lease their Haitian properties, any improvements made to remain free of charge. 2 jets were chartered to fly them with all their furniture to the country of their choice, transportation free, housing and living expenses paid for the next year for all family members and dozens of relatives and friends, totaling millions of dollars. The reason Bill Clinton the president, as opposed, perhaps, to Bill Clinton the human being, could behave like this is that he, as would be the case with any other man sitting in the White House, like Jimmy Carter who told Cedros that he was a man of honor and that he had great respect for him, was not actually repulsed by Cedros and company, for they posed no ideological barrier to the United States continuing the economic and strategic control of Haiti it's maintained for most of the century. Unlike Jean-Bertrand Aristide, a man who only a year earlier had declared, "I still think capitalism is a mortal sin," or Fidel Castro in Cuba. Lest there be doubt here, it should be noted that shortly before Clinton made the remarks cited above, Vice President Gore declared on television that Castro has a worse record on human rights than the military leaders of Haiti. The atrocities of the Haitian government were simply trotted out by President Clinton to build support for military intervention, just as he cited the junta's drug trafficking. After all these years, this was now discovered, as Noriega's longtime dealings were finally condemned when it was time for a military intervention into Panama. But the worst of the betrayal was yet to come. Per the above agreement with Raúl Cedros, U.S. armed forces began arriving in Haiti 19th of September to clear the way for Aristide's arrival in mid-October. The Americans were welcomed with elation by the Haitian people, and the GIs soon disarmed, arrested, or shot dead some of the worst dangers to life and limb and instigators of chaos in Haitian society. But first they set up tanks and vehicles mounted with machine guns to block off the streets leading to the residential neighborhoods of the morally repugnant elite, the rich being Washington's natural allies. Jean-Bertrand Aristide's reception was a joyous celebration filled with optimism. However, unbeknownst to his adoring followers, while they were regaining Aristide, they may have lost Aristidism. The Los Angeles Times reported, in a series of private meetings, administration officials admonished Aristide to put aside the rhetoric of class warfare, and seek instead to reconcile Haiti's rich and poor. The administration also urged Aristide to stick closely to free market economics and to abide by the Caribbean nation's constitution, which gives substantial political power to the parliament while imposing tight limits on the presidency. Administration officials have urged Aristide to reach out to some of his political opponents in setting up his new government, to set up a broad-based coalition regime. The administration has made it clear to Aristide that if he fails to reach a consensus with parliament, the United States will not try to prop up his regime. Almost every aspect of Aristide's plans for resuming power, from taxing the rich to disarming the military, has been examined by the U.S. officials with whom the Haitian president meets daily and by officials from the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund and other aid organizations. The finished package clearly reflects their priorities. Aristide obviously has toned down the liberation theology and class struggle rhetoric that was his signature before he was exiled to Washington. Tutored by leading Clinton administration officials, Aristide has embraced the principles of democracy, national reconciliation and market economics with a zeal that Washington would like to see in all leaders of developing nations. Aristide returned to Haiti October 15, 1994. 3 years and 2 weeks after being deposed. The United States might well have engineered his return under the same terms, or much better of course, 2 to 3 years earlier. But Washington officials kept believing that the policy of returning refugees to Haiti, and when that was unfeasible, lodging them at Guantanamo, would make the problems go away. The refugee problem, and the Jean-Bertrand Aristide problem. Faced ultimately with an Aristide returning to power, Clinton demanded and received, and then made sure to publicly announce, the Haitian president's guarantee that he would not try to remain in office to make up for the time lost in exile. 381. Killing Hope. Clinton of course called this democracy, although it represented a partial legitimization of the coup. As can be deduced from the above compilation of news reports, this was by no means the only option Aristide effectively surrendered. His preference for the all-important position of prime minister, who appoints the cabinet, was Claudette Worley, a woman very much in harmony with his thinking, but he was forced to rule her out because of strong opposition to her leftist bent from political opponents who argued that she would seriously hurt efforts to obtain foreign aid and investment. Instead, Aristide wound up appointing Marc Michel, one of Washington's leading choices. At the same time, the Clinton administration and the international financial institutions, EMS, were carefully watching the Haitian president's appointments for finance minister, planning minister, and head of the central bank. Two of the men favored by Washington to fill these positions had met in Paris on 22 August with the EMS to arrange the terms of an agreement under which Haiti would receive about $700 million of investment and credit. Typical of such agreements for the Third World, it calls for a drastic reduction of state involvement in the economy and an enlarged role for the private sector through privatization of public services. Haiti's international function will be to serve the transnational corporations by opening itself up further to foreign investment and commerce, with a bare minimum of tariffs or other import restrictions, and offering itself, primarily in the assembly industries, as a source of cheap export labor, extremely cheap labor, little if any increase in the current 10 to 25 cents per hour wages, distressingly inadequate for keeping body and soul together and hunger at bay, a way of life promoted for years to investors by the U.S. Agency for International Development and other U.S. government agencies. The assembly industries are regarded by Washington as important enough to American firms that in the midst of the sanctions against Haiti, the U.S. announced that it was fine-tuning the embargo to permit these firms to import and export so they could resume work. The agreement further emphasizes that the power of the parliament is to be strengthened. The office of the president is not even mentioned, neither is the word justice. As of this writing, late October 1994, Aristide's dreams of a living wage and civilized working conditions for the Haitian masses, a social security pension system, decent education, housing, health care, public transportation, etc. appear to be little more than that. Dreams. What appears to be certain is that the rich will grow richer, and the poor will remain at the very bottom of Latin America's heap. Under Aristide's successor, whomever the United States is already grooming, it can only get worse. Aristide the radical reformer knew all this, and at certain points during September and October he may have had the option to get a much better deal, for Clinton needed him almost as much as he needed Clinton. If Aristide had threatened to go public, and noisily so, about the betrayal in process, spelling out all the sleazy details so that the whole world could get beyond the headline platitudes and understand what a sham Bill Clinton's expressed concerns about democracy and the welfare of the Haitian people were, the American president would have been faced with an embarrassment of scandalous proportion. But Aristide the priest saw the world in a different light. Let us compare political power with theological power. On the one hand, we see those in control using the traditional tools of politics, weapons, money, dictatorship, coups d'état, repression. On the other hand, we see tools that were used 2,000 years ago: solidarity, resistance, courage, determination, and the fight for dignity and might, respect and power. We see transcendence. We see faith in God, Who is justice? The question we now ask is this: which is stronger, political power or theological power? I am confident that the latter is stronger. I am also confident that the two forces can converge, and that their convergence will make the critical difference. 56. The American Empire 1992 to present. We assert that no nation can long endure half republic and half empire, and we warn the American people that imperialism abroad will lead quickly and inevitably to despotism at home. Democratic Party, U.S., National Platform, 1900. Following its bombing of Iraq in 1991, the United States wound up with military bases in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, Oman and the United Arab Emirates. Following its bombing of Yugoslavia in 1999, the United States wound up with military bases in Kosovo, Albania, Bulgaria, Macedonia, Hungary, Bosnia, and Croatia. Following its bombing of Afghanistan in 2001-2, the United States wound up with military bases in Afghanistan, Pakistan, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, Georgia, Yemen, and Djibouti. Following its bombing and invasion of Iraq in 2003, the United States wound up with Iraq. This is not very subtle foreign policy, certainly not covert. The men who run the American empire are not easily embarrassed. And that is the way the empire growls, a base in every neighborhood, ready to be mobilized to put down any threat to imperial rule, real or imagined. 58 years after World War II ended, the United States still has major bases in Germany and Japan. 50 years after the end of the Korean War, tens of thousands of American armed forces continued to be stationed in South Korea. America will have a continuing interest and presence in Central Asia of a kind that we could not have dreamed of before, U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell declared in February 2002. Later that year, the U.S. Defense Department announced, the United States military is currently deployed to more locations than it has been throughout history. Equally unsubtle are the announcements beginning in the early 1990s, coinciding with the pivotal demise of the Soviet Union, and continuing to the present, trumpeting Washington's desire, means, and intention for world domination, while assuring the world of the noble purposes behind this crusade. These declarations have been regularly put forth in policy papers emanating from the White House and the Pentagon, as well as from government-appointed commissions and think tanks closely associated with the national security establishment. Here is the voice of the empire in 1992. Our first objective is to prevent the reemergence of a new rival, either on the territory of the former Soviet Union or elsewhere, that poses a threat on the order of that posed formerly by the Soviet Union. We must account sufficiently for the interests of the advanced industrial nations to discourage them from challenging our leadership or seeking to overturn the established political and economic order. We must maintain the mechanisms for deterring potential competitors from even aspiring to a larger regional or global role. 1996, we will engage terrestrial targets someday, ships, airplanes, land targets, from space. We are going to fight in space. We are going to fight from space and we're going to fight into space. 1997, with regard to space dominance, we have it, we like it, and we're going to keep it. 2000, the new military preparedness standard is to maintain military superiority over all potential rivals and to prepare now for future military rivalries even if they cannot yet be identified and their eventual arrival is only speculative. Military requirements have become detached from net assessments of actual security threats. Generic wars and generic capabilities are proffered as the basis for planning. Particularities of real threat scenarios have become secondary to the generalized need to show raw U.S. power across the globe. 2001. The presence of American forces in critical regions around the world is the visible expression of the extent of America's status as a superpower and as the guarantor of liberty, peace and stability. 2001. If we just let our own vision of the world go forth, and we embrace it entirely, and we don't try to be clever and piece together clever diplomatic solutions to this thing, but just wage a total war against these tyrants, I think we will do very well, and our children will sing great songs about us years from now. 2001. The Bush administration's nuclear posture review, directing the military to prepare contingency plans to use nuclear weapons against at least 7 countries, China, Russia, Iraq, Iran, North Korea, Libya and Syria, and to build smaller nuclear weapons for use in certain battlefield situations. 2002. In September, the White House issued its national security strategy, which declared, our forces will be strong enough to dissuade potential adversaries from pursuing a military buildup in hopes of surpassing, or equaling, the power of the United States. America will act against such emerging threats before they are fully formed. We must deter and defend against the threat before it is unleashed. We cannot let our enemies strike first. To forestall or prevent such hostile acts by our adversaries, the United States will, if necessary, act preemptively. Preemptiveness is essentially the rationale Imperial Japan, without being overly paranoid, used to justify its attack on Pearl Harbor in 1941, and which Nazi Germany, as a sham pretext, used to justify its invasion of Poland in 1939. To one observer, the meaning of the national security strategy was this: it dashes the aspirations of those who had hoped that the world was moving toward a system of international law that would allow for the peaceful resolution of conflicts, through covenants and courts. In place of this, a single power that shuns covenants and courts has proclaimed that it intends to dominate the world militarily, intervening preemptively where necessary to exorcise threats. Those who want a world in which no power is supreme and in which laws and covenants are used to settle conflicts will begin a new debate about how to contend with Imperial America. So intoxicated with the idea of dominance is the U.S. national security state that when it announced, in November 2002, the formation of a public affairs group that would travel to battlefields to interact with journalists, assist U.S. commanders and send news and pictures back to headquarters for dissemination, it described the operation as an attempt at information dominance. The Cold War is over. Long live the Cold War. It is remarkable indeed that in the 21st century the government of the United States is still going around dropping huge amounts of exceedingly powerful explosives upon the heads of innocent and defenseless people. It wasn't supposed to be this way. In the mid-1980s, Mikhail Gorbachev's reforms instituted the beginning of the end for the Soviet police state. In 1989, the Berlin Wall came down, and people all over Eastern Europe were joyfully celebrating a new day. The United States then joined this celebration by invading and bombing Panama, only weeks after the wall fell. At the same time, the U.S. was shamelessly intervening in the election in Nicaragua to defeat a leftist government. Soon thereafter, South Africa freed Nelson Mandela and apartheid began to crumble, and before the year 1990 was over Haiti held its first free election ever and chose a genuine progressive as president. It seemed like anything was possible. Optimism was as widespread as pessimism is today. However, when Bulgaria and Albania, newly freed from the grip of communism, as the American media would put it, dared to elect governments not acceptable to Washington, Washington just stepped in and overthrew those governments. The same period found the U.S. bombing Iraq and its people, 40 days and nights without mercy, for no good or honest reason. And that was that for our hope for a different and better world. But the American leaders were not through. In 1993 they were off attacking Somalia, trying to rearrange the country's political map. More bombing and killing. They intervened to put down dissident movements in Peru, Mexico, Colombia, and Ecuador, just as if it were the Cold War in the 1950s in Latin America, and the 1960s, the 1970s, the 1980s, still doing it in the 1990s, and into the new century. In the latter part of the 1990s, Washington could be found engaged in serious meddling in the elections in territories which had once been part of the Soviet sphere, Russia, Mongolia, and Bosnia. In 1999, they bombed the people of Serbia and Kosovo for 78 seemingly endless days, the culmination of Washington's master plan of breaking up the Socialist Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, demonized as the last of the communists. And once again, in the fall of 2001, grossly and openly intervened in an election in Nicaragua to prevent the left from winning. At the same time, bombarding Afghanistan, and in all likelihood killing more innocent civilians than were killed in the United States on September 11, 2001. As well as taking the lives of countless combatants, i.e., anyone who defended against the invasion of the land they were living in. Most of the so-called terrorists of foreign nationality residing in Afghanistan at the time, including those training at al-Qaeda camps, had come there to fight against the Soviet forces or to help the Taliban in their later civil war. For them these were religious missions, nothing to do with terrorism or the United States. Amongst the thousands of victims of the American invasion, not one has been identified as having a connection to the events of that tragic day. The 11th of September terrorists had chosen symbolic buildings to attack in the United States, then chose a symbolic country to retaliate against. While continuing to savage Afghanistan in 2002, Washington found time to lend its indispensable support to a plot to overthrow Hugo Chavez and his populist government in Venezuela, Chavez having made it abundantly clear that Venezuela was not prepared to become a foreign outpost of the empire. And all these years, still keeping a chokehold on Cuba, still, after a century of imperialist occupation, refusing to vacate Guantanamo Base in Cuba, converting it in 2002 to a modern Devil's Island for the illegal and grim imprisonment of men, as well as several children, kidnapped in various localities of the world in the so-called war on terrorism. There was none of the peace dividend that had been promised for the end of the Cold War, not for Americans nor for the rest of the world. What do we have here? The American people had been taught for nearly half a century that the Cold War, including the Korean War, the Vietnam War, the huge military budgets, all the U.S. invasions and overthrows of governments, the ones they knew about, They were taught that this was all to fight the same menace, the international communist conspiracy, headquarters in Moscow. But then the Soviet Union was dissolved. The Warsaw Pact was dissolved as well. The East European satellites became independent. The former communists even became capitalists. And nothing changed in American foreign policy. Even NATO remained. NATO, which had been created, so we were told, to protect Western Europe against a Soviet invasion. Even NATO remained, ever increasing in size and military power. A treaty on wheels which could be rolled in any direction to suit Washington's current policy, acting as a U.S. surrogate ruling over the Balkans as a protectorate, invoking its charter to justify its members joining the U.S. in the Afghanistan invasion. And as Russia closed down its Cold War bases in Eastern Europe, Vietnam, and Cuba, the United States was opening military bases in the territories of the former Soviet Union and in other regions of the world. While Russia closed down its radio intelligence station at Lord, Cuba, the United States was building a powerful communications listening station in Latvia, on the Russian border, as part of Washington's worldwide eavesdropping system. The whole thing had been a con game. The Soviet Union and something called communism per se had not been the object of Washington's global attacks. There had never been an international communist conspiracy. The enemy was, and remains, any government or movement, or even individual, that stands in the way of the expansion of the American empire, by whatever name the U.S. gives to the enemy. Communist, rogue state, drug trafficker, terrorist. Is the United States against terrorism? Are we now to believe that the American empire is against terrorism? What does one call a man who blows up an airplane killing 73 civilians for political reasons, who attempts assassinations against several diplomats, who fires cannons at ships docked in American ports, who places bombs in numerous commercial and diplomatic buildings in the U.S. and abroad? Dozens of such acts. His name is Orlando Bosch. He's Cuban and he lives in Miami, unmolested by the authorities. The city of Miami once declared a day in his honor, Dr. Orlando Bosch Day. He was freed from prison in Venezuela in 1988, where he had been held for the airplane bombing, partly because of pressure from the American ambassador at the time, Otto Reich, who in 2002 was appointed to a high position in the State Department by President Bush. After Bosch returned to the U.S. in 1988, the Justice Department condemned him as a totally violent terrorist and was all set to deport him, but that was blocked by President Bush I, with the help of son Jeb Bush in Florida. So is President Bush II, and his family against terrorism? Well, yes, they're against those terrorists who are not allies of the empire. The plane that Bosch bombed, in 1976, was a Cuban plane. He's wanted in Cuba for that and a host of other serious crimes, and the Cubans have asked Washington to extradite him to Cuba. He's like Osama bin Laden is to the United States. But the U.S. has refused. Imagine the reaction in the United States if bin Laden showed up in Havana and the Cubans refused to turn him over. Imagine the reaction in the United States if Havana proclaimed Osama bin Laden Day. Washington's commitment to fighting terrorism can be further questioned in light of its support of the ethnic Albanians in Kosovo who comprised the Kosovo Liberation Army. The KLA, in furtherance of its political ethnic agenda, have carried out numerous terrorist attacks for years in various parts of the Balkans, but they've been U.S. allies because they've attacked people out of favor with Washington. This despite the fact that the KLA has had ideological and personal ties to Osama bin Laden and Al-Qaeda, and despite being categorized as a terrorist organization by the U.S. State Department. Moreover, in the 1980s and 90s, anti-communist Vietnamese, Cambodians, and Laotians resident in the United States financed and instigated their countrymen abroad in bombings and other attacks on their governments and citizens, hoping to destabilize those governments. At times they traveled from the U.S. to those countries to carry out attacks themselves. These actions, terrorism by definition, were carried out with the tacit approval of the American government, which turned a blind eye to the Neutrality Act, which prohibits American citizens or residents from using force to overthrow a foreign government. George W. Bush has also spoken out vehemently against harboring terrorists. Those who harbor terrorists threaten the national security of the United States. Does he really mean that? We must ask, which country harbors more terrorists than the United States? Orlando Bosch is only one of the numerous anti-Castro Cubans in Miami who have carried out many hundreds of terrorist acts, in the U.S., in Cuba, and elsewhere. All kinds of arson attacks, assassination attempts and bombings. They have been harbored in the U.S. in safety for decades, as have numerous other friendly terrorists, torturers and human rights violators from Guatemala, El Salvador, Haiti, Indonesia and elsewhere, all allies of the empire. The CIA was busy looking for terrorists in caves in the mountains of Afghanistan at the same time as the agency sat in bars in Miami having drinks with terrorists. The Imperial Mafia. What are we to make of all this? How are we to understand the United States foreign policy? Well, if one were to write a book called The American Empire for Dummies, page 1 should say, Don't ever look for the moral factor. U.S. foreign policy has no moral factor built into its DNA. One must clear one's mind of that baggage which only gets in the way of seeing beyond the cliches and the platitudes. It's rather difficult for most Americans and Americophiles throughout the world to accept such a notion. They see American leaders on television smiling and laughing, telling jokes. They see them with their families, hear them speak of God and love, of peace and law, of democracy and freedom, of human rights and justice, and even baseball. These leaders know how to condemn the world's atrocities in no uncertain terms, with just the right words that decent people love to hear, just the tight catch in their throat to show how moved they are. How can such people be monsters? How can they be called immoral? They have names like George and Dick and Donald, not a single Muhammad or Abdullah in the bunch. And they all speak English. People named Muhammad or Abdullah cut off people's hands as punishment for theft. Americans know that that's horrible. Americans are too civilized for that. But people named George and Dick and Donald drop cluster bombs on cities and villages, and the many unexploded ones become landmines, and before very long a child picks one up or steps on one of them and loses an arm or a leg, or both arms or both legs, and sometimes their eyesight. While the cluster bombs which actually explode create their own kind of high-velocity, jagged steel horror. But these men are perhaps not so much immoral as they are amoral. It's not that they take pleasure in causing so much death and suffering. It's that they just don't care. The same that could be said about a sociopath. As long as the death and suffering advance the agenda of the empire, as long as the right people and the right corporations gain wealth and power and privilege and prestige, as long as the death and suffering aren't happening to them or people close to them, then they just don't care about it happening to other people, including the American soldiers whom they throw into wars and who come home, the ones who make it back alive, with Agent Orange or Gulf War syndrome eating away at their bodies. American leaders would not be in the positions they hold if they were bothered by such things. When I was writing my book Rogue State during 1999 to 2000, I used the term American Empire with some caution because it was not in common usage and I wasn't sure the American public was quite ready for the idea. But I needn't have been so cautious. The idea of United States world hegemony has come to be discussed not only openly, but proudly, by supporters of the empire. Prominent American intellectuals such as Dinesh D'Souza of the Hoover Institution, who wrote an article entitled In Praise of American Empire, in which he argued that America is the most magnanimous imperial power ever. Syndicated columnist Charles Krauthammer has spoken of America's uniquely benign imperium. Michael Hersp, editor of Newsweek magazine, added to the chorus of self-love songs with this: U.S. allies must accept that some U.S. unilateralism is inevitable, even desirable. This mainly involves accepting the reality of America's supreme might, and truthfully appreciating how historically lucky they are to be protected by such a relatively benign power. Robert Kagan, a leading light of the American foreign policy establishment, had written earlier, and the truth is that the benevolent hegemony exercised by the United States is good for a vast portion of the world's population. It is certainly a better international arrangement than all realistic alternatives. In this way are people who are wedded to American foreign policy able to live with it, they conclude, and proclaim, and may even believe, that such policies produce a humane force, an enlightened empire, bringing order, prosperity and civilized behavior everywhere, and if the U.S. is forced to go to war it conducts it in a humanitarian manner. As the reader will have noted, the present book documents in minute detail the exact opposite, showing the remarkable violence and cruelty, the suppression of social change, and the many other abhorrent consequences of U.S. interventions for people in every corner of the globe for half a century. The empire's scribes appear to be as amoral as the officials in the White House and the Pentagon. After all, the particles of depleted uranium are not lodging inside their lungs to radiate for the rest of their lives. The World Bank and International Monetary Fund are not bankrupting their economy and slashing their basic services. It's not their families wandering as refugees in the desert. The leaders of the empire, the Imperial Mafia, George W. Bush, Donald Rumsfeld, Richard Cheney, Colin Powell, Condoleezza Rice, Paul Wolfowitz, Richard Pearl, et al., and their scribes as well, ate as fanatic and as fundamentalist as Osama bin Laden. Allah Akbar. God is great. USA, USA, USA. Kagan, an intellectual architect of an interventionism that seeks to impose a neoconservative agenda upon the world, by any means necessary, has declared that the United States must refuse to abide by certain international conventions, like the International Criminal Court and the Kyoto Accord on Global Warming. The U.S., he says, must support arms control, but not always for itself. It must live by a double standard. There is also Robert Cooper, a senior British diplomat and advisor to Prime Minister Tony Blair. Cooper writes, "The challenge to the postmodern world is to get used to the idea of double standards. When dealing with more old-fashioned kinds of states outside the postmodern continent of Europe, we need to revert to the rougher methods of an earlier era: force, preemptive attack, deception, whatever is necessary to deal with those who still live in the 19th century world of every state for itself." His expression, "every state for itself," can be better understood as any state not willing to accede to the agenda of the American empire and the school bully's best friend in London. So there we have it. The double standard is in. The golden rule of do unto others as you would have others do unto you is out. The imperial mafia, and their court intellectuals like Kagan and Cooper, have a difficult time selling or defending their world vision on the basis of legal, moral, ethical or fairness standards. Thus it is that they decide they're not bound by such standards. The liquid gold. Again, the American occupation of Afghanistan served the purpose of setting up a new government that would be sufficiently amenable to Washington's international objectives, including the installation of military bases and listening stations and the tunneling of secure oil and gas pipelines through Afghanistan from the Caspian Sea region once the country had been pacified. For years, the American oil barons had had their eyes on the vast oil and gas reserves around the Caspian Sea, envisioning an Afghanistan-Pakistan route to the Indian Ocean. The oilmen had been quite open about this, giving frank testimony before Congress on the matter. After Afghanistan, they turned their lust to the even greater oil reserves of Iraq. Once again, the American public had to be primed. Renowned espionage novelist John le Carre has observed how Bush and his junta succeeded in deflecting America's anger from bin Laden to Saddam Hussein as one of the great public relations conjuring tricks of history. As this is written in April 2003, the United States has just completed the bombing, invasion and takeover of the beleaguered Iraqi society, causing great destruction, killing thousands of innocent people, civilians and soldiers, in the process, leaving countless others maimed and otherwise ruined. It looks like it's a bombing of a city, but it isn't, declared U.S. Secretary of War Donald Rumsfeld, in defense of American precision bombing. 30. Washington looked at the results of its military actions, which others would call horrific, and labeled it liberation, because the Saddam Hussein regime had been overthrown. Prior to this, the Imperial Mafia had staged a year-long propaganda show to convince Americans and the world that the world's only superpower had no choice but to attack a sovereign and crippled country that had not attacked the United States, that had not threatened to attack the United States, that knew it would mean instant mass suicide for them if they attacked the United States. The Imperial Mafia's thesis was odd not simply because Iraq was not a threat, as the war's easy military victory demonstrated, but because the Imperial Mafia knew that Iraq was not a threat at all. They'd been telling the world one story after another about why Iraq was a threat, an imminent threat, a threat increasing in danger with each passing day, a nuclear threat, a chemical threat, a biological threat, that Iraq was a terrorist state, that Iraq was tied to Al-Qaeda, only to have each story amount to nothing. They insisted repeatedly that Iraq must agree to having the UN weapons investigation tours back in, and when Iraq agreed to this, the Imperial Mafia declared that it wasn't good enough and proceeded to disparage the effort. For it was war that the White House yearned for, and it was war that they got, as they thumbed their nose at the greatest anti-war protests the world has ever seen, as well as the sweeping opposition of the United Nations and humanity's hard-won concepts of international law and collaboration for a more peaceful planet. It remains to be seen whether and how the world body will survive being relegated to humiliating irrelevance on the most important question that it can face. The UN being an institution which declared in the very first sentence of its charter the determination to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, which twice in our lifetime has brought untold sorrow to mankind. Did any of Washington's policy make sense? This sudden urgency of fighting a war in the absence of a fight? It did if one understood that the invasion was not about Saddam Hussein's evenness or his alleged weapons of mass destruction. When weeks of U.S. military occupation of Iraq failed to uncover any such weapons, the White House declared that WMD were not, after all, the real reason for the invasion. What they were really doing, they assured the world, was delivering various blows to terrorism. "We were not lying," said one official, "but it was just a matter of emphasis." Amongst other reasons, the war was about the U.S. replacing Hussein and installing a puppet government, as it did in Afghanistan, in this case an American occupation government, enabling American oil companies to move into Iraq to enjoy a laissez-faire feast, at the same time opening the country to all manner of transnational corporations as Iraq takes its place in the new world order of globalized economies, and the American empire adds another country and a few more bases from which to further control and remake the Middle East in the Imperial Mafia's endearing amoral style, for which, presumably, the children of the region will sing great songs in years to come. U.S. agreement to allow the UN weapons inspectors to return to Iraq in December 2002 had been no more than a bluff to cater to unexpectedly strong world opposition to Washington's planned invasion. 3 months of inspections before the invasion began turned up nothing in the way of unambiguously prohibited weapons. Over the course of about 7 years in the 1990s, the UN inspectors had found and destroyed huge amounts of chemical, biological and nuclear weapons in Iraq. Scott Ritter, chief UN weapons inspector in Iraq, stated in 2002 that, since 1998 Iraq has been fundamentally disarmed, 90 to 95% of Iraq's weapons of mass destruction have been verifiably eliminated. This includes all of the factories used to produce chemical, biological and nuclear weapons, and long-range ballistic missiles, the associated equipment of these factories, and the vast majority of the products coming out of these factories. In the same period, the Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, Mohammed El-Bardai, reported that his agency had dismantled extensive nuclear weapons-related facilities. We neutralized Iraq's nuclear program. We confiscated its weapon-usable material. We destroyed, removed or rendered harmless all its facilities and equipment relevant to nuclear weapons production. This, then, was the alarming threat of Iraq which had to be wiped out. A society already terribly enfeebled by 12 years of sanctions, which U.S. National Security Advisor Samuel Berger called the most pervasive sanctions ever imposed on a nation in the history of mankind. U.S. foreign policy, a laboratory for growing the anti-American terrorism virus. We leveled it. There was nobody left, just dirt and dust. U.S. Army Major General Franklin Hagenbeck, speaking of the destruction of 3 villages in the Shaykh Valley in Afghanistan. The American bombing of Afghanistan, begun on October 7, 2001 and followed by a military occupation of much of the country, gave rise to dozens of terrorist actions against American individuals and institutions, as well as Christian and other Western targets. In South Asia, the Middle East and elsewhere, a dozen or so attacks in Pakistan alone, including the kidnapping and murder of Wall Street Journal correspondent Daniel Pearl, and the most disastrous one in Bali, Indonesia, on 12 October, which killed more than 180 people, almost all Australians, Americans, or British. The 2 leading suspects arrested in the case each stated that he had acted in retaliation for the U.S. attack on Afghanistan and Muslims. The subsequent attack on Iraq, a war nobody wanted except the Imperial Mafia, may have recruited thousands more throughout the Muslim world as the next generation of terrorists to carry out the jihad against the great Satan. Has the American power elite learned anything from being the frequent target of terrorism over the years? Here's James Woolsey, former director of the CIA and member of the Defense Department's Policy Board, speaking 2 months after the beginning of the U.S. bombing of Afghanistan, advocating an invasion of Iraq and unconcerned about the response of the Arab world. The silence of the Arab public in the wake of America's victories in Afghanistan, Woolsey said, proves that only fear will re-establish respect for the U.S. In a similar light, a phrase attributed to various leaders of the Roman Empire has been used by Bush administration officials, odorant dum metuant, let them hate so long as they fear. The State Department may have learned something. At the time of the first anniversary of the September 11, 2001 terrorist attack and subsequently as well, the department held conferences on how to improve America's image abroad in order to reduce the level of hatred. But it's image they were working on, not change of policies. And the policies scorecard reads as follows. From 1945 to 2003, the United States attempted to overthrow more than 40 foreign governments, and to crush more than 30 populist nationalist movements fighting against intolerable regimes. In the process, the U.S. bombed some 25 countries, caused the end of life for several million people, and condemned many millions more to a life of agony and despair. The idea is to build an anti-terrorist global environment, a senior Defense Department official told the New York Times in 2003, so that in 20 to 30 years, terrorism will be like slave trading, completely discredited. The world can only wonder this: when will American wars of aggression, firing missiles into the heart of a city, and using depleted uranium and cluster bombs against the population become completely discredited? They already have become such, but the United States, which wages war on the same scale other nations apply to mere survival, does not yet know it. Instead, it practices perpetual war for perpetual peace. End of audiobook.